What if the system meant to help you, actually wanted you dead? The moment Fang Chen transmigrated into a new world, he received the worst news possible. He had already provoked the chosen one of destiny, a genius who had just been humiliated, abandoned, and was now destined to rise and crush everyone in his path. And to make things worse, Fang Chen had agreed to a life-or-death duel with him. Game over. But just when he was about to despair, a system activated. Ding! System initialized. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Finally, my cheat has arrived. But after reading the system's mission, his smile froze. The goal? Train harder. Break through. Become stronger. And then, die gloriously in battle against the chosen one. Fang Chen, wait, what? This wasn't a cheat. This was a death sentence. But Fang Chen wasn't about to play along. If the system wanted him dead, he'd just have to break the rules. Instead of hoarding resources and training like crazy, Fang Chen did something completely insane. He took the cultivation techniques and rare elixirs given by the system, and handed them directly to his future enemy. Everyone watching thought he had gone mad. Is he trying to die faster? But the next moment, something impossible happened. The instant Fang Chen gave away the technique, he automatically mastered it. Perfectly. Effortlessly. No training required. Fang Chen froze. Then slowly, a smile spread across his face. Wait a minute. If I give something away, I still get it? In that moment, everything changed. The system that was supposed to kill him had just revealed a massive loophole. From that day on, Fang Chen stopped playing fair. He started abusing the system, giving away techniques, duplicating rewards, stacking power without lifting a finger, while others struggled to cultivate step by step. Fang Chen simply cheated the system itself, and before anyone realized what was happening, the weakest guy in the room had become completely untouchable. This is the hilarious story of a man who turned a death trap into the ultimate cheat. By exploiting every bug he could find, the system tried to kill him. It made him invincible instead. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven. Dan Rand's sect, Outer Sect. In one of the many houses, a magnificent building adorned with jade bricks and gold stones, an incredulous voice echoed, "I actually transmigrated?" Fang Chen stared at his reflection in the mirror, then at the unfamiliar surroundings, utterly bewildered. Fang Chen's memories were still stuck on the moment he was hit by a drunk driver on a bridge after work and died instantly. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely new and unfamiliar world. Moreover, the memories in his mind were reminding him that his identity was extraordinary. This Fang Chen shared the same name and appearance as him. However, his identity was entirely different. This Fang Chen was an arrogant and domineering cultivator, constantly causing trouble, with mediocre talent and low cultivation. Relying on his powerful family background, he consumed pills and elixirs daily, acquiring ordinary rare and precious treasures at will. Even so, due to his poor aptitude, the original owner of this body had been cultivating for over 10 years and was still only at the 3rd level of qi refining, unable to enter the intersection. In fact, if it weren't for his good family background, he probably wouldn't even be able to stay in the outer sect and would be expelled. Moreover, because his cultivation speed was too slow, he not only lagged behind his peers who had already entered the inner sect, but he was even worse than the newly entered outer sect disciples. Fang Chen was immediately dumbfounded upon learning this information. This guy was truly unsuitable for cultivation. He knew from his memories that the treasures the original owner had obtained, if placed on a pig, would be more than enough to reach the foundation establishment stage. Now, the original owner could no longer tolerate the incredibly slow cultivation speed and decided to seek out an unorthodox path. He found a demonic cultivation method that, by using the spinal cord of demonic beasts, supplemented with the life essence of fellow disciples and close relatives, to refine into pills, could strengthen one's constitution after consumption. However, because his cultivation level was too low, he was severely injured by a demonic beast of the same qi refining rank 3 while collecting the first material. He barely managed to hold on for a few days before his soul was scattered. Fang Chen. This is truly a case of being a complete noob with a huge addiction and terrible skills. After reading the memories, Fang Chen made a couple of sarcastic remarks, but then suddenly panicked, because his body was completely empty, without a trace of cultivation. Damn it! When the original owner was severely injured by the demonic beast, all his cultivation was wiped out. Now, his dantian was shattered, his meridians were broken, he was practically a cripple. And even more unfortunate news awaited Fang Chen. He had arranged a life-or-death duel with another person from the outer sect. After reading this memory, Fang Chen almost fainted. That person was named Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing was very young, more than 10 years younger than Fang Chen. His aptitude was at the bottom of the outer sect, even worse than Fang Chen's original, worthless self. A complete waste. Xiao Qing's family was once glorious, but was now wiped out by demonic beasts. Originally, Xiao Qing, like Fang Chen, was the center of attention, but now everyone shunned him. Because Xiao Qing was both useless and miserable, Fang Chen enjoyed humiliating him to gain a slight sense of superiority. Just 3 days ago, Xiao Qing's childhood sweetheart, feeling that Xiao Qing was no longer good enough for her, publicly broke off their engagement, leaving Xiao Qing to be ridiculed. And Fang Chen, at this moment, went up to insult and mock her. Feeling utterly hopeless, Xiao Qing could no longer tolerate Fang Chen's opportunistic betrayal. His eyes blazing with fury, he publicly challenged Fang Chen to a life-or-death duel. Fang Chen, grinning maliciously, agreed. In truth, Xiao Qing had fallen for Fang Chen's trap. Fang Chen knew perfectly well that Xiao Qing, humiliated by his fiancé, would act impulsively and rashly agree to the duel. Then, he could use Xiao Qing's blood as an ingredient for his demonic pill. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! Who told you to offend Xiao Qing? This Xiao Qing, a complete waste at the start, his family destroyed, and his engagement broken off. Isn't he the spitting image of a protagonist? Moreover, what made Fang Chen even more desperate was that he saw in his memory that Xiao Qing possessed an ancient ring. This ring definitely held the power of a powerful cultivator. And now, Fang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, his body trembling. Forget about the old man in the other party's ring. Even without him, Xiao Qing was now at the second level of qi refining. Killing him, who was practically a cripple, would be a piece of cake. If he went to beg Xiao Qing for peace now, the other party probably wouldn't agree. Instead, he'd be told to go eat shit. What to do? What to do? Fang Chen panicked. He glanced up at the roof beam. Maybe he should just hang himself? Just then, ding! A crisp mechanical sound suddenly rang in his mind. System is activating. Fang Chen was stunned, then overjoyed. The system? The system is here. He knew the system wouldn't just stand by and watch him go to his death. With the system, he definitely had a chance to turn his life around. Even if the opponent is a chosen one, blessed by heaven, he has the system's protection. As a cheat-like character, he's not afraid of being killed by Xiao Qing. After a great battle, a draw, and then slowly turning hostility into friendship, becoming brothers, wouldn't that be wonderful? Just as Fang Chen was happily thinking this, the system's voice rang out. System officially activated. This system will perfectly send the host to their death, better promoting the growth of the chosen one. As soon as the words fell, Fang Chen's joy vanished abruptly. What? System, what do you mean by sending me to my death? You mean I still have to die? Fang Chen was dumbfounded. The system replied, that's right. The host was dead in their previous life. The system's appearance now is merely to allow the host to utilize the remaining energy of their life to better promote the growth of the chosen one. Once the chosen one of this world has grown, the host can be killed in peace. At that time, the entire world will be grateful for the important contribution the host has made to the chosen one's journey to enlightenment. Fang Chen. He jumped to his feet, furious, and shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" He never expected that the system, which he thought was his lifeline, was actually here to send him on a better journey. Damn it! Insane! Whose system are you? But the system ignored Fang Chen's protests and began its instructions, detecting the existence of the Chosen One. Detection complete. Chosen One, Xiao Qing. Having witnessed the annihilation of his entire family at a young age, he seems to have terrible aptitude, but in reality, he is unable to unleash his talents because he is possessed by the soul of the Venerable Xiao, who absorbs his spiritual power. Now, Venerable Xiao has awakened. With Venerable Xiao's help, Xiao Qing has broken through to the 4th rank of Qi refining and will break through to the 7th rank in his future life or death battle with the host. He will also possess the ability to fight beyond his rank, comparable to an 8th rank Qi refining cultivator, and can even briefly unleash the power of a 9th rank Qi refining cultivator in a life or death situation. Fang Chen. He was dumbfounded. What is this? This protagonist isn't human. The life or death battle is in half a month. How did Xiao Qing manage to soar from the 2nd rank of Qi refining to the 7th rank in half a month, possess the ability to fight beyond his rank, and even unleash the power of a 9th rank Qi refining cultivator? This is clearly cheating. Is there any justice? This is unfair. Isn't anyone going to do anything about it? At this moment, Fang Chen's face was completely ashen, his eyes empty. He wanted to cry. He had never seen a transmigrator so aggrieved. Xiao Qing already had a cheat code, fine. But now, he's making me give away the cheat code I finally got. At this moment, the system continued, and in order for the host, as the villain, to better guide Xiao Qing in mastering cultivation, comprehending techniques, and achieving a spectacular comeback, making his name resound throughout the outer sect of the Dan Ran sect, the system will grant the host the cultivation level of the 9th rank of Qi refining, enabling the host to exert sufficient life or death pressure during a life or death battle, pushing Xiao Qing's potential to its limit before being publicly killed by him. Cultivation infusion, begin now. When the system's voice faded, Fang Chen was stunned. What? The next second, he suddenly discovered that his shattered Danshan meridians were miraculously beginning to heal. Following this, a surge of pure and intense spiritual energy suddenly erupted from his limbs and bones. Boom! After the cultivation infusion ended, Fang Chen felt an unprecedented, fulfilling, and powerful sensation instantly fill his entire body. At this moment, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that the system would forcibly raise his cultivation to the 9th rank of qi refining in order to allow him to create life or death pressure for Xiao Qing. At this moment, after the system's cultivation empowerment ended, it continued, the host possesses the cultivation level of the 9th rank of qi refining, but lacks any cultivation techniques or spells to create sufficient life or death pressure for Xiao Qing. The system will consider Xiao Qing's needs and provide the host with suitable cultivation techniques and spells. Now detecting Xiao Qing's strongest cultivation technique in a life or death battle, 10,000 Fiend's Heart method, which will be automatically learned by the host. Now detecting Xiao Qing's strongest move in a life or death battle, which will be automatically learned by the host. As several system notifications sounded, Fang Chen was once again shocked to find that several cultivation techniques and spells he had never encountered before, yet felt incredibly familiar at this moment, had immediately appeared in his mind. After a long while, the system's voice sounded, empowerment complete. Please, host, go all out in the battle against the Chosen One, allowing the Chosen One to gain enlightenment through the same moves used by the host. At this moment, feeling the pure, boundless spiritual energy flowing within him like a mighty river, every move of the cultivation techniques and spells flowed clearly in his mind, as if he had diligently studied them for decades, wielding them with effortless ease. A powerful feeling filled Fang Chen's chest. For a moment, he felt his heart surge with excitement, and suddenly the system didn't seem so disgusting after all. It was giving him far too much. However, just as Fang Chen felt he was as powerful as a peerless genius, his cultivation speed ruthlessly shattered his illusions. He tried cultivating. If the spiritual energy within him was like a surging sea, then at this moment he could absorb only a drop, and then, nothing? He couldn't absorb any more. Okay. His talent hadn't changed at all. His speed was so slow that he was practically a rare talent in the Dan Ran sect. Xiao Qing's aptitude must have recovered by now. Since I'm his nemesis, I should have the same aptitude as him. Fang Chen muttered. The system said, even if the host's aptitude is strong, it won't put life or death pressure on the Chosen One. No need to improve. Therefore, the host doesn't need to think so much. Please focus on preparing for the life or death battle, allowing the Chosen One to achieve the greatest improvement before dying. All this is just to make Xiao Qing kill him in the life or death battle. After hearing the system's words, Fang Chen immediately despised it, all goodwill towards it vanishing. No way, according to this damn system's calculations, even if I have cultivation, I definitely won't be able to beat Xiao Qing. I still have to run away. Fang Chen thought it over carefully. If he stayed at the Dan Ran sect any longer, and the life or death duel finally came, according to the system's precise calculations, even at his current qi refining 9th grade, Xiao Qing would definitely be able to kill him after a bloody battle. And during that time, even if he tried to improve his cultivation, it would be futile. His cultivation speed was practically zero. As for cultivating other powerful techniques, that was utter nonsense. Comparing techniques with the Chosen One was a pipe dream. They could summon whatever they wanted with a simple clap of their hands, while he could die instantly with a clap of his hands. After much deliberation, the only way to survive was to run. Without hesitation, Fang Chen got up, packed his things, and left. But half a day later, Fang Chen, his face grim, pushed open the door and returned, gritting his teeth. Why must I participate in the life or death duel? When he reached the mountain gate, the gatekeeper in charge of entry and exit didn't stop Fang Chen from leaving. However, because Fang Chen and Xiao Qing had signed a life or death contract at the outer sect's fighting arena, they had to return in half a month. If they didn't return, an elder from the sect would personally go to track them down and bring them back. At that time, not only would they have to participate in the battle, but if they won and survived, they would also have to accept punishment. After all, before signing the life or death contract, the fighting arena had sternly warned that life or death battles were not child's play and had to be taken seriously. If you could sign and run away as you pleased, who would take the life or death contracts of the intersex fighting arena seriously in the long run? Unless both parties agree to terminate the contract and pay the tearing fee, the cessation fee, and the fighting arena's material costs, no one can escape. So, I have no choice but to die. Fang Chen muttered, his expression constantly changing. Wait. Just then, Fang Chen's mind jolted, and he suddenly realized something. That's right. He wasn't without options. Wasn't it all made clear? A life and death contract can be dissolved with the consent of both parties. What if he could get Xiao Qing to agree to dissolve the contract now? In half a month, Xiao Qing would be able to defeat him. But right now, Xiao Qing has only just received help from the venerable Xiao Ao, he certainly hasn't improved that quickly yet. If he went over and beat him up, oh, no. If he had a friendly conversation with him, wouldn't he be able to immediately turn hostility into friendship and dissolve the life and death contract smoothly? Thinking this, Fang Chen abruptly stood up and went out the door. Dan Ran Sect. Outer Sect. A small hut at the foot of the mountain. The outer sect is vast, with numerous disciples residing on countless peaks. However, regardless of the peak, the disciples living at the foot of the mountain are always among the least talented. Fang Chen is able to live halfway up the mountain because of his family background. But Xiao Qing, a useless young master, naturally can only live at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Xiao Qing sat cross-legged on the bed in the small house, his face beaming with joy. I've already reached the 4th level of qi refining. Feeling the abundant power within his body, Xiao Qing was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the cultivation technique given by the venerable Xiaoao to be so powerful. In just a few days of cultivation, his cultivation level had rapidly broken through. Although Xiao Qing had once resented the venerable Xiaoao if it weren't for the venerable absorbing his spiritual energy, how could he have fallen to such a vulnerable and bullied state? However, today he had gained a new insight. It is in times of hardship that one truly sees the hearts of men. Before, even with his lack of talent, his family background meant that friends and even his fiancé treated him with kindness and warmth. But now, with his family's fortunes gone, he knows who is kind to him and who is unkind. Seeing through people's hearts now is better than remaining deceived and suffering future betrayal. And now, with his innate abilities restored, he possesses the ability to embark on his journey anew. The first step in all of this is to kill Fang Chen and awaken his Dao heart. Fang Chen, I will now use your blood to let everyone in the sect know what the price of humiliating me, Xiao Qing, is. Xiao Qing clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Who is it? Hearing the sound, Xiao Qing immediately looked up and asked. His brows furrowed slightly, wondering who would come looking for him. Now, he was a well-known good-for-nothing in the outer sect, long since ostracized, and no one would bother to look for him. But when Xiao Qing heard the response from outside the door, his face immediately turned incredibly ugly. It's me! Fang Chen's voice rang out. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's anger reached its peak almost instantly, and he shouted sharply. I've come to see you. Fang Chen said calmly. Get out of here. You're not welcome here. Xiao Qing yelled. Even if you don't welcome me, you have to let me in. But Fang Chen said calmly, and then, before Xiao Qing could react, the wooden door of the small house was pushed open. The sunlight was blocked by a figure, casting a large shadow. Looking at Fang Chen, Xiao Qing's face turned ashen, and he sneered, What do you want? He was now at the 4th level of qi refining, and he wasn't afraid of Fang Chen anymore. What do I want? Of course, I'm just checking how your cultivation is going. Fang Chen's expression was calm, but inwardly he was constantly encouraging himself. Don't panic, don't panic. This chosen one of destiny can't beat you yet. Ha, are you afraid I'll cultivate too fast and kill you prematurely? Xiao Qing mocked. Normally, because his cultivation speed was a constant source of pain for the former Fang Chen, he would fly into a rage whenever Xiao Qing mocked him about it. But this time, to Xiao Qing's utter surprise, Fang Chen remained calm and composed, showing no sign of anger, simply gazing at him silently. What astonished Xiao Qing was that he seemed to see a trace of sadness and disappointment in Fang Chen's eyes. Following this, Fang Chen spoke, I really hope you can kill me soon. What? Xiao Qing was stunned. Had this, Wan Ku, a spoiled brat, gone mad? And then, something even more unexpected happened. Fang Chen glanced at him and nodded slightly, 4th rank of qi refining, not bad. You've finally shown the aptitude and strength you should have. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's face turned pale with horror, and he exclaimed, how did you see through my cultivation level? He was utterly astonished. To prevent Fang Chen from realizing his improved cultivation and becoming hesitant to fight, thus wanting to prematurely break the life or death duel, he had specifically obtained a technique from the venerable Xiaoao that could conceal his cultivation level. This technique was so powerful that even someone 3 minor realms higher than him couldn't see through it. How could Fang Chen see through it at a glance? Wasn't he only at the 3rd level of qi refining? What's so surprising about that? Fang Chen remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was delighted. It seemed Xiao Qing had been fooled. I can see through you because my cultivation far surpasses your imagination. Did you really think I was a piece of trash like you? What? Xiao Qing was stunned, completely bewildered by these words. Even though his cultivation was inferior to Fang Chen's before, he could often fight Fang Chen to a standstill. What else could this kind of person be but trash? Seeing Xiao Qing's disbelief, Fang Chen casually said, then take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Boom! 9th grade qi refining. The aura soared to the heavens, a powerful wind swept through, and the entire small house trembled. At this moment, Xiao Qing's face turned deathly pale, terrified beyond belief, unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? But this omnipresent, powerful pressure, this ferocious, beast-like aura, combined with Fang Chen's calm and domineering demeanor, all pointed to one thing. He truly was a 9th-grade qi refining cultivator. Fang Chen remained outwardly calm, but inwardly nodded in approval. He immediately withdrew his aura, afraid of harming the chosen one. When the aura dissipated, Xiao Qing's lips turned pale, his face filled with horror. How can your cultivation be so powerful? Xiao Qing's newly risen confidence was shattered. He never imagined the gap between himself and Fang Chen would be so vast. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. How could he possibly fight this life-or-death battle? Xiao Qing gave a bitter laugh. Did you come here to kill me beforehand? To his surprise, Fang Chen seemed to laugh in anger. Kill you? If I wanted to kill you, you would have died 1,000 times over by now. Xiao Qing was stunned. Fang Chen was right. If he were truly at the 9th rank of qi refining, he could have killed him with a single slap. Then why did you come here? Xiao Qing asked, puzzled. Suddenly, Fang Chen roared, because you've truly disappointed me, Xiao Qing. You've utterly wasted all my hard work. Xiao Qing was stunned, looking up at Fang Chen, his face filled with astonishment. Wasted his hard work? What did that mean? Let me tell you, from the very beginning, I deliberately concealed my cultivation level, approached you, and then humiliated you. Because I wanted to make you feel ashamed, to make you rise again. Fang Chen shouted sharply, but what about you? I repeatedly humiliated you before, and you remained unmoved. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing froze. Fang Chen, filled with intense disappointment and frustration, retorted, what? A mere cultivation bottleneck has stopped you? Your parents died, and instead of striving to cultivate diligently, studying by the light of fireflies and snow to seek revenge, you've chosen to wallow in self-pity and despair. You truly chill my heart. Do you want me to look at you with eyes full of disappointment? Every word was heartfelt, filled with anguish. Fang Chen's deep pupils were now filled with a sorrowful anger at Xiao Qing's lack of ambition, so intense it seemed almost impenetrable. At this moment, Xiao Qing was utterly shocked, his body stiffening, his gaze fixed, feeling as if the world had collapsed. Humiliating his most vengeful enemy? Was it to motivate him? If Fang Chen had said such things before, he would never have believed it. He would have even thought Fang Chen was deliberately fabricating a lie out of fear that he had reached the 4th level of qi refining. But now, if Fang Chen, a 9th-grade qi refining cultivator, was truly worried about his improved cultivation and wanted to humiliate him, wouldn't he just slap him to death? Why tell him so much? Why weave lies? But for a moment, Xiao Qing felt something was strange. Was he really that self-destructive? He wasn't cultivating every day, he just hadn't made any progress. But Xiao Qing immediately realized, oh, that's right. In Fang Chen's eyes, perhaps his lack of progress was due to not cultivating. Then, Xiao Qing hissed, but why are you telling me this now? I saw you wanted to challenge me to a life-or-death duel, and your cultivation had even increased. I was overjoyed, thinking you had regained your fighting spirit and bloodlust. I came to see you. Fang Chen said with heartache, who knew that I only slightly revealed my cultivation, and you actually became timid? What? Does a mere 9th-grade qi refining cultivator frighten you? Then how can you face my expectations of you? How can you face your clan and parents? Xiao Qing was struck dumb, frozen in shock. So, he was angry because of his cowardice? No, senior brother Fang. I wasn't afraid. Xiao Qing opened his mouth, his voice dry and filled with guilt, weakly uttering a defense. At this moment, he felt utterly miserable, his heart burning with shame. How could I have let senior brother Fang down? How could I have been afraid just now? I deserve to die. You're not afraid? Fine, prove it to me. This is a secret technique I obtained from within the sect, called peerless ambition. Only cultivators with courage and fighting spirit can cultivate it. If you can successfully cultivate it, it proves you truly still possess the heart to seek the Dao. Fang Chen tossed out a jade slip. Xiao Qing instinctively caught it, then paled in horror. Fang, senior brother Fang, I can't accept it. Why can't you accept it? Fang Chen shouted sharply, don't you even have the courage to prove yourself? No, no. Xiao Qing hurriedly said, but I know this secret technique requires you to consume a large amount of contribution points. I was already ashamed of myself for being timid just now, senior brother. How can I have the face to accept such a generous gift? As far as he knew, the secret technique not only made the body as strong as iron but also enhanced combat power. It was extremely powerful and incredibly valuable. Xiao Qing, who already felt he should die of shame, couldn't possibly accept such a gift without merit. Fang Chen chuckled, vulgar. A mere contribution? Do you think I'm the kind of person who cares about worldly wealth? If my junior brother can become stronger because of this, then I don't care. At that moment, a slight smirk played on Fang Chen's lips, a disdainful smile revealing a hint of mockery of worldly rules. His gaze was deep, devoid of narrow-mindedness, filled only with concern for the younger generation, like a mountain, majestic and profound. At that same moment, Xiao Qing felt as if struck by lightning. Tears streamed down his face without warning, an indescribable bittersweet emotion filling his chest. Senior brother Fang, first he didn't hesitate to play the role of a spoiled brat, and now he's offering a precious cultivation technique. All of this is to rekindle his fighting spirit. With such a gesture from the other party, how could he possibly continue to hesitate? The next second, Xiao Qing's legs buckled, and he knelt down, roaring with all his might. Senior brother Fang, I have failed your expectations before. From now on, I will prove to you that no matter what difficulties I encounter, I will never give up. I will become the most courageous cultivator in this world. I, Xiao Qing, will forge ahead without hesitation, even unto death. Seeing Xiao Qing first cry and then kneel, Fang Chen's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Wait a minute. I just said a few words, and you got so emotional. I'm a little embarrassed. He quickly helped Xiao Qing up, then slowly nodded, saying earnestly, all right, then take it and start cultivating. If you don't understand anything, remember to ask the elders of the transmission pavilion. Remember to ask the elders of the transmission pavilion. Yes. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Qing was deeply moved. Seeing Xiao Qing like this, Fang Chen was very satisfied. The original owner of this body had committed countless evil deeds in his lifetime, but at least he left behind some inheritance. His storage ring contained many cultivation techniques he had collected to improve his innate talent, and this book, Peerless Ambition, was one of them. Fang Chen looked at the technique, realizing he couldn't possibly master it, and since he barely knew any characters, he simply gave it to Xiao Qing. First, he offered verbal persuasion, then the technique. He didn't believe Xiao Qing wouldn't forgive him. If that didn't work, he would then use his strength to persuade him. However, this approach was too dangerous. It might trigger the chosen one's premature power-up, potentially ending his life with a single slap. Fang Chen felt that the current harmonious brotherly relationship was enough. Afterwards, seeing Xiao Qing's emotions gradually stabilize, Fang Chen decided to invite him to the fighting academy to end the life-or-death duel. But just then, ding! The system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that Xiao Qing will gain a new secret technique during the life-or-death duel, Peerless Will, which will be automatically learned by the host. Please use this technique to its fullest extent during the battle with the Chosen One, allowing the Chosen One to gain a deeper understanding of the secret technique through combat. Immediately afterward, a warm current flowed through Fang Chen's body. At the same time, a large number of secret techniques related to Peerless Will appeared in his mind, instantly giving him 10 years' worth of experience in using this technique. Peerless Will did not significantly improve cultivation level, but Fang Chen clearly felt that if he wanted to activate this technique, his combat power would receive a temporary boost. At this moment, Fang Chen was stunned. What was going on? How come the system will immediately grant me the cultivation technique I just gave him? So, if I give Xiao Qing a cultivation technique, the system will immediately teach it to me so I can teach Xiao Qing? Thinking this, Fang Chen froze, then his breathing became rapid. Isn't this exploiting a bug? If I keep giving Xiao Qing cultivation techniques, won't I just keep giving him more, making him stronger and stronger? Instead of working hard myself, why not help others? Holy crap, that's amazing. Then, his gaze towards Xiao Qing suddenly changed. Xiao Qing was still moved, but Fang Chen's gaze and rapid breathing jolted him awake. He instinctively asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" But Fang Chen didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly pulled out a large stack of jade slips from his ring. "Senior brother, no need, just these 5. Any more would be like biting off more than you can chew." Xiao Qing pushed the jade slips back to Fang Chen with a wry smile. Although he was extremely envious of so many jade slips with his extremely low contribution points, he knew that one should know contentment and not be greedy. Every act of kindness from his senior brother required a price from him. Taking 5 jade slips was already too much. If he took more, if he asked his senior brother for more, it would be unfair of him. For his senior brother's sake, he had to endure wanting more jade slips. "Are you sure you don't need it? This battle blade and ceiling cloud technique would suit you very well too." Fang Chen relentlessly promoted it. Xiao Qing suppressed his inner desire, thinking that he had to endure it so as not to burden his senior brother, and said, "I don't use the blade, and I don't know ceiling techniques, senior brother, you should take it back." "It's alright, I don't mind, you can learn." Xiao Qing firmly shook his head. In the end, Fang Chen had no choice but to put away the jade slip. Although his expression was calm, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Having experienced so much of a low point in his life, being ridiculed for so long, Xiao Qing's heart was already incredibly sensitive. Seeing that fleeting hint of reluctance in Fang Chen's eyes, he felt a pang of bitterness and sorrow in his heart. "Senior brother, he must also be worried about the money, right? but he didn't say anything for my sake. Thinking of this, Xiao Qing felt another indescribable surge of emotion fill his chest. Then, after a moment's thought, he suddenly turned and ran into his inner room. Seeing this, Fang Chen was stunned. What was he going to do? Before he could ask, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Ding! A new technique has been detected for Xiao Qing during the life or death duel, Swift Wind Step, which will be automatically learned by the host. Please use this technique to its fullest extent during the battle with the Chosen One, so that the Chosen One can gain a deeper understanding of the secret technique through combat. A warm current surged through him, and Fang Chen felt his feet become lighter, but his expression clearly showed surprise. Only one? He just gave him 5. He hurriedly called out to the system, something's not right. Junior brother Xiao still needs to learn 4 techniques. Why aren't you teaching me? What if I can't beat him and die in a second? Besides, how can I teach him if you don't teach me? The system's mechanical voice sounded. Host, of the other 4 techniques the Chosen One knows, 3 are for alchemy, weapon crafting, and farming, and don't affect the life or death duel. 1 can only be mastered after the life or death duel. If you, the host, also know it, it will allow you to defeat the Chosen One and prevent your smooth death, so there's no need to teach it to you. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face darkened. This damn system really wanted him dead. Then, he figured out how to use the system's bug. It seemed the system would only teach techniques that could affect the life or death duel. Those techniques that took too long to cultivate, those that were auxiliary and wouldn't affect the life or death duel in half a month, were all useless. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was immediately troubled. So what's next? Giving him more cultivation techniques is useless. After all, there's only half a month left until the life or death battle. Even if Xiao Qing is a chosen one of destiny, things have to be scientific. It's impossible for him to learn over 100 cultivation techniques in such a short time. Wait a minute. No, that's not right. It's not just cultivation techniques that can affect a life or death duel. Fang Chen's eyes lit up again. Just then, Xiao Qing ran out, carrying a cloth bag, and said to Fang Chen, "Senior brother, this is for you." "What's this?" Fang Chen was taken aback. "Spirit stones. Let's go to the duel academy to end the life or death duel. As for the expenses, I'll cover them." Xiao Qing smiled. His eyes showed a hint of heartache, but for his senior brother, he was willing to give up this last inheritance from the Xiao family. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. End the life or death duel? That won't do. If the life or death duel is ended, where will he continue cultivating? Fang Chen hurriedly said, No, how can I let you pay with those spirit stones? Besides, our duel to the death is not to be cancelled. Xiao Qing was stunned. Why? Because, Fang Chen paused, then his gaze suddenly deepened. Defeating me, a 9th grade qi refining cultivator, will make you famous throughout the Danran sect, and will make your blind, ignorant fiancé regret her actions. Xiao Qing was immediately dumbfounded. Don't tell me you don't want to avenge this humiliation. Fang Chen looked at Xiao Qing, his tone slow and deliberate. As for a life or death duel, we don't necessarily have to fight to the death. I can just admit defeat, can't I? The Danran sect wouldn't force either of them to die on the stage. The life or death duel can end as long as the opponent agrees to admit defeat. He had previously considered taking Xiao Qing to the fighting academy to dissolve the contract because he was afraid Xiao Qing would lose control of his anger on stage and kill him. Now that Xiao Qing wasn't even interested in fighting to the death, the life or death duel naturally didn't need to be dissolved. Besides, if the life or death duel were dissolved, where would he go to improve his cultivation? Oh no, to help the chosen one. Xiao Qing opened his mouth, stammering, but this doesn't necessarily have to be a life or death duel, does it? Then you can take your spirit stones to cancel the duel now, but what do you think your ex-fiancé will think when this news gets to the intersect? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said, a coward who takes the Xiao family's inheritance and actively begs for peace with Fang Chen. You don't want your reputation to be misunderstood, do you? It has to be said that the provocation tactic always works on Xiao Qing. His blood boiled almost instantly. No, I'm not. Then that's settled? Fang Chen patted his shoulder, saying meaningfully, so, you must fight this life or death duel. Moreover, you must fight with style, fight to make a name for yourself. Looking at the expectation and encouragement in Fang Chen's eyes, Xiao Qing immediately nodded emphatically. Okay, he silently thought. Then, senior brother Fang, I will give it my all in this life or death duel. I'll show everyone just how strong you really are. Fang Chen sighed, watching Xiao Qing being so easily persuaded. Xiao Qing was at most 11 or 12 years old. On Earth, he'd be a primary school student. He was indeed easy to fool. Thinking about this, Fang Chen felt ashamed for the original owner of this body. He'd been in the sect for over 10 years, now in his 20s, how could he be so shameful? Not only was his cultivation ineffective, but he was also constantly arguing with a child. It was like a frustrated office worker beating up a primary school student. No wonder he was despised. Fang Chen then planned to leave. He needed to find some pills to improve his own cultivation. Oh, no, he needed to find some for Xiao Qing. But just as he said goodbye to Xiao Qing, a clear, cold female voice came from outside the door. Is Xiao Qing here? Fang Chen was startled. Xiao Qing had no friends in the outer sect, so why would someone be looking for him? Excuse me, is this senior sister John? Hearing the voice, Xiao Qing was also startled, then exclaimed happily. Yes, come out. Warner asked me to bring you something. I'll wait for you outside. Senior sister Zhang replied calmly. After her voice faded, silence returned outside. Then, Xiao Qing whispered to Fang Chen, senior brother, Warner is a childhood friend of mine. She's very talented and has now entered the inner sect. She's highly regarded by senior sister Jiang's master, so she often gives me some extra spirit stones and pills. When she mentioned Warner, Fang Chen could clearly sense Xiao Qing's shyness. So, this is the heroine of the Chosen One. Oh, Fang Chen chuckled mischievously. Xiao Qing's youthful face showed a hint of unease, and he quickly changed the subject. By the way, senior brother, senior sister Zhang outside is a core disciple of the inner sect, Zhang Ning'ai. She's exceptionally talented, only 15 years old, and already a foundation establishment cultivator. It's said she's the most likely candidate to become the Holy Maiden. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed, revealing shock. 15 years old and already a foundation establishment cultivator? Holy crap! What kind of heaven-defying person is this? Immediately afterward, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely strong sense of foreboding surged up. Could this be some kind of chosen one? If Zhang Ning'ai is indeed a chosen one, then he's doomed. Knowing the way this damn system works, it will definitely push him to his death. Thinking of this, Fang Chen desperately denied it. Absolutely impossible. A small sect like Dan Ran's sect couldn't possibly have so many hidden talents. But the system never disappointed Fang Chen when it came to letting him down. Ding! Fang Chen broke out in a cold sweat instantly. The system announced, detecting the existence of the Chosen One. Detection complete. Chosen One, Zhang Ning'ai. Zhang Ning'ai was born amidst auspicious omens, with clear skies and peaceful seas, a time of abundant harvests. From a young age, she possessed extraordinary talent and unparalleled genius, a truly exceptional individual, possessing the great destiny to become an immortal venerable. However, Zhang Ning'ai cultivates the ruthless sword technique, requiring the severing of all emotional ties to reach the highest realm. To enable Zhang Ning'ai to sever her emotional ties, please prepare yourself. First, make her infatuated with you, sinking into the river of love. Then, when she is unable to extricate herself, hurt her feelings, trample on her dignity, and wait until she despairs of love and her emotional ties are completely destroyed. Then, have her kill you, severing all her emotional ties, contributing your own strength to her attainment of the immortal venerable position. Fang Chen, holy crap. Severing emotional ties? Is this system insane? What kind of script is this, where someone kills their husband to achieve immortality? At this moment, countless Confucian classics surged forth from the usually civilized Fang Chen's heart. Damn it! She's only 15. 15 years old, and you're telling me to lay a hand on her, to hurt her? You damn system, you're a real beast. Almost instantly, Fang Chen made up his mind that he absolutely could not have any contact with Zhang Ning'ai. This script of killing her husband to prove his Dao would keep him forever at the stranger stage. The system continued. Zhang Ning'ai's ideal partner needs to play the Gahan, be gentle, patient, and tolerant. Most importantly, he must be a noble, pure, and unworldly figure, transcending base desires. As for cultivation level, the proud Zhang Ning'ai doesn't care, because she doesn't believe anyone can surpass her. She prefers protecting her deist partner to being protected herself. Now detecting the skill of Zhang Ning'ai's ideal partner, Gahan, which will be automatically learned by the host. At this moment, Fang Chen felt countless Gahan knowledge flowing through his mind, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. Soon, he felt that as long as the Gahan was in front of him, he could automatically play heavenly music. However, after learning the Gahan, Fang Chen was not pleased but alarmed, even more determined not to approach Zhang Ning'ai. These requirements leave absolutely no room for exploiting loopholes. Zhang Ning'ai's ideal man must be able to play the Gahan, be gentle, patient, tolerant, and noble. But the system can only help her learn the Gahan, it offers no help whatsoever to Fang Chen's cultivation. Who would want to approach Zhang Ning'ai and exploit this bug? Senior brother Fang, what's wrong? At this moment, Xiao Qing, seeing Fang Chen's face contort for a while after hearing her introduction, asked anxiously. No, I'm fine. Fang Chen then came to his senses, hurriedly waving his hand and asking, do you have a back door? Ah, I don't. If you want to leave, you can only go through the main gate. Xiao Qing stammered. In that case, I'll go out with you. You go chat with senior sister Zhang. I'll go first. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, senior brother, Aren't you going to say goodbye to senior sister Zhang? Xiao Qing was taken aback. What's with the greeting? I don't have time. Just get out of here. Fang Chen hurriedly pushed Xiao Qing out the door. Then, after opening the door, he sensed someone on one side. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy and, without looking back, sprinted off in the other direction. Boom! Fang Chen's steps were like a whirlwind, kicking up a cloud of dust, startling Xiao Qing so much that her face turned pale. Outside, the girl in her flowing blue dress stood quietly by the roadside. Her usually calm eyes, reflecting Fang Chen's departing figure, revealed a rare hint of surprise. Someone in the outer sect can use the swift wind step to such a masterful degree? Who is he? The gust of wind Fang Chen stirred up transformed into a gentle breeze as it reached the young woman, its force dissipating without even touching the hem of her dress. The strands of hair brushed against her delicate, picturesque features, grazed her fair skin and jade-like lips, and finally settled on her shoulder. Gazing at Fang Chen's retreating figure, Zhang Ningai's cool and stunningly beautiful face showed surprise. The skill with which he executed the swift wind step was beyond what she could achieve at the chi refining stage. To master footwork to this extent, one must be exceptionally talented. Why then is she still in the outer sect? Senior sister Zhang. At this moment, Xiao Qing approached. This is from Wanner. Seeing Xiao Qing approach, Zhang Ningai composed herself, took out a storage ring, tossed it to Xiao Qing, and said calmly, "She told you not to refuse this time." But to Zhang Ningai's surprise, Xiao Qing smiled and said, "Don't worry, please tell Wanner that I'll accept it this time." Why the sudden change? Zhang Ningai asked, puzzled. Previously, Xiao Qing always believed that cultivation should rely on one's own strength and didn't want to depend on Wanner's resources, so he never accepted anything. Why the change today? Because senior brother Fang taught me a lesson, making me realize that I can no longer waste Wanner's expectations of me. A radiance, unlike anything she had seen before, shone on Xiao Qing's youthful face. Hearing that someone had changed Xiao Qing, Zhang Ningai immediately thought of Fang Chen, who had just run off, and asked curiously, "Senior brother Fang? The one from just now?" That's right. Who is he? With his swift wind step technique cultivated to this level, he shouldn't be an unknown figure in the outer sect, right? Zhang Ningai's beautiful eyes unconsciously shifted to the direction Fang Chen had disappeared in. Yes, senior brother Fang is very famous in the outer sect. His name is Fang Chen, Xiao Qing said. Fang Chen? Hearing this name, Zhang Ningai was first stunned, then her pretty face changed, and a few cold glints flashed in her eyes instinctively. It's him? Isn't he the most famous playboy in the outer sect? Yes. But, senior sister Zhang, actually, we all misunderstand him. Xiao Qing knew that Zhang Ningai, like herself before, had misunderstood senior brother Fang, and hurriedly explained. What misunderstanding? Zhang Ningai asked in an unfriendly tone. Since she began cultivating, she had hated people like Fang Chen the most. This kind of person, who entered the sect 10 years earlier than her, was her senior brother, but his talent was mediocre, and he was also unscrupulous, bullying junior brothers with lower cultivation levels, arrogant and domineering, with a long list of misdeeds. Especially after learning that Fang Chen and Xiao Qing had agreed to a life-or-death duel, and when Wanner anxiously begged her to help Xiao Qing, her hatred for Fang Chen reached its peak. If it weren't for the sect rules, she would have already killed him with a single sword strike. Senior brother Fang isn't a bad person after all. You didn't know, did you? His cultivation level is actually the 9th rank of chi refining. Xiao Qing was worried that Zhang Ningai would continue to dislike senior brother Fang, which would be detrimental to him, so she told Zhang Ningai everything that had just happened. As Zhang Ningai listened, her pretty face gradually changed. After listening, Zhang Ningai frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "Wait, let me see all the cultivation techniques he gave you." "Give." "Senior sister, are you afraid there might be a problem?" Xiao Qing asked. "Right." Zhang Ningai nodded slightly, but upon receiving the jade slip, she was deeply shocked. It was actually real. With her discerning eye, she could naturally tell that this was undoubtedly a jade slip from the transmission pavilion, the genuine article. Moreover, and most importantly, Fang Chen hadn't given her a copy, but a recording jade slip. You must know that the most precious part of the transmission pavilion's cultivation jade slips wasn't actually the cultivation technique itself, but rather the cultivation recordings left by the elders. This was practically equivalent to the elders personally guiding the cultivation. This was the fundamental reason why transmission pavilion jade slips were so expensive. And now, Fang Chen didn't even care about these recordings, directly giving the jade slip to Xiao Qing. This was incredibly generous. You must know that anyone with even a little bit of comprehension could gain extremely rich insights from these recordings. Even Zhang Ningai desperately needed them, wishing she could cultivate with the transmission pavilion elders every day. Fang Chen, having cultivated to the 9th rank of chi refining, certainly needed it too, yet he still gave it to Xiao Qing. How much reluctance must he have suppressed to give it to Xiao Qing? All of this was to ensure Xiao Qing's successful comprehension, allowing him to quickly improve his cultivation and avenge his previous humiliation. At this moment, Zhang Ningai's pretty face was filled with utter astonishment. How could he do this? This was far too different from the Fang Chen of legend. When Xiao Qing was hesitant and fearful, Fang Chen would promptly scold him awake, causing a significant shift in his mindset. When Xiao Qing's cultivation techniques were inadequate, he would proactively offer his junior brother valuable secret techniques to learn. When Xiao Qing wanted to withdraw from the life-or-death duel, potentially facing a tarnished reputation, he was willing to directly concede defeat in the duel, serving as the first stepping stone for Xiao Qing's rise. This kind of thinking, he's not some infamous spoiled brat at all, he's clearly a handsome and refined young man, a true gentleman. A kind and noble young man who cares for his junior brother, willingly enduring evil and bearing the blame. Xiao Qing looked at Zhang Ningai's shocked expression and was very satisfied. He thought that if he hadn't said those words, given Zhang Ningai's previous dislike of Fang Ningai, she might have one day killed him with a sword. But now, Zhang Ningai probably wouldn't hate Fang Ningai anymore, and they might even become good friends. Thinking of this, Xiao Qing thought, if Fang Ningai, who was busy dealing with other matters, knew what he had done, he would probably thank him, right? Xiao Qing had already figured out how to respond to his senior brother's gratitude. Ah, this is what I should do, senior brother, there's no need to thank me. Where does senior brother Fang live? At this moment, Zhang Ningai thought for a moment and decided she couldn't let Fang Chen bear this price alone. As a core disciple, she felt she should shoulder more responsibility than senior brother Fang. He's halfway up the mountain. Good. Fang Chen, covered in sweat, stopped at his house, which he had entered and exited 3 times, muttering to himself, finally escaped a calamity. He couldn't give the damn system any chance to kill him. However, after calming down, Fang Chen felt something was amiss and couldn't help but call out to the system, "System, I only have one life now. You've created 2 chosen ones, how can you make me die twice?" Bound to both Zhang Ningai and Xiao Qing, Fang Chen felt he was in a difficult position. He couldn't exactly crawl out of his grave to sever his ties with Zhang Ningai, could he? The system replied, the host's mission is to ultimately contribute to protecting all living beings and the peace of the universe. If this is achieved, it will be the host's greatest success in this life. As long as the host's death promotes the growth of any chosen one. As for who you die at, it doesn't matter. Fang Chen, okay, got it. So, it means it doesn't matter who you die at. Damn it, stupid system. Fang Chen cursed a few times, then walked towards his large villa. Just then, watch out. Several screams suddenly came from behind, along with a very dull thud. Bang! Hearing the impact behind him, Fang Chen instinctively turned around. And what he saw stunned the world. 3 young boys and girls, their faces still bearing the innocence of outer sect disciples, and a boy about the same age as Xiao Qing, froze as if time itself had stood still when they saw Fang Chen. Then, in the next second, the boy screamed in terror. Ah, it's Fang Chen! Run! Seeing their senior brother speak, the children, ignoring the things on the ground, took off running. Fang Chen, was it really necessary? After running quite a distance, seeing that Fang Chen didn't seem to be chasing them, they all stopped. They exchanged glances, still shaken, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, that old dog Fang is probably in a good mood today and doesn't intend to cause us any trouble. The boy sighed. A young boy asked, puzzled, but senior brother, why do we have to run? You've just entered the Dan Ran sect, it's normal that you don't know. The boy curled his lip, his eyes filled with deep hatred. That old dog Fang has done all sorts of evil deeds, he's the biggest villain in the outer sect. Last time, a senior brother accidentally broke a jade slip in front of his house. It was a small matter, but he sent people to harass him every day for months, making it impossible for him to practice his skills or sleep. They even took it to the enforcement hall, but they couldn't do anything about it. They forced the man to apologize with 10 low-grade spirit stones before he let him go. We just broke something, if we don't run quickly, we'll definitely suffer a huge loss too. That guy, he's a real beast. Hearing the boy's story, the 3 children were immediately shocked, clearly not expecting Fang Chen to be so vicious. The boy blamed himself again, but it's all my fault. I knew that old dog Fang liked to stage accidents, and I usually knew to avoid him, but just now, for some reason, I suddenly thought it would be closer to Turtle Terrace this way, and I thought I might be able to avoid him, so I took this route. Sigh, I don't know if it's because I've been practicing too much lately, leading to mental fatigue, and I messed up. I'm so sorry, senior brother. Senior brother, you don't need to blame yourself. But, a girl said worriedly, won't Elder Hua reprimand us for throwing Elder Hua's things in front of his residence? Don't worry. The boy shook his head, Elder Hua is magnanimous. Even if he's angry, he'll only scold us a few times, at worst we'll have to work as alchemy workers in the alchemy room for a few days to atone for our sins. But if that old dog Fang tries to extort us, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, the group shuddered, terrified. At this moment, Fang Chen had become the most feared villain in their hearts. Hearing this, the little girl worriedly asked, "Senior brother, will he remember our faces? I've heard that powerful cultivators can remember everything they see." The boy scoffed, "Don't worry, this old dog's cultivation isn't high enough, and he's more than 10 years older than us. His brain probably isn't very sharp either, he can't possibly remember all of us at a glance." "That's good." The group breathed a sigh of relief and quickened their pace, leaving the area. Standing silently beside the pure gold lion at the entrance to the most luxurious mansion of the outer sect, Fang Chen sighed. Finally, he could only utter a sigh. "Looks like my interpersonal relationships aren't very good after all." Then, Fang Chen stepped forward to see what the 4 people who had just run away had left behind. He needed someone to return it. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen froze. It was a Guhan. Fang Chen bent down and saw 3 large, gilded characters in the lower right corner of the Guhan, Hua Qirong. The calligraphy was beautiful and graceful, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a hidden power within. This was the Guhan of Hua Qirong, the elder of the alchemy room of the Dan Ran sect. Hua Qirong was a household name in the Dan Ran sect. She was the most powerful alchemist in the intersection. The significance of elixirs for cultivation is undeniable. This is precisely why Hua Qirong holds a very high position within the sect. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's face turned solemn, and he solemnly said, "Such an important thing cannot be left to others, I must personally deliver the Guhan." Fulfilling his duty to his elders is his responsibility as a disciple. However, as Fang Chen was about to pick up the Guhan, for some reason, his fingers felt an urge to pluck the strings. After all, he had just learned to play the Guhan with the system's help. But just as Fang Chen's fingers were about to extend, he abruptly stopped. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The last shred of reason in Fang Chen's mind screamed. At this moment, he sensed a conspiracy. His penchant for staged accidents was already infamous, otherwise, there wouldn't be a ghost in front of his residence. Why did these junior brothers and sisters suddenly pass by his place? And why did these cultivators, with their steady hands, and carrying an elder's possession, suddenly lose their grip and drop the zither right in front of his residence? And why did he feel such a strong urge to play the zither the moment he saw it? This isn't right. This is very wrong. Fang Chen stopped at the last moment, then, as if sensing something, he abruptly turned around and looked down the mountain. He saw a young woman in a light blue dress walking towards him. Her delicate face, though still somewhat youthful, already possessed a refined and otherworldly air. Given time, she would surely become a beauty capable of captivating a nation. The woman was Zhang Ning'ai. Seeing Zhang Ning'ai, Fang Chen's mind was struck as if by lightning. In an instant, he saw through all the strangeness. There was only one truth. The system, through methods he himself didn't understand, arranged for a Guhan to fall from the sky, allowing him to play it by chance. A few notes, like celestial strings, would surely amaze Zhang Ning'ai. Then, the girl would inevitably fall in love, and upon getting to know him better, his irresistible personal charm would surely make her succumb. And from the moment love took root and became deeply entangled, he was doomed. Damn it! This wasn't a Guhan, it was going to kill him. Having figured everything out, Fang Chen's back was covered in a cold sweat, and his fingers, about to touch the strings, recoiled as if electrocuted. He took a deep breath. "Fortunately, you have the Guhan that fell from the sky. I have unyielding integrity. This time, I won't panic. I've seen through it." At this moment, Fang Chen, regaining his senses, sneered inwardly. "With this lousy system's skills, you think you can set up an ambush and trap me? Dream on." Fang Chen suppressed his impulse, picked up the Guhan, and planned to turn and leave without a word, not even bothering to say goodbye to Zhang Ning'ai. But Zhang Ning'ai had come specifically to find him. How could she let him get away? "Senior brother Fang, wait." Zhang Ning'ai hurriedly called out, rushing towards Fang Chen at lightning speed. Fang Chen, who was about to use his swift wind step to escape again, froze. It seemed he couldn't outrun her. "You win!" Fang Chen cursed inwardly. Then, looking at her snow-white skin and beautiful face so close to his, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This chosen one is truly outrageous. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but how come her strength and talent are also so exceptional? Compared to himself, besides being handsome, dashing, law-abiding, shrewd, renowned far and wide, famous throughout the world, a gifted writer, possessing extraordinary abilities, displaying divine power, imposing and awe-inspiring, with a face like jade, elegant and refined, charming and dashing, upright and respectable, from a wealthy family, he was utterly useless. It was so unfair. Then, Fang Chen calmed his spiritual energy, and then, suddenly, skillfully revealed an arrogant and disdainful demeanor. He glanced at Zhang Ning'ai out of the corner of his eye, then curled his lip and sneered contemptuously, "Junior sister, you dare block my way? Do you know that this road belongs to the Fang family?" At this moment, Fang Chen perfectly embodied the arrogant and domineering nature of a spoiled brat. After speaking, Fang Chen felt a little uneasy, thinking, his acting just now was probably a bit over the top. Zhang Ning'ai might have already seen through his act. Sigh. He's usually an honest person, suddenly having to pretend to be a bad guy is really hard to get used to. Senior brother, I just found out. Zhang Ningyi looked at Fang Chen's arrogant face and answered quietly, but inwardly she was sighing. If she hadn't already known the truth and seen through her senior brother's disguise, she might have been fooled too. The reason was simple, her senior brother's arrogance was so natural, it was disgusting, and made one want to stab him. Since you know, why don't you hurry up and follow the rules? Fang Chen sneered. What rules? Pay the toll. Fang Chen sneered. Zhang Ningyi pulled out a storage ring. Senior brother, here you go, 500 low-grade spirit stones, is that enough? At that moment, Fang Chen's smile froze. What's going on? What's happening? You, Zhang Ningyi, at such a young age, why aren't you playing by the rules? Normally, as a core disciple, knowing he's being charged tolls here, wouldn't he grab a sword and chop himself down, then fight evil and uphold justice? Why did he actually hand over money? At this moment, Fang Chen frantically thought, his brain almost overheating. There must be something wrong here that he doesn't know. Zhang Ningyi quietly stared at Fang Chen and asked, Senior brother, why didn't you take it? On the way from the foot of the mountain, Zhang Ningyi was worried about how to give Fang Chen the spirit stones from the recording jade slip. After all, knowing senior brother Fang's character, he definitely wouldn't accept her spirit stones. But now, unexpectedly, senior brother Fang was actually putting on an act, so she might as well go along with it. Fang Chen opened his mouth. Zhang Ningyi urged, take it. I won't, Fang Chen simply retorted, I'm not taking it today, what can you do about it? Zhang Ningyi sighed inwardly. Her intention to give money had been seen through by senior brother Fang. Since that was the case, Zhang Ningyi could only lay her cards on the table. Senior brother, just take it, you don't need to act with me anymore. Xiao Qing has already told me everything. You're still in the outer sect, without any sect support. Buying the recording jade slip for your junior brother cost so many spirit stones, this will make your life very difficult. Fang Chen was taken aback, pointing behind Zhang Ningyi, who are you saying is struggling financially? Zhang Ningyi followed Fang Chen's finger and turned around. In the sunlight, two pure golden lions stood majestic and gleaming. Zhang Ningyi. It seems the Fang family is indeed quite wealthy. After a 2-second pause, Zhang Ningyi changed her approach, intending to continue persuading Fang Chen to accept the spirit stones. But when she turned around, her eyes widened. There was no one in sight, only a figure carrying a gun running wildly, kicking up a cloud of dust, disappearing into the distance at a visible speed. Zhang Ningyi shouted anxiously, stop. But Fang Chen ran even faster. Fang Chen, carrying the gun, reached the bridge connecting Yingguan Lake Mountain and Turtle Terrace. Seeing more and more people around, he stopped, his face darkening, muttering to himself. You, Xiao Qing, I knew it was you who ruined me. Your kindness was wasted. Fang Chen was now very distressed. What should he do? Before, in Zhang Ningyi's eyes, he was a notorious wastrel. Now, after this incident, she would definitely think of him as the kind of selfless, altruistic hero who endures evil. The contrast was stark. Wouldn't this instantly boost his favorability to the max? Then, if he were to merely display his Gahan skills, stunning the entire sect and stealing the spotlight, he would perfectly fit into Zhang Ningyi's criteria for a partner, and then, he would truly be close to death. No, I have to think of something. Fang Chen began to think frantically. Clearly, continuing to pretend to be a wastrel was useless now. Wait. Fang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. As the saying goes, even saints have flaws. While he was indeed a paragon of virtue and integrity, did that mean he was good in other aspects as well? He had a bad temper, was cunning, lazy, greedy, and lecherous, and so on. With so many flaws, if he could just use any one of them as an act, wouldn't Zhang Ningyi frantically give in and turn tail? Thinking this, Fang Chen grinned smugly, he. That's it. The advantage is in my hands. Everything is under control. Following this, Fang Chen quickened his pace and left the turtle platform. After Fang Chen left, Zhang Ningyi rushed to the turtle platform. Where will he go? Zhang Ningyi frowned and hesitated, looking at the 4 passages around the turtle platform. The outer disciples of the Dan Ran sect lived on Yingguan Lake Mountain beside Yingguan Lake, and to enter the inner sect from Yingguan Lake Mountain, one had to pass through the turtle platform. The turtle platform was actually made from the corpse of a sea turtle. This was the remains of a powerful demon slain by a strong member of the Dan Ran sect. Because its corpse possessed extremely strong defenses, it was perfectly suited to serve as the core of the outer sect's defensive array. Therefore, it was placed here for the Dan Ran sect disciples to pass through. After passing through the turtle platform, Fang Chen reviewed his memories and learned that the original owner rarely came to the inner sect. Furthermore, the route Fang Chen took to Lingyun Peak, where the alchemy room was located, was completely unfamiliar. With no other option, he could only ask for directions while getting lost. However, perhaps because his route was too unpredictable, Zhang Ningyi completely lost track of him. As Fang Chen slowly walked to Lingyun Peak, a figure at the foot of the mountain suddenly froze, then anger flashed in their eyes. Fang Chen. At the same time, Fang Chen reached the foot of Lingyun Peak and noticed a cold-faced female disciple in a crimson robe and a girl in a blue dress similar to Zhang Ningyi standing not far away. Fang Chen approached, carrying his gun. Before Fang Chen could greet her, the girl in the blue dress smiled and asked, "May I ask what brings you to Lingyun Peak?" "To return Elder Hua's gun." Fang Chen answered honestly. His deeper purpose was to see if he could meet Elder Hua, get to know an elder, and ideally, establish a connection by returning the gun. Of course, Fang Chen didn't genuinely believe that returning the gun would create a relationship. His intention was simply to make himself known. After all, with zero cultivation talent and a system that practically wished for his death, he was doomed if he didn't quickly find another way out. "Oh? How did Elder Hua's gun end up with you?" The girl was taken aback. Hearing this, Fang Chen was also stunned. How was he supposed to explain? Could he say that his infamous reputation had terrified the 4 children, causing them to abandon the gun in front of his door? That wouldn't be good, would it? Fortunately, a cold-faced female disciple in a red robe came to the rescue. She said calmly, "Elder Hua's gun was sent for maintenance. Judging by the time, today was the day the outer sect members were supposed to return it." After saying this, the female disciple stepped forward to examine the gun in Fang Chen's hands, and nodded after confirming that it was genuine. The girl in the blue dress suddenly realized what was going on and said, "In that case, come with me. I'll take you to Elder Hua." "Yes." Fang Chen nodded immediately. The two then climbed the mountain one after the other. After they had gone some distance, a short-haired female disciple wearing the same red robe as the cold-faced female disciple suddenly emerged from a small house not far away. The short-haired female disciple walked up to the cold-faced female disciple and smiled. "We'll help junior sister Ling deal with this Fang Chen, is that alright?" "No problem, it's not like we want to cripple him, just teach him a lesson." The cold-faced female disciple said calmly, "This Fang Chen has been bullying and harassing people in the outer sect all day long. I've disliked him for a long time, but he always manages to exploit loopholes in the sect rules. Even though we're younger than him, our cultivation is far superior, and as inner disciples, we can't easily lay a hand on him. Now, he's walked right into our trap. I want to see how he humiliates himself." "Alright, then you wait for the good news." The short-haired female disciple chuckled. Fang Chen and the girl in the blue dress were both cultivators, so their physical abilities were naturally excellent, and they quickly reached the summit. "Come this way. Keep going and you'll see Elder Hua." The girl in the blue dress led Fang Chen into a bamboo grove, handing him a jade slip. "Infuse your spiritual energy into it, and Elder Hua will know you're coming to visit. She'll communicate with you through divine sense. You can only enter with her permission." "Thank you." Fang Chen nodded. He took the jade slip and infused it with his spiritual energy, thinking to himself, "There are still many good people in the world." But the next moment, something completely unexpected happened. Boom! As soon as he infused the jade slip with his spiritual energy, the bamboo grove moved without wind, then slowly parted before his very eyes. At the same time, the gun in his hands suddenly floated up, hovering in front of him. What's going on?" Fang Chen was stunned. Feeling danger approaching, Fang Chen's first instinct was to turn and run. But as soon as he turned, he was plunged into a dense fog, unable to find his way. "Fang Chen, enjoy the taste of the sound forest. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you fail the test, you'll be trapped by Elder Hua's formation and displayed on Lingyun Peak for 3 days. Then, not only you, but the Fang family will lose face." At this moment, the voice of the girl in the blue dress, who had long since disappeared, rang out. "Why are you doing this to me? Who are you?" Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. What the hell is going on? He clearly remembered that he hadn't offended this girl in the original owner's memories. Why was she targeting him too? He was just trying to return something out of kindness, and now he's been caught in this mess? Is it really that hard to be a good person? Can this world ever be any better? "Fang Chen, why have I treated you like this? Don't you know?" The girl in the blue dress, seeing Fang Chen's expression as if he had suffered the greatest injustice in the world, was instantly enraged and shouted, "When you humiliated Brother Xiao Qing in every way, did you ever think this day would come? When you challenged Brother Xiao Qing to a life-or-death duel, I, Ling Wanner, swore to the heavens that if anything happened to Brother Xiao Qing, I would make you, Fang Chen, pay 100-fold. Fang Chen, this is a warning to you. If you don't go to the Duyuan Academy to dissolve the life-or-death contract after this ordeal, I will make you understand that this is just the beginning." Upon hearing Ling Wanner's words, Fang Chen was struck dumb. So this person was actually Xiao Qing's childhood sweetheart, Ling Wanner. Fang Chen immediately panicked. "No, junior sister, you've misunderstood. Let me out first, let me explain properly, junior brother Xiao and I won't listen." Ling Wanner assumed Fang Chen was trying to make excuses and had no patience to listen to him. She immediately interrupted, saying, "That's all I have to say. Now, enjoy yourself." With that, Ling Wanner smiled smugly and turned to leave. Actually, Ling Wanner had originally come to Lingyun Peak to retrieve some pills for Xiao Qing. However, she hadn't expected to encounter Fang Chen here. Therefore, she asked the senior sisters at Lingyun Peak to create an opportunity for her to teach this scoundrel a lesson. After leaving the Sound Forest, Ling Wanner looked at the senior sisters guarding its perimeter and said sweetly, "Senior sisters, please keep an eye on this scoundrel." "Don't worry, we will." The senior sisters nodded with smiles. Although they had long resided in the inner sect, they were unaware that Fang Chen existed in the outer section. But seeing the usually innocent, lively, kind, and gentle Ling Wanner hate someone like this for the first time, and seeing everyone's varying degrees of disgust towards Fang Chen after Ling Wanner revealed what Fang Chen had done, they didn't care that Ling Wanner was torturing Fang Chen with the Sound Forest. Even if Hua Qirong discovered it, they would lie and say that Fang Chen had willingly gone in. Meanwhile, after being trapped in the Sound Forest, Fang Chen called out Ling Wanner's name several times without receiving a response, and was so angry he was about to vomit blood. Damn it! What a tragedy! Just then, clang! Zheng zheng zheng! The gun suspended in front of Fang Chen suddenly rang out. The next second, a soft, alluring voice echoed through the bamboo forest. "Those who pass through the Sound Forest will receive elixirs. Those who fail to pass through the Sound Forest will be punished." The rules of the Sound Forest are as follows. First, you must play a piece powerful enough to shake the bamboo. Hearing the voice, Fang Chen's eyes widened instantly. After passing through the turtle platform, Jiang Ning'ai went straight to Lingyun Peak to find someone, thinking Fang Chen would most likely be there, because she remembered Fang Chen carrying a gun. Besides the 100 Arts Garden on Yingguan Lake Peak, Lingyun Peak was the closest to the gun in the Dan Ran sect. As everyone knew, Elder Hua Qirong of Lingyun Peak was the most proficient in the gun. When she was young, Jiang Ning'ai often came to listen to Hua Qirong play the gun, calming her mind and washing away her fatigue. However, because she was always held in high regard by the elders of the sect, her life, apart from cultivation, left her with no time to personally learn the gun. In the end, she could only hope that her future husband would be able to play. Senior sister. When Jiang Ning'ai arrived at Lingyun Peak, she happened to run into Ling Wanner. Upon seeing Jiang Ning'ai, Ling Wanner immediately called out excitedly, "Wanner, what are you doing here?" Jiang Ning'ai asked in surprise. "I've come to get some pills for brother Xiao Qing. And, senior sister, I have good news for you," Ling Wanner said eagerly, her little face beaming with pride. Jiang Ning'ai asked, "What good news?" Ling Wanner didn't answer directly, but instead kept her in suspense, saying, "Senior sister, you know about the Sound Forest, right?" "Yes, isn't that the formation Elder Hua set up to find a kindred spirit?" Jiang Ning'ai nodded. Hua Qirong set up the Sound Forest to find a kindred spirit within the sect. Those who passed through the Sound Forest could ask Hua Qirong for pills. Any kind of pill she can refine will do. When the news broke, the peak masters of the Dan Ran sect were incredibly excited. Even those who couldn't play the gun came to try, since there was no punishment. They would often send their disciples with a gun to try their luck, and those who passed would receive a reward from their peak master. Seeing the crowds thronging Lingyun Peak, Hua Qirong realized her idea of finding a kindred spirit through the Sound Forest was pure nonsense, so she decided to abandon it. However, dismantling the formation was too cumbersome. It was better to leave the bamboo forest as decoration. Therefore, she introduced a new rule. If you failed the Sound Forest, you would not only be whipped by the bamboo forest but also stripped naked and tied up on Lingyun Peak for 3 days. Not only were most of the Gaon learners female disciples, and the thought of being stripped naked terrified them, but even the male disciples didn't want their manhood suddenly appearing in the air. And so, the challengers scattered like birds and beasts. "Yes," Ling Wanner nodded excitedly, "my good news is related to the Sound Forest." "Oh, you know what?" Just now, Fang Chen from the outer sect came to return Elder Hua's gun. I don't know where he got it, but I could tell from his expression that he was up to no good. So, I played along, pretending to take him to see Elder Hua, and then lured him into the Sound Forest. Seeing Jiang Ning'ai nod, Ling Wanner stopped talking and went straight to the point, teasingly saying, "Now, let's wait and see how he makes a fool of himself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning'ai paled and exclaimed urgently, "Wanner, how could you do this to senior brother Fang?" She finally understood why senior brother Fang had inexplicably been carrying the gun. It was to repay a debt. However, she hadn't expected Fang Chen to be ambushed and framed by Ling Wanner. If something happened, and he was stripped naked and tied up, wouldn't senior brother Fang lose all face? "Senior sister, why can't I do this?" "Oh, I see, do you think my way of retaliating against him was too much?" Ling Wanner quickly explained, "But I didn't cripple him, at most I just embarrassed him and taught him a lesson." She felt somewhat wronged. Why hadn't her senior sister intervened when Fang Chen usually acted arrogantly and bullied Xiao Qing? Now, she had only retaliated slightly, so why was her senior sister angry? Oh dear, never mind, go ask junior brother Xiao, I'll go save them first. Zhang Ning'ai knew Ling Wanner mistakenly thought she was angry because of her excessive methods, but her heart was with Fang Chen, and she rushed out without time to explain. Seeing Zhang Ning'ai draw her flying sword and transform into a beam of light, completely disregarding the rule against sword flight within Lingyun Peak, Ling Wanner was shocked. Senior sister. She then followed Zhang Ning'ai's footsteps. When Zhang Ning'ai hurriedly reached the summit, she didn't see Fang Chen, dragged and bound from the sound forest and completely naked. Instead, she saw a group of once bright and beautiful Lingyun Peak senior sisters, their eyes now red and filled with sorrow. Ling Wanner, who arrived later, was even more dumbfounded at the sight what was going on. Just then, from within the sound forest came a series of mournful, plaintive zither notes, their melody measured in tempo, low and desolate, stirring the heart and evoking a profound sense of sorrow. At that moment, Zhang Ning'ai and Ling Wanner, listening to the music, stiffened, their eyes involuntarily filled with grief, as if witnessing a scene of a loving couple forced apart, a broken vase and hairpin, the man heartbroken, the woman weeping her last. The many female disciples of Lingyun Peak, besides their sorrow, were also speechless with astonishment. Was the person within the sound forest truly Fang Chen, the arrogant and domineering playboy from the outer sect? Beside Ling Wanner, Zhang Ning'ai stared blankly at the sound forest, her eyes swirling with countless thoughts. After a moment, the sounds from within the sound forest faded away. Senior sister, how can he play the gun? At this moment, Ling Wanner was most incredulous, unable to accept that Fang Chen could play such a poignant and moving melody. Zhang Ning'ai calmly said, not only the gun, senior brother Fang has done many things you don't know. For example, he concealed his cultivation level just to encourage junior brother Xiao. He even gave junior brother Xiao the image jade slip obtained from the transmission pavilion, just to help him grow quickly. There are many more things you don't know. What? Ling Wanner was struck dumb, her face instantly turning deathly pale. She suddenly realized that at the foot of the mountain, she had clearly sensed that Fang Chen's cultivation level was at the 9th rank of qi refining, but because she was so eager for revenge, she hadn't paid attention to this. Now, awakened by the utterly trusted Zhang Ning'ai, she instantly understood everything. How could Fang Chen, at the 9th level of qi refining, possibly be able to fight Xiao Qing, whose cultivation had stagnated, to a standstill? There must be another reason. A moment later, inside the sound forest, a figure in white slowly walked out. At this moment, everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on him. Fang Chen didn't speak, but said calmly, I have returned the zither. Farewell. Senior brother Fang, I apologize on behalf of junior sister Ling. Zhang Ning'ai hurriedly said. No need. I only hope that you and she will never appear before me again. Fang Chen only left behind these cold words, gave Zhang Ning'ai a deep look, and then turned and left down the mountain without looking back. That one look made Zhang Ning'ai's face instantly turn pale, her heart breaking. What thoughts were in her senior brother's eyes during that look? Was he wronged? Was he sad? It seemed like everything. At this moment, Zhang Ning'ai felt a heart-wrenching sorrow that made it hard to breathe. Ling Wanner was equally overwhelmed with guilt. After selflessly and secretly giving her all, she was misunderstood, framed, and even faced with humiliating punishment. If it weren't for Fang Shixing's ability to play the gun, how much torment would he be enduring now? Senior sister, I'll go apologize right away. I can't let Fang Shixing misunderstand you. Seeing her distressed senior sister, Ling Wanner hurriedly chased after Fang Chen. She knew she had implicated her senior sister. No need. Zhang Ning'ai took a deep breath, forcefully pulling her back, and shook her head. Go and explain things to the senior sisters. Just don't let them misunderstand senior brother. Then, all right. Seeing Zhang Ning'ai's resolute insistence, Ling Wanner had no choice but to agree. After Ling Wanner explained Fang Chen's situation to the others, Zhang Ning'ai watched Fang Chen's retreating figure, a thought flashing through her mind. You've secretly done so much, yet you're being targeted like this. You must be feeling terrible right now, right? Damn it, I forgot to collect the Yinlin reward. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat after he nonchalantly descended the mountain. He was so focused on distancing himself from Zhang Ning'ai that he completely forgot about it. Fang Chen felt terrible. After all, the pills refined by Hua Qirong might have a chance to salvage his poor aptitude. However, turning back now would make his earlier demeanor seem a bit affected. Fang Chen weighed his options and decided that avoiding further contact with Zhang Ning'ai was more important than collecting the reward. Oh well, maybe I can just come back later? The elder won't renege on his promise, will he? Then, Fang Chen stroked his chin, thinking that his acting with his eyes just now was pretty good, right? Zhang Ning'ai should have fully grasped the disgust, hatred, and loathing in that gaze, right? A normal person seeing that kind of look wouldn't dare approach again. Just now, inside the sound forest, Fang Chen learned that the rules of the sound forest were to break the formation by playing a piece of music that caused the forest to resonate. Otherwise, he would be stripped naked and become the most popular person in the Dan ransacked. This meant he was forced to choose one of two options: either die naked or break the formation directly. At that moment, Fang Chen had no choice. Playing the gun might not necessarily lead to death, but being hung naked would definitely kill him. Therefore, Fang Chen could only play the gun. At the same time, he resolved that if he encountered Zhang Ningyi chasing after him during his mission, he would act as if he utterly despised Ling Wan'er and harbored resentment towards Zhang Ningyi as well. This way, it wouldn't matter what Zhang Ningyi felt for him, whether it was admiration blossoming into love, or guilt turning into affection, it wouldn't matter, because he now had a legitimate reason to avoid Zhang Ningyi. As long as they didn't meet, he was guaranteed not to be killed to achieve enlightenment. Thinking this, Fang Chen felt truly like a genius. Ha ha, system, you've still lost. Just then, a soft, alluring voice suddenly rang out behind Fang Chen. What are you laughing at? Fang Chen, who was grinning broadly, instantly changed his expression. Who? Fang Chen turned around in surprise. Behind him, a tall woman in a long crimson dress had appeared out of nowhere. The woman exuded a fragrance reminiscent of medicinal herbs and flowers, a scent that soothed the mind and spirit. The woman made no attempt to conceal her identity. Seeing Fang Chen's question, she smiled and replied with interest, I am Hua Qirong, an elder of the Dan Ran sect, and the seal-bearer of Lingyun Peak. The masters of each peak in the Dan Ran sect are also called seal-bearers, because each peak possesses a powerful protective seal, capable of both offense and defense. Therefore, the peak master who wields the protective seal is also called the seal-bearer. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled slightly. This person was actually Hua Qirong from Lingyun Peak? What are you standing there for? It's your turn. Who are you? Which peak are you from? Hua Qirong looked at Fang Chen's silence and immediately became displeased. Fang Chen then realized his rudeness and quickly bowed, saying, Greetings, Elder Hua. This junior is Fang Chen, an outer disciple. An outer disciple? Hearing this, Hua Qirong was slightly taken aback, then looked at Fang Chen seriously, and said in surprise, Your blood energy suggests you're at least 20 years old, yet you're only at the 9th rank of Qi refining? This aptitude is far too poor. Were you poisoned or did your spiritual roots suffer damage? Hearing this, Fang Chen felt as if he had been dealt a huge blow to his spirit. Wasn't this elder being incredibly impolite? He muttered dejectedly, reporting to the elder, It's just how I am by nature. Oh, I see. Hua Qirong suddenly understood, then seemed to see through Fang Chen's frustration. Remembering something, her eyes lit up, and she used it to comfort Fang Chen, saying, But it's alright, don't be sad. Your cultivation level is probably not just due to your aptitude, but also because you usually spend all your cultivation time on the gun. Besides, you're not the worst among the young disciples of our sect. I once heard that there's someone in the outer sect who has been in the sect for over 10 years and is only at the 3rd level of Qi refining. That person's talent is far worse than yours. In all my years in the Dan Ran sect, I've never seen a disciple with such poor talent, ha ha ha. By the end, Hua Qirong found it too amusing and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fang Chen's spirits were once again severely damaged. Aren't you going too far? Being an elder doesn't make you superior. Hua Qirong, having finished laughing, noticed Fang Chen's face had turned ashen. Puzzled, she asked, Why aren't you saying anything? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, elder, I'm just a little tired. Fang Chen forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. All right then. Hua Qirong ended the small talk and asked curiously, What were you laughing about just now? Fang Chen made up an excuse, I'm very proud to have passed the sound forest. Oh, you don't need to be so happy. The sound forest should be a piece of cake for you. Hua Qirong smiled, I should be the one who's happy. I've finally met a kindred spirit in the art of music. A kindred spirit in the art of music? Fang Chen felt something was off. Hua Qirong patted Fang Chen's shoulder, with your skill level, you'll surely be able to discuss the Dao with me for a long time. You must come to Lingyun Peak to see me often in the future. This junior wouldn't dare. Fang Chen immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. It has to be said that although Elder Hua was rather impolite, by using his Guhan skills to establish a kindred spirit in music, and even extending an invitation to discuss the art, wasn't that practically begging for her favor? This could be considered achieving his purpose for coming here. Don't be modest with me. Hua Qirong asked, by the way, what was the name of the piece you just played? Wang Ning Mei. Fang Chen said. Wang Ning Mei, a nice name. Did you compose this piece yourself? No, it was composed by a friend of mine. Fang Chen didn't dare to accept the honor. Hua Qirong was slightly disappointed, then said, Could I borrow the sheet music to take a look? No problem. Fang Chen acted quickly, taking out a blank jade slip, writing the sheet music from his mind onto it, and handing it to Hua Qirong. Although the system was a bit shady, the skills it provided were quite generous. The sheet music in Fang Chen's mind was now very clear, and copying it was extremely fast. Hua Qirong's face lit up with delight. This kid was quite something. She took the sheet music, her expression one of extreme satisfaction, and readily said, "Then tell me, what kind of pill do you want?" Fang Chen was overjoyed. Finally, they were getting to the point. He had been looking for an opportunity to ask for the pill, but felt it would be impolite to ask so abruptly. Now that Hua Qirong had spoken up, it couldn't be better. Fang Chen said without hesitation, "Elder Hua, I want a pill that can change one's aptitude." Change aptitude? Hua Qirong stroked her smooth chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "I have 3 kinds of this kind of pill, but the success rate of each is extremely low. Are you sure you want this one?" Actually, saying extremely low was just Hua Qirong being modest. These 3 kinds of pills were all made from extremely rare medicinal herbs. While it was impossible to defy fate and become a genius of Zhang Ningai's level, at least improving one's aptitude was definitely not a problem. Hua Qirong was confident that Fang Chen would definitely benefit from eating it. "I'm sure." Fang Chen was overjoyed again. Even with a low success rate, he had to try. "Here, take this. This is a void planting pill, perfect for chi refining cultivators to try and change their aptitude." Hua Qirong took out a jade bottle from her storage ring and handed it to Fang Chen. But Fang Chen didn't take it. Instead, he was stunned. "A void planting pill? I think I've eaten one before." As Hua Qirong took out the pill, a scene immediately flashed through his memory. The original owner of this body had eaten a void planting pill, and it had no effect whatsoever. You've actually eaten one? Then you can't eat another." Hua Qirong was puzzled. How could his aptitude still be so poor after eating one? That shouldn't be the case. She put away the jade bottle containing the chi refining elixir and took out another one, saying, "What about this? Spirit elixir. Although its potency is strong and unsuitable for chi refining cultivators, you can withstand it if you take it with other pills that protect your heart meridian." But Fang Chen was stunned again, then his eyes widened in astonishment as he said, I think I've taken it before." Hua Qirong. She immediately put away the jade bottle, intending to take out another one. But at this moment, Fang Chen said in a trembling voice, "Elder Hua, if what you have left is the ancient tree spirit fruit pill, you don't need to take it. I think I've taken that too." Hua Qirong was immediately shocked, her beautiful eyes widening. She instinctively blurted out, "You ate 3? Then how come your aptitude is still like this? How can you be so?" Before she could finish speaking, she noticed Fang Chen's face turning ashen at a visible speed. Startled, she quickly stopped speaking, awkwardly trying to smooth things over. Well, maybe you're just unlucky, haha. In that case, I don't have any other pills. As for the more powerful pills, I've only ever seen them in legends." With that, Hua Qirong spread her hands. Fang Chen's eyes finally lost their last glimmer of light. At this moment, he felt utterly hopeless. Could his aptitude really be any worse? Fang Chen now truly understood why the original owner of this body ultimately chose the path of demonic possession. Leaving aside the killing of family and friends and the fall into demonic ways, simply using this path to improve one's aptitude wasn't entirely incomprehensible. However, Fang Chen also witnessed firsthand just how powerful the Fang family was, managing to procure so many rare pills for him. At this moment, Hua Qirong, to offer comfort, patted Fang Chen's shoulder and asked, "Since you don't need these 3 pills, would you like something else?" Fang Chen sighed and said, "In that case, please, Elder Hua, give me the shattered jade pill." Shattered jade pill? Hua Qirong frowned slightly. "You mean the shattered jade pill that can help chi refining disciples improve their cultivation?" "Yes." Fang Chen nodded. Since he couldn't improve his own aptitude, as the senior brother, he naturally had to help Xiao Qing. "Junior brother Xiao, this is all the help your senior brother can offer." To his surprise, Hua Qirong shook her head and said, "I can't give it to you." "Why? Is this pill too precious?" Fang Chen was taken aback. "How could that be? The shattered jade pill is indeed expensive, but to me it's completely worthless." As Hua Qirong said this, a hint of arrogance appeared on her face. "If you want it, what's wrong with giving you a whole bottle?" Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's breathing quickened instantly. Hua Qirong explained, "However, this pill will have negligible effect on you, because the prerequisite for taking the shattered jade pill is that the better your talent, the better the effect. You." At this point, Hua Qirong glanced at Fang Chen, feeling she couldn't hurt his feelings any further, and abruptly changed the subject. "Besides, the most desirable thing about the shattered jade pill is the chance of directly advancing to the next level after just one use. But you're already at the 9th level of chi refining, with no possibility of advancing to the next level. This pill can't help you reach the foundation establishment stage either. So, this is useless to you. You should reconsider." But Fang Chen shook his head without hesitation. "Elder Hua, this disciple's mind is made up. Please grant me the shattered jade pill. His gambling instincts were stirring. A chance of directly advancing? Then, as the chosen one, the luckiest of the lucky, wouldn't Xiao Qing's probability be greatly increased? According to the system's calculations, Xiao Qing will reach the 7th rank of qi refining in half a month. So, after taking this pound of shattered jade pills, reaching the 8th rank of qi refining shouldn't be a problem, right? And the 8th rank of qi refining for a chosen one is equivalent to the 9th rank in combat, the 1st rank in foundation establishment with full power, the 2nd rank with all trump cards, and the 3rd rank in a life or death situation. And simply rounding it off, if Xiao Qing takes this pill, Fang Chen will directly reach the golden core stage. Isn't this a no-brainer? Sigh. After looking at Fang Chen for a moment, Hua Qirong sighed softly, took out a jade bottle, and tossed it to Fang Chen. This is about enough for one batch. I didn't count it exactly. I refined it sometime during my practice. Take it. However, don't be greedy. A cultivator's body has its limits. Eating too much will make you burst. Fang Chen hurriedly caught it, then bowed and clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "Yes, disciple will follow your teachings." "Thank you, Elder Hua." Hua Qirong continued, "Also, consider this bottle of pills a thank you gift for the musical score you gave me. As for the reward for passing through the sound forest, go back and think carefully about how to maximize its use before you ask me again. Finally, I hope you can bring an even better piece of music next time you come." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned, then overjoyed. He hadn't expected Hua Qirong to be so generous. She truly was beautiful, kind-hearted, and magnanimous. He looked up to express his gratitude, but Hua Qirong had already vanished. Seeing this, Fang Chen could only bow to the air. "Thank you, Elder Hua." After expressing his gratitude, Fang Chen turned and left. Meanwhile, on Lingyun Peak, back in the Sound Forest, Hua Qirong, standing beside the Guhan, sighed, "He's still too young." Fang Chen's obsession with improving his cultivation, especially taking the broken jade pills back to do something useless, disappointed her somewhat. She understood that it was perfectly normal for cultivators to be so focused on their cultivation. Especially since Fang Chen was only in his early 20s, it was only natural. But she felt that since Fang Chen's mastery of music was so profound, his temperament, wisdom, and pursuits must be different from other cultivators. However, now it seemed that, setting aside the poignant and heart-wrenching melodies, Fang Chen's actions were ultimately those of an ordinary person. Thinking about this, Hua Qirong couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't she often indulge in seemingly pointless endeavors when she was young? How come, after years of cultivation, she was now so demanding of a junior? It seemed she was getting old. Finally, Hua Qirong composed herself, put away the gun, and said calmly to the outside, "Xiao Peng, go to Crimson Venerable Mountain and fetch water." A trembling voice immediately responded from outside, "Yes, Peak Master." Fang Chen quickly returned from Turtle Terrace to the summit of Reflecting Light Lake Mountain. After descending to the foot of the mountain, Fang Chen went directly to Xiao Qing's hut. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Xiao Qing was slightly surprised to see Fang Chen return so quickly. "This is for you." Fang Chen took out a jade-shattering pill and handed it to Xiao Qing. The way to quickly increase Xiao Qing's strength was by taking the pill. Fang Chen silently hoped that the chosen one wouldn't disappoint him. "What is this?" Xiao Qing was taken aback. "Just take it, senior brother won't harm you." After saying this, Fang Chen turned and left, leaving Xiao Qing with only his tall back. Watching Fang Chen's departing figure, Xiao Qing hadn't even had a chance to refuse. Just then, within Xiao Qing's body, an aged voice chuckled softly, "Hee hee, a bottle of shattered jade pills. Your senior brother Fang really thinks highly of you. You brat, don't let him down." Xiao Qing was immediately shocked. What? A bottle of shattered jade pills? As a qi refining cultivator, how could he not have heard of this pill? He had assumed Fang Chen had given him a bottle, perhaps something like a qi condensation pill or a rejuvenation pill, but he hadn't expected it to be such a precious item. You see, Hua Qirong treated shattered jade pills like trash, but for any qi refining cultivator, shattered jade pills were rare treasures. Especially given Xiao Qing's current situation, shattered jade pills were incredibly valuable, let alone a whole bottle. "No, this is too precious. I must return it to senior brother Fang." Xiao Qing immediately wanted to leave, but the free and unfettered venerable within Xiao Qing stopped him, saying, "Enough. He deliberately didn't tell you what the pills were just now, afraid you'd refuse. If you continue chasing after him to return them now, won't you just be causing him more trouble? Besides, he's already at the 9th level of qi refining, and the shattered jade pill has little effect. So, it's obvious he went to get this bottle of pills specifically for you. Just take it and use it. Focus on your cultivation, and you can repay his kindness when your cultivation level improves." Hearing this, a hint of hesitation appeared on Xiao Qing's face, but he finally nodded firmly, "Yes. In that case, I will definitely not let senior brother Fang down." I'll seize every minute to practice. Meanwhile, as Fang Chen reached the mountainside, he received a system notification in his mind. Ding! Currently detected, chosen one of destiny, Xiao Qing, will break through to the 9th rank of Qi refining during a life or death battle with the host in the future. He will also possess the ability to fight beyond his level, comparable to a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and can even briefly unleash the combat power of a 2nd rank Foundation Establishment cultivator in a life or death situation. Fang Chen was immediately overjoyed. The system continued, the system will grant the host the cultivation level of Foundation Establishment Stage 1, enabling the host to exert sufficient life or death pressure during a life or death battle, pushing Xiao Qing's potential to its limit before being publicly killed by Xiao Qing. Cultivation initiation, beginning now. Note, the Foundation Establishment process is lengthy. Please do not move around unnecessarily and wait for the initiation to complete. As soon as the voice fell, Fang Chen immediately stood still. At the same time, he clearly felt the myriad fiend's heart sutra within his body automatically operating. All his spiritual energy surged into his danshan like swallows returning to their nests, then condensed into a Dao foundation at a visible speed. In Fang Chen's internal vision, this Dao foundation was square, colorless, transparent, and translucent, like a colorless crystal. Seeing the Dao foundation appear, Fang Chen was overjoyed. There are many methods for foundation establishment, such as refining elixirs, collecting specific rare and precious materials, and some even spend years in foundation establishment gathering arrays to cultivate the best Dao foundation. But none of these methods are like Fang Chen's. He did absolutely nothing, just stood there and condensed his Dao foundation. Moreover, what surprised Fang Chen even more was what happened next. After condensing, it slowly began to show color. A dazzling red hue gradually stained the edge of the colorless crystal. Holy crap! Fang Chen was overjoyed again. Dao Foundation quality is divided into 3 levels: Human Dao Foundation Establishment, Earth Dao Foundation Establishment, and Heaven Dao Foundation Establishment. The corresponding colors are red, green, and gold. As for the colorless ones, they didn't even have a grade designation. Calling them Ordinary Foundation Establishment or Colorless Foundation Establishment was fine, nobody cared anyway. Fang Chen originally thought that with his lousy aptitude, achieving Ordinary Foundation Establishment would be good enough. He hadn't even expected anything of quality. Unexpectedly, the system was really powerful, and when the colorless crystal completely turned red, it didn't stop, continuing its advance. A touch of green surged up. Fang Chen turned green just like that. Fang Chen was shocked, holy crap. Overjoyed. Still overjoyed. The chosen one was truly amazing. But after the green covered his foundation, it didn't stop its advance. In the blink of an eye, gold followed. Sizzle. A soft sound came from Fang Chen's body. His bones trembled and changed. Heavenly Foundation Establishment inherently possesses extraordinary phenomena. However, because Fang Chen's breakthrough wasn't through communication with heaven and earth to complete the Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment, but rather through the system's empowerment, it didn't alert anyone, and no unusual phenomena occurred. Finally, golden light completely covered his Dao Foundation, achieving a perfect Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. The moment the Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment appeared, Fang Chen instantly felt the entire world change. His senses sharpened, his body felt light, and the range of his divine sense expanded wildly. He could perceive the flow of spiritual energy in heaven and earth more clearly. The few techniques and spells he knew were now perfectly clear to him. With every movement, he seemed to be able to manipulate spiritual energy more precisely, making his techniques even stronger. So this is why Foundation Establishment cultivators can fly on swords. Fang Chen exclaimed in amazement. No wonder Foundation Establishment cultivators can fly on swords and use flight techniques. It's because their control over spiritual energy has become much higher. Although Foundation Establishment cultivators are temporarily limited by their low spiritual energy levels and cannot fly very high or far, there is a fundamental difference between being able to fly and not being able to. Besides the ability to fly, the biggest difference between Foundation Establishment cultivators and Qi refining cultivators is the lifespan, which Fang Chen hasn't yet clearly perceived. Foundation Establishment cultivators have much longer lifespans. Even the weakest among them can live to 150 years old, while the longest lived can reach 300 years. 150 years. I should be able to find a way to improve my strength, right? Fang Chen murmured to himself. Right now, putting aside the fact that he's only found Xiao Qing who can help him improve his cultivation before the life or death battle, he can't guarantee that the system he's about to sacrifice himself for will actually keep improving his cultivation. What if one day this thing discovers he's exploiting a bug and suddenly stops giving him cultivation? As an unlucky fellow, Fang Chen felt he had to prepare for 2 scenarios: exploiting bugs while simultaneously searching for new methods. Once his cultivation was truly strong, he'd turn the tables and have the system find a chosen one to sacrifice themselves, to see how that guy would react. The system said, initiation complete. Host, please actively fulfill your duty to help the chosen one grow and improve, dedicating yourself to the heavens, to all things, to all living beings. Heaven and earth have no end, human life is like the morning glow. To live humbly is to eke out a living, only to die gloriously is true success. Fang Chen thought the system's words were truly insightful, so he cursed, "Go to hell." After cursing, the slight gratitude Fang Chen had felt for the system vanished. But why is it only Foundation Establishment Stage 1? Wasn't it said that Xiao Qing could possess Foundation Establishment Stage 2? After cursing, Fang Chen was surprised to find that the power within him wasn't actually Foundation Establishment Stage 2, and he was immediately astonished. The system explained, the Foundation Establishment Stage and the Qi Refining Stage are different. The difference in rank within Foundation Establishment is even greater. If the host has a second-grade Foundation Establishment cultivation level, coupled with the enhancement of spells, then the host will have a 0.63% chance of defeating the chosen one. Therefore, no further advancement will be granted. Fang Chen, the system is really a jerk. Afterwards, he returned to his small house, which he had entered and exited 3 times. This Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment really takes a long time. However, when Fang Chen entered the courtyard and looked up at the sky, he was shocked to find that the horizon was turning yellow. The sun was already setting. Then, Fang Chen felt fortunate. Luckily, he was infamous, and very few people came to the mountainside where he lived. The servants who had accompanied him earlier had been taken back by the Fang family because the original owner had made a mistake. And Fang Chen originally had several underlings, but because even if their aptitude was poor, they couldn't be worse than Fang Chen, so they all entered the inner sect. This resulted in Fang Chen's current situation of being all alone. Otherwise, his breakthrough would have been interrupted. Afterwards, Fang Chen could only quietly enjoy his solitude in the small room of a few hundred square meters. Meanwhile, Lingyun Peak. Ling Wanner, having received a message from Hua Qirong, arrived at the tower-like building atop Lingyun Peak. Zhang Ning'ai, worried, followed. In front of the building, the plants and flowers bloomed wildly, appearing exceptionally radiant under the glow of the setting sun. "Senior sister, what should I do later?" Ling Wanner was very uneasy. "I'll go in with you. I also bear some responsibility for this," Zhang Ning'ai said. "Responsibility? What responsibility do you bear? Did you let this girl frame Fang Chen?" At this moment, Hua Qirong's calm voice came from behind. Zhang Ning'ai's pretty face stiffened, and she hurriedly turned around, bowing and clasping her hands. "Elder Hua, it's because this disciple didn't tell Wanner the truth in time that this awkward situation occurred." "Oh, the truth? So, Wanner framed a disciple on my peak, and there's a misunderstanding?" Hua Qirong smiled playfully, but her eyes held a hint of fierceness. The Dan Ran sect has always forbidden killing among fellow disciples. Although Fang Chen was extremely disgusting and repeatedly bullied his fellow disciples, he had never actually harmed anyone. This was largely due to his lack of strength and the strict rules of the section. Harming fellow disciples in private would result in severe punishment. Therefore, Fang Chen spent 10 years cultivating and 8 years studying the sect rules, constantly figuring out how to skirt the rules. This is why Fang Chen was so universally hated. Now, Ling Wanner's framing of Fang Chen has angered Hua Qirong greatly. She liked Ling Wanner very much. That's why Ling Wanner's blatant violation of the sect rules infuriated her even more. Did she really think that simply lying and saying Fang Chen volunteered to enter would make her let the matter drop? Seeing Hua Qirong's cold expression, Ling Wanner immediately lowered her head and said, "Elder Hua, Wanner is willing to accept punishment. Do you think you can resist punishment?" Hua Qirong glared fiercely at Ling Wanner. "From the moment you entered the sect, I told your master that with your talent, you might one day become a holy maiden of the Dan Ran sect alongside your senior sister Zhang. But what are you doing? You're so eager to tarnish your career, aren't you?" In essence, Ling Wanner's matter wasn't that serious. However, if it blows up, Ling Wanner will definitely lose her chance to become a holy maiden. A holy maiden of a prestigious sect almost caused her fellow disciples to be stripped naked and hung on the mountain peak? What kind of reputation would that have? Ling Wanner sensed Hua Qirong's anguish and lowered her head even further. Seeing this, Zhang Ning'ai's usually aloof and stunning face betrayed her anxiety. She said, "Elder Hua, previously, senior brother Fang had a terrible reputation. Rumors circulated that he had repeatedly bullied his fellow disciples, especially Wanner's friend, Xiao Qing, who had been repeatedly ostracized and suppressed by him. That's why Wanner wanted revenge, but she didn't intend to harm him, nor did she intend to kill him." Although Zhang Ning'ai had felt some displeasure when she saw Ling Wanner framing Fang Chen, she ultimately knew that Ling Wanner hadn't meant any harm. Ignorance is no excuse. Before learning the truth, Zhang Ning'ai herself had even considered cleaving Fang Chen in two with a single sword strike. Therefore, Zhang Ning'ai felt she had to plead for Ling Wanner. Fang Chen did these things. Hearing this, Hua Qirong calmly retorted, "Ning'ai, don't make things up just to defend Wanner." Having just met Fang Chen and having a good first impression of him, Hua Qirong didn't think he was such a heinous person. Ning Ai swears on her life, I'm not making things up. Zhang Ning Ai said solemnly, adding, it's just that the actual situation is a bit complicated. Seeing Zhang Ning Ai's assurance, Hua Qirong's brows furrowed slightly, her expression relaxing slightly. Then tell me everything you know about Fang Chen. Yes, Elder Hua, the situation is like this. Zhang Ning Ai succinctly explained Fang Chen's previous infamy and his current starkly contrasting behavior. I see? After listening, Hua Qirong was stunned. Clearly, she hadn't expected Fang Chen to have done these things silently. Although older, Hua Qirong wasn't as deeply moved by Fang Chen's actions as Zhang Ning Ai and Xiao Qing, but she still felt a certain respect for Fang Chen's senior brother demeanor. At Fang Chen's age, she was arrogant and conceited because of her talent in alchemy, looking down on everyone else. Why would she have thought of helping her junior brother? Now, seeing Fang Chen playing the gun and secretly enduring for his junior brother, Hua Qirong's impression of him was rapidly improving. Thinking of this, Hua Qirong couldn't help but chuckle, this kid is quite interesting. Wait. After admiring Fang Chen, Hua Qirong suddenly realized something, and her expression involuntarily froze. So, the disciple with the worst aptitude from the Dan Ran sect that she had just loudly mocked in front of Fang Chen was Fang Chen himself? She had essentially mocked him twice. Hua Qirong's toes involuntarily began to dig into the ground. Having been an elder for so many years, this was the first time she truly felt embarrassed. Elder Hua? At this moment, Zhang Ning'ai noticed Hua Qirong's pretty face turning pale and then flushed, and she remained silent for a long time. Zhang Ning'ai cautiously asked, Ah. Hua Qirong seemed to snap out of a daze, patting her face to dispel her embarrassment, and then said, All right, I understand. She looked at Ling Wanner and said, Get up first. Yes, elder. Ling Wanner stood up. Let me tell you first, the punishment is to teach you a lesson so you won't use these methods again. Hua Qirong glared at her, especially when you framed someone within my formation. Did you really think I wouldn't sense it if this sound forest wasn't activated? Once the sound forest was activated, she knew everything perfectly well. Ling Wanner felt slightly embarrassed. Hua Qirong continued, even setting aside whether Fang Chen is good or bad, assuming he's just a despicable young master who deserves to die, you shouldn't treat him like this. If you really want to avenge Xiao Qing, can't you be patient and wait until Fang Chen enters the inner sect, then openly challenge him to a duel? Sect rules prohibit inner and outer sect disciples from dueling to prevent bullying. But I thought he hadn't even reached foundation establishment after 10 years. If I don't seize this opportunity to get revenge now, I'm afraid I'll reach Golden Core while he's still only at Qi refining. Wouldn't that make it even harder for me to get revenge? Ling Wanner couldn't help but argue. Hua Qirong. She was rendered speechless by Ling Wanner. Although she felt this girl was talking back, upon closer reflection, even if Fang Chen was hiding his cultivation level, his true cultivation was only at the 9th level of Qi refining. And that was after consuming the ancient tree spirit fruit pill, spirit elixir, and void planting pill, etc. So, it seems Ling Wanner's words weren't entirely unreasonable. What nonsense! Talk of rubbish. But Hua Qirong suddenly realized how Ling Wanner had dragged her into this. She glared at her fiercely, then said, Anyway, I've ordered the entire peak to keep quiet about this matter. And you, from now on, go and see what Fang Chen needs, and do your best to make amends. According to the sect rules, your behavior should punish you with compensation of spirit stones and hard labor. But give all of that back to Fang Chen. Understand? Ling Wanner obediently replied, Yes. Seeing this, Zhang Ning'ai breathed a sigh of relief, her tense face finally relaxing. Go. Hua Qirong waved her hand dismissively. Yes. The two women withdrew. Awesome. A private hot spring. Amazing. At this moment, Fang Chen, steaming from his body, emerged from the hot spring. Yingguan Lake Mountain boasts public hot springs, while houses halfway up the mountain offer private ones. These hot springs are natural medicinal baths, nourished by the spiritual herbs cultivated by the Dan Ran sect on Yingguan Lake Mountain, highly beneficial to the body. Over the years, they greatly aid in one's cultivation. This can be considered a beginner's perk offered by the Dan Ran sect to its outer disciples. If a disciple has reached the foundation establishment stage and entered the inner sect, they might not even enjoy this benefit when entering a less desirable peak. After changing his clothes, Fang Chen used a concealment technique to hide his cultivation level. While soaking in the hot springs, Fang Chen idly checked his repertoire of techniques and discovered he also possessed the concealment technique. This was something the original owner had painstakingly practiced. It must be said, the original owner's concealment technique was incredibly powerful, even surpassing Xiao Qing's in quality. Anyone less than a major level higher than Fang Chen would have absolutely no chance of seeing through it. The reason the original owner's concealment technique was so extraordinary was because, when he first entered the sect, he was constantly ridiculed for his poor cultivation level during sect gatherings and holidays back at the Fang family. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and cultivate the concealment technique to the point where ordinary people couldn't see through it, in order to avoid being humiliated. It was effective at first, but unfortunately, as his peers and fellow disciples all reached foundation establishment, his concealment technique became completely useless. Later on, even the most powerful concealment technique became useless, because everyone knows that Fang Logu, the outer sect member, will always only reach the third level of chi refining. After showering, Fang Chen planned to go to the transmission pavilion. He still wanted to investigate, unwilling to give up, whether there was any peerless divine skill that could allow him to cultivate at a normal speed. There are 3,000 paths to enlightenment, surely one would accept him. He couldn't be left an orphan in the cultivation world, could he? But just then, "Senior brother Fang, are you there?" Two footsteps sounded outside, followed by Ling Wanner's voice. "What is it?" Fang Chen was startled. As he spoke, he made a hand seal and waved his hand, causing the door to slowly open from the middle, resembling the automatic doors of his past life. The door creaked open, revealing two figures outside. Ling Wanner, Zhang Ning'ai. At this moment, both of them wore expressions of deep apology, especially Ling Wanner, whose head was slightly lowered, not daring to look Fang Chen in the eye. "Senior brother Fang, I've come to apologize." Seeing Fang Chen open the door, Ling Wanner said without hesitation, "Wanna know she was wrong, she shouldn't have framed you. Please forgive me, senior brother." As she spoke, she took out a storage ring and handed it to Fang Chen. Clearly, it contained an apology gift she had prepared. Seeing this, Fang Chen subconsciously stepped forward, a smile already on his face. He wanted to say it was nothing, just a small matter, no need to take it to heart. Then, after a round of back and forth, he would finally accept the ring while saying, "How could I possibly accept this?" But when Fang Chen noticed Zhang Ning'ai standing behind Ling Wanner, his face instantly froze, and he involuntarily took a step back. No way. If he were to so generously forgive Ling Wanner now, his relationship with Zhang Ning'ai would inevitably return to normal. He couldn't accept that. Fang Chen immediately stopped, his smile vanishing. He narrowed his eyes, a sneer playing on his lips. Junior sister Ling, have you misunderstood something? You think you can apologize to me with just a ring? What do you take me for?" Fang Chen's demeanor instantly changed the expressions of the two women. Ling Wanner, thinking Fang Chen was angry, quickly said, "Senior brother, please accept this. What else do you want? I can get it." She then tried to step forward and hand it to Fang Chen. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen shouted sharply, "Get out! Don't come in!" Ling Wanner was startled, frozen in place, unsure what to do. Zhang Ning'ai looked on incredulously. "Senior brother Fang, why are you so fierce?" Fang Chen's eyes held a mixture of mockery, coldness, and disdain. He said, "You've done something wrong, and now you think you can fob me off with a ring? No way. You call this an apology, but frankly, you're just trying to avoid punishment from the sect rules, trying to appease a beggar with something cheap. I bet there's nothing of value in this ring. You aristocratic scions are always so arrogant, it's disgusting. Get out. You're not worthy of being here." Ling Wanner's face froze, then anger involuntarily welled up in her eyes. She had already carefully selected what she considered her most valuable possessions and placed them inside. She hadn't expected Fang Chen to say that. No wonder she was furious. Zhang Ning'ai stepped forward, blocking Wanner's path, and said, "Senior brother Fang, the resources in Wanner's storage ring are all precious items, mostly rare and precious materials from the inner sect's Crimson Venerable Mountain, things that even other peaks within the sect have never possessed." "Come on, no one would believe that. You're in cahoots with her, how much truth can you possibly have in your words?" Fang Chen scoffed. This attitude, this tone, made Zhang Ning'ai's pretty face pale, her heart filled with extreme discomfort. Hearing Zhang Ning'ai being humiliated by Fang Chen because of her, Ling Wanner could no longer bear it. She stepped forward and said, "Fang Chen, don't go too far. Yes, I was wrong. I misunderstood you, so you can do whatever you want with me. But senior sister did nothing wrong. She even tried her best to explain for you. Why are you accusing her like this? Involving the innocent, without distinguishing right from wrong, aren't you going too far? Senior sister, let's go." With that, Ling Wanner turned and left with Zhang Ning'ai. Zhang Ning'ai didn't resist, only giving Fang Chen a disappointed look before turning away. Even with her good temper, she couldn't accept Fang Chen's unwarranted accusations. However, she felt bitter inside. Her feelings had ultimately been misplaced. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. "Good. Ling Wanner, you did a great job. You're much more useful than your Xiao Qing brother. You've pulled two people out of their misery. You're such a good person. If Xiao Qing dares to start a harem in the future, I'll be the first to stand up for you." Just as Fang Chen was overjoyed, and the two were walking further and further away, a purple light suddenly flashed in midair, followed by a bowl-shaped transparent shield that landed upside down on Fang Chen's residence before anyone could react. At the same time, a deep, hoarse voice rang out, filled with killing intent. "You fool who ruined things, why didn't you let Zhang Ningyi in? Damn it!" As soon as the voice fell, behind Fang Chen, a colossal creature appeared out of nowhere, its body a mixture of black and white, with thick limbs, an incredibly tall body, and an overwhelming aura of power, as if it contained boundless strength. Its tail swayed slightly like a whip, and its claws, gleaming with cold light, extended beyond its toes. A demonic tiger. Fang Chen's pupils contracted, and he roared inwardly. Holy crap. Where the hell did this giant tiger come from? When did it appear? The next moment, Fang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, spreading throughout his body. Immediately following, a sharp pain shot through his back. His body tensed, and he instinctively lunged forward, trying to dodge, but it was too late. Boom. The ferocious aura of the 5th grade foundation establishment demonic tiger exploded outwards, its immense power sweeping across the entire area, the resulting gale even ravaging the open space outside the mansion. At that moment, yellow sand filled the sky. The two women turned in astonishment, and through the swirling dust, they saw only Fang Chen, coughing up blood, falling forward, and the black and white demonic tiger behind him. Senior brother Fang. Seeing this, Zhang Ningyi cried out in alarm, simultaneously forming a hand seal without hesitation. Her flying sword instantly shot out from its sheath, carrying a chilling glint. This sword, though silent and still, was chilling to behold, as if a terrifying threat was brewing within it. The next second, the flying sword hurtled straight towards the black and white demon tiger. Seeing this, the black and white demonic tiger merely sneered, useless. Squeak! A piercing sound immediately rang out from the tip of the sword. At this moment, Zhang Ningyi was stunned. How is this possible? The flying sword, after flying out in an instant, was directly blocked by the transparent shield. Zhang Ningyi was anxious. A demonic tiger at the 5th level of foundation establishment shouldn't have such a powerful array. Undeterred, she tried to break the array again with her flying sword and even used several highly destructive talismans, but after several explosions, the array remained as solid as a rock, unmoved. All her efforts were in vain. Finally, Zhang Ningyi even tried to charge into the array with her own body, but once the array was activated, no one could enter or leave without the controller's permission. Her pretty face froze. How could this be? You think you can break the yin-yang furnace? Fool! The black and white demonic tiger sneered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ningyi's face instantly turned pale. The yin-yang furnace. Ling Wanna roared, the yin-yang furnace? Where did you get it? This was one of the signature formations of their Danran sect, specifically used to refine demonic beasts. How could this inexplicably appearing demonic tiger have taken it? But the battle-hardened Zhang Ningyi immediately interrupted Ling Wanner, stop asking. Go and fetch Elder Lin, who's overseeing Yingguan Lake Mountain, right now. She knew that dwelling on how the demon tiger obtained the yin-yang furnace was pointless. Could worrying about such a question possibly break such a powerful formation as the yin-yang furnace? The most important thing was to save Fang Chen. Ling Wanner then realized the urgency of the situation, stopped asking questions, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhang Ningyi shouted at the demon tiger, open the yin-yang furnace. Your target is me, not senior brother Fang. Let me in. She had heard of this tiger within the sect. It was one of the most talented demon beasts captured and imprisoned in the beast prison by the Danran sect in recent years. She knew that if Fang Chen faced the demon tiger controlling the yin-yang furnace, he would absolutely be no match. But the demon tiger, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of disdain. Impossible. A hint of caution and cowardice appeared in the demon tiger's eyes. He had heard from the demon elder who rescued him that Zhang Ningyi was incredibly powerful, the youngest sword prodigy in the history of Crimson Venerable Mountain. If he didn't use an array against her, he would only be instantly killed by a single sword strike. He had just set up the array, still harboring the intention of ambushing Zhang Ningyi. But now, since the ambush had failed, and Zhang Ningyi was mentally prepared, he could no longer proactively open the yin-yang furnace to let Zhang Ningyi in. Among the human race, sword prodigies are the most unpredictable. They often defeat the strong with the weak, inexplicably achieving sudden enlightenment in sword intent, their strength skyrocketing. Recalling the books he had read in the beast prison over the years, describing many human sword masters achieving breakthroughs on the spot, splitting the heavens with a single sword strike, the demon tiger felt a chill and decided not to let Zhang Ningyi in. Hearing the demon tiger's refusal of Zhang Ningyi, Fang Chen almost vomited blood. Damn it! He had planned to wait for the demon tiger to release Zhang Ningyi, then team up with his junior sister Zhang. Wouldn't that be a free-for-all? But who knew this guy would act so unpredictably? Why is he being so cautious? Seeing this, Zhang Ningyi clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. If you release senior brother Fang, I can fight you alone in the yin-yang furnace. If I lose, I'll give you my life. This whole affair started because of her, and she didn't want to implicate Fang Chen. But the demon tiger wouldn't listen, get lost. Seeing this, Zhang Ning'ai took a deep breath and then urgently shouted to Fang Chen, "Senior brother Fang, you must hold on. Lingyun Peak is the closest to the turtle platform. I'll go and fetch Elder Hua right away." Ling Wanner had gone to fetch Elder Lin from Yingguan Lake Mountain, but Zhang Ning'ai knew that wasn't enough. This demon tiger had been imprisoned in the beast cage all along. The fact that the other party could suddenly escape from the beast prison indicated that something had definitely happened within the sect. That's why Zhang Ning'ai thought that not only should Ling Wanner request help, but she also needed to summon Hua Qirong, who was closest. As she spoke, she also tried to send talismans and defensive array plates capable of quickly activating formations to Fang Chen. Unfortunately, they were all blocked by the yin-yang furnace formation. Seeing this, Zhang Ning'ai's eyes showed pain. In despair, she could only send out several jade slips requesting help before merging with her flying sword and recklessly flying towards the turtle platform. At this moment, transformed into sword light, her heart burned like fire. With this demonic tiger's strength, Fang Chen couldn't hold out for long. She could only pray that Fang Chen could hold on. He absolutely had to hold on. After Zhang Ning'ai left, all the distress signals she had emitted vanished. Fang Chen, who had already run to the side, was horrified upon seeing this. How did this guy do that? The demonic tiger sneered, "Don't look. Do you think I wouldn't have made thorough preparations before planning this ambush on Zhang Ning'ai? Boy, let me tell you, today is a golden opportunity that my demon clan has been waiting for a long time. I specially set up a trap for my escape from the Dan Ran sect. The formations my clan placed on Yingguan Lake Mountain can at least hold off your elders for an hour. By the time they arrive, I'll be long gone. Don't expect anyone to come to save you, you're dead." Hearing this, Fang Chen's face turned green. Damn it! An hour? Wouldn't I be completely digested, even down to my bones? Let me tell you, I didn't want to kill you. I followed Zhang Ning'ai here, thinking she would eventually enter this place. That's why I activated the yin-yang furnace, intending to refine her to increase my strength. But you idiot, you actually drove them out. It's truly hateful. The demonic tiger's teeth were practically grinding to powder. Today, I won't be able to quell my hatred until I thoroughly torture and devour you. Fang Chen then realized that this demonic tiger seemed incredibly arrogant, so incredibly powerful. He guessed that the reason this demonic tiger was here was probably because it was a boss who delivered treasures to Zhang Ning'ai, the chosen one, and he was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Facing such a boss, the chosen one would surely overcome countless hardships to defeat it. But he couldn't. Wouldn't he be smashed to dust? At this moment, Fang Chen felt utterly desolate. It was only his first day after transmigrating. Why was he still doomed to die? Thinking for a moment, extremely frustrated, Fang Chen cursed, "Then why didn't you let her in earlier? What are you doing messing with me here? Eating me now won't increase your strength much. Do you think I'm stupid? I saw you just withstood my attack with the yin-yang furnace without serious injury, which shows your strength isn't bad. If you add the sword cultivator Zhang Ning'ai, who has countless ways to protect herself and counterattack, how much do you think my chances of winning would decrease?" The black and white demon tiger sneered. Fang Chen, damn it. To be honest, this tiger is quite clever. Then, Fang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a pill from his storage ring, and swallowed it. It's come to this. Cursing is useless, he might as well deal with him first. Even if he dies, he'll skin him alive. Thinking of this, Fang Chen stood up, deciding to stall for time, and asked, "Where did you come from? The beast prison? What's it to you?" Hearing the words beast prison, the demon tiger clearly showed some humiliation, coldly replying, "Can't I ask?" Fang Chen curled his lip, then sneered, "You're actually quite good at talking, aren't you? Are you really a demon? You wouldn't happen to be a human-tiger hybrid, would you? Idiot, are you a pig brain? Having stayed in your Dan Ran sect for so long, do you think I wouldn't have learned?" The demon tiger retorted. Fang Chen, that makes sense. Then, Fang Chen realized this guy was actually cooperating with his stalling tactics and was about to find another topic. But the demonic tiger sneered, "Enough, human. I know you're trying to stall. The only reason I'm willing to play along is because I'm waiting for the yin-yang furnace to catalyze into human refining mode. Don't think I'm stupid and try to continue with some boring topics to pollute my ears. It's annoying to hear, you know." Fang Chen immediately cursed, "Damn it, you're quite clever, aren't you?" The demonic tiger licked its other paw and said, "I might as well tell you, the yin-yang furnace has been improved by our race and no longer refines demonic beasts. So, now it's called the human refining furnace." Fang Chen's face turned ashen. He'd heard of the yin-yang furnace. It was a terrifying formation used by the Dan Ran sect to absorb the essence, energy, and spirit of demonic beasts from all directions. It was said to maximize the use of the spiritual power in every piece of a demonic beast's flesh and blood. However, demonic beasts refined by the yin-yang furnace always met a tragic end, their souls and spirits annihilated. This demonic tiger, wielding the human refining furnace, probably intended to annihilate Zhang Ningai's soul and strengthen itself. Now, however, the one being refined has become Fang Chen. What made Fang Chen even more desperate was that the yin-yang furnace would enhance the strength of the erase caster. The opponent was already at the 5th level of foundation establishment. With the added boost from the yin-yang furnace, it was utterly impossible for Fang Chen to defeat the demonic tiger head-on. Fang Chen cursed inwardly, damn it, a 5th level foundation establishment cultivator plus the yin-yang furnace, this is truly the standard setup for dealing with a chosen one. Thinking this, Fang Chen fell silent. He never imagined that, as a transmigrator, his first experience of receiving the same treatment as a chosen one would be in such a place. Whoosh! Just then, purple light suddenly spread completely from the center of the transparent shield, turning the sky a hazy purple. Alright, I'll send you on your way. The demonic tiger sneered with satisfaction. After waiting so long, it's finally done. From this moment on, every drop of Fang Chen's essence blood he swallows will be fully refined with the help of the Grand Formation. Since he can't catch Zhang Ning'ai, he can't waste Fang Chen's flesh and blood. The next second, he charged out, pouncing towards Fang Chen. But at that moment, Fang Chen's eyes sharpened like swords, and his peerless will activated. A surge of golden light suddenly erupted from his body. The next second, the aura of a first-grade Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment cultivator, accompanied by a desperate will, soared into the sky. What? Seeing this, the demon tiger, who had thought everything was under control, instantly changed its expression, exclaiming in shock, Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. In that instant of shock, a rapidly enlarging fist appeared in the demon tiger's pupils. Bang! This loud sound didn't come from Fang Chen's fist striking the demon tiger. It was because the demon tiger, having moved second, blocked Fang Chen's fist with its claw. At that moment, Fang Chen felt as if his fist had struck an iron wall. He cursed inwardly, damn it, this guy's reaction speed is incredible. But Fang Chen knew this was actually to be expected. Demon beasts are inherently more physically powerful than humans. Even if Fang Chen launched a sneak attack, the opponent's reaction speed was lightning fast, and coupled with the difference in their cultivation levels, it would be extremely difficult for Fang Chen to land a hit. After blocking Fang Chen's attack, the demonic tiger didn't press its advantage. Instead, it narrowed its eyes, its bright yellow pupils filled not only with shock but also with excitement and agitation. You're actually at the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment stage? No wonder you could withstand my attack. Fang Chen's aura was no longer concealed by his concealment technique, completely exposing itself, which filled the demonic tiger with immense joy. It had originally thought that without Zhang Ning'ai, its chances of escaping the Dan Ran sect would be greatly reduced. Unexpectedly, just when it seemed there was no way out, a new path opened up. Even at only the first rank of Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, the high quality of its foundation was enough to allow for a rapid breakthrough in its power. Fang Chen sneered, impressive, isn't it? Impressive. The demonic tiger revealed satisfaction. Since that's the case, then I'll refine you even more diligently. With that, a fierce glint appeared in the demonic tiger's eyes. A claw, accompanied by a whistling, surging wind, lashed out, aiming directly at Fang Chen's crown. The aura of a 5th-grade foundation establishment cultivator finally erupted with full force, causing the entire courtyard to tremble instantly. This demonic tiger had completely abandoned its previous cat-and-mouse game, now attacking with all its might, aiming to kill Fang Chen in one strike. A foundation establishment cultivator of the Heavenly Dao is no ordinary person. Even though Fang Chen's methods of stalling for time were naive, out of respect for a foundation establishment cultivator of the Heavenly Dao, he decided to go all out at this moment. Seeing the demonic tiger's fierce attack, Fang Chen knew he had reached the most critical situation. A ruthless glint surged within him, he could wait no longer. He bit his tongue sharply, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and formed a strange hand seal, roaring, die. At that moment, the demon tiger froze. He suddenly felt an extremely uncomfortable burning sensation emanating from all directions. It was as if the temperature had risen dozens of degrees out of thin air. Therefore, his hand, which was about to strike Fang Chen, involuntarily stopped. Seeing this, Fang Chen, whose face paled visibly, immediately turned and fled like the wind. The demon tiger couldn't care less about Fang Chen, because, at that moment, waves of pain suddenly surged through his entire body. He subconsciously looked back and was immediately horrified. Around him, illusory white flames had appeared. These white flames didn't burn wildly like ordinary flames, instead, their shapes were extremely fixed, resembling maggots. These white fireflies clung to the demon tiger's body, desperately burning into its black and white fur. It looked as if countless tiny insects were trying to burrow into the demon tiger's body. Seeing this, the demon tiger's pupils contracted, and it hurriedly rolled over, instinctively trying to extinguish the flames. This roll shook the courtyard violently. Even the tank where Fang Chen kept his seafood was smashed to pieces. But even with its rolling and even immersion in the tank, the flames remained unaffected, continuing to burn quietly. Strangely, even with the intense flames, the demon tiger's flesh and fur showed no abnormalities. Instead, its spiritual energy was dissipating like snow meeting the sun. As the spiritual energy dissipated, the white fireflies, as if fueled, grew even larger, writhing and burning more intensely on the demon tiger's body. This is a fire fiend. At this moment, the demon tiger realized that this wasn't fire at all, but a fire fiend directly targeting spiritual energy. It hurriedly tried various methods to combat the fire fiend, but to its astonishment, they were completely useless. Isn't this just a simple fire fiend? At this moment, the demon tiger was shocked, followed by an extremely human-like terror, exclaiming, "It's the fire fiend king? How is this possible?" He knew it. This Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had already escaped to a rockery. Seeing that the demon tiger hadn't pursued him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly activated the spirit gathering array there to recover. The fire element of the 10,000 Fiends Heart technique is quite useful. It can even handle a Foundation Establishment Stage 5 demon tiger. It truly lives up to its reputation as a technique for those destined for greatness. I wonder how powerful the highest level, 10,000 Fiends Unleashed, would be. However, this ultimate move not only consumes a lot of energy, but its wind-up time is also far too long. If I hadn't fought so desperately just now, this move would have been interrupted by the demon tiger. If I want to use this kind of ultimate move again in the future, I'll have to find a bunch of people to help me stall for time, won't I? Fang Chen, pale and weak, thought to himself. Just now, the demon tiger thought Fang Chen was stalling for time to wait for the elders to come to the rescue. In reality, he was just waiting for his ultimate move to charge up. He didn't avoid the demon tiger from the beginning, and even after his sneak attack failed, he didn't run away because the 10,000 Fiends Heart technique's ultimate move had such a long wind-up time. If it weren't for waiting for the ultimate move, he would have run away long ago. How could he dare to chat with the other party? And Fang Chen's ultimate move was learned from Xiao Qing. The system, based on the fire fiend killing technique that Xiao Qing would master in half a month, also provided Fang Chen with the same configuration. Fire Fiend King. Fire fiends are born only after the fusion of countless flames. They are extremely violent, specifically designed to burn spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, those entangled by the fire fiend will die completely, making them incredibly terrifying. And the Fire Fiend King is the #1 fiend among them, not only difficult to deal with but also extremely difficult to kill. This Fire Fiend King was born from a volcano over 100,000 years, possessing extremely pure power and a terrifying appearance as a fire fiend insect. Only nascent soul stage experts can barely attempt to master and refine it. According to the system, Xiao Qing obtained it by chance during a training trip 2 days later. This fire fiend insect was fought over by various experts, weakened to the extreme, and then, with only a sliver of power remaining, was taken away and refined by Xiao Qing, who happened to appear in a cave. Xiao Qing's refining process was fraught with countless hardships, ultimately succeeding only through the aid of various pills, talismans, and formations. The Chosen One is really cheating. He possesses something that only nascent soul stage experts can attempt. Fang Chen couldn't help but complain. However, thanks to being the Chosen One, he effortlessly defeated the new Fire Fiend King and burned the demon tiger to a pulp. Excellent! Just then, roar! From afar, a roar of extreme grief and pain suddenly echoed from the demon tiger. The next second, a beam of azure light exploded. As the azure light exploded, it also swept past Fang Chen's body. Feeling the coolness and comfort brought by the azure light, and inexplicably experiencing a healing sensation, Fang Chen's expression completely changed. This is a healing spell. Boom! The next second, the demon tiger actually charged from the front yard to the artificial hill where Fang Chen was. Looking at Fang Chen standing in the center of the spirit gathering array, the demonic tiger narrowed its eyes and growled through gritted teeth, "Cultivator, you're quite something. You're qualified to leave your name before me." At this moment, looking at the demonic tiger, its body brimming with energy, as if reborn, Fang Chen's face was extremely grim. What the hell is this healing technique? Is it of such high quality? Looking at the unharmed demonic tiger, and then at his own weakened state after using the Fire Fiend King technique, Fang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm doomed. This time, he was truly going to die. Fang Chen felt terrible. The demonic tiger, on the verge of victory, wasn't feeling much better either. This time, he had used a crucial trump card. Now, even if they could refine Fang Chen, it was uncertain whether he could escape the Danran sect alive. Judging from your aura, you must have only recently reached the Foundation Establishment stage, right? You're still a bit weak. If I gave you another half-month to consolidate your cultivation, with your current technique, I'm not sure if I could defeat you. The demonic tiger stared intently at Fang Chen. Even though Fang Chen was extremely weak at the moment, it didn't dare to rush forward recklessly. At this moment, it was gathering the power of the yin-yang furnace. It decided to use an array to refine Fang Chen. It wanted to use the safest method to eliminate Fang Chen, the Foundation Establishment cultivator who had almost killed it here. Feeling the scorching spiritual energy around it beginning to compress, even affecting its breathing, Fang Chen laughed angrily. "I'm already like this, and you're still using tricks. Are you really a tiger, being so cowardly?" The demonic tiger answered sincerely, "I'm just afraid you'll burn me again." It had already decided to refine Fang Chen for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before advancing. In that case, even if Fang Chen had some other hidden methods, it believed it could handle them. Fang Chen glanced at it with a cold smile, then closed his eyes, sighing inwardly. This demonic tiger seemed to be a real big boss, completely beyond the capabilities of someone as unlucky as him. Then, Fang Chen noticed that the yin-yang furnace was beginning to work on him. Watching his fingers begin to faintly become ethereal, wisps of blood-red aura, like smoke, drifted from his body, gradually converging on the demonic tiger. Fang Chen's face completely drained of color, his lips gradually turning purple. "It seems you truly have lost your power." Seeing that Fang Chen couldn't even withstand the refining power of the yin-yang furnace, the demonic tiger felt reassured. It then resumed its arrogant, all-powerful demeanor, and said calmly, "Since that's the case, cultivator, you are qualified to know my name. My name is Yi Xiong. What about you? Leave your name. If you have any needs, I will fulfill them for you." Fang Chen sneered. He had no time to play along with this idiot's act. Instead, he kept taking out pills from his storage ring and stuffing them into his mouth, trying to save his life. But unfortunately, it was just a drop in the ocean. Feeling his power constantly draining away, even taking out pills from his storage ring became extremely difficult for Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. Extremely weak, countless thoughts began to flood his mind. Was he really going to die? Or perhaps, he had already died, and was just living a cultivation dream? That cultivation dream was too suffocating. Who could accept such a system? He should probably stand up and fight the demon tiger now. Sitting there staring blankly seems rather uncool. Oh, right, I didn't use up my stamina in the game when I transmigrated today. Damn it. In his dying moments, countless thoughts swirled in Fang Chen's mind. The more thoughts he had, the more deathly pale his face became. To be honest, junior sister Zhang is quite pretty. If it weren't for the system, I really wanted to have a good chat with her. And then simply invite her to a hot spring or something. If I'd known I was going to die sooner or later, I'd rather die at Zhang Ningai's hands. At least being killed by her husband to prove my Dao is better than dying at the hands of a demon, right? Thinking this, Fang Chen suddenly froze, his hazy consciousness jolting awake. He hurriedly asked in his mind, "System, if I die at the hands of the demon tiger, won't I be unable to complete the mission you gave me? I can't help any chosen one." He hadn't initially considered asking the system for help, because that bastard definitely wouldn't care whether he lived or died. But now, thinking about it, dying at the hands of the demon tiger didn't seem quite right, did it? But the system didn't respond. Damn it, it's useless after all. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. This guy really wouldn't help him. Then, Fang Chen's last bit of energy and spirit dissipated completely, like a snapped string. His pupils began to dilate, and the aura of his heavenly Dao Foundation establishment gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the demon tiger was overjoyed and was about to take a step, but at that moment, it suddenly stopped, its eyes widening in shock. Something's wrong. Suddenly, the blood and spiritual energy continuously emanating from Fang Chen's body stopped. The next second, his aura strangely began to rise again. The next second after that, his body began to recover frantically. At this moment, watching Fang Chen's frantic recovery, Yi Xiong was terrified. His entire tiger face was filled with horror and astonishment, and he roared wildly in his heart. I knew it. I knew it. My caution was correct. My choice to wait was absolutely right. This Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment cultivator truly has many trump cards. This guy, not only is his spiritual power recovering frantically, but he has also taken back the power that the yin-yang furnace had already taken away. How did he do that? Meanwhile, Fang Chen's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous, because a voice echoed within his mind. Host is about to die. The target who killed the host is not the chosen one. The host will be restored. It is hoped that the host will cherish life, choose the right target to kill, and rightfully dedicate their life for all living beings. Fang Chen thought in astonishment, holy crap, it actually works. When his body recovered to a state even more perfect than when he had just used the Myriad Fiend's heart technique, Fang Chen was still somewhat incredulous. Looks like I've discovered a new bug. Fang Chen murmured, his eyes beginning to light up. How did you do that? The winged demon tiger said in terror. If I said I didn't do it, would you believe me? Fang Chen listened to the winged demon tiger's question and answered cautiously. I don't believe you. The winged demon tiger answered subconsciously, wondering why this guy would answer him. At this moment, a white flame suddenly shot out from Fang Chen's hand, heading straight for the winged demon tiger's eyes. Despicable! Winged fiend roared in fury, raising his head. This human cultivator was utterly despicable and shameless, plotting against him again. However, although Fang Chen's ambush was successful, he had only unleashed a single Fire Fiend King attack, without using the Myriad Fiend's heart technique he had just used. Therefore, Winged Fiend easily dodged the Fire Fiend King with a swift leap into the air. Die! While Winged Fiend was dodging the Fire Fiend King, Fang Chen abandoned his previous evasive fighting style and charged forward fearlessly. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chen dare to engage in close combat, Yi Xiong was furious, yet secretly delighted. He feared most that Fang Chen, a Foundation establishment cultivator, might possess some unknown, unpredictable methods. But now, Fang Chen wanted to fight him, whose strength lay in his physical body. Wasn't that courting death? The next moment, Yi Xiong, in midair, stomped on the air, generating a powerful force that propelled him towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt the rapidly approaching, sharp wind. He activated Peerless Will, golden light flashing within his body. Simultaneously, all the spiritual energy within him converged into his fist. Chi Fist. Bang! The two collided head-on, producing a deafening roar. The next second, Fang Chen was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, although Yi Xiong's tiger claws ached, it was far better than Fang Chen's injury in a single exchange. He immediately scoffed, pathetic. To Yi Xiong's surprise, Fang Chen, who had suffered a heavy loss in their direct confrontation, didn't retreat after being injured. Instead, he stood up and charged forward again. Human, I admire your courage. Yi Xiong shouted, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Regardless of Fang Chen's previous sneak attacks, Fang Chen's open and honest approach, free of underhanded tricks, earned him his respect. Bang! 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 The two clashed again, fists and claws exchanging blows, the wind howling, spiritual energy surging. In the intervals between battles, Fang Chen didn't forget to unleash streaks of Fire Fiend King. Unfortunately, almost all of them were futile. Yi Xiong's reaction speed was simply too abnormal. After several direct clashes, the demon tiger finally sustained injuries, blood trickling from its face. Fang Chen was already on the verge of death, covered in blood, every part of his body burning with pain. Dozens of his bones were broken, as if he had been hit by hundreds of trucks. Human, you are the most fearless Foundation establishment cultivator I have ever encountered. Winged Fiend's eyes were filled with deep respect, the respect due to a hero. He looked at the blood-soaked Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen didn't speak, nor did he have the strength to. At this moment, his breathing was as heavy as a broken bellows, his eyelids drooping, unable to lift due to the blood pressure. He cursed inwardly. This system's speed is too damn slow. It only recovers when he's on the verge of death. Now, Fang Chen only needed a few more hits to die, but Winged Fiend, being a villain, loved to show off and had the common villainous habit of talking too much. Standing aside, not in a hurry to kill him, he started babbling on and on. Or maybe I should just kill myself? A thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. That way, he could speed up his recovery and avoid wasting time watching this winged beast show off. However, Fang Chen wasn't confident. What if he actually killed himself? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen took out a poison from his storage ring. This poison was prepared by the original owner to deal with the demonic beast that killed him, and the ring also contained an antidote. If the system didn't help him recover, he could take the antidote in time, then wait for the winged beast to kill him and recover. Seeing Fang Chen take out the poison, the winged beast was stunned. You want to use poison? But what's the use? He could tell at a glance that this poison had absolutely no effect on him, a 5th grade Foundation establishment cultivator. Fang Chen ignored him, frowned, and stuffed it into his mouth. The winged beast was instantly dumbfounded. What are you doing? Has this guy gone mad? Fang Chen grinned, his smile brimming with confidence and arrogance. You'll find out soon enough. Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xiong. The next second, Fang Chen's face lit up with wild joy. Then, he looked at Yi Xiong and grinned again. Die. He dragged his poison-covered body forward, roaring, and unleashed a powerful punch. The shocked Yi Xiong had nowhere to dodge and took several blows from Fang Chen. Even with his thick skin, after a few hits, he couldn't help but groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But Yi Xiong didn't feel cheated. Instead, he was utterly bewildered. He used his tiger claws to stop Fang Chen, who was too weak to throw another punch but still raised his arm. Instead of immediately killing him, he asked incredulously, what exactly do you want to do? Puffed. Especially when he saw Fang Chen start coughing up blood again, Yi Xiong was dumbfounded. Even if he was fearless, why would he need to poison himself? But just then, Fang Chen's body suddenly straightened, and his listless state vanished instantly. His aura returned to full strength in the blink of an eye. What? The bewildered Yi Xiong was speechless with shock. How did this guy get better? This is impossible. Looking at Fang Chen, who had seemingly recovered using the same trick again, Yi Xiong felt his worldview had been turned upside down. Could it be that this guy had 2 life-saving talismans or pills on him? While Yi Xiong was still in shock, Fang Chen punched him squarely in the face. Winged in pain, ignoring his shock, he attacked Fang Chen with all his might once more. After fighting for a while, Fang Chen gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and began to be seriously injured again. Even injured, Wing's physical strength was still far superior to Fang Chen's. But to Wing's utter surprise, when Fang Chen was seriously injured again, he skillfully pulled out another poison pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, Fang Chen grinned again, his smile filled with boundless confidence and arrogance. "You die." Before he could finish speaking, Fang Chen spat out another mouthful of blood. Seeing the exact same scene before him, Winged, who had spent half his life in the beast prison and had never seen such a bizarre opponent, murmured in disbelief, "Illusion, this is an illusion, isn't it?" Immediately afterward, Fang Chen launched another reckless, suicidal attack. This time, Winged was somewhat afraid. He instinctively retreated to dodge. But this retreat only resulted in him taking several more of Fang Chen's wild punches. Still not satisfied, Fang Chen leaped into the air. Seeing this, the winged fiend was enraged, raising its claws to strike the landing Fang Chen. However, before Fang Chen could even get close, he began spitting blood and plummeting to the ground. The winged fiend. Before the winged fiend could even compose itself, Fang Chen scrambled to his feet, his aura now perfectly balanced, his weakened state completely gone, showing no signs of serious injury. Then, Fang Chen charged towards the winged fiend with a sinister laugh. "No, impossible." Faced with this bizarre scene, the terrified winged fiend was completely frozen in fear, no longer daring to face Fang Chen directly, roaring as it turned and ran. The winged fiend began fighting and running. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as his condition deteriorated, resorted to frequently taking poison to accelerate his health loss, then having the system refresh his status. This bizarre scene terrified Yi Xiong. Half an hour later, Yi Xiong was covered in wounds. An hour later, Fang Chen leaped onto the roof and easily stood before Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong, his spiritual energy exhausted and his reserves completely depleted, looked extremely ugly. The reason he insisted on finding someone to refine his spiritual energy, instead of simply escaping the Dan Ran sect, was because he bore the mark of the beast prison. Without the beast prison elder's permission, he couldn't leave the Dan Ran sect. According to the method taught to him by his demon predecessors, he only needed to find a disciple of the Dan Ran sect, refine their blood, and he could wash away the mark on his body and successfully leave the Dan Ran sect. That's why he wanted to kill Fang Chen, but Fang Chen remained unkillable. Because of this, half an hour ago, realizing he couldn't kill Fang Chen, Yi Xiong tried to escape the yin-yang furnace to find another disciple to refine. However, Fang Chen, who had already discovered a completely new fighting style, would never let him go, relentlessly pursuing him and preventing his escape. Later, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. "Is there anything else you want to say?" Fang Chen asked with a smile. Yi Xiong growled, "How did you do that? Did you control the yin-yang furnace?" He guessed and guessed, but he couldn't fathom how Fang Chen could achieve such a bizarre recovery. This absolutely couldn't be done with talismans or pills. After much deliberation, he realized there was only one possibility. The yin-yang furnace was malfunctioning. Perhaps because the formation was originally a human formation, Fang Chen might have some method to control the yin-yang furnace. But Fang Chen didn't answer, only smiled mysteriously. "Guess." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong was about to curse. But then he saw Fang Chen raise his hand, and a fire fiend king blasted directly towards his head. Yi Xiong's expression changed drastically, and he struggled and rolled backward with all his might. Once he reached a safe position, Yi Xiong roared in grief and indignation, "I'm about to die, and you still use this sneak attack? How despicable!" At this moment, all the pent-up frustration that Yi Xiong had accumulated until now exploded, making him look as aggrieved as a 1,000-pound cat. But what greeted Yi Xiong's cries was a fierce punch of chi from Fang Chen. Fang Chen wanted to kill this guy instantly. Just then, crack, crack, crash. The yin-yang furnace stiffened, seemingly sensing an immense force, and then the entire formation shattered with a deafening roar. A powerful surge of energy immediately swept through the entire mansion. Even with Fang Chen in peak condition, he couldn't help but stagger back several steps. Yi Xiong was even swept off the roof by the energy surge. But because of this, Yi Xiong escaped death. Just as the formation shattered and the energy surge swept across the entire area, a streak of light flashed from afar, instantly arriving and stopping in front of Fang Chen. The newcomer wore a light blue dress, her disheveled hair still carrying a youthful charm. However, her usually aloof beauty was gone, replaced by anxiety and worry. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. She had barely landed in front of Fang Chen, her voice trembling with tears, when she asked, "Senior brother, are you alright?" The newcomer was Zhang Ning'ai. At that moment, seeing the girl's tears, Fang Chen's heart stirred. Seeing Zhang Ningai's appearance, even with a heart of iron, Fang Chen, who had intended to distance himself from her, couldn't bring himself to simply send her away. He could only smile bitterly and say, "I'm fine." Really? Zhang Ningai's first reaction was disbelief, because Fang Chen was covered in blood, especially his clothes, which were stained with a mixture of blue and purple poisonous blood. It was clear he had been in an extremely fierce battle. Really? Fang Chen nodded. Zhang Ningai was still somewhat skeptical. At this moment, a soft yet alluring voice rang out, "Don't panic, this kid is alright, he's telling the truth." Behind Zhang Ningai, a crimson figure slowly approached, a rich fragrance wafting over even before she arrived. Fang Chen looked up, and her snow-white skin and beautiful face came into view. It was Hua Qirong, who had broken the formation. Behind her, however, lay the tightly bound demonic tiger, Winged Fiend. Seeing that Hua Qirong's first action after breaking the formation was to capture Winged Fiend, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this brat didn't escape, that was good enough. While Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, Hua Qirong's eyes, looking at Fang Chen, were filled with undisguised surprise. This kid has been hiding quite a bit. Seeing that Hua Qirong said Fang Chen was alright, Zhang Ningai finally calmed down a bit, then looked at Fang Chen seriously, and only then did she feel relieved. Senior brother Fang appeared disheveled and bloodstained, but upon closer inspection, it was clear he possessed a strong aura, far from being a dying man. "Senior brother Fang, it's so good you're alright." Zhang Ningai breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of joy finally appearing in her reddened eyes. Fang Chen looked at Zhang Ningai. He didn't know how to deal with her. To utter insults as he had just done would be unfair to the young girl's tears, but to respond warmly, he was afraid of death. Sigh. Never mind. Life is more important. He didn't want to be killed to prove his deo. In the end, he could only nod silently. At this moment, Hua Qirong stepped forward, giving Fang Chen a meaningful look, and said, "Fang Chen, it seems I underestimated you. I thought I wouldn't have enough time, but I didn't expect you to be so unassuming, actually managing to defeat this demonic tiger." She thought to herself, "Good lad, this aura is powerful and formidable, and it even possesses a hidden imposing aura. It's not just Chi refining stage 9, but Heavenly Deo Foundation establishment." As expected of a member of the Fang family, he actually possesses such a magical artifact to conceal his aura. Even I was almost fooled. In Hua Qirong's mind, she was already convinced that Fang Chen had used a magical artifact to conceal his aura, making her mistakenly believe that he was only a Chi refining stage 9. Fang Chen bowed and said, "Elder Hua, you flatter me. I only persevered because I knew you would come to save me. If it weren't for you, with my cultivation level, I would probably have given up resistance long ago and awaited my death. Now that you've saved me from the jaws of death, I should be thanking you for saving my life." Hua Qirong pointed with a half-smile at the winged ferocious beast in the distance, which was completely bound by its armor, and said, "You think this is what you call escaping from the jaws of death? Isn't that a bit childish?" Fang Chen coughed lightly, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. What's wrong with flattering Hua Qirong? He still wanted to rely on her status as a powerful alchemist. Hua Qirong interrupted him, "Enough. This is your ability, don't try to pin it on me. Being able to defeat the demon tiger means your combat ability is extremely strong. Fighting a 5-rank opponent, and the opponent was this demon tiger, Tisk, this isn't something an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could accomplish. Furthermore, surviving the yin-yang furnace formation is enough to prove your formation skills far exceed my expectations. Keeping a low profile and being humble is a good thing, but don't overdo it, understand?" Fang Chen then shut up. Zhang Ningai, standing to the side, was suddenly startled upon hearing this, then a look of sudden understanding flashed in her beautiful eyes. So that's how it is. She understood. She understood everything. At this moment, a panicked voice came from afar, Senior brother, are you alright?" The three turned around and saw Xiao Qing rushing over. Behind him was Ling Wanner. "I'm alright, thanks to Elder Hua's timely rescue." Fang Chen smiled. This earned him another eye roll from Hua Qirong. "That's good." Xiao Qing and Ling Wanner breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had just been taking a medicinal bath in the hot spring when he heard a deafening noise coming from where Fang Chen was. Sensing something was wrong, he rushed over, worried about Fang Chen. On his way, he also encountered Ling Wanner. When Hua Qirong saw Xiao Qing arrive, she was taken aback. How could this child have the aura of the shattered jade pill she had refined? How many years had it been since she had provided the sect with any shattered jade pills she had refined? But then, looking at Fang Chen, she seemed to understand something, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over her. Her gaze towards Fang Chen softened unconsciously. "No wonder. So that's it. Alright, your senior brother Fang is fine now, but let him rest. A great battle inevitably causes some injuries. I'll stay and check on him. You three can go out now." Hua Qirong said. "Yes, Ling Wan'er and Xiao Qing, who arrived late, wanted to say something, but could only obediently comply. As for Zhang Ning'ai, she hadn't uttered a word since earlier, and remained silent as well. She merely glanced at Fang Chen before turning and leaving. That glance, whether it was her imagination or not, did seem to make Fang Chen appear deeply worried. After everyone had left, Fang Chen looked at Hua Qirong, who remained before him, and said, "Elder Hua, may I ask what brings you here?" Hua Qirong looked at him with a half-smile. "You know I didn't stay here to treat you? If you're alright, you should be able to tell I'm fine," Fang Chen said. An elder wouldn't be so incapable of recognizing that he was at his peak. Hua Qirong was taken aback by his words, and only after realizing what he meant did she feel that Fang Chen had been sarcastic. She glared at Fang Chen, too lazy to argue, and said, "I stayed here to deal with this demonic tiger matter with you first." Fang Chen was taken aback. What's wrong with this demonic tiger? Hua Qirong didn't answer. Instead, she turned to look at Yi Xiong and said calmly, "Stop playing dead. Get up." Yi Xiong didn't react. Hua Qirong raised her arm, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the air. A giant hand of spiritual energy condensed and slammed down. Bang! Roar! Yi Xiong, which had been in a corpse-like state, roared in pain. It then stood up, opened its tiger eyes, and showed a look of confusion and bewilderment. It tilted its head and glanced at Hua Qirong, then whimpered pitifully, "Ah, ah." Seeing Yi Xiong's appearance, Hua Qirong said coldly, "Don't pretend you don't understand human language, or I'll use force next time." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was full of killing intent. Startled, Yi Xiong immediately replied obediently, "Yes, Elder Hua, do you want to live or die?" Hua Qirong asked condescendingly, her eyes indifferent. "Live," Yi Xiong answered swiftly. Hua Qirong nodded and looked at Fang Chen. "Are you interested in having another beast pet?" "A beast pet?" A surprised voice burst from both the human and the tiger simultaneously. "Yes, having awakened the Tiger Emperor bloodline, it's quite suitable as your beast pet. It's not a waste of your potential," Hua Qirong said calmly. Yi Xiong, with its Tiger Emperor bloodline, should actually be given to one of the sect's top experts as a beast pet. But Hua Qirong believed that firstly, Fang Chen possessed the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, and his future status in the Dan Ran sect would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Secondly, Fang Chen himself defeated Yi Xiong this time, so even if Fang Chen subdued Yi Xiong, it would be justifiable. At this moment, Yi Xiong's tiger face was extremely ugly. To be this despicable beast's pet? Wouldn't that mean he'd never be able to escape the Dan Ran sect for the rest of his life? Tiger Emperor bloodline? Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. This guy, so powerful? Yes, Hua Qirong explained, when this demonic tiger was captured and brought to our Dan Ran sect, it was still young, and its bloodline hadn't awakened yet. Several elders in the sect brought it back casually. After returning, it awakened its bloodline, and we learned that it possessed the Tiger Emperor bloodline of the Qinkan Sacred Tiger clan. Its current cultivation level was achieved in the beast prison, where there was almost no spiritual energy. Hearing this, Fang Chen was completely stunned, utterly dumbfounded. A near-absent spiritual energy environment, yet it cultivated to the 5th level of foundation establishment? Such talent, does it really exist? Damn it! Fang Chen's feeling at that moment was pure jealousy. Driven by jealousy, Fang Chen said without hesitation, "Then let him be my beast pet." He wasn't worried that the other's talent was too great and might kill him later. With the system's guarantee, this guy wasn't a chosen one, he couldn't possibly kill him. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong's eyes revealed deep despair. "It's over." "All right." Hua Qirong nodded, then looked at Yi Xiong. "Are you willing to become Fang Chen's beast pet?" If Yi Xiong was willing, then forging the beast slave contract between the two later wouldn't be too difficult. Hua Qirong didn't want to go through unnecessary trouble. Yi Xiong opened his mouth. Hua Qirong quietly looked at him, a wisp of bright pink flame appearing in her hand. The moment this flame appeared, Yi Xiong instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Even under Hua Qirong's protection, Fang Chen felt no heat whatsoever. Yet, in his eyes, he felt as if his mansion was about to burn down at any moment. I promise," Yi Xiong hurriedly said. After Hua Qirong helped Fang Chen place the beast slave seal, Fang Chen felt an extremely strange connection between himself and Yi Xiong. With just a thought, Yi Xiong would die. Because there is a gap between your cultivation level and Yi Xiong's, you'd better either come to me or an inner sect elder after a while to have them reinforce your control. However, your better option is to quickly enter the inner sect and find a master to help you improve your cultivation. This way, the control will be more stable, Hua Qirong reminded him. In this world, there is no way to control someone from below for an extended period. Currently, the difference between Foundation Establishment Stage 1 and Foundation Establishment Stage 5 is not significant, but in the future, the difference between Golden Core Stage 1 and Golden Core Stage 5 will be enormous. Therefore, she still hoped Fang Chen would enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Although she knew Fang Chen stayed in the outer sect for the sake of his junior brothers and sisters, cultivation, in the end, is for oneself. She hoped Fang Chen could be a little selfish and enter the inner sect quickly, no longer needing to be so selfless and silently dedicate himself. Yes. Fang Chen nodded, firmly remembering Hua Qirong's words. As soon as the seal loosened, he would go to her. As for cultivating on his own? What is cultivating on one's own? After Hua Qirong helped Fang Chen place the beast slave seal, she planned to leave. Fang Chen saw her out. At this moment, Yi Xiong lay slumped on the ground, his eyes glazed over, weak and listless, his black and white tiger fur drooping. Placing the beast slave seal had consumed a lot of his essence blood, especially since Fang Chen's strength was insufficient, requiring even more, which had drained Yi Xiong of its strength. Although he felt despair, he was ultimately relieved. At least he had survived. Where there's life, there's hope. There will always be a chance to escape later. Fang Chen and Hua Qirong walked from the artificial hill in the backyard to the courtyard in front of the gate. Along the way, Hua Qirong's gaze swept over many places where Fang Chen and Yi Xiong had fought. Most of them were damaged, and often, she could see a lot of poisonous blood spilling out. The amount of poisonous blood was enormous. Hua Qirong didn't examine it closely, but she thought that such an astonishing amount of blood couldn't have been vomited by one person alone. It must have been Yi Xiong who vomited it. Then, a thought struck Hua Qirong. To poison Yi Xiong, a 5th-grade foundation establishment cultivator with the bloodline of the Tiger Emperor, Fang Chen must be extremely skilled in using poison. She suddenly realized why Fang Chen could defeat an Emperor-grade demon beast that controlled the yin-yang furnace, despite being a 5th-grade cultivator. This poison must have played a crucial role. What truly made her raise an eyebrow was the faint aura of the Fire Fiend King emanating from the front courtyard. Upon noticing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hua Qirong's eyes. This kid actually possesses the Fire Fiend King aura? However, Hua Qirong was, after all, an elder of the pill refining room. Although shocked, she didn't reveal it, remaining composed. After all, having cultivated to this age, being easily shocked wouldn't be normal. Then, a slight smile curved her lips, revealing a playful expression. Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. Fire Fiend King. His mastery of poisons is profound. His proficiency in formations is undoubtedly exceptional. Fang Chen also possesses the aura of his sect's peerless ambition, allowing him to cultivate this technique to such a refined level during the foundation establishment stage. This kid knows far too much. But thinking about it carefully, after so many years in the outer sect, knowing so much is normal. She knew it. After all these years in the outer sect, could it be that he really hasn't made any progress in cultivation or techniques? That's clearly illogical. The Fang Chen of today is the normal one. Aside from the techniques Fang Chen is proficient in, what intrigues Hua Qirong even more are the Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment and the Fire Fiend King. These are the dreams of countless cultivators. However, Hua Qirong has no intention of investigating Fang Chen's secrets. What cultivator doesn't have some secrets? She wasn't worried that the seemingly unassuming Fang Chen might be a spy sent by another sect to infiltrate the Danran sect. To the Danran sect, Fang Chen was already safe enough. Putting everything else aside, if Fang Chen really had something fishy going on, he wouldn't be spending all his time bullying children more than 10 years younger than himself in the outer section. Alright, that's enough for now. You don't need to see me off any further. After Hua Qirong had seen enough, she turned around and stopped Fang Chen from seeing her off. Elder Hua, let me escort you out. Yingguang Lake and the mountains are too big, I'm afraid you'll get lost. Fang Chen said with concern. Hua Qirong politely declined Fang Chen's offer. No need, I won't walk back, I'll fly back. You should hurry and recuperate. If you need any healing pills, just come to Lingyun Peak and get them yourself. Fang Chen said, okay, thank you Elder Hua. Hua Qirong said, furthermore, you subdued the demon tiger, preventing it from causing greater casualties, which is a great achievement. I will report this to the sect and have you receive a sufficient reward. And because of the flaw in the beast prison, you almost lost your life to the tiger, the sect should also compensate you. I'll go back and think about what we should prepare for you. As she spoke, Hua Qirong's eyes flickered, as if she was hiding many things. Fang Chen's heart stirred. It seems there's a significant reason behind the beast prison and why Hua Qirong and the others took an hour to arrive. However, this is currently irrelevant to him. Following this, Fang Chen clasped his hands and said, thank you, Elder Hua. No need, this is what you deserve. Hua Qirong chuckled, by the way, don't even think about getting anything for your junior brother this time. I'll try to secure more cultivation resources for you. With your potential to reach the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment stage, those resources will be more effective for you. In her eyes, Fang Chen, capable of the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, was no longer a useless person, but a peerless genius. He only needed to report to the sect master this time to soar to great heights and become renowned throughout the land. Fang Chen's expression turned anxious, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need, Elder Hua, you don't need to give me cultivation resources. Couldn't you give me some more self-defense tools and escape aids, preferably the kind that allow me to instantly escape from a deadly formation?" "You want cultivation resources? What's the difference between that and buying advanced math textbooks for an elementary school student? He'd better just take what he can actually use to survive." Hua Qirong found it strange. "Are you sure? Those are just external things. Who doesn't need cultivation resources? Strengthening oneself is the right path, relying on external forces is destined to be unsustainable." "I'm sure." Fang Chen nodded immediately, very firmly. Seeing Fang Chen's insistence, Hua Qirong, who disliked being forced, had no choice but to give in. "Then I agree. Thank you, Elder Hua." Fang Chen clasped his hands in thanks. "There's one more thing," Hua Qirong said. "Your entry into the inner sect needs to be delayed. As for your Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and subduing the winged fiend, I won't let anyone know for now. You'll have to keep a low profile for a while." Fang Chen said, "It's alright, Elder Hua, I won't feel wronged." He appeared calm, but was inwardly overjoyed. He didn't want to enter the inner sect or reveal his Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment so quickly. For him, entering the inner sect before finding a solution to his cultivation was pointless. He didn't want to enter the inner sect, acquire a bunch of resources, cultivate for years, and still only reach the first rank of Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. That would be too embarrassing. Hua Qirong looked at Fang Chen's sensible expression and couldn't help but sigh. She felt somewhat apologetic for causing Fang Chen to lose the attention and reputation he deserved. But the fact that the winged fiend could escape from the beast prison indicated that there must be a traitor within the section. Hua Qirong planned to keep Fang Chen in hiding until that person was apprehended. Since only a few people knew about the situation inside the yin-yang furnace, Hua Qirong could easily fabricate a reason to cover it up. "Don't worry, you won't lack your due reward, I can guarantee that." Hua Qirong thought for a moment, deciding she needed to reassure Fang Chen. "Alright, thank you, Elder Hua." Fang Chen smiled. Afterwards, Hua Qirong bid farewell to Fang Chen, left the courtyard, and soared into the air, disappearing in a streak of light. Watching Hua Qirong leave, Fang Chen turned and went back. While Hua Qirong was leaving Yingguan Lake Mountain, Zhang Ning'ai and Ling Wanner had already returned to Turtle Terrace. Beside the wide downhill road of Turtle Terrace stood thousands of tall, lush trees. Zhang Ning'ai and Ling Wanner walked down the mountain path. "Senior sister, I initially thought senior brother Fang had a terrible temper, even worse than old man Zhang's, and I really disliked him. But I have to admit, he has the right to be bad-tempered, he's truly amazing. He actually defeated the demonic tiger and survived in the yin-yang furnace. Moreover, because of his bad temper, he wouldn't let us in, which just happened to save us from disaster. So, I won't hold his insults against me. I've decided to go back and have old man Zhang prepare a gift for me. Tomorrow, I'll have brother Xiao Qing accompany me to apologize and thank senior brother Fang." Ling Wanner twirled a green blade of grass in her hand as she spoke. She had originally been angry and decided not to make amends for what she did to Fang Chen at Lingyun Peak. But after Fang Chen defeated the winged fiend and saved Zhang Ning'ai, she changed her mind. Because Ling Wanner knew that when Yi Xiong appeared, he accused Fang Chen of preventing Zhang Ning'ai from entering. She knew then that Yi Xiong's initial target was likely Zhang Ning'ai. If Fang Chen had allowed her and Zhang Ning'ai to enter from the beginning, then they would have been the ones facing certain death inside the yin-yang furnace. Therefore, Fang Chen indirectly saved their lives. However, he has such a terrible temper. I don't want to associate with people like that in the future, lest I accidentally get yelled at again. Ling Wanner muttered. But despite the life-saving grace, the thought of Fang Chen implicating Zhang Ning'ai still ignited a fire of anger within her. Insulting her was one thing, but what kind of behavior was it to insult Zhang Ning'ai? After Ling Wanner finished speaking, Zhang Ning'ai suddenly said, "Wanner, you might have misunderstood senior brother Fang." "What?" Ling Wanner was taken aback. "Senior brother Fang doesn't have a bad temper." Zhang Ning'ai looked at Ling Wanner, a complex expression on her delicate face. "He only scolded us to save us." "What?" Ling Wanner was momentarily stunned. "Really?" Faced with the question, Zhang Ning'ai didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Wanner, let me ask you a question." "What?" Senior brother Fang was able to survive inside the yin-yang furnace for an hour. What do you think of his array formation skills? Then, upon hearing this, Ling Wanner couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "He must be extremely skilled. I think all the Foundation establishment stage senior brothers and sisters in the sect can't reach senior brother Fang's array formation level." As the green leaves swayed in the breeze, Zhang Ning'ai stopped and quietly asked, "Do you think senior brother Fang will realize when the demon tiger activates the yin-yang furnace's array plate?" Ling Wanner's gaze sharpened upon hearing this, realizing something, and she stammered, "Well, I suppose he can." Ling Wanner wasn't stupid. Zhang Ning'ai had put it this way, the truth was clear. When Hua Qirong praised Fang Chen's array skills, Zhang Ningyi had already realized Fang Chen's humiliation of them wasn't for revenge. It was to save her and Ling Wanner. Otherwise, why would Fang Chen's first reaction upon seeing them be to step forward, only to retreat later? This was definitely because Fang Chen had realized that the demon tiger was activating the yin-yang furnace, waiting for them to enter the array. If she entered the array, given the demon tiger's cultivation level, she would either die or be crippled. It was precisely because senior brother Fang realized these things that he insulted and drove her away. Because, with senior brother Fang's meticulous mind, he must have realized that if he had explicitly told her there was danger, she certainly wouldn't have left. Only by using such extreme methods could he provoke her and force her to leave. Thinking of this, Zhang Ningyi felt extremely guilty. You see, she had just been angry because Fang Chen had implicated and humiliated her, and even thought she had misjudged Fang Chen. Now, thinking back, she realized she had only been narrow-minded in judging others by her own standards. Senior brother Fang possessed a noble character, as pure as gold and jade. Even though he had been misunderstood and slandered for years, he remained untainted and uncorrupted. How could he possibly be the same as ordinary people? At this moment, Zhang Ningyi had gained a deeper understanding and knowledge of Fang Chen. Now you have a basic understanding of me, right? From now on, I am your master, and you can call me father, understand? Fang Chen stood before Yi Xiong, instructing him. He had just returned to chat with Yi Xiong after saying goodbye to Hua Qirong, and had also given a brief self-introduction. Yi Xiong looked at the arrogant Fang Chen, daring not to speak his anger, but instead said in a muffled voice, Fang Chen, can't we address each other as brothers? We will be sharing life and death in the future, how can we distinguish between superior and inferior? The bond between master and servant is too shallow, only the bond between brothers can make us willingly entrust our backs to each other. Put yourself in my shoes, if you were enslaved by me for a long time, wouldn't you feel resentful? Fang Chen thought for a moment, I would indeed be very unhappy. Right. Yi Xiong coaxed, since you would be unhappy, I naturally would be too. If I were to harbor evil intentions and harm you, wouldn't that be extremely detrimental to you as well? It's better if we address each other as brothers now, according to our age. You call me Brother Tiger, and I'll call you Brother Chen. Demons and humans are locked in a bloody feud, yet we transcend racial barriers, forging a brotherhood stronger than gold and harder than iron. Isn't that a beautiful story? Fang Chen thought the tiger's words made perfect sense. He must have read a lot. He couldn't help but admire the bookish tiger, so he said, then you call me father, and we'll form a father-son bond. Wouldn't that be just as beautiful? Winged fiend, you're so stubborn, aren't you? Alright, stop talking to me. I don't want to hear it. Fang Chen waved his hand, walked to the side, and moved a large rock to sit on. Winged fiend knew he couldn't escape his fate of becoming a slave, and a feeling of bitterness welled up inside him. He lay resentfully on the ground, his tiger face puffing up in a heap. Get well soon, and then you can get back to work. You've made such a mess of my yard, you have to take responsibility. I'll find some folk decorating books for you to read. Once you've learned them, help me fix the walls, and hopefully in a European style. And all these flowers and plants, you're responsible for planting them properly for me. Fang Chen began speaking after sitting down. Winged Fierce immediately pressed its ears to its sides, remaining completely silent, the tiger as still as if dead. Seeing its emo-like state, Fang Chen chuckled and said, alright, just kidding. How could I possibly let you do these chores? Winged Fierce's ears popped back out. Fang Chen considerately said, after all, you're so big, you definitely can't do these chores well. You'd be better off emptying my slop buckets and digging the lake. I'm thinking of expanding my hot spring area. Winged Fierce's gaze gradually became wooden. Alright, let's talk. How did you get captured and brought to the Dan ransacked? Fang Chen asked. Winged Fierce replied weakly, framed by my royal brother. Framed by my royal brother? What happened? Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned, inwardly exclaiming, good heavens, there's even gossip to hear. Do you want to hear it? Winged Fierce asked. Of course. Gossip is human nature, Fang Chen nodded. Then I don't want to dump swill, dig hot springs, or do any other work, but I can help you fight. Winged Fierce said seriously. Fang Chen, looking extremely troubled, said, then how about I call Elder Hua back? Yi Xiong. He gazed into the distance and said, in the year I was born, a major event occurred in the Qinkan Sacred Tiger clan. What event? That year, my mother gave birth to 108 sacred tiger bloodlines in one birth, shocking the demon realm. Yi Xiong replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap! 108 treasures in one birth? Are you kidding me? Ordinary demon tigers typically give birth to only 2 or 3 cubs per litter. The bloodline of the Qinkan Sacred Tiger clan is precious, born imbued with the destiny of heaven and earth, making it even rarer. Elders within the clan are often unable to reproduce, and even when a sacred tiger bloodline is born, it rarely exceeds 2 cubs. By that year, the number of newborn bloodlines was terrifyingly low. There was only one young sacred tiger. It seemed the clan was on the verge of extinction, lacking any successors. But my mother seemed to be favored by heaven. After merging her blood with my father's, she gave birth to 108 sacred tiger bloodlines. That night, countless demons believed that our Kinkan sacred tiger clan had risen to power. The winged ferocious sighed softly, and these 108 sacred tiger bloodlines did not disappoint our clan. Almost all of them awakened their bloodlines, and one even possessed a sacred grade bloodline at birth, causing immense excitement throughout our clan. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was extremely surprised. Sacred grade bloodline. In the world of cultivation, the levels are divided into 9 stages: Shi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, returning to emptiness, Deo integration, tribulation transcending, and great ascension. There are a total of 9 levels. The demon race was no exception. A demon saint was equivalent to a human's tribulation transcending stage. As for a saint-grade bloodline, it meant that as long as this Kinkan saint tiger didn't die, it would definitely become a demon saint. This made Fang Chen worry. The Kinkan Saint Tiger clan sounded pretty powerful. Did this mean he couldn't bully this winged fiend anymore? Maybe he shouldn't let him learn massage anymore. The winged fiend, unaware of Fang Chen's thoughts, continued, but among these 108 Saint Tiger bloodlines, there are some who are not favored by heaven and earth. That's me. I'm the only one among all my brothers and sisters who hasn't awakened my bloodline. At this point, Fang Chen couldn't help but show a look of heartache, comforting him. So, you're a waste. The winged fiend got angry. Are you even listening? I'm listening, continue. Fang Chen chuckled. Yi Xiong said, because our clan previously had few tiger cubs, it was stipulated that cubs must have a large supply of resources before they matured. Even adult sacred tigers had to reduce their own resources to ensure the cubs had sufficient resources. Therefore, even though I hadn't awakened my bloodline, I still occupied a lot of resources, which resulted in my brother's dissatisfaction. Once, my 9th brother failed his breakthrough, losing to my 106th brother. Feeling humiliated, he came to my mountain, flew into a rage, injured me, and blamed me for occupying resources, forcibly demanding that I hand them over. Naturally, I refused and even asked the clan elders to uphold justice. He was punished for this and imprisoned for half a year. Because of this, my 9th brother harbored resentment and deliberately framed me, forcing me to run into the immortal demon battlefield. I narrowly escaped death there, and was finally captured by cultivators from the Dan Ran sect and imprisoned in the beast prison. In the beast prison, whether it was due to overwhelming hatred or the inevitable awakening of my bloodline, I awakened my emperor-grade bloodline. Fang Chen exclaimed in amazement. A demon emperor. That's the great ascension stage. This winged fiend, you know what, his tiger life script has its ups and downs, truly impressive. The winged fiend spoke slowly, a sharp glint in his eyes, looking down upon everything with unparalleled domineering arrogance, saying, at that moment, I knew that I was the future king of the Kinkan sacred tiger clan. I will definitely return to the demon realm to avenge my 9th imperial brother, to let him know what cruelty is. Fang Chen listened with great interest, unable to resist interjecting, but you're enslaved by me now, how are you going to go back and take revenge? The domineering winged fiend instantly broke down. Fang Chen walked over to Yi Xiong, plopped down beside him, and stroked the creature's head with his large hand, saying, so, what's your revenge plan? As he stroked it, Fang Chen thought to himself, petting a big cat is much more exciting than petting a kitten. I used to, but not anymore. Yi Xiong swayed a few times, but unable to break free from Fang Chen, it simply slumped down. I don't even know if that bastard was still alive when I left the Dan Ran sect. Fang Chen comforted it, don't be so dejected. Haven't you ever thought you could never leave? Yi Xiong silently looked at Fang Chen, Seeing Yi Xiong like this, Fang Chen laughed heartily, quite satisfied, and then asked, does your 9th imperial brother still know you're alive? This question was very important to him. It wasn't that he was worried about Yi Xiong, but about himself. If the other side knew that Yi Xiong was still alive, and even had given birth to an emperor-grade bloodline, they would definitely try to kill Yi Xiong first. Then, as the master, he might also suffer. Therefore, Fang Chen felt he needed to quickly gather first-hand information and be prepared to betray and abandon Yi Xiong at any time. He probably doesn't know, Yi Xiong said. My 9th brother isn't particularly gifted either. He's not even among the top tier of the 108 brothers in the clan. Given his status and the capabilities of the Dan Ran sect, I don't think he could know anything about me. Fang Chen nodded slightly, agreeing with Yi Xiong's words. Then he could temporarily put aside the thought of betraying Yi Xiong. Then how did you escape from the beast prison this time? Fang Chen remembered something else, his heart tightening, and asked, was it an expert from your clan who rescued you? If the Holy Tiger clan found out he had captured him as a beast slave, they would definitely kill him, although he wouldn't die unless killed by the chosen one of destiny. But what if some holy tiger came? It's better to play it safe. Fang Chen began to think again about how to betray the winged fiend and escape unscathed when facing a powerful enemy. Of course not. Yi Xiong shook his head. I was able to escape the beast prison this time because those great demon seniors, seeing my noble bloodline, couldn't bear to see me waste my life, so they decided to help me leave. Coincidentally, the great demon seniors somehow obtained a yin-yang furnace array plate, and after 2.5 years of painstaking research within the beast prison, they finally modified it into a yin-yang furnace specifically for human cultivators. As long as I refine Zhang Ning'ai, my cultivation will very likely break through to the 9th level of the 2nd tier. If my bloodline power can take effect, I might even directly leap to the 3rd tier. If I can reach the 3rd tier, I'll be confident I can leave the Dan Ran sect. The demon race's ranks are divided into 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 4th tier, Demon King, Demon Emperor, Demon Venerable, Demon Saint, and Demon Emperor. The 3rd tier that Yi Xiong mentioned is equivalent to the Golden Core stage for humans. That makes sense, but, do you really think you can escape? Fang Chen asked. Yi Xiong remained silent. In truth, Fang Chen didn't believe that even if the other party had reached the Golden Core stage, they could leave smoothly. Even if Yi Xiong really killed someone as important as Zhang Ning'ai, Fang Chen didn't believe the sect's bigwigs wouldn't be alerted. Therefore, at this moment, Fang Chen had some doubts. Perhaps, Yi Xiong's escape this time was a setup. The target was Zhang Ning'ai. Looks like the Dan Ran sect is full of intrigue too. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, on the other hand, even the Emperor-grade bloodline Yi Xiong couldn't become the chosen one under the system. Facing the genuine chosen one, Zhang Ning'ai, Fang Chen didn't think this fool would survive the yin-yang furnace. Afterwards, Fang Chen's investigation of Yi Xiong came to an end, and he began to study his system. After a day, he had a basic understanding of the system. Although this system was inherently rebellious and only wanted to betray its host, it wasn't a dead end. Fang Chen knew that if he wanted to survive the persecution of this damned system, he had to cleverly utilize its bugs and constantly exploit it. Moreover, because he could only die at the hands of the chosen one, no one can kill me. Fang Chen felt secretly pleased. In some ways, he's invincible now. However, that doesn't mean he can be arrogant. They can't kill him, but if their cultivation is strong enough to crush him, they can definitely capture him and torture him for life, like drowning him in the deep sea thousands of times a day, then bringing him back to life, only to drown him again. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The system won't care about his miserable existence. Furthermore, perhaps some powerful beings will want to dissect him for research, to see how he manages to be unkillable. They might even use him as alchemy material. For example, demonic cultivators love using the essence blood of Foundation establishment cultivators for alchemy. If some demonic cultivator discovers his secret and imprisons him, then he'll be a source of endless demonic pill materials for life, having his heart, kidneys, and Foundation extracted for alchemy. Thinking about this, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This is too terrifying. But after the initial shock, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a bold idea arose in his mind. Wait a minute. Since others can use him for alchemy, could he also, would this count as falling into demonic ways? That can't be right. Fang Chen stroked his chin, feeling that this idea wasn't entirely unthinkable. Of course. Unless he was at his wit's end, Fang Chen decided against it. Several cuts to himself every day would be unbearable. Therefore, Fang Chen temporarily shelved this thought. Now, I shouldn't worry about the life or death duel with Xiao Qing. Fang Chen stroked his chin, and as for Zhang Ning'ai, because of my superb acting skills, she probably won't develop feelings for me. Although defeating the winged fiend would glorify his image, his previous godlike acting performance wouldn't prevent Zhang Ning'ai from continuing to believe he had a terrible temper. No big problem, the advantage remains. The system can't kill me. Then, Fang Chen patted his backside and got up. I'm going to rest. You can sleep in the backyard. Wait, aren't you going to cultivate later? Hearing this, Yi Xiong, who was meditating and healing, stopped Fang Chen and asked. In his years in the beast prison, he had seen many cultivators, but none of them slept. Who didn't close their eyes and circulate their energy to cultivate? Why was Fang Chen such an exception? Cultivation? Cultivate my ass. How can you cultivate at this age? This is the age to play, understand? Fang Chen said earnestly, my Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment cultivation was achieved through playing. Really? Yi Xiong was immediately shocked. With a broad mind, the great Dao will naturally follow. Sleep when you want, play when you want, why be bound by cultivation? Your Emperor-grade bloodline is still a bit too low, that's why you're stuck at Foundation establishment level 5, sigh. Fang Chen shook his head disdainfully and left. Watching Fang Chen's retreating figure, and recalling his own arduous battle and inability to win, Yi Xiong fell into deep thought. A Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment cultivator's words must be full of profound meaning. Could it be that Fang Chen was right? The next day, Fang Chen had just gotten up when people from the outer sect arrived to repair his courtyard and clean up the mess. This was at Hua Qirong's behest. However, these people were all mortals. Even cultivation sects aren't entirely composed of cultivators. Naturally, there are mortals who work for them. Seeing this, Fang Chen had Yi Xiong supervise him while he went out. Of course, Yi Xiong didn't maintain his massive size, lest he frighten the group. He transformed into a 1.5-meter-long tiger, nestled to the side, quietly watching everyone. Thanks to Yi Xiong, no one slacked off. After leaving the residence, Fang Chen used a concealment technique to reduce his aura to the 3rd level of qi refining, then nodded with relief and headed straight for the summit of Yingguan Lake Mountain. Besides the main road leading to the Sea Turtle platform, many important locations of the outer sect were also located at the summit. For example, there's the 100 Arts Academy, which teaches various skills, the Battle Academy, where Fang Chen and Xiao Qing agreed to a life-or-death duel and signed a contract, and the Transmission Pavilion. Besides teaching cultivation techniques, the Transmission Pavilion also has a vast collection of books. Fang Chen planned to spend a day browsing the books in the Transmission Pavilion to see if there was any way to solve his inability to cultivate. He didn't want to entrust his life to the system. After all, the system's ultimate goal was still to kill him at Xiao Qing's hands. Who knew what other tricks it might pull? Relying solely on Xiao Qing for cultivation was extremely unwise. Only by finding a second path could he truly be secure. As a cultivator, one must master an independent cultivation path. What if the system were to restrict his cultivation one day? However, on the way, Fang Chen overheard others discussing what happened last night. Did you hear the noise from Fang Logu's house yesterday? You mean the explosion? Yes. What happened to him? Do you think he's dead? Definitely not. I heard. My brother-in-law's best friend's aunt's husband's neighbor is in the intersect, and he heard about Fang Logu. What happened? I heard a demonic beast escaped from the beast prison, intending to kill Fang Logu to replenish his depleted qi and blood. But because Fang Logu comes from a wealthy family and has a family heirloom protecting him, he wasn't killed and held out until Elder Hua came to rescue him. What a pity! Ahead of Fang Chen, several children at the first level of qi refining were carrying a basket of herbs, discussing amongst themselves. Upon learning that Fang Chen was alright, the boys and girls all showed expressions of disappointment. What are you disappointed about? Heh, you wish I were dead? Just then, a sinister laugh rang out from behind them. The children froze, then turned around in disbelief. When Fang Chen's face came into view, they screamed in terror and ran away like madmen. Watching the several qi refining level 1 children run away in fear, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he hid in the shadows and listened to the discussions about the explosion at Yingguan Lake Mountain yesterday. Having successfully scared away nearly 30 children and youths, Fang Chen was very satisfied. It must be said, Elder Hua is quite adept at manipulating public opinion. Now, there are all sorts of conflicting information about last night's events. For example, some say Fang Chen instantly killed a Foundation Establishment Stage 5 demonic beast with a single punch. Some say Fang Chen used a legendary Grotto Heaven magic treasure to hide in a void world for refuge. Others say Fang Chen has 9 powerful fox spirits in his household, solving his problems while simultaneously helping him solve his own. The Dan Ran sect also gave an official explanation. Fang Chen had illegally dug a hot spring, disturbing the Dan Ran sect's Yingguan Lake Mountain formation and causing an explosion. They had already paid a lot of spirit stones in compensation. However, few people believed this explanation. The most popular explanation was that a demonic beast escaped from the beast prison, and Fang Chen used the Fang family's magic treasure to save his life. But bombarded with so much information, no one truly believed he had defeated Yi Xiong. Of course, before the truth comes out, Yi Xiong cannot be allowed to leave the section. Otherwise, if people know that Yi Xiong has recognized them as its master, those in the know will inevitably suspect something. Yingguan Lake Mountain, Summit. Fang Chen walked to a 4-story wooden tower at the edge of the cliff. A plaque hung on the tower, bearing 3 large, square characters, Transmission Pavilion. From the outside, the Transmission Pavilion appeared quite small. It looked like it could only accommodate a dozen or so people at most. The sect disciples coming and going at the entrance alone seemed enough to make the place incredibly crowded. But when Fang Chen stepped inside, his vision blurred, revealing a completely different world. A seemingly endless corridor appeared before him. On both sides of the corridor, rows of red-lacquered wooden doors stood silently, with darkness separating them. At that moment, Fang Chen felt as if he were in a void. The other disciples who had been coming and going in the Transmission Pavilion had all vanished. This was the true face of the Transmission Pavilion. Spatial magic. Fang Chen exclaimed in amazement. Even though he remembered visiting the Transmission Pavilion, Fang Chen was still deeply shaken to be there in person. After all, such a scene was something he'd only seen in his previous life, if not in a movie theater, at least with a movie ticket subscription. Following this, Fang Chen walked inside. For ordinary disciples visiting the transmission pavilion for the first time, an elder would leave a message and show them around. But Fang Chen had been there before. So, no one came to guide him. The transmission pavilion's procedure was as follows: aside from rooms where those with insufficient access or cultivation level couldn't enter, all the jade slips inside the remaining rooms allowed free reading of the initial contents. If interested, one could purchase them and take them away. The method of purchase was through contribution points. Contribution points were earned by completing tasks elsewhere in the Dan Ransacked or by submitting a certain amount of spirit stones to directly purchase them. Fang Chen, being from a wealthy family, currently has no worries about food or clothing due to his contribution points. Following this, Fang Chen entered a room marked with a sign reading miscellaneous and pushed open the door. His vision blurred again, and this time, Fang Chen stepped into a study. The study contained about 100 wooden shelves, on which were placed jade slips, and near the entrance were jade slips for searching. By picking up a jade slip, one could find out where the desired jade slip was located. Fang Chen didn't need to search now. He entered this room to find a potential path to cultivation. After browsing for a while, Fang Chen learned about many cultivation methods. The mainstream method was spiritual cultivation, the method chosen by most people, and also the one Fang Chen had previously chosen. It relied on breathing exercises to increase power. Next was sword cultivation, cultivating a flying sword. Flying swords are powerful, cultivation is powerful, and their destructive power is extremely terrifying. However, it requires very high talent. Zhang Ning'ai was a prime example. Talisman cultivation, entering the Dao through talismans. Some people, simply cultivating techniques or flying swords, progress very slowly. However, when drawing talismans, they can more intimately absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, completing their cultivation. Therefore, talisman cultivators were born. All the talismans on the market are made by talisman cultivators. Weapon cultivation, especially sword cultivation, is one type of weapon cultivation. Other weapon cultivation methods involve practicing with swords, spears, clubs, and the like. There are also others that cultivate using natal pills, formations, literary works, or a surge of righteous energy, etc. Their reasons for existence are similar to those of talisman cultivation. Their cultivation is simply very slow. However, by relying on these methods, they can progress rapidly and unstoppably. After reading the free content of these methods, Fang Chen put the jade slips back on the shelf and sighed deeply. These methods, seemingly different cultivation methods, are ultimately just superficial differences. Talisman cultivation, weapon cultivation, sword cultivation, these are all just different attack methods. And they all share a crucial prerequisite, the ability to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate through breathing exercises. But Fang Chen's problem was that he couldn't even absorb any spiritual energy. Changing methods was pointless. Just then, within the jade slip, a completely new cultivation method jumped into Fang Chen's eyes: body cultivation. This method is fundamentally different from all others. It doesn't require spiritual roots, nor does it require breathing exercises. It only requires oneself. Fang Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing this method. Holy crap! This is the method he's been dreaming of. But as he continued reading, his expression turned strange. This method can be practiced by any cultivator simultaneously. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, you will definitely be rewarded. Whether you are a spiritual cultivator, a talisman cultivator, or a pill cultivator, you can use the body cultivation method to strengthen yourself in your spare time. The other methods all involve breathing and spiritual energy to cultivate the body, but only body cultivation can best temper the limbs and bones. After reading this, Fang Chen didn't just freeload, instead, he spent contribution points to unlock the rest of the content. After reading the introduction to body cultivation, Fang Chen stroked his chin, gaining a general understanding of body cultivation in this world. Body cultivation is basically fitness. Except, high-intensity fitness. On Earth, fitness usually involves high weight, high repetition anaerobic exercise to tear muscles, followed by recovery and the use of protein powder, resulting in even stronger muscles. In this world, body cultivation involves even more intense muscle tearing. According to the Jade Slip, even the lowest intensity body cultivation basically requires training until you bleed. Generally, this is considered injury. However, because spiritual medicine heals very quickly, such injuries usually heal overnight without any aftereffects. Because the barrier to entry for body cultivation in this world is extremely low, it only requires exercise and the consumption of spiritual elixirs. Therefore, any cultivator can engage in body cultivation. The primary function of body cultivation is simply to strengthen the body, maintain mental clarity, and better support other cultivation methods. So, does that mean my idea of using body cultivation to achieve a shortcut to advancement is doomed? Fang Chen muttered to himself in disappointment after reading the Jade Slip. He had originally hoped to use body cultivation to see if he could achieve the same results as spiritual or sword cultivation, such as reaching the foundation establishment or golden core stages through body cultivation, but it seems that body cultivation is completely incapable of doing so. Although body cultivation also has different levels, according to the Jade Slip, a top-tier body cultivator, without any spiritual power assistance, can at most achieve defensive and offensive capabilities comparable to a golden core cultivator. If one wants to unleash terrifying spells capable of affecting areas hundreds or thousands of meters away, body cultivation is simply incapable. Moreover, it takes a much longer time for a body cultivator to reach the golden core stage than for an ordinary cultivator. Therefore, body cultivation is generally a cultivation method chosen by cultivators when they encounter a bottleneck. For example, a nascent soul stage expert who finds their cultivation unable to progress might spend 500 or 600 years training their body to reach the golden core stage as a body cultivator. After reading the paid content on the Jade Slip, Fang Chen put it into his storage ring and sighed in disappointment. Body cultivation wasn't the ideal choice for him. But then again, body cultivation was indeed the only method Fang Chen could currently use. Leaving aside cultivation level, a well-cultivated body cultivator could also increase lifespan. Besides, a golden core stage body cultivator was quite appealing. It was better than being stuck at the first level of foundation establishment for years. Thinking this, Fang Chen comforted himself. Something was better than nothing. Besides, with the immortality granted by the system, wouldn't my physical cultivation efficiency be 100 times faster than others? As long as I cultivate to the point of bleeding and serious injury, I can just take a small dose of the heart-shattering Crane's Crest Red used by foundation establishment cultivators to recover. Then, I can cultivate in a 24-hour loop. Afterwards, Fang Chen stayed in the transmission pavilion for a while, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. He had hoped to inquire about body cultivation techniques, but the pavilion didn't have any. According to the transmission pavilion, body cultivators didn't need techniques, they only needed to train their bodies. In the Danran sect, there was a place called Ruyu Valley, the gathering place for the sect's body cultivators. Hearing this, Fang Chen left the transmission pavilion and went to Ruyu Valley. Ruyu Valley. After descending from Yingguan Lake Mountain, Fang Chen entered Ruyu Valley. Because the original owner of this body was very lazy and unwilling to endure pain and hardship, he didn't want to suffer in Ruyu Valley. Therefore, Fang Chen knew very little about Ruyu Valley. However, one thing puzzled Fang Chen. Because, on his way here, he encountered a great many people, young and old. Almost everyone here came to Ruyu Valley. This puzzled him. So, practicing body cultivation is this popular? It seems everyone's really eager to join in. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh, a sense of urgency creeping into his heart. Looks like he needed to get going too. But this sense of urgency didn't last long. Once Fang Chen entered Ruyu Valley, he understood why there were so many people. Ruyu Valley was enormous. Large enough to accommodate thousands of people moving freely. At this moment, Ruyu Valley was bustling with activity. Everyone was happily cultivating. However, this cultivation method left Fang Chen speechless for a moment. In the distance, people were playing football on a huge field. One player, unable to defeat his opponent, used magic to conjure a raging fire that burned down the goalpost standing in the air. Then, the instructor, his face dark, flicked his robes, and a large purple hand descended from the sky, capturing the person who had burned the goalposts. A group of people were playing tug-of-war nearby. Just as one team was about to lose, a sudden gust of wind blew everyone away. The winning team immediately began to curse, and words like bastard, beast, and the nascent soul stage is in trouble filled the air. Meanwhile, someone was riding a horse galloping wildly across a distant riding arena. Some people were standing on one leg on a wooden stake in mid-air, shoving each other with those standing opposite them. Others, in a place where Fang Chen couldn't see very clearly, had created an ice surface, and a group of people were skating on it. Fang Chen surveyed the entire scene. Apart from a few people genuinely practicing boxing, archery, and lifting heavy weights, pushing themselves to the point of bleeding and turning red all over, the rest were just playing around. Damn, is this how body cultivators train? Fang Chen was astonished. He was impressed. No wonder these people loved coming to Ruyu Valley to train. Who the hell wouldn't like it? However, you couldn't say these people were wrong. After all, they weren't using spiritual power, relying purely on their physical bodies to move around, which could be considered cultivation. However, Fang Chen felt that the old men playing chess in the pavilion by the entrance shouldn't be considered cultivators. Fang Chen glanced at their go game and shook his head slightly. Instead of properly cultivating, they were just slacking off playing chess. How pathetic. That's all he'll ever reach in his lifetime, the foundation establishment stage. Then, he slowly walked over, intending to point and whisper in the old man's ear. No taking back a move. Just then, a white-haired old man shouted. Another bald old man said urgently, "What? I want to take back a move." Last time I went to the immortal demon battlefield, I killed 8 demon kings and gave you 4. What's wrong with me taking back a move? The white-haired old man immediately fell silent. Fang Chen was stunned. Demon kings? How strong were they? Let me calculate. Nascent soul stage? Fang Chen silently retreated. What are you looking for? Just then, a hand suddenly patted Fang Chen's back. Fang Chen turned around and saw an old man with a solemn and serious expression, quietly watching him. Seeing this, Fang Chen was startled and subconsciously replied, "I'm looking for a cultivation method for body cultivators." He subconsciously wondered, where did this old man come from? The guiding elder of Ruyu Valley? Then just find me. I'll teach you. Follow me. Upon hearing this, the old man said calmly. After speaking, the old man turned and left. Where are you going? Seeing this, Fang Chen felt that everything about the old man was strange, and he didn't dare to follow, so he subconsciously asked. The old man stopped, turned to look at Fang Chen, then smirked and uttered an answer. Go to hell. Upon hearing this answer, Fang Chen looked utterly bewildered. What was this old man up to? Don't go with him, he's crazy. Everyone who's just arrived at Ruyu Valley has been fooled. If you really want to cultivate, go left, that's where the people who love body cultivation are. Just then, a kind man carrying a horse passed by Fang Chen and warned him. After speaking, he vanished, leaving only a series of silvery neighs. Thank you, Fang Chen was about to thank him, but before he could finish speaking, seeing the man hurry past with a horse in his arms, he was completely dumbfounded. What kind of pose is this? Fang Chen was utterly confused. Where did this guy come from? Hurry up, what are you standing there for? Seeing Fang Chen not following, the old man frowned and said, Don't you want to cultivate my Li Fu's techniques? Ha, ha. Fang Chen chuckled dryly, Old Master Li, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll cultivate another time. To be honest, even without that brother Juma passing by, Fang Chen himself wouldn't want to leave with him. Who wants to die? An opportunity has presented itself, yet you don't know how to seize it. It seems you are destined to be unlucky. Seeing this, the old man sneered, glanced at Fang Chen with disappointment, and turned to leave. Fang Chen shrugged and turned to walk in the direction brother Juma had indicated. However, he hadn't taken 2 steps, when the system suddenly beeped, ding. Testing of the inheritor complete. The inheritor is the one who provides the most supreme cultivation technique to the chosen one. Inheritor, Li Fu. Li Fu was the strongest body cultivator in the world. Throughout his life, combining ancient legends of body cultivation, he created the supreme cultivation technique for body cultivation, the ancient divine body. This technique can break the shackles of body cultivation, allowing cultivators to wield a body sufficient to reach the level of immortals. After comprehending this cultivation technique, Li Fu entered a state of mental chaos, losing his reason and becoming insane. He spent his days searching for a successor, wandering for many years before finally settling at the Dan sect. However, because the ancient divine body is too powerful and has extremely strict requirements for the cultivator's aptitude, Li Fu has searched for 37 years without success. To ensure that Li Fu's ancient divine body is not lost, please find a chosen one with the following physiques to receive Li Fu's inheritance and contribute to the continuation of the lineage. Physical requirements: Undying Phoenix Physique, Eternal Undying Physique, etc. The words fell. Fang Chen froze, his eyes widening in shock, and he couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. This Li Fu looks like a madman, but is he really this powerful? Now, Fang Chen felt a pang of regret, beginning to reflect on himself. He finally understood why he wasn't the chosen one, not the protagonist. If someone with the protagonist's destiny encountered a madman like Li Fu, they probably wouldn't just stay, they might even curiously follow him out to see what was going on, thus obtaining that ancient divine body. But just now, he had even been thinking that this old guy might be lusting after his body. Shame on me, shame on me. Fang Chen thought to himself, his eyes frantically searching for Li Fu's figure. Once he locked onto Li Fu's figure, Fang Chen immediately walked up with a beaming smile, his heart burning with excitement as he thought. This time, the system finally gave him some benefits. No longer some damned, doomed chosen one, but a successor. And a successor with a body cultivation technique capable of breaking through to the immortal level. This is incredibly awesome. As for the system requiring him to find a suitable chosen one to receive the inheritance, then he could first learn how to cultivate this technique. Wouldn't that be too much to ask? And then cultivate it to the great ascension stage himself. Wouldn't that be too much to ask? After all, honestly, if you don't understand it, haven't cultivated it to the great ascension stage, and don't have a thorough grasp of the technique, how can you find a suitable chosen one? Only by experiencing it firsthand can you help others. This is true selflessness. Senior Li. Fang Chen stopped Li Fu in the crowd. He had initially intended to call him master, but then hesitated, wondering what if the master's powerful techniques weren't actually suitable for him. After some thought, he decided to begin with a polite, unpretentious greeting. "What is it?" Li Fu frowned, looking at Fang Chen. "I'd like to learn about your body cultivation methods." Fang Chen's smile held a hint of restraint that had been absent earlier. "Didn't you just say you didn't want to?" Li Fu sneered. "Senior Li, I'm innocent." Hearing this, Fang Chen hurriedly said, "As I just said, I had something to attend to, but I've taken care of it now, so I came immediately to learn about your techniques." "Taken care of it? What did you take care of?" Li Fu asked with a cold smile. Fang Chen had some internal injuries, yet he was quite inquisitive. Was this truly a state of mental confusion and loss of reason? Fang Chen said without any embarrassment, "I just needed to relieve myself, so I quickly went to relieve myself." "You're a cultivator, why do you need to relieve yourself?" Li Fu flicked his sleeve, his face full of disbelief. Seeing this, Fang Chen could only pout and say, "Alright, this junior was actually just looking into other people's cultivation methods, and I felt they weren't as powerful as Senior Li, so I regretted it." Upon hearing this, Li Fu suddenly beamed with joy and laughed loudly. "Haha, that's more like it. Your words resonate with me perfectly. Come with me, I'll show you what the true world of body cultivation is all about." With that, Li Fu turned and left. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the old man is indeed quite arrogant, but arrogant people can be appeased with a little flattery. Wiping non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, Fang Chen followed. The people around them watched Fang Chen and Li Fu leave Ruyu Valley with strange expressions. Has Ruyu Valley gotten a second madman? After leaving Ruyu Valley, the two quickly arrived at the mountainside of Yingguan Lake Mountain. Led by Li Fu, they came to the edge of a cliff. "This is it." Li Fu stopped. Fang Chen also stopped. Li Fu stood at the edge of the cliff, without any pleasantries or formalities. He turned around and asked directly, "Alright, now I'll ask you, what is the strongest part of your body?" "I consider it to be my left arm." Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his left arm, revealing an extremely confident smile. "Good. Very good. I also think your left hand is very strong." Li Fu showed some appreciation, then slowly said, "In that case, let's tear this left hand off now." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen immediately fell into deep thought. Fang Chen remained silent for a moment, then confirmed again, "Senior, could you please repeat what you just said?" "Tear off your left hand," Li Fu emphasized. "Why should I tear off my left hand?" Fang Chen tried to understand the reason. "How can you cultivate your left hand to be stronger if you don't tear it off?" Li Fu shouted, then, remembering something, added, "Don't throw away the torn arm, refine it directly with spiritual fire into essence blood and then consume it." Fang Chen. He immediately fell silent. He thought his previous idea of using his own body to refine pills for cultivation was invincible, but he didn't expect this Mr. Li to be even more daring. At this moment, seeing Fang Chen's silence, Li Fu frowned and asked, "Are you not going to speak because you don't want to cultivate? If not, then I'm leaving." With that, Li Fu turned to leave. Fang Chen quickly grabbed Li Fu, saying, "Senior Li, silence doesn't mean I don't want to cultivate. I'm just curious, I have a question I want to ask." Li Fu frowned. "Why are you being so hesitant? Just say it. What is it?" Fang Chen asked, "I want to know, if I tear off my left hand and refine it, won't I lose my left hand? How can I become powerful then?" Leaving aside the possibility of his resurrection, assuming he couldn't resurrect, with his current cultivation level, once he refined his hand, he would have to spend a fortune on pills, hire an alchemist, or even have a prosthetic hand made for him. Cultivators value cultivating with an innate spiritual embryo for greater harmony and easier access to higher realms. So, in Fang Chen's understanding, wouldn't the original hand be best? If he did as Li Fu suggested, he would lose his original hand. Ha! Upon hearing this, Li Fu paused, then frowned and retorted, "You can't even regenerate a severed limb?" Hearing this, Fang Chen was completely stunned, then deeply shocked. Why can a normal foundation establishment cultivator do that? Fang Chen silently added in his mind. He had a system, he wasn't a normal foundation establishment cultivator. You can't even do something this simple? Li Fu's eyes widened, then he revealed disdain, curling his lip and saying, "Then you don't have the opportunity to cultivate my technique. Go back." After saying this, Li Fu turned and left, returning to Ruyu Valley at an extremely fast speed. Fang Chen didn't even have time to stop him. Fang Chen. Watching Li Fu's retreating figure, Fang Chen fell into a long silence. Was this Li Fu a normal person? He finally understood why the system required him to let the Chosen One learn Li Fu's inheritance. Could an ordinary person fulfill this requirement besides himself and the Chosen One? Moreover, even ordinary Chosen Ones cannot meet this requirement for this cultivation method. Only those with a special physique can possess the miraculous ability to regenerate severed limbs during the chi refining and foundation establishment stages. If regeneration of limbs is required even at the very beginning, wouldn't it require the cultivator to be resurrected after reaching a high level? Who else but someone with such an overpowered ability could be resurrected? Sigh, forget it. If I don't practice this method, who will? I'll just have to trouble myself to try it out for the chosen ones. The bustling Ruyu Valley. Fang Chen found Li Fu again. Li Fu was glaring at the two children who were fleeing further and further away, sneering, "Those who are not destined for me cannot cultivate my techniques." "Senior Li." A voice came from behind Li Fu. "It's you again?" Li Fu turned around and saw Fang Chen's face. He said impatiently, "I've already said you can't regenerate limbs, so you can't cultivate my techniques. Stop bothering me." The cultivators had excellent hearing. Those cultivating around him fell silent upon hearing this. Wasn't anyone going to do anything about this madman? Fang Chen said very seriously, "Senior, I just remembered. I can actually regenerate limbs. I just forgot when I went to relieve myself. Now that I remember, could you teach me your techniques?" "Really?" Li Fu raised an eyebrow, looking doubtful. "Guaranteed authentic." Fang Chen nodded earnestly. "Then come with me." Seeing this, Li Fu strode out again. Fang Chen hurriedly followed. At this moment, some people around recognized Fang Chen. Although most of them were important figures from various inner sect peaks, they hadn't heard of Fang Chen's nickname, Old Dog Fang, but they recognized him as the young man who had just said he wanted to become Li Fu's disciple. Just now, they thought Fang Chen was the second madman. Now, they understood. This man was clearly feigning madness, lying that he could also regenerate limbs, so he could take Li Fu away and prevent him from disturbing others who wanted to cultivate seriously. There are still many good people in the Danran sect. Truly awe-inspiring. Fang Chen followed Li Fu to the cliff they had just been on. Standing beside the cliff, Li Fu's robes fluttered in the mountain wind. His face was solemn as he said, "Come on, then tear off your arm." "Senior, wait." Fang Chen waved his hand. "What is it now?" Li Fu grew impatient. "It's like this, although I can regenerate limbs, I still need to see how this technique works, right?" Fang Chen said. "Don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, then you're not sincere. We're not meant to be. Please leave." Upon hearing this, Li Fu was greatly provoked and roared angrily. Fang Chen instantly broke down. He really is a madman. He hurriedly tried to stop Li Fu, saying urgently, "Senior, I was wrong. It's not that I don't believe you. I just feel that I am not as brave and courageous as you, nor do I possess great cultivation or ability. I am timid, especially afraid of pain. I'm afraid that if I don't understand the contents of the technique beforehand, I might forget to circulate it due to excessive pain after tearing off my arm, and that wouldn't be good." Seeing Fang Chen praise him several times, Li Fu's expression softened slightly, and he said slowly, "In that case, I'll show you." Hearing this, Fang Chen felt relieved. Flattery really works. From now on, when communicating with Li Fu, it's best to prepare several hundred words of praise beforehand. This cultivation technique is called the ancient divine body. I heard rumors that ancient body cultivators, even without cultivating spiritual power, possess the power to tear apart the heavens and earth, shatter the void with a single punch, and trample mountains and rivers with a single kick. After years of painstaking research, I finally developed this technique. By practicing this technique, even if your physical body is weak and your spiritual power is as worthless as an ant's, you can cultivate a body within 100 to 10,000 years strong enough to withstand tribulations and enter the immortal realm. If this technique can be popularized, it will benefit billions of mortals, freeing them from the torment of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Li Fu proudly introduced it. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen clapped enthusiastically, his eyes filled with admiration. "Senior, this technique is too powerful." But inwardly, he thought, "Damn it, who with a weak body can cultivate your technique that tears hands right from the start? Isn't this just a cultivation version of Why Don't They Eat Cake? Benefiting mortals? Mortals can't practice it, only the chosen ones, the Promax version, can cultivate it. Of course, no need for your praise, it's a fact." Li Fu's lips curled into a smile, then his finger suddenly seemed to pierce through space, touching Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen, who was clapping, was startled, a sense of dread rising in his heart. He hadn't sensed Li Fu's attack at all. This finger strike was beyond his comprehension, he couldn't even feel it, let alone dodge it. Li Fu, indeed powerful. Catch this. This is the introductory chapter of the ancient divine body. Unaware of Fang Chen's fear, Li Fu placed his finger on Fang Chen's forehead and said calmly. Then, Li Fu gently touched him. Buzz! A stream of information instantly flooded Fang Chen's mind. At that moment, Fang Chen immediately understood the cultivation method of the ancient divine body. The method clearly stated that the cultivation approach was actually quite simple. In Li Fu's view, ordinary body cultivators simply damaged their physical bodies, using spiritual herbs to help them grow stronger again. While this was useful, the results were minimal. Not only was it slow, but the ultimate level one could achieve was merely possessing a physical body comparable to a golden core cultivator. This method was utterly useless. Moreover, it was far inferior to the ancient body cultivators Li Fu had heard of. Ancient body cultivators were terrifying beings capable of fighting demonic beasts with their bare bodies and withstanding the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations with their own. Therefore, in order to raise the ceiling of body cultivation, to reach the limits of the physical body, and to restore the glory of ancient body cultivation, Li Fu devised an even more radical method. Since current body cultivators prefer to destroy their physical bodies, he would go even further, destroy the physical body. After the physical body is destroyed, he would use spiritual medicine to catalyze the regeneration of an even more powerful body. Simply put, the core idea of the ancient divine body is no destruction, no construction. One must be driven to the brink of death to be reborn. To regenerate an even more powerful body, relying solely on one's own regenerative abilities is insufficient. The assistance of spiritual medicine is essential. These spiritual medicines are not only extremely rare but also require a single, absolute main ingredient. This main ingredient is the torn-off piece of physical flesh. For example, to regenerate an arm, the arm must be refined together with the spiritual medicine, transforming it into a qi and blood pill. Only after consuming this pill can the requirements of the ancient divine body be met. After reading the requirements and explanations of this cultivation method, Fang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. He was reading the introductory section. According to the spiritual herbs required in the introductory section, if given to a cultivator with good aptitude, it would at least allow them to reach the foundation establishment stage. If given to a chosen one like Zhang Ning'ai or Xiao Qing, it would definitely help them reach at least the 5th level of foundation establishment. But for Li Fu, it only allowed him to cultivate the qi refining stage physical body of the ancient divine body. Although this so-called qi refining stage ancient divine body could easily defeat 10 opponents of the same level, the investment was enormous. Immense investment, and it's also life-threatening. Fang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn it, no wonder only chosen ones can cultivate it. This is both expensive and life-threatening. Have you finished reading? Seeing Fang Chen remain silent for a long time, Li Fu urged him. Senior, I've finished reading. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen hurriedly replied. Then why aren't you starting to cultivate? Li Fu urged again. Senior. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment. What? Are you illiterate? Do you need me to explain it to you? Li Fu frowned. Fang Chen, no, I just wanted to ask, do you have the spiritual herbs required here? Spiritual herbs? Does it say spiritual herbs are required? Upon hearing this, Li Fu asked curiously. Fang Chen, damn it. Is this cultivation method even normal? If it weren't for the damn system's verification of Li Fu's inheritor status, Fang Chen wouldn't want to practice it at all. Yes, I do. Take a look for yourself. Fang Chen said. Let me think. Upon hearing this, Li Fu fell into thought, then looked up and calmly said, Oh, I do have them, but I forgot. In that case, Senior, do you have these spiritual herbs? Fang Chen asked. Li Fu said matter-of-factly, I don't. What's wrong? Don't you have any? Fang Chen, Senior, I really don't have any. You didn't mention it to me beforehand. Li Fu frowned. What? You don't even have these spiritual herbs? That's too poor. Fang Chen looked at Li Fu, _ Li Fu ignored Fang Chen's expression and said indifferently, Since you're so poor, then you're not destined for my cultivation technique. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Fu turned and left, leaving Fang Chen alone, bewildered in the wind. As the sun set, its rays pierced through the clouds, illuminating the 2 pure gold stone lions standing before the mansion halfway up the mountain. The golden light mingled with the orange glow of the sunset, creating a dazzling spectacle. Fang Chen, dragging his weary mind, returned to his small house of several hundred square meters. Just then, the renovation workers came out. Upon seeing Fang Chen, they immediately clasped their hands in greeting, saying, Master Fang, we have finished repairing your mansion. If you have any complaints, please send someone to us again. These renovation workers, dressed in coarse linen clothes and drenched in sweat, greeted Fang Chen with a warm and respectful bow. Rarely seeing normal people, Fang Chen was deeply moved. He took out some silver notes from his storage ring and handed them to them, saying, Thank you all, this is a small token of our appreciation. Thank you for your hard work. This is no small matter. Seeing the silver notes, the workers hurriedly waved them away, seemingly reluctant to accept. But Fang Chen was firm, forcefully stuffing the notes into their collars, which had inadvertently opened during their refusal. Then, the group departed under the glow of the setting sun. Not far away, Fang Chen could still hear their voices. This immortal Master Fang isn't as arrogant and domineering as the rumors say. Rumors are harmful. With this money, I can buy my daughter 2 new outfits. Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled, then watched them walk away with a smile in his eyes until they and the orange glow of the sunset disappeared on the horizon. Only then, under the cool moonlight, did he stroll inside. "You're back." As soon as he entered, Yi Xiong's voice came from inside. "I'm back." Fang Chen went inside and found Yi Xiong lying on the roof, yawning listlessly. "I was dying to suffocate. Can I revert to my true form now?" Yi Xiong said. "Sure, but you have to go sit by the rockery in the backyard. Don't ruin my things." Fang Chen said. "Okay, I understand." Winged Fierce leaped off the roof and waddled towards the back mountain. A moment later, a powerful surge of energy swept over. Boom! Followed by a loud crash. "Sorry, I'll have it fixed tomorrow." Winged Fierce's gruff voice rang out. "Fang Chen, damn it!" Fang Chen had no interest in checking the backyard. He went to a room in the mansion. Inside were many spiritual herbs. These were all brought by the Fang family when they came to the Danran sect, but since the herbs were ineffective, the original owner never used them again. Now, Fang Chen planned to search inside to see if there were any spiritual herbs usable by the ancient divine body. There are only 3 herbs, and they're all worthless. After searching around, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is really troublesome. Following this, Fang Chen decided to go to Lingyun Peak. Hua Qirong must be a wealthy woman specializing in pills. Getting a spiritual herb from her shouldn't be a problem. Of course. Fang Chen was actually reluctant to go to Hua Qirong so soon. After all, Hua Qirong's cultivation was clearly extremely powerful, and it was best to delay using her favors. However, the spiritual herb Fang Chen needed was called Black Jade Mushroom, a highly valuable herb that greatly benefited the physical body. Fang Chen didn't currently have that many spirit stones, and because of his past mistakes, he had not only lost his servants but also his allowance. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask Hua Qirong for help first. However, just as he stepped out, 2 people arrived. Ling Wan'er and Xiao Qing, senior brother. When Fang Chen opened the door, the 2 were standing there, greeting him respectfully. "Why are you here?" Fang Chen was surprised, then subconsciously glanced around. Zhang Ningai wasn't there. He said gently, "Come in." "Yes." Xiao Qing nodded, then pulled Ling Wan'er into Fang Chen's residence. After entering the courtyard, the 3 sat down at the stone table. Upon seeing this, Ling Wan'er thought to herself, just as her senior sister said, "Fang Chen's rude attitude yesterday was all an act." "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "It's like this, senior brother, Wan'er wants to apologize to you. What happened yesterday was her fault." As Xiao Qing spoke, Ling Wan'er placed the storage ring in front of Fang Chen, looking at him apologetically. "Senior brother Fang," Wan'er acted impulsively. "Please forgive me. It's nothing, just a small matter." Fang Chen waved his hand, then pushed the ring back. "No need to give it to me. I'm not one to hold grudges. Senior brother, please accept it. If you don't, Wan'er won't be able to sleep well." Ling Wan'er said, "Yes, senior brother Fang." Xiao Qing pushed the ring back, saying seriously, "Also, if there's anything else you want, you can just ask Wan'er." Seeing this, Fang Chen gave Xiao Qing a thumbs up and sighed slightly. "Well then, in that case, I'll have to accept it." He took the ring, quickly scanning it with his divine sense, his eyes widening slightly. So bright. So dazzling. So many spirit stones. Damn. Senior brother Fang, these things were all sent by my master. He said you saved my life, and he wants to thank you properly. However, Elder Hua told him not to come over now, lest it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. He can only ask me to pass them on. I hope you won't blame him, Ling Wan'er said. This time, Ling Wan'er came not only to apologize, but also to repay a debt of gratitude. After all, Fang Chen had saved Ling Wan'er's life, and her master couldn't possibly leave without any expression of gratitude. I see. Fang Chen's rapid breathing calmed slightly. No wonder there were so many spirit stones. A genuine smile appeared on his face. He wouldn't need to trouble Hua Qirong anymore. Then, Ling Wan'er suddenly stood up and said, "Then, senior brother, I'll go back first. Brother Xiao Qing still has something to say to you." "Oh." Fang Chen was taken aback, then smiled and said, "All right, then you can go back first." After speaking, Ling Wan'er glanced gently at Xiao Qing, then turned and left. After Ling Wan'er left, Xiao Qing said to Fang Chen, "Senior brother, I came to see you because I have some cultivation questions I'd like to ask you. It's about the peerless ambition and swift wind steps. I'm about to go down the mountain for training, and I want to master these 2 techniques before I leave. However, there are some cultivation problems that I haven't been able to solve all night, and I'm feeling anxious. So, I hope you can enlighten me, senior brother." Xiao Qing asked Ling Wan'er to leave because he was afraid Fang Chen would mind. The peerless ambition and swift wind steps were given to him by Fang Chen, but he hadn't told him that they could be passed on to others. He didn't want Ling Wan'er to stay and hear Fang Chen's insights about these techniques. If Fang Chen became resentful, it wouldn't be good. Although in Xiao Qing's eyes, Fang Chen was very magnanimous and wouldn't hold it against him, he couldn't be indifferent just because the other person didn't mind. Therefore, he let Ling Wanner leave first. Fang Chen was unaware of Xiao Qing's meticulous nature. Upon hearing Xiao Qing's words, he immediately nodded and said, "Of course, no problem, please speak freely." However, as he spoke, Fang Chen had a question in his mind. Logically speaking, with the venerable Xiaoao within him, solving this kind of cultivation technique problem should be a piece of cake, right? Why did he come to ask him? However, Fang Chen certainly couldn't voice this question, lest he arouse the other party's suspicion. Little did Fang Chen know, the venerable Xiaoao had actually fallen into a deep sleep since yesterday when Fang Chen was still breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. After Fang Chen gave Xiao Qing the shattered jade pill, the venerable Xiaoao knew that Xiao Qing's power was likely to reach the level to find the fire fiend soon. Therefore, he immediately expended his power to calculate the location of the opportunity for Xiao Qing. And for this reason, the venerable Xiaoao intentionally slept for several days, intending to recover his power so that he could fully assist Xiao Qing in seizing the opportunity. Because the venerable Xiaoao was in a deep slumber, Xiao Qing, eager to increase his strength for future training, had no choice but to seek help from Fang Chen when encountering cultivation problems. After all, in Xiao Qing's mind, Fang Chen's ability to defeat the winged fiend meant he was incredibly powerful. Solving these cultivation techniques and problems would be a piece of cake for him. Xiao Qing then voiced his questions. Fang Chen answered them one by one. These were all minor issues. With Fang Chen's explanations, Xiao Qing grew increasingly delighted, his admiration for Fang Chen reaching an unparalleled level. Truly worthy of being senior brother Fang. After their exchange, Xiao Qing, his face flushed, excitedly said, "Thank you so much, senior brother." With Fang Chen's guidance, Xiao Qing's mastery of the swift wind step and peerless will reached a whole new level. "You're welcome." Fang Chen smiled. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep's back. His guidance to Xiao Qing was like pouring seawater into the ocean. Afterwards, Xiao Qing said to Fang Chen, "Then, senior brother, I'll be going now. I should be setting off tomorrow for some training. If you need to find me, senior brother, leave a message, or you can contact Wanner." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded, "Okay." Fang Chen then saw Xiao Qing off, watching him disappear into the distance, his heart filled with thoughts. According to the system's description, it seems Xiao Qing's purpose in descending the mountain this time is to find the Fire Fiend King. A moment later, Fang Chen, carrying the spirit stones Ling Wanner had just delivered, left the house. Now that he had money, he could directly buy the black jade mushroom. He didn't need to find Hua Qirong anymore. After leaving, Fang Chen headed to the mountaintop, then to the turtle platform, descending from its head. At the bottom, there was a market specifically for sect disciples to trade. However, Fang Chen didn't intend to trade with others, he planned to go directly to the Danran sect's Danran pharmacy. There are two ways to trade with the Danran sect. One is to first donate spirit stones or complete tasks to gain contribution points. Then use the contribution points to exchange for what you want. This method, while offering the greatest security, also carries the greatest risk of loss. For example, a foundation establishment stage flying sword might sell for 5,000 spirit stones outside, but it would also sell for 5,000 contribution points in the Danran sect. However, 5,000 spirit stones cannot be exchanged for 5,000 contribution points. Therefore, this exchange devalues the spirit stones, resulting in a significant loss. This is also the Danran sect's thinking. They encourage disciples to earn contribution points through tasks, not through spending real money. Of course, if you're truly wealthy, they welcome you. The second option is to go to the Danran pharmacy in the market. The Danran pharmacy is a place specifically created by the Danran sect to earn spirit stones. However, due to the market's special status, the Danran sect has never acknowledged any connection between the Danran pharmacy and them. They claim it's just others using the name Danran without their knowledge, and has nothing to do with them. Fang Chen, under the moonlight, walked for a while before finally arriving at the market. Upon entering, he was overwhelmed by the roar of the crowd. At the same time, a seductive and alluring voice sounded beside him. "My lord, how about something more exciting?" Upon hearing the voice, Fang Chen instinctively turned around. In the distance, a stunningly beautiful woman, draped in a thin veil, with a lithe figure and skin as smooth as jade, was winking at him, her red lips slightly parted. Her appearance was celestial, breathtakingly beautiful, especially her attire, which was incredibly alluring, making one's blood boil. "No, thank you." Fang Chen hurriedly waved his hand, quickening his pace and entering the market. According to the original owner's memories, he knew that while these people were beautiful, they were all fake. In Fang Chen's previous life, there were beauty filters. In this life, naturally, things wouldn't be much worse. There was something even more powerful: beauty magic. These people specialized in illusion magic, not seeking to bewitch or confuse, but only to make themselves appear like celestial beings, captivating and enchanting in the eyes of others. However, if this illusion could last, then spending a night of pleasure wouldn't be out of the question. The most worrying thing is that these people have already stooped to seducing passersby in the market. Their cultivation level is naturally not very high. In just an hour or two, the illusion will surely wear off. At that point, beauty aside, it's hard to even tell if the other person is male or female. Fang Chen, let alone getting close, was afraid that even a few glances at such people would reveal their true nature if his cultivation was too strong, thus disgusting him. The woman, watching Fang Chen walk away, spat, "What a bastard. He stared at me for several breaths and then just left like that. So heartless." Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, the woman's makeup disappeared, revealing a dark, thin face covered in spots. "You're quite bold. You dare to seduce him? You're courting death." A sneer came from the side. The woman turned around, and a plump woman approached. Curious, she asked, "Sister, what happened to him?" "He's Fang Chen. What do you think happened?" The plump woman said calmly. "Ah." Hearing this, the thin, dark-skinned woman froze, then exclaimed in horror, "It's him. Be careful in the future. Last time, my sisters and I took him away, but after our magic failed, if our cultivation hadn't been stronger than his, we would have almost been beaten to death." The plump woman sneered, "I'm telling you, don't mess with people like Fang Chen in the future, understand?" "Understood." The thin, dark-skinned woman broke out in a cold sweat, terrified beyond measure. Thank goodness Fang Chen didn't come. Otherwise, she would be dead by now. Then, the thin, dark-skinned woman calmed down and transformed back into a beautiful, alluring woman, while the plump woman changed into a voluptuous, mature, and charming woman, wrapped in a gauze robe, and walked out. Fang Chen was also very nervous and anxious. He discreetly protected his storage ring, fearing it would be stolen. He had a certain understanding of the market. This place was a training ground deliberately set aside by the Dan Ran sect. This was also why the Dan Ran sect did not acknowledge any connection between their Dan Ran pharmacy located here and them. Here, the Dan Ran sect was not responsible for maintaining order. As long as nothing too outrageous happened, they would not concern themselves with what was happening here. According to the Dan Ran sect's plan, their disciples would inevitably have to go out for training sooner or later, and might potentially suffer losses in the trades of the cultivation world. Therefore, they simply let their disciples experience the harsh realities of society within the sect beforehand, so that when they ventured out to gain experience, they wouldn't be so unprepared. Furthermore, while the Dan Ran sect didn't interfere with the marketplace, it absolutely wouldn't allow murder and robbery. This was exactly what their sect elders wanted, within certain limits, to let the honest disciples suffer a little. Besides, if a disciple did lose some rare treasure, the sect could simply send someone to retrieve it no problem. Therefore, the presence of those beautiful fairies upon entering was perfectly normal. The outside world was full of things far more outrageous than this. For example, beneath a face like a celestial being might be a demon beast. If it were a fox spirit or a cat spirit, perhaps some cultivators with extremely strange fetishes would be excited, but if it were a pig demon, and in the marketplace, besides beautiful fairies, there were also unscrupulous merchants, swindlers, and thieves. Scammers and swindlers are easy to deal with, but thieves are a different story. They're impossible to guard against. This is why Fang Chen was so careful protecting the ring. Ling Wanner's storage ring contained not only spirit stones but also some valuable pills for foundation establishment cultivation. Although they were practically useless to Fang Chen, he couldn't let them be stolen. Society is treacherous, one must be vigilant. The bus thieves in his previous life were already quite formidable. Fang Chen couldn't imagine how formidable thieves would be with the aid of cultivation techniques. Compared to them, Fang Chen felt like a helpless little rabbit. As a little rabbit, he had to be cautious. While the innocent-looking Fang Chen was on guard, the thief in the shadows immediately ducked his head upon seeing him, simultaneously sending a telepathic message to his accomplice, "Fang Chen's here, be careful." Someone replied, "Don't worry, there are no newbies here, they're all veterans, they all know him, we won't steal from him." The man immediately retorted angrily, "Damn it, I knew you weren't experienced enough. Not stealing from him isn't enough, you have to avoid him. What if he passes by you and says his storage ring is missing? Boss, it can't be that bad, right? You can't steal anything from a storage ring. Damn it, is your surname Fang or his? Who's in charge? Is he that scary? Haven't we all heard the Fang family hates him? Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a servant. They do hate him, but isn't his surname Fang too? If something really happens to him, won't his family just ignore it? Alright then. By the way, should we notify those businessmen and con artists? No need, they're smarter than you. They've already avoided Fang Chen." Dan Ran Pharmacy. When Fang Chen arrived here, he glanced down at his ring and breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness he was smart. He had deliberately chosen several deserted paths and arrived at Dan Ran Pharmacy safely. I escaped a disaster. Fang Chen mentally gave himself a thumbs up. Upon entering, a servant in plain clothes stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Esteemed immortal master, what do you require?" "A 200-year-old black jade mushroom," Fang Chen replied. "Yes." The servant nodded and turned to fetch the black jade mushroom for Fang Chen. While Fang Chen waited, inhaling the fragrance of the herbs, an elderly man in brocade robes, hidden in the shadows, squinted at Fang Chen's hands. His eyes lit up when he saw one of Fang Chen's storage rings. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" A young girl beside him, noticing the old man's expression, couldn't help but ask. The old man gestured with his chin in Fang Chen's direction, excitedly saying, "A ring from Crimson Venerable Mountain. Looks like a distinguished person has arrived." The girl's face lit up with surprise and joy. "Really? Come on, Grandpa will take you to see him. Perhaps he can help you enter the Dan ransacked." The old man was about to get up, but upon seeing Fang Chen's face, he quickly grabbed the girl. "Wait, don't go." "Grandpa, why?" "He is Fang Chen." "Grandpa, it's Fang Chen, what happened?" The girl was bewildered, completely confused. She had never been to the outer sect and didn't know Fang Chen's reputation. "Cheater, don't ask so many questions, in short, we can't go." The old man shook his head, offering no further explanation. "All right." A hint of sadness flashed across Chu Cheaner's beautiful face. The old man also sighed. They had finally found someone who seemed to be from Chi Zunshan, an inner sect member of the Dan Ran sect, but it turned out to be Fang Chen. The old man's name was Chu He. Chu He was from the outer sect's fighting hall and had lived there for many years. He naturally knew Fang Chen's reputation. He knew that no matter who he asked for help from, he couldn't ask Fang Chen for help, otherwise, something bad would definitely happen. But, after Chu He stopped, he looked at his granddaughter's sad face, and his heart ached. It was just that another day had been wasted. Chu He's granddaughter, Chu Cheaner, has been unable to cultivate since birth. If she simply lacked spiritual roots, it wouldn't be so bad. However, Chu He knew that his granddaughter had clearly displayed exceptional talent during her spiritual root test. With careful nurturing, she would undoubtedly become a golden core cultivator in the future. Although golden core cultivators aren't considered particularly powerful in the entire cultivation world, for the Chu family, which had only produced one foundation establishment stage 9 cultivator in generations, a future golden core cultivator would be enough to excite the entire Chu family. But Chu Cheaner, with her exceptionally good spiritual roots, encountered a strange problem. She couldn't cultivate. From the age of 8 until now, at 18, Chu Cheaner's cultivation had remained stagnant. Chu He watched with growing anxiety. Even after searching everywhere, including consulting with intersect elders, he couldn't solve Chu Cheaner's problem. Everyone said that Chu Cheaner was simply incapable of cultivation. Chu He could only place his hopes on the sect's top experts. Unfortunately, he couldn't find those elusive, rarely seen experts. Now, Fang Chen, wearing the Crimson Venerable Mountain Ring, was the closest he'd ever come to meeting such a powerful figure. Everyone knew that wearing such a ring meant one had definitely met a top expert from Crimson Venerable Mountain. But the other person was Fang Chen. Chu He sighed deeply. While Chu He was feeling melancholy, Fang Chen, who had been strolling around nearby, also froze, because he had just heard a crisp sound in his mind that he desperately wanted to hear. Ding! Detecting the existence of the Chosen One. Detection complete. Chosen One, Chu Cheaner. Chu Cheaner's true identity is the Demon Empress Fallen Star. She cannot cultivate until her memories and soul awaken. The Fallen Star Empress wishes to reincarnate 99 times with her primordialian body to steal heavenly secrets and cultivate a Purian body. Chu Cheaner is now the 99th incarnation of the Fallen Star Empress, and her Purian holy body is complete. Because the Empress once placed a restriction on her primordialian, it will awaken when faced with a crisis of being drained of its essence. Therefore, please capture Chu Cheaner and drain her essence. At that time, the Fallen Star Empress will surely awaken earlier, cultivate to the Great Ascension stage with her Purian body, and ascend to immortality. Now detecting the essence draining technique needed by Chu Cheaner, the great method of fusion of 7 emotions and 6 desires, which will be automatically taught to the host. This technique is a top-tier method of absorbing and replenishing one's essence. Although the Empress has never actually practiced it with anyone, she understands it thoroughly. Please use it with confidence, host. Ensure that the Fallen Star Empress absorbs your essence and cultivation in the most comfortable way possible, rapidly restoring your strength. Fang Chen. Immediately afterward, the entire content of the 7 emotions and 6 desires fusion technique rapidly flooded his mind, and in an instant, he grasped the relevant knowledge that others would need through countless battles to master. At this moment, countless national treasures were surging within Fang Chen. System, what are you doing? He never dreamed that going out to buy medicine would lead him to encounter a chosen one of destiny. Encountering a chosen one of destiny was bad enough, but to make him seek death in this way? Even if Fang Chen didn't know who Fallen Star was, the mere mention of Demon Empress was terrifying enough. This was a peerless ruthless figure at the tribulation transcending stage. This damn system wants me to harvest her essence. Is it insane? After cursing the system, Fang Chen quickly and frantically glanced around the pharmacy and immediately spotted Chu Chiner in a corner. He looked away, turned around, and hurriedly walked outside. I'd better hide first. It's best not to see this kind of ruthless person. Immortal Master, wait. Your black jade Ganoderma is ready. At this moment, a simple-clothed servant from Danran Pharmacy came out carrying a box made of a single, enormous spirit stone. In the center of the spirit stone, transparent as glass and faintly radiating seven-colored light, lay a strangely shaped black spirit mushroom. It was indeed the black jade Ganoderma. Alright, I'll pay. Seeing this, Fang Chen hurriedly went into the inner room to complete the transaction. After paying the spirit stone, the servant left first to put away the spirit stone, while Fang Chen was about to leave the inner room. But just then, Fang Chen, what are you doing here? A surprised voice came from the side. Fang Chen turned around abruptly and saw Hua Qirong and Zhang Ning'ai standing outside the door. Hua Qirong, dressed in a red dress, stood outside, a refreshing medicinal fragrance emanating from her. Zhang Ning'ai, in a flowing blue dress that clung to her slender waist, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, her fair face slightly flushed, her soft lips softening her earlier aloofness and adding a touch of youthful charm. Senior brother Fang. Upon seeing Fang Chen, Zhang Ning'ai's tired, dull eyes suddenly brightened, becoming clear and bright, revealing a surprise that even a child could see. Fang Chen saw the two and stepped forward, saying, Elder Hua, Junior Sister Zhang, what brings you here? What brings us here? Hua Qirong was taken aback, seemingly having never heard such a question before, then gave a strange smile. Zhang Ning'ai leaned closer to Fang Chen and whispered, Senior brother Fang, Elder Hua is the owner of Danran Pharmacy. Fang Chen was immediately speechless at his own question. Why did you buy black jade mushroom? Isn't that something only body cultivators need? At this moment, Hua Qirong noticed the black jade mushroom in Fang Chen's hand. I plan to stay in Ruyu Valley for a while, Fang Chen said. Not bad. Seeing this, Hua Qirong nodded slightly. This young man was quite ambitious. She then said, since that's the case, why didn't you just ask me for it yesterday? Wait a moment, I'll have someone return the spirit stones to you, and you can have the black jade mushroom. Fang Chen was overjoyed and clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Elder Hua. Following this, Hua Qirong glanced meaningfully at Zhang Ning'ai, a smirk playing on her lips. Alright, you two stay here for a while, I'll go get the spirit medicine. With that, she gracefully walked out of the inner room, leaving Fang Chen and Zhang Ning'ai alone. Zhang Ning'ai, seeing Hua Qirong leave so abruptly, her usually composed face now showing a hint of panic. Fang Chen, whose face had just been smiling, also showed a hint of panic. This is ridiculous. Hua Qirong, you old hag, how could you suddenly betray me? At this moment, Fang Chen mentally told himself, stay calm, don't panic. Being alone with Zhang Ning'ai wasn't a big deal. He had just scolded her yesterday, now was the perfect opportunity to worsen their relationship. He needed to seize this chance and quickly push things to the point of severing all ties with her. Just then, Zhang Ning'ai suddenly spoke, Senior brother Fang, this is a reward from the section. She took out a storage ring and handed it to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was stunned, instinctively taking the ring. He scanned it with his divine sense and was immediately shocked. Inside were over a dozen jade bottles, a stack of talismans radiating a light, ethereal aura, and two magical treasures whose power, even when stored in a storage ring, emanated an overwhelming aura. Zhang Ning'ai said, Senior brother Fang, Elder Hua said you wanted some life-saving magic treasures, pills, and talismans. These are all rewards from the section. There are various escape talismans, only a golden core cultivator of level 6 or higher can bind you. There are also talismans for speed and agility, useful not only for escaping but also for traveling and fighting. As for pills, there are spirit restoration pills to restore spiritual energy, divine energy burning pills to enhance combat power, blood gathering pills to heal injuries, and other pills for detoxification and dispelling miasma. These are all pills most suitable for your current cultivation level. Elder Hua took them from the sex inventory, so she needs to replenish it as soon as possible. However, the sex inventory of spiritual herbs is insufficient, which is why we came to the medicine shop. Hearing this, Fang Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the two women suddenly appeared at the medicine shop, they were there to refine pills with spiritual herbs. Zhang Ning'ai continued, by the way, senior brother, these pills and talismans are for everyday use. In a critical moment, you'll still need those two magic treasures. The Tsuanryu shield is a formation plate type magic treasure, used to protect oneself. Even a nascent soul stage expert cannot break it within half an hour. However, this formation plate can only be used once, and during its use, you must remain in place and cannot move. The other token is the tranquil token, which can only be used once, but its function is, Zhang Ning'ai slowly said, to summon a powerful figure from the sect to help you once. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened instantly, completely stunned. What the hell? A powerful figure from the sect to help him once? That's too awesome. The Tsuamiya shield, combined with the tranquil token, one a tortoise shell, the other a summoning force life-saving artifacts. These two magic treasures are such a thoughtful choice. Although both could only be used once, Fang Chen felt that saving his life once was enough. Zhang Ning'ai looked somewhat apologetic and said, "Senior brother, these two magic treasures together can only withstand a nascent soul stage expert. It's not that the sect is unwilling to provide more powerful defensive magic treasures, but rather that magic treasures are useless against a void return stage expert. Please don't blame me, senior brother. But if you are being pursued by a void return stage expert, then take out the crimson venerable ring that Wanner gave you earlier. As long as it's not a blood feud, I'm sure any sect would be willing to give you some face." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He looked down. Only then did he realize that the storage ring Wanner had given him was vastly different in style from the rings he and Zhang Ning'ai were currently holding. On the surface of the ring was a miniature crimson mountain, inspiring awe in those who beheld it. Moreover, the longer one looked at it, the more it seemed to gradually enlarge, growing into a towering, colossal peak reaching to the heavens. Just then, suddenly, Hua Qirong's voice rang in Fang Chen's ears. "Fang Chen, the talismans, pills, and Suamiya's shield are just extras. The Dan Ran token and the crimson venerable ring are the main attraction. Originally, what I could get for you was far inferior to the Dan Ran token, but because Ning'ai learned you wanted a life-saving magic weapon, she pestered her master for a whole day to get it. As for the Crimson Venerable Ring, only those who have entered Crimson Venerable Mountain are qualified to obtain it. Although you are at the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment stage and will certainly be able to enter Crimson Venerable Mountain, I haven't mentioned your Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and the subjugation of the Winged Fiend to the sect, so it's impossible for you to get the ring ahead of time. This ring actually belongs to Ning'ai. It's all thanks to Ning'ai, you should thank her properly." Hua Qirong knew Zhang Ning'ai wouldn't take credit, so she specifically spoke up to help. After listening, Fang Chen remained silent. He gazed at Zhang Ning'ai's fair face, at her apologetic eyes filled with regret for not being able to provide him with a more powerful magical artifact. The image of yesterday's frantic, fleeting swordlight, the panicked girl, and her reddened eyes flashed through his mind. At this moment, he broke down. Completely broke down. Zhang Ning'ai treated him this way, yet yesterday he had viciously insulted her. I deserve to die. Fang Chen wanted to slap himself. Then, he'd slap this damn system. Ning'ai. After a long silence, Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Ning'ai. He wanted to apologize. Apologize for yesterday's events. As for killing her husband to prove his Dao, damn it. I, with my ancient divine body, instantly became an immortal. What are you afraid of? Your pathetic attempt to kill your husband to prove your Dao. He didn't care anymore. But before Fang Chen could speak, Zhang Ning'ai interrupted him. Senior brother, I want to apologize to you. Fang Chen. Zhang Ning'ai continued, yesterday, I misunderstood you. Fang Chen. When you drove Wanner and me away, I was angry, but it wasn't until the demon tiger appeared that I realized everything you did was to save Wanner and me. Zhang Ning'ai said. Fang Chen's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. What did you say? When did I save you? Senior brother, I'm sorry, please forgive Wanner and me. Zhang Ning'ai didn't explain much, but sincerely apologized to Fang Chen. Actually, Zhang Ning'ai had wanted to apologize to Fang Chen yesterday, but because Hua Qirong wanted to conceal Fang Chen's Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, she was forced to lie to the sect's higher UPS. After explaining herself at Chaizun Mountain, she heard from Hua Qirong that Fang Chen wanted life-saving magic treasures, so she had pestered her master, Fairy Qinyun, for a long time to collect them as a gift to thank Fang Chen for saving her life. Now that she had encountered Fang Chen, she planned to give them all to him and apologize as well. After saying this, Zhang Ning'ai felt a great weight lifted from her shoulders, her heart suddenly lightening. Finally, she had said everything she wanted to say. Looking at Zhang Ning'ai, Fang Chen hesitated for a long time. Ning'ai, you misunderstood, I actually. Zhang Ning'ai interrupted Fang Chen, senior brother, you don't need to say anything, I understand. No, you don't understand. But Zhang Ning'ai suddenly stood up, smiled, revealing a playful side that was completely different from her usual self. I'm going to help Elder Hua check the medicinal herbs, she might be too busy. After speaking, she left with her hands behind her back. She knew Fang Chen's personality all too well. Like the bright moon in the sky, yet preferring to remain hidden in the shadows, such a person would certainly dislike boasting. Perhaps, even hearing her praise him would make him uncomfortable. Therefore, Zhang Ning'ai didn't intend to discuss this matter with Fang Chen anymore, letting it go. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Fang Chen opened his mouth. Fang Chen was utterly bewildered, with nowhere to confide in. Finally, after much thought, he sighed deeply. He understood. He guessed something had gone wrong. Zhang Ningyi thought he had driven her away to save her. That was completely wishful thinking. By the time Zhang Ningyi and Hua Qirong emerged, Fang Chen had given up on explaining the situation to Zhang Ningyi. Explaining would be useless. People only believe what they want to believe. He now intended to return the Crimson Venerable Mountain Ring to Zhang Ningyi. Since it was a priceless treasure, he couldn't keep it for himself. When Zhang Ningyi came out, she gave Hua Qirong a reproachful look, her face slightly flushed. Hua Qirong's expression was ambiguous. Clearly, in the storeroom, Hua Qirong had already told Zhang Ningyi about his secret telepathic communication with Fang Chen and had even teased her a bit. Junior's sister. Seeing the two women emerge, Fang Chen immediately stepped forward with the Crimson Venerable Ring. Zhang Ningyi saw through Fang Chen's thoughts at a glance and said, "Senior brother, you take it. My identity can be proven without the Crimson Venerable Ring." Hua Qirong also said, "Take it. She won't be in trouble without this ring, but if you offend the void-returning old monster without it, 9 lives wouldn't be enough to kill you." Fang Chen, without saying a word, was immediately persuaded. Fang Chen said from the bottom of his heart, "Then I'll take it first." He was always a very pragmatic person. Afterwards, the three of them planned to leave Danran Pharmacy. Fang Chen still needed to cultivate that ancient divine body. However, before the three of them could take a step, 2 figures blocked their way. When they saw the faces of the newcomers, Fang Chen's eyes instantly flashed with horror. The newcomers were an old man and a young man. The old man was dressed in brocade robes, and his white hair was neatly combed. The young woman wore a jade-white dress, her face serene and youthful, but a hint of melancholy in her eyes diminished her vitality. The two were none other than Chu He and Chu Qiner. "Greetings, Elder Hua, and Disciple Zhang." Chu He and Chu Qiner bowed respectfully to Hua Qirong and Zhang Ningyi. As for Fang Chen, an outer disciple, although he had a powerful background, it wasn't enough for him to bow to her directly. Hua Qirong asked calmly, "What's wrong?" She wasn't surprised by the interception. When she came to the medicine shop, she occasionally encountered such situations, whether it was seeking medicine or seeking a master. It was quite common. "Elder Hua, I am Chu He from the outer sex Duel Academy. This is my granddaughter, Chu Qiner. Her spiritual root aptitude is excellent, but she has been unable to cultivate qi for many years. I dare to stop you, Elder Hua, but I only wish for you to examine my granddaughter's spiritual root to see if there is anything abnormal. If Elder Hua needs anything, I am willing to give everything." Chu He's face was slightly pale, his voice trembling, as he bowed respectfully. Just now, when he saw Hua Qirong and Zhang Ningyi enter at the door, he already knew that this was his last chance. Hua Qirong and Zhang Ningyi were both people of noble status within the inner sect. Especially Hua Qirong, the seal holder of Lingyun Peak, and elder of the pill refining room, a very important figure who was rarely seen. Meeting Hua Qirong today was already an incredibly lucky day for Chu He. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, there would be no chance to change his granddaughter's fate. Therefore, even though suddenly rushing out to stop Hua Qirong might offend her, Chu He was already willing to risk it all. Chu Qiner hurriedly lowered her head in alarm. "Elder Hua, everything Grandpa did was for me. If Elder Hua blames me for anything, please let Qiner bear full responsibility." Looking at the two of them, Hua Qirong's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected that Chu He and Chu Qiner had come to see her for medical treatment. "Please get up." After thinking for a moment, Hua Qirong, realizing she had nothing else to do and having glanced at Chu Qiner and found her to be indeed exceptionally talented, said, "Sit down first, I'll examine your granddaughter." "Yes. Thank you, Elder Hua." Hearing this, Chu He was overjoyed, almost bursting into tears of happiness. He hadn't expected Hua Qirong to be so agreeable. Then, Chu He hurriedly said, "Qiner, why don't you quickly thank Elder Hua?" "Thank you, Elder Hua." Chu Qiner was also deeply moved. Fang Chen, walking behind Hua Qirong, had a serious expression, a deep gaze, and was biting his lip so hard it almost bled. Damn it! Should he leave or stay? Faced with the ruthless woman the system wanted him to exploit, he didn't dare stay any longer. However, knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. He wanted to see how Chu Qiner would ultimately react. Thinking this, Fang Chen remained silent, observing secretly. At the same time, Zhang Ningyi, standing to the side, looked at Fang Chen's expression, paused, then seemed thoughtful, and finally, a hint of emotion appeared in her eyes. The 5 of them moved aside. Hua Qirong took out a spirit jade used for testing spiritual root aptitude and placed it on Chu Qiner's forehead. A faint light flashed, and her eyes immediately lit up with surprise. This spiritual root aptitude is extremely good. This spiritual root is at least at the golden core stage. If the opportunity is favorable, reaching the nascent soul or deity stage is also highly possible. For the Danran sect, while Chu Qiner may not be considered a top-tier genius, she will certainly be a pillar of strength. Fang Chen watched from the side, chuckling to himself. Indeed, quite good. If her Purian sacred body fully matures, his aptitude could even lead to immortality. Yes. Seeing this, Chu He's face showed bitterness. But Qiner hasn't been able to absorb qi into her body and enter the qi refining stage for so long. A look of sadness appeared on Chu Qiner's pretty face. Has she taken any pills? Hua Qirong inquired. Chu He said, I've tried qi gathering pills, sea breaking pills, even jade shattering pills, all to no avail. Hua Qirong frowned. What about talismans? Divine Palace talismans, spirit transformation talismans, meridian talismans, I've used them all. What about formations? Even the most aggressive meridian burning formation. I've used that. Hua Qirong. She couldn't help but glance at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who was intently observing Chu Qiner, was somewhat bewildered. Why are you looking at me? Hua Qirong withdrew her gaze from Fang Chen, thinking to herself, could this Chu family member be lying to me like Fang Chen? She hadn't forgotten that Fang Chen had previously deceived her, saying his aptitude was extremely poor and that he had consumed all sorts of spiritual energy elixirs. It was all a lie. Elder Hua, is there no other way? Seeing that Hua Qirong remained silent, Chu He's heart sank. His face, which had just been full of hope, now aged visibly. This was his last hope. Sigh. Hua Qirong sighed. The Danran sect, as a top-tier sect, must still have a way to help Chu Qiner cultivate. However, those methods would be a waste if used on Chu Qiner, whose aptitude was only considered excellent. Chu He didn't have the ability to purchase resources and use those methods for Chu Qiner. Seeing this, Chu He gave a bitter smile. He already knew the answer. Thank you, Elder Hua. Thinking this, Chu He and Chu Qiner rose to bow. Chu Qiner forced a smile. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Hua. Qiner is deeply grateful. It's all right. Should I have someone escort you back? Hua Qirong waved her hand. Elder Hua, no need to trouble yourself. We can go back ourselves. Chu He shook his head. As they parted, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this female demon wouldn't be able to enter the Danran sect, although he sympathized with her for her unfortunate fate, like his own, unable to cultivate. But, sympathy aside, he couldn't very well reveal the solution, could he? If he were to reveal his solution to Chu He, it was uncertain whether someone at Danran Pharmacy would die. Just as the two were about to leave, Zhang Ning'ai, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Grandpa Chu, has Qiner tried body cultivation? Hearing this, Chu He paused, shaking his head. Not yet. Then why not go to Ruyu Valley first? Qiner's talent is rare. Perhaps her path has been fraught with difficulties. If she has a strong physique, perhaps she can wait for a solution. Zhang Ning'ai said softly. Chu He sighed, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Thank you for your guidance, Master Zhang. Chu Qiner also forced a smile. Thank you, Master Zhang. Then, the grandfather and granddaughter departed. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Ning'ai sighed. I hope they can find a solution. I hope so. Hua Qirong nodded. But she knew in her heart that Chu Qiner had no hope in this life. Fang Chen, standing to the side, had been tense ever since Zhang Ning'ai began speaking. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Zhang Ning'ai only wanted Chu Qiner to go to Ruyu Valley. He was truly afraid that Zhang Ning'ai might suddenly have a change of heart and try to take Chu Qiner to Chaizun Mountain. Wouldn't that be like inviting a wolf into the house? The incident involving Chu He and Chu Qiner had no effect on Hua Qirong. She had seen it all before. After she stood up, she looked at Fang Chen and Chu Qiner and said, all right, you two can go back now. I'll take my leave. Yes. The two nodded. Hua Qirong walked out of the medicine shop, transforming into a stream of light and disappearing. Fang Chen looked at Zhang Ning'ai, about to say goodbye. But Zhang Ning'ai suddenly said, Senior brother, do you really want to help Qiner cultivate? Fang Chen, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Don't slander me. Fang Chen, suppressing his anger, asked, why do you say that? Zhang Ning'ai said, because I understand you. Fang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Ning'ai sighed, however, Senior brother, you shouldn't dwell on Qiner's matter. Don't exhaust yourself. She had already noticed that when Fang Chen looked at Chu Qiner just now, his expression was solemn, his eyes filled with worry, and he had even bitten his lip until it bled. Combined with what Fang Chen had done for Xiao Qing, who couldn't cultivate, she saw right through him. Fang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, only managing to utter a single word, Zhang Ning'ai, thinking Fang Chen was still dejected, comforted him, saying, all right, senior brother, I'll be going now. If you still want to help Qiner, you can tell me, and I'll have someone send her some spiritual herbs. You won't need to spend your own spirit stones. She was worried that Fang Chen would send Chu Qiner body cultivating spiritual herbs again, just like he had given Xiao Qing the image jade slip. Fang Chen quickly replied, I won't, don't worry. Zhang Ning'ai didn't take it seriously, thinking Fang Chen was just fooling her. Afterwards, Fang Chen and Zhang Ning'ai left the market together. As they left, Zhang Ningyi found it strange. Usually, the roads she walked on were crowded, but when she and Fang Chen left the market, several roads they passed were extremely deserted. How strange! After parting ways with Zhang Ningyi, Fang Chen quickly returned to his residence, putting Chu Qiner's matter out of his mind. Ready to begin. Fang Chen took out a pill refining furnace, placed the black jade mushroom on it, and took a deep breath. On the way back, Fang Chen had already considered his cultivation method. Because, if he wanted to heal his torn hand, he had to be close to death. Therefore, he needed to first tear his arm apart, refine it into a qi and blood pill, consume it, and then take poison, forcing himself to the brink of death to recover. Damn it, isn't this a demonic cultivation method? Fang Chen couldn't help but think to himself. Even with prior mental preparation, this cultivation method still felt too sinister to Fang Chen. Eating his own hand was truly hard to accept. If the system hadn't confirmed that he was indeed a successor, Fang Chen wouldn't dare to cultivate with peace of mind. Then, Fang Chen took a deep breath, applied 2 numbing and pain-relieving talismans to his body, took another deep breath, and took out an extremely sharp longsword. What are you doing? At this moment, Yi Xiong leaped down from the rooftop and approached, asking curiously. He had just heard Fang Chen return and had come to investigate out of curiosity. Swish! Just then, a bright, sharp blade flashed, illuminating Yi Xiong's dumbfounded expression. What on earth is this human doing all day? Thud! An arm fell. Blood spurted out instantly. Hiss! Fang Chen's extremely painful gasp followed. You've gone mad! Yi Xiong exclaimed in horror. Yesterday he took poison, today he's self-harming. Just what kind of terrifying person is Fang Chen? He'd seen so many cultivators in the Danran sect, but he'd never seen anyone so bizarre. Now, Yi Xiong was terrified. On one hand, Fang Chen's actions were too sinister, and he dared not approach. On the other hand, he worried that Fang Chen might kill him, and what if he, who had signed a life-or-death contract with Fang Chen, also perished? Shut up! Even with the talisman's blessing, Fang Chen was in excruciating pain, his face pale and his body convulsing uncontrollably. It was incredibly painful. But he couldn't stop, nor could he stand still. He quickly opened the alchemy furnace and threw in the medicinal herbs, some of the black jade mushroom, and his arm. Fortunately, the qi and blood pill didn't require any alchemy skills, so Fang Chen didn't need to learn alchemy. Boom! Spiritual fire surged forth. Under the extremely intense heat, his arm instantly melted into a ball of golden blood energy. This is the blood essence of Foundation establishment in the Heavenly Dao. Seeing this, Yi Xiong gasped, his eyes glazed over. You. This Fang Chen is actually refining himself. What kind of demonic act is this? No, even the demonic path doesn't do this. They refine others. I've never seen anyone refine themselves. Fang Chen had no energy left to pay attention to Yi Xiong. He endured the pain, waiting for the blood essence pill to form before immediately taking it out and consuming it. After consuming it, an extremely pure power rose within Fang Chen's body. At the same time, Fang Chen immediately stood up, and the ancient divine body technique began to circulate. The cultivation method of body cultivators differs from that of normal cultivators. Normal cultivators inhale and exhale spiritual energy, guiding it along the meridian pathways prescribed by their cultivation technique, ultimately channeling it into the danshan to increase their cultivation level. Body cultivators, however, not only need to circulate their cultivation techniques but also need to temper their bodies. Only by tempering the body can the power of a body cultivator UN power be generated from the muscles, bones, and skin, thus coordinating with the cultivation technique. For example, the training of the group in Ruyu Valley, while somewhat unorthodox, did indeed involve tempering the body. Except for the old man playing chess, the efficiency in generating UN power was simply appalling. Proper body tempering includes wielding swords, iron weights, and grinding tools. It also involves tempering through fist and foot techniques, and some even imitate the postures of demonic beasts, twisting every inch of their muscles, such as imitating tigers, deer, bears, apes, birds, crocodiles, and so on. At this moment, Fang Chen, in an effort to generate UN power as quickly as possible, is frantically practicing wild, uncontrolled punches. There's no other way. He did want to use refined physical cultivation techniques, and to that end, he had even studied the alligator turtle iron bone technique. However, he was in excruciating pain, and with only one hand, he simply couldn't use any more powerful techniques. However, although Li Fu was unreliable, his cultivation technique was indeed powerful. After consuming the qi and blood pill, even with only his haphazard punches, he could clearly feel streams of pure UN energy flowing through his body with each punch. The generation of UN energy further propelled the ancient divine body to operate, and this UN energy accumulated more and more, making Fang Chen's physical body grow stronger at an extremely rapid pace. UN energy is very different from spiritual energy. Compared to the ethereal nature of spiritual energy, Yuan energy is much more substantial, and when it circulated within his body, it brought Fang Chen an extremely comfortable warmth, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. However, if that ancient divine body was only used to generate Yuan energy, it wouldn't deserve to be called a top-tier cultivation technique. Its most crucial aspect lies in the fact that once the physical body recovers, the damaged parts will become even stronger. Meanwhile, Yi Xiong, watching Fang Chen's comical, erratic punches, felt no amusement, even though he should have been laughing. He felt a chill run down his spine. There was no way around it. Anyone seeing a one-armed man covered in blood wielding such wild punches would feel uneasy and frightened. What are you trying to do? Should we call someone over? Yi Xiong asked cautiously. No need. Fang Chen replied amidst his busy schedule, I'm cultivating. Yi Xiong was shocked and exclaimed, What? This is cultivation. Don't disturb me. Fang Chen shooed Yi Xiong away. After a while, limited by his physical cultivation level, his Yuan energy had stagnated and stopped increasing. Fang Chen endured the pain and sat down. He needed to quickly let the medicinal power of the qi and blood pill help his arm recover. Otherwise, the medicinal power of the qi and blood pill within his body would dissipate. Fang Chen took out another bottle of poison and directly uncorked it. Thump! The sturdy jade bottle, with its extremely strong shatterproof properties, fell to the ground with a dull thud. After the poison entered Fang Chen's body, several streams of black blood quickly gushed from his 7 orifices. His already bleeding wounds became even more purplish red, and the severed arm emitted a foul stench. What are you doing? At the same time, Yi Xiong's furious roar came from beside Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen, after cultivating for a short while, actually begin to commit suicide, Yi Xiong was completely paralyzed. His life was now in Fang Chen's hands. If Fang Chen died, he would die immediately too. After roaring, he rushed to Fang Chen's side, frantically jumping around. Where's the antidote? Where's the antidote? What's your rush? Bleeding profusely from his mouth, Fang Chen weakly said, I won't die. After saying that, Fang Chen collapsed. Yi Xiong's tiger eyes widened. Holy crap. He died too quickly. He hadn't even had a chance to save Fang Chen's life. Then, Yi Xiong felt Fang Chen's breath growing weaker and weaker, like a candle flame in the wind. His tiger face was blank, his eyes filled with sorrow. He himself was willing to be a slave, so why was he still going to die? So be it. It was because his master committed suicide. This is utterly despairing. However, before he could even grieve for himself, Fang Chen abruptly stood up. Yi Xiong. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Fang Chen's body, and his arm instantly regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked at Yi Xiong. I told you I wouldn't die, what's the rush? Yi Xiong was stunned. Fang Chen ignored him, looking down at his incredibly smooth, newly grown arm, a smile appearing on his lips. He gently clenched his fist, and an explosive power burst forth from it. This ancient divine body is something else. Fang Chen murmured to himself. Just from this one body part, Fang Chen could feel a significant change in his physical strength. Even without using Yuan power or spiritual power, Fang Chen felt that with just this arm, he could take on 10 opponents. Thinking this, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction, intending to continue cultivating the introductory chapter of the ancient divine body. The introductory chapter of the ancient divine body cultivation is the training of the limbs. Fang Chen has now completed the training of one arm, officially embarking on the path of ancient divine body cultivation. This means he has reached the qi refining stage in body cultivation. Once all 4 limbs are trained, he will reach the foundation establishment stage in body cultivation. Why didn't you die? Just as Fang Chen was about to begin his training, Yi Xiong walked up to him, staring wide-eyed, and asked, What are you surprised about? Didn't you see me do this yesterday? Fang Chen said, Yesterday you were able to keep resurrecting yourself by using the yin-yang furnace's formation, didn't you? Yi Xiong murmured. He had always thought that Fang Chen's near-miraculous resurrection was achieved by secretly controlling the yin-yang furnace. Of course not. Fang Chen pursed his lips. Then could you perhaps be one of those legendary? Yi Xiong suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Fang Chen possessed one of those special physiques that only existed in legends? For example, the undying phoenix body, the indestructible body? Legend has it that they can regenerate severed limbs even during the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, those with special physiques, as long as they don't die prematurely, are destined to reach the pinnacle. Yes, I am the one you're thinking of. Fang Chen nodded solemnly. The winged fiend was immediately shocked, then involuntarily revealed an expression of awe. If Fang Chen was merely at the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment stage, the winged fiend, possessing emperor-grade bloodline, would admire him but not fear him. They were all equals. However, now that Fang Chen possesses a legendary physique countless times rarer than an emperor-grade bloodline, the situation is entirely different. Yi Xiong's tone even became humble. This Fang Chen. Brother Chen, I was a little too loud earlier. Fang Chen interrupted him. Alright, step back, I need to continue cultivating. Yes, Yi Xiong said meekly, then withdrew. Standing outside the courtyard, Yi Xiong suddenly realized. So Fang Chen had been cultivating. Although the cultivation method was bizarre and comical, the final effect seemed extremely good. Especially the power in his arm. Even he, a demon beast with top-tier bloodlines, was astonished. However, but after the initial awe, Yi Xiong suddenly felt something was off. After a moment's thought, his tiger eyes widened. Did I fall for that? Yesterday, Fang Chen told him that he didn't need to cultivate, his spiritual understanding would come naturally. He believed him. So, he deliberately slacked off all day today. As a result, while he was slacking off, Fang Chen was cultivating with his life on the line? Damn it! Won't the gap between his cultivation and Fang Chen's widen even further? He hurriedly ran back to his own courtyard to cultivate, but because Fang Chen's life force fluctuated wildly, he couldn't cultivate at all. A night passed. The sun was rising in the distance. A pale, fish-belly light appeared on the horizon. In the courtyard, where blood flowed like a river, Fang Chen, his robes torn into a vest, his body covered in crimson, exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes shining. After a night of turmoil, and with the aid of a piece of black jade fungus, he had fully cultivated his limbs. Of course, the main contributor to his rapid cultivation was the system. Even those with special physiques couldn't possibly cultivate their limbs in one night. After all, even with their powerful regenerative abilities, overuse would deplete their vital essence. But Fang Chen was different. Taking advantage of a system bug, he recovered from his injuries without any cost. Fang Chen raised his fist, unleashing an explosive gust of wind. His face lit up with joy. This is the ancient divine body. In that case, my cultivation level is now Body Cultivation Foundation Establishment Stage 1 plus Heavenly Deo Foundation Establishment Stage 1. If my cultivation goes smoothly in the future, I can reach Body Cultivation Great Ascension Stage plus Heavenly Deo Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Brilliant! At this moment, Fang Chen, who had despaired over his lack of cultivation aptitude, finally regained his confidence. Ruyu Valley. Having completed the introductory cultivation, Fang Chen quickly came to this place to find Li Fu and request the next stage of his cultivation technique. Amidst the surging crowd, Fang Chen patted Li Fu, who was staring angrily at the backs of two fleeing girls in blue. Who? Li Fu turned his head. Senior, it's me. Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. Li Fu frowned upon recognizing Fang Chen. It's you? What do you want? Senior, after diligently studying the introductory chapter, I find this technique increasingly profound and mysterious, like a vast galaxy, captivating and inspiring my reverence. Therefore, I've come specifically to seek you out, hoping to learn the subsequent chapters and emulate your wisdom, perhaps even acquiring a 10th or a 12th of your expertise someday. Fang Chen said. You're a pragmatic person. Li Fu nodded proudly, then asked, but do you have any spiritual herbs? Yes, I do. If you don't believe me, Senior, look. I've already mastered the introductory chapter. Fang Chen raised his arm. Li Fu was taken aback, then narrowed his eyes to observe, before nodding in satisfaction. Good. Not bad. He was about to speak, but then glanced around and snorted coldly, too many people are stealing cultivation techniques here. Come with me. With that, Li Fu walked out of Ruyu Valley. The passers-by around, Fang Chen awkwardly covered his face with his hand and followed him. After arriving at their usual spot at Yingguan Lake Mountain, Li Fu asked, let me ask you, how long did it take you to cultivate your limbs? 1 night. Fang Chen said, a hint of arrogance on his face, a smug smile playing on his lips. He believed that absolutely no one possessed his speed. Even the chosen ones couldn't. After all, others didn't have a system to help them. But Li Fu frowned, displeased. Too slow. Can't you finish cultivating within a quarter of an hour? Fang Chen. The veins on Fang Chen's forehead bulged with anger. Senior, isn't this a bit unreasonable? I can finish cultivating my limbs within a quarter of an hour right now, can't you? Li Fu rebuked. Fang Chen, you son of a bitch. What's your cultivation level? What's mine? Can you even compare them like that? Faced with the unpredictable Li Fu, Fang Chen dared not speak his mind, and could only cautiously smile. Senior, your power is like that of a celestial being, your supernatural abilities vast and omnipotent. How could a junior like me compare? That's true. Li Fu agreed with Fang Chen's words, and then decided to let him go, saying calmly, since that's the case, I won't punish you this time. You'd better speed things up in the future. Fang Chen swallowed his anger and said, yes, Senior. Alright, don't call me Senior anymore. Now that you've learned the ancient divine body, you're my disciple. Li Fu said, from now on, just call me Master. Yes, Master. Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. Having learned the other's inheritance, Fang Chen called him master willingly. Alright, this is the main cultivation technique of the ancient divine body. However, you can only see the corresponding content after your cultivation reaches the corresponding level. Li Fu said, pointing a finger at Fang Chen's forehead. Fang Chen nodded and began learning the foundation establishment chapter of the ancient divine body. But when he saw the first line of the foundation establishment chapter, Fang Chen, who was filled with joy, froze. The next second. What the heck? He looked up sharply, asking Li Fu in horror, Master, isn't the ancient divine body supposed to establish its foundation after cultivating the 4 limbs? Why do I still need to undergo tribulation? Isn't tribulation something only required during the tribulation stage? The first line of the foundation establishment chapter clearly stated, after completing the cultivation of the 4 limbs, you need to use your own aura to attract a lightning tribulation within 3 days. Only after undergoing the tribulation can you cultivate the foundation of the ancient divine body. In other words, if Fang Chen wanted to reach the foundation establishment stage of the ancient divine body, he had to undergo tribulation within 3 days. It must be known that lightning tribulation is something feared by countless cultivators throughout the world. Those with weak cultivation are almost certain to die when facing it. Countless cultivators in the tribulation transcending stage would rather seclude themselves for thousands or even tens of thousands of years to avoid lightning tribulation. But what is the meaning of this ancient divine body? Is it actively courting death? Li Fu said calmly, my cultivation method defies the heavens, it is derived from observing the secrets of immortality, and is not a cultivation method that should exist in this world. Isn't undergoing tribulation normal? Fang Chen felt a wave of dizziness, his lips trembling. Why didn't you tell me before? Didn't I tell you? Li Fu frowned. Fang Chen was almost in tears, you didn't tell me. Oh, well, it's not too late to tell you now. Li Fu said matter-of-factly, besides, with your current cultivation level, you can do things that only those in the tribulation transcending stage can do. Don't you feel proud? Moreover, successfully transcending the tribulation will greatly increase your power. That's a huge opportunity. Fang Chen's eyes widened. Damn it. Is he even speaking human language? Li Fu said, alright, you don't need to thank me. Although your cultivation speed is extremely slow, you can enjoy the same opportunities as those in the tribulation transcending stage. This is what you deserve after successfully cultivating your technique. Fang Chen, is he even speaking human language? Enjoying the same opportunities as those in the tribulation transcending stage? What kind of joke is this? Fang Chen fell silent, feeling like he was about to have a heart attack. However, after the initial shock, the thought of the system brought a sudden sense of relief. System, the lightning tribulation shouldn't kill me, right? Fang Chen asked mentally. A lightning tribulation is just one tribulation, it can't be for a chosen one, right? Then, if he's not a chosen one, does that mean he can't be killed? The system quickly replied, the lightning tribulation can kill the host. Why? Fang Chen was struck dumb. The system answered, even a chosen one can very likely die under a lightning tribulation, and the host naturally cannot escape either. After hearing this, Fang Chen slowly typed a question mark, can a chosen one be killed by a lightning tribulation? He had never seen anyone actually die from a lightning tribulation. But the system said, the power of tribulation is the world's nemesis, extremely dangerous. Even the chosen one has a high chance of perishing within it. This is why the system wants the host to help the chosen one as soon as possible. With the host's death, the chosen one will gain the ability to resist the tribulation more quickly. Hearing this, Fang Chen became completely depressed. Damn it! He finally managed to find a successor by exploiting a bug, and it turns out to be a madman. Now he's even getting himself struck by lightning. Is this the system's punishment? No wonder Li Fu's technique can only be cultivated by those with top-tier physiques. Who in their right mind could face a tribulation after having their hands and feet cut off? At this moment, while Fang Chen was depressed, the system surprisingly comforted him, saying, if the host is about to face a tribulation, the system will cheer you on. You will definitely get through it safely. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was deeply moved. Why did this damned system suddenly change its nature? Wasn't it always hoping for his death? Fang Chen thought gratefully, thank you, but why are you suddenly comforting me? The system replied, because it's best for the host to die at the hands of the chosen ones, contributing to their growth. Fang Chen, damn it, why aren't you saying anything? At this moment, Li Fu looked at the long silent Fang Chen and frowned, is it because you're too happy and excited to share this opportunity with those in the tribulation transcending stage that you can't speak? You're still too inexperienced. This is just a small reward after cultivating the ancient divine body. In the future, you will encounter many more rewards. As my disciple, you must never be so petty again. You must get used to welcoming these opportunities, understand? Fang Chen was greatly shocked. Is the ancient divine body for training one's mouth? Why can Master suffocate me just by talking? Is this the true value of being the strongest body cultivator in the world? Then, Fang Chen gave a bitter laugh. He, Master, I'm very happy. However, can't I refuse this opportunity? No. Li Fu waved his hand and comforted him. Even if you disperse your cultivation, you can't escape this tribulation. But don't worry, as long as you don't die after the tribulation, it means you've survived. Fang Chen was going crazy. If he didn't die, he definitely survived. What kind of nonsense is this? Master, do you have any way to help me overcome this tribulation? Fang Chen asked hopefully. It's all recorded in the cultivation manual. Go and see for yourself. I don't need to waste my breath. Li Fu waved his hand impatiently. Master, don't you have any secret techniques for surviving the tribulation lightning? What if I unfortunately perish in it? Fang Chen could only resort to playing the victim, but his heart was filled with sorrow. His master and the system were both insane. Being a transmigrator was so tiring. If only he could commit suicide and go back. But Li Fu remained unmoved, saying, if you die in the tribulation lightning, it means you have no chance to continue cultivating the ancient divine body. It just means you're unlucky. Fang Chen was exasperated again. Why was it always the same old line? Does encountering something unsolvable mean you're simply unlucky? Forget it. Fang Chen felt utterly hopeless. He knew he couldn't rely on Li Fu. Alright, let's exchange communication jade slips. If there's anything I can do to help you, I will. However, perhaps Li Fu had a change of heart, as he offered to exchange communication jade slips with Fang Chen. It was like exchanging phone numbers. With the jade slip, the two sides could contact each other quickly. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen almost burst into tears of joy, moved to tears. This master, finally, has a reliable side. But the next second, Fang Chen's expression froze as he pulled out the communication jade slip. Here, take this, my communication jade slip. Li Fu handed Fang Chen a stone. Staring intently at the stone, Fang Chen remained silent for a long time before finally managing to utter, Master, this doesn't seem to be a communication jade slip. This is just a stone. There wasn't a single fluctuation of spiritual energy. Fang Chen initially thought he was just ignorant, but after observing for a while, he realized it was truly a pure stone. How could this possibly have anything to do with a communication jade slip? This is it, take it. We'll trade. Li Fu took the jade slip from Fang Chen's hand, then shoved his own stone into Fang Chen's hand before turning and leaving, only saying, focus on your tribulation. If anything happens, contact me using this communication jade slip. Fang Chen stared at the stone, falling into a deathly silence. After a long while, Fang Chen, damn it! Fang Chen returned to his residence. As for the stone Li Fu had given him, he had thrown it away on the way back. On the way, he had worried that Li Fu might have given him something that looked like a stone but was actually a jade slip, so he had checked it many times, even repeatedly channeling spiritual energy into it, but ultimately couldn't activate it. Clearly, it was indeed a genuine stone. He returned to the courtyard and began studying the sections on increasing the success rate of tribulation transcendence within the ancient divine body inheritance. Although Li Fu was currently insane, his mind remained remarkably clear when writing the cultivation technique. He explicitly pointed out several points in the inheritance. First, tribulation transcendence, while dangerous, also presents great opportunities. If Fang Chen successfully transcends this lightning tribulation, he will be nourished by its power. At that time, his physical body will truly reach the standard of the ancient divine body, laying a solid foundation for future physical immortality. Second, although each major breakthrough in the ancient divine body requires tribulation transcendence, the intensity of the lightning tribulation will certainly not be as strong as during the tribulation transcendence stage. Third, to increase the success rate of tribulation transcendence, besides strengthening oneself, it is crucial to utilize external aids. Of course, these external aids do not refer to magic treasures or protective shields. Such external aids will be directly ineffective during the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation only targets the cultivator, any other power will be repelled by the power of heaven and earth. However, through the research and exploration of the first generation of tribulation crossing cultivators, they discovered a loophole in the lightning tribulation. They discovered that while the lightning tribulation repelled external objects, it did not repel those refined into the body. In other words, if you refined rare and precious materials into your body before the lightning tribulation, it would not expel them. Therefore, in Li Fu's legacy, the external objects mentioned refer to rare and precious materials that can be refined into a cultivator's body. Therefore, many cultivators would refine numerous rare and precious materials before attracting their lightning tribulation. After the lightning tribulation descends, the power within their bodies can heal injuries and resist the tribulation. In The Inheritance, Li Fu mentioned that, for example, elixirs, the 5 elements of fiendish power, yin-yang fiendish power, the power of the great Dao laws, the primordial spirits and nascent souls of other cultivators, and the physical bodies and souls of others could be used as sacrifices for refinement without affecting one's life. Reading further, Fang Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, could this madman master he'd apprenticed with really be a member of the demonic path? What kind of hellish options are these? Fang Chen still focused his attention on the 5 elements of fiendish power. This was the only thing he possessed. Fire Fiend King. In this world, fiendish power is the ultimate expression of power. Fire Fiend is like that. The same applies to water and ice energies. Refining energies can effectively resist lightning tribulations. Seeing this, Fang Chen thought to himself, I wonder if my Fire Elemental King is enough. If it really doesn't work, I'll go find Xiao Qing. He knew that Xiao Qing had just told him yesterday that he was going on a training expedition. He knew that Xiao Qing would definitely encounter the Fire Elemental King during this expedition. Of course, Fang Chen wasn't thinking of capturing the Fire Elemental King again to refine. With Fang Chen's abilities, he couldn't do it. Even if the Fire Fiend King wasn't a chosen one and couldn't be burned to death, Fang Chen's attempt to refine the Fire Fiend King solely through his own power was a pipe dream. But, if he couldn't refine the Fire Fiend King, surely refining the Fire Fiends was possible? The ancient volcano where the Fire Fiend King resided contained many fire fiends. If he could capture and refine a few, he could significantly increase his chances of resisting the lightning tribulation. Thinking of this, Fang Chen decided that his best course of action this time was to go to the ancient volcano where Xiao Qing had captured the Fire Fiend King to search for fire fiends. Of course, Fang Chen couldn't possibly travel with Xiao Qing. He knew the system had previously mentioned that many nascent soul stage experts would be vying for the Fire Fiend King at the ancient volcano. If he stayed with Xiao Qing, he would definitely face endless trouble, possibly encountering a barrage of top-tier experts, and one wrong move could mean his death. Therefore, he planned to travel alone, sneaking around outside the ancient volcano to capture some fire spirits. As for which ancient volcano Xiao Qing found the Fire Spirit King, he naturally knew. After all, the Dan Ran sect only had one ancient volcano nearby. Then, Fang Chen calculated the time. He had successfully cultivated around sunrise this morning. That meant the tribulation lightning would descend at sunrise no later than 3 days later. Time was extremely tight. Fang Chen decided to set off tomorrow. Afterwards, Fang Chen went to find Hua Qirong. He directly took out the musical score given to him by the system and exchanged it with Hua Qirong for a bunch of pills to strengthen his body. This musical score was originally intended by the system to help him gain favor with Zhang Ning'ai. Therefore, Fang Chen had never taken it out. Now, for his suddenly imminent death on a cliff, Fang Chen had no choice but to bring out his best treasures. Hua Qirong, naturally eager for a piece of music, readily agreed and even asked Fang Chen to write more scores for him in the future. Fang Chen quickly denied it, saying they were all written by folkmasters and had nothing to do with him. Hua Qirong simply smiled knowingly, neither confirming nor denying, only telling Fang Chen to continue bringing scores in the future. After leaving Lingyun Peak, Fang Chen went to the market again. He hoped to find some hidden treasures there, perhaps the power to resist the lightning tribulation. Unfortunately, he searched until nightfall without success. While wandering the market, Fang Chen also sent a message via jade slip to the Fang family. The Fang family was large and powerful. They could surely provide him with a great deal of help. But alas, it was like throwing stones into the sea. Because the original owner of this body had made too many mistakes, the family completely ignored him. Unless the Fang family head was in a better mood, Fang Chen was essentially expelled from the family. This is why the original owner of this body risked everything to prepare the demonic pill. His family had abandoned him, he had nowhere else to go. Fang Chen sighed deeply, now you've left me with nowhere to go either, damn it. It's too late to go home now. The Fang family is quite a distance from the Dan Ran sect. If he were to go there, he'd probably be struck by lightning on the way. Fang Chen returned to his residence under the starlight and began packing. He didn't want to leave the Dan Ran sect so soon. Training is dangerous. He also wanted to survive in the Dan Ran sect until the end of time. Unfortunately, after Fang Chen finished packing, Yi Xiong excitedly howled. He was unaware that Fang Chen was about to undergo his tribulation. He only knew that Fang Chen had suddenly announced he was going on a training expedition and would take him along. This made him ecstatic. How long had he been in the Dan Ran sect? How long had it been since he'd seen the outside world? Fang Chen, where are we going on this training expedition? Want to visit my hometown? Yi Xiong jumped up and down, shouting. Fang Chen paused, thought for a moment, and then asked, how far is your hometown? Hearing this, Yi Xiong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to actually consider it. He had only meant it as a joke. Then, Yi Xiong excitedly exclaimed, not far. With a nascent soul stage magic treasure, we can reach the teleportation array to the Holy Tiger Clan in a day. Fang Chen asked, if I give you to your ninth brother, how much will I get in return? Yi Xiong's tiger body stiffened, then he took several steps back and turned to flee like a whirlwind. Don't go. I'm serious. Seeing this, Fang Chen shouted. After Yi Xiong left, Fang Chen suddenly received a signal contacting him. This signal came from the communication jade slip he had handed over. Fang Chen immediately became excited. Could it be that his family contacted him? Then he would immediately say that he had repented and would behave himself, begging his family to quickly provide a treasure to help him through this difficult time. But when Fang Chen took out the jade slip, his face immediately fell. It wasn't someone from his family. And, when he confirmed who had contacted him, he was stunned. It was Li Fu. Li Fu's words to him were simple. Disciple, come quickly to Enlightenment Cliff. Your master will help you overcome your tribulation. Fang Chen's eyes widened instantly. He then realized that the ordinary, barren cliff where he usually chatted with Li Fu had been secretly named Enlightenment Cliff by Li Fu. However, Enlightenment Cliff wasn't the point. The point was, your master will help you overcome your tribulation. Those 6 large characters. Upon seeing these words, Fang Chen was overjoyed. Could it be that his master had suddenly regained his senses and knew how to help him overcome his tribulation? You must know, Li Fu was the system-certified strongest body cultivator in the world. The inheritor of the Chosen One. The most awesome of all. If someone like that regained his senses and helped him overcome his tribulation, wouldn't that be like taking off? Fang Chen immediately sprang into action, leaping out of the mansion and rushing towards Enlightenment Cliff. At the same time, Enlightenment Cliff. 2 figures turned into this spot from the mountain path of reflecting Lake Mountain. The cool moonlight fell on the leafless, withered branches, casting a shimmering white halo, a uniquely beautiful sight upon closer inspection. But neither of the figures had any interest in appreciating this beauty. The 2 went straight to the edge of the cliff. The one in front was none other than Li Fu. Li Fu was dressed in a white robe, his expression unusually serious. Behind him followed a young girl in a jade white dress. This girl was none other than Chu Qiner. Seniorly, may I ask where this place is? Chu Qiner followed behind Li Fu, asking cautiously. This is the legendary Heavenly Fate Cliff. Those who come to Heavenly Fate Cliff are all those who have the opportunity to receive my inheritance, Li Fu said calmly. Hearing this, a hint of shock appeared in Chu Qiner's eyes. Cliff of Destiny? The Dan Ran sect actually has such a place. At this moment, in the eyes of the young Chu Qiner, the ordinary cliff suddenly became unfathomable. At the same time, a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Ning'ai grew in her heart. If it weren't for Zhang Ning'ai, would she have come to Ruyu Valley, and would she have encountered the ethereal and mysterious Li Fu? After Zhang Ning'ai mentioned to Chu Qiner that she could come to Ruyu Valley to learn body cultivation, Chu Qiner came to Ruyu Valley today. Upon entering Ruyu Valley, she encountered Li Fu. Before coming, Chui had instructed Chu Qiner to ignore any crazy old man who asked her to learn body cultivation. Therefore, even when Li Fu asked Chu Qiner to learn body cultivation, Chu Qiner remained unmoved. She didn't even speak to Li Fu, let alone go with him. But what brought Chu Qiner here today was 3 sentences spoken by Li Fu. These 3 sentences shocked Chu Qiner. At that moment, Li Fu stared at Chu Qiner's departing figure and said calmly, "Your aptitude is quite good. But you are destined not to cultivate. Come with me, I will guide you to control your power." These 3 sentences instantly changed Chu Qiner's mind. No one had ever seen through her seemingly lacking cultivation at first glance, yet possessing exceptional talent. Even less had anyone seen through her inability to cultivate at all. At that moment, Li Fu's image in her mind rapidly transformed from a mad old man into a profound and enigmatic figure. Even though she knew beforehand to ignore whatever Li Fu said, at that moment, Chu Qiner wavered. She returned to Li Fu and asked how he had seen through her. Li Fu smiled mysteriously and told Chu Qiner to follow him, and everything would naturally become clear. Therefore, Chu Qiner followed him, all for an answer she had waited over a decade for. Standing on the cliff edge, Chu Qiner looked at Li Fu's tall figure, bathed in moonlight, and whispered, "Seniorly, what should I do?" "No rush. Let me ask you a question first. What are you willing to sacrifice for power?" Li Fu's eyes were deep, gazing into the distance. "Everything," Chu Qiner answered without hesitation. Her usually vibrant eyes were now filled with unwavering determination. No one understood the suffering she had endured over the years. If she had been a cripple from the start, she might have accepted her fate 10 years earlier and lived an ordinary life. But it was precisely because everyone said she had good aptitude that she was trapped. Now, the pursuit of power had become her only wish. For this, even if it meant immense hardship, even the possibility of death, she was willing. "Alright, then let me ask you again, is it possible for you to regenerate limbs?" Li Fu said calmly. Chu Qiner, whose eyes were filled with determination, froze. "Speak. What are you standing there for?" Li Fu frowned. Chu Chiner's face was blank as she stammered, Senior, I can't. Limb regeneration? Isn't that something only top-tier cultivators could do? How could she possibly do it? Since you can't, you have no chance to cultivate my inheritance. Li Fu said calmly, however, since you're already here, and your physique is so special, I can help you become a cultivator. Hearing this, Chu Chiner was overjoyed and said without hesitation, Thank you, Senior. But, as soon as she finished speaking, Chu Chiner suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck, and then her body involuntarily fell forward, and the world before her eyes went black. Before her eyes completely closed, she saw Li Fu appear behind her, seemingly out of nowhere. Li Fu's hand was still raised. Clearly, it was Li Fu who had hit her. Chu Chiner's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. She looked at Li Fu with a confused expression, only one thought in her mind: why did he suddenly hit me? At that moment, Li Fu met her eyes and said, No need to thank me. I helped you because you can help my disciple. Who, thank you. This was the only thought Chu Chiner had before losing consciousness, and then the world before her eyes went completely dark. After Chu Chiner collapsed completely, Li Fu took out Fang Chen's communication jade slip and said, Disciple, come quickly to the Enlightenment Cliff, your master will help you overcome your tribulation. When Fang Chen arrived at the Enlightenment Cliff, the night was even darker, but the treetops, devoid of branches and leaves, seemed to be bathed in the cool moonlight, appearing even more luminous. Fang Chen had just arrived when he called out, Master. But upon approaching, he found Li Fu wasn't there, only a young girl lay on the ground. Who is this? Fang Chen was startled and instinctively leaned forward to examine her. A familiar face, one that terrified him, came into view. Her brows were slightly furrowed, making her appear somewhat pitiful. Fang Chen was suddenly startled. Holy crap! Chu Chiner! After recognizing Chu Chiner's face, he was nearly scared out of his wits. How could she be here? You've come. Just then, Li Fu's voice suddenly rang out from above. Fang Chen, somewhat frightened by Chu Chiner, looked up, only to be startled again a second later. He saw Li Fu sitting cross-legged in mid-air, staring at him with displeasure. Around Li Fu, there were no magical artifacts providing support, nor any fluctuations of spiritual energy. This meant that Li Fu had stopped in mid-air entirely using his physical strength. Fang Chen's mind raced with 1,001 holy crap thoughts. This is too much of a show-off. Truly worthy of being the strongest body cultivator in the world. I'm here, master. Fang Chen then clasped his hands in greeting. You're really slow. Li Fu stood up and descended from mid-air. Fang Chen thought Li Fu felt he wasn't taking him seriously, and considering Li Fu might be angry because of his lack of attention, Fang Chen hurriedly explained, Master, I was already very fast. I rushed over as soon as I received your message. Rush over? Li Fu questioned, couldn't you have torn through space to get here? Fang Chen, fine. I shouldn't have explained so much. Never mind, thankfully you didn't delay anything. Li Fu said calmly. Fang Chen asked, then, Master, what should we do now? Are we going to undergo our tribulation here at the Enlightenment Cliff? His eyes gleamed with anticipation and excitement. Enlightenment Cliff? What Enlightenment Cliff? This is the Qiankan Cliff. Li Fu frowned, don't change names so easily in the future. Fang Chen fell silent, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Why is he so difficult to communicate with? Alright, I won't argue with you. Carry her up, I'll help you with your tribulation. Li Fu pointed at Chu Chiner and said, what does she have to do with this? Also, Master, I forgot to ask, how did she end up fainting here? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen asked in surprise. Li Fu replied calmly, naturally, it's because I want to help her cultivate. Hearing this, Fang Chen almost cursed on Chu Chiner's behalf. Is this what they call helping someone cultivate? Fang Chen looked at Chu Chiner, his eyes filled with pity. It seems this girl was tricked into coming to the Enlightenment Cliff to get beaten up. Li Fu urged, hurry up and carry her up, don't waste time. Yes. Fang Chen hurriedly picked up Chu Chiner, feeling a pang of sympathy. He should get her back quickly. He shouldn't be fooled by that old geezer again. Take her over there, then put her down, and then come out. Li Fu pointed to a cave ahead. Yes. Fang Chen nodded, went inside, and found a stone platform. He placed Chu Chiner on it. After setting her down, Fang Chen thought for a moment. Li Fu had asked him to leave Chu Chiner there because he needed to help him through his tribulation, so he wanted Chu Chiner to rest in the cave and not stay sprawled on the ground to avoid catching a cold. Thinking this, Fang Chen smiled. It seemed his madman master still had some humanity sometimes. Come out. Li Fu's voice came from outside the cave. Yes. Fang Chen turned and went out. Eat this. Li Fu tossed Fang Chen a brown pill. Fang Chen caught the pill, glancing at it in the moonlight. A sense of unease crept in, and he asked warily, Master, what is this pill for? Although Li Fu had just acted quite humanely, he was, at heart, a madman. A madman's actions were fraught with danger. Fang Chen dared not take the medicine he was given. Li Fu offered no explanation, commanding in an unquestionable tone, "Eat." "Master, you are wise and powerful, it's not that I'm unwilling." Seeing this, Fang Chen suddenly felt a sense of unease, like the time he instinctively wanted to play the gun. He instinctively refused and tried to explain, but to his dismay, the moment he opened his mouth, Li Fu moved with lightning speed, shoving the pill into Fang Chen's mouth. "Ugh, done." Li Fu looked satisfied. Fang Chen frantically tried to dislodge it, but the pill dissolved instantly inside his body, making it impossible to remove in time. "Master, what kind of medicine is this?" Fang Chen's face paled slightly as he asked. At this moment, for some reason, he felt his body and soul beginning to heat up. "What is this? Why are you asking? Do you think I would harm you?" Li Fu blared, then pointed a finger at Fang Chen's head. "This is the dual cultivation technique, yin-yang union. Remember it well. Later, using this technique, you can exchange the pure yin energy within the girl's body with your primordial yang. Your ancient divine body was formed by stealing heavenly secrets. As long as you cultivate with her, your primordial yang can guide her cultivation. And her pure yin energy entering your body can also help you overcome the tribulation. This time, I'm helping both you and her." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fu pushed the dumbfounded Fang Chen into the cave, then, palm facing outward, he forcefully inhaled. A massive stone spear, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, leaped up from the foot of the mountain and landed in Li Fu's hand. Li Fu expressionlessly caught the stone spear with one hand, then gently flicked his wrist. Boom! The stone spear slammed violently into the cave entrance, creating a deafening roar and completely blocking the entrance. "Alright, don't look where you shouldn't. Even though I'm your master, it's not appropriate for me to linger here. I'm leaving, and this stone sphere guarantees that no one will disturb you. You can cultivate in peace." After speaking, Li Fu turned and disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Fang Chen, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot, was gripped by terror. From Li Fu's words, coupled with the intense heat in his body and soul, he realized what drug Li Fu had given him. "You fucking..." Fang Chen cursed inwardly, his body growing hotter and hotter, waves of desire washing over him, and countless indescribable images flashing through his mind. "What do I do?" Fang Chen cried out inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. When he saw Chu Qiner lying unconscious on the stone platform, his breathing became extremely rapid. "This is it." Fang Chen's body involuntarily moved towards Chu Qiner, then he quickly stopped. This is something he can't do." Fang Chen stood rooted to the spot, trying to regain his composure. The aphrodisiac was taking effect, he might suffocate. But if he touched Chu Qiner, Fang Chen was certain he'd be a neatly chopped corpse sent back to his hometown tomorrow. He stopped and turned to walk out of the cave. After a few attempts, the large stone sphere at the cave entrance remained unmoved. It was beyond his capabilities. Fang Chen hurriedly took out a communication jade slip, attempting to contact Zhang Ningyi. But, after channeling his spiritual energy, he discovered the message wouldn't send. "Damn it, that's incredible." Fang Chen gritted his teeth. Was his master insane? The next second, Fang Chen suddenly felt the medicine's effects intensify. He immediately sat cross-legged in fright, simultaneously taking out over a dozen calming talismans and patting them on his head. A cool sensation seeped into his body, suppressing the fiery heat. But this was just a drop in the ocean. The aphrodisiac was ridiculously potent. No matter how hard Fang Chen tried to suppress it, he couldn't. This filled him with despair. Where did his master get this aphrodisiac? Just then, a soft groan mixed with pain came from the stone platform. Chu Qiner opened her eyes, her vision blurry, her mind blank. Then she remembered that she had been knocked unconscious by Li Fu. She was about to look for Li Fu and ask him why he had hit her. But when she turned her head, she saw a man sitting in the corner, his face flushed and drenched in sweat. And the man's face, Fang Chen. Chu Qiner's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she couldn't help but panic. "Why are you here?" After leaving Danran Pharmacy, Chu Qiner, who initially didn't know much about Fang Chen, had heard all the details of his deeds from Chu He. At this moment, in the dark, sunless cave, with the entrance blocked, and with a lone man and woman, especially since the man was Fang Chen, it would be a lie to say Chu Qiner wasn't afraid. Seeing Chu Qiner awake, for some reason, Fang Chen felt a sense of relief. At least she was awake, perhaps she could resist him. Faced with her questioning, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be afraid, all of this was done by Master Li Fu." Fearing Chu Qiner would think he had conspired with Li Fu to capture her, Fang Chen changed his address, no longer calling her master. "Senior Li? What do you mean?" Chu Qiner was somewhat confused. "He knocked you unconscious and forced me to take an aphrodisiac. I'm currently resisting its effects." Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said, "But I can't get out now. Contact your grandfather quickly and have him rescue us." "Ha!" Chu Qiner was shocked. This sounded so bizarre. She looked at Fang Chen suspiciously. What exactly do you want? What else could I want? Fang Chen protested, I'm doing this all for your innocence. Who knew this madman would suddenly knock you unconscious, then grab me and force-feed me an aphrodisiac? Besides, if I really wanted to do something to you, do you think you could stop me now? Chu Qiner paused, still somewhat confused and unsure of what had happened. But upon reflection, Fang Chen didn't seem like a bad person. If Fang Chen really wanted to do something, even if she were fully conscious now, without any cultivation, she wouldn't be a match for him, let alone when she was unconscious. On the other hand, Li Fu had first knocked her unconscious, then given Fang Chen an aphrodisiac. So, she really had been harmed by Li Fu? Chu Qiner felt a pang of regret. If she had known this would happen, she shouldn't have disobeyed her grandfather and come with Li Fu. Alright, stop thinking about it. Hurry up, go inside and see if there's another way out. Go outside and call someone to help us. Fang Chen was getting increasingly exhausted and shouted angrily. Yes. Chu Qiner suddenly snapped out of her daze and hurriedly went inside. But not long after, Chu Qiner returned, her face deathly pale. There's no way out. Fang Chen's heart sank. It's over. What do we do? How do we get rid of the aphrodisiac? Fang Chen was anxious, then suddenly realized, and slapped his forehead. That's right. How could he have forgotten that? If he died, wouldn't the system help him get rid of the aphrodisiac? Fang Chen, overjoyed at the thought, hurriedly opened his storage ring. But the moment he opened it, his face turned deathly pale, just like Chu Qiner's. The ring was empty of poison. The battle with Yi Xiong the day before yesterday, and his cultivation yesterday, had used up all the poison. Damn it! Fang Chen froze. That's it. At that moment, the poison's effects kicked in fiercely again. Ah! Fang Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he looked up at Chu Qiner, his gaze filled with intense lust. Chu Qiner was startled by his gaze and involuntarily took several steps back. Fang Chen, however, forcibly suppressed his desire and took out more than a dozen magical treasures from his storage ring. Swords, spears, clubs, darts, needles, hammers. All sorts of weapons were present. What do you want to do? Seeing Fang Chen suddenly pull out so many weapons, especially a leather whip and hemp rope, which were extremely conspicuous, Chu Qiner's beautiful eyes widened, her heart trembled, and her mind instantly flashed back to the romance novel she had unintentionally read, those shameful descriptions. While Chu Qiner was filled with fear, Fang Chen picked up a knife and raised it directly. Chu Qiner retreated in fright, but the next second, her eyes widened in shock. Fang Chen raised the dagger and plunged it straight into his own heart. Ah, what are you doing? Chu Qiner was startled and instinctively tried to stop him. She thought Fang Chen had been drugged by the aphrodisiac. But before Chu Qiner could stop him, the knife automatically flew away. Clang! Damn it! Fang Chen was internally devastated. What the hell was going on? He had thought that if there was no poison, he could at least kill himself, right? But the magical artifacts the original owner had bought were all designed not to harm him. As for killing himself, he couldn't mobilize his spiritual energy and UN energy. It seemed all of that energy was concentrated in his lower body. This was driving Fang Chen almost insane. Couldn't you leave some spiritual energy for me? Is this drug really just meant to keep him immersed in that kind of thing? With insufficient spiritual energy, if Fang Chen attacked himself again, he would probably only bleed, not die. Having achieved foundation establishment and cultivated an ancient divine body, if he wanted to bleed to death, it would probably take several days. Having exhausted all his methods, Fang Chen could only look up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chu Qiner, and hissed, What's wrong? Chu Qiner asked hurriedly. Do you have any life-saving magic treasures left to you by your grandfather? Fang Chen asked. Yes, several talismans that don't require spiritual power to use. Chu Qiner answered immediately. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed and quickly asked, How powerful are they? My grandfather said they can deal with foundation establishment cultivators. He specifically went to the intersect elders to ask for them to protect me. Chu Qiner said. Good, come on, throw them at me, kill me. Fang Chen shouted. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiner was completely stunned. Why? At this moment, she was utterly bewildered. The events that had just transpired had already left it bewildered enough, and now Fang Chen was actually asking it to kill him? Was he insane? Seeing that she didn't move, Fang Chen grew increasingly anxious and shouted, If you don't kill me, do you really want me to take you for myself? Although Chu Qiner was the chosen one, as long as it didn't die according to the system's prescribed method dying at the hands of the chosen one, it was absolutely certain it wouldn't die. So, in other words, as long as it didn't forcibly take Chu Qiner, it definitely wouldn't die. Therefore, Fang Chen intended for Chu Qiner to kill it. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiner froze. A look of astonishment crossed her face. Fang Chen, so he chose to commit suicide to avoid defiling me? Then, did he plunge the knife into his heart just now also for me? Do it! What are you standing there for? Fang Chen was going crazy. Was this guy trying to kill him? Chu Qiner, however, reacted with a complex expression to Fang Chen's outburst. A hint of red welled up in her eyes, followed by a flicker of fear, but even more so, a resolute determination. She said slowly, "Fang Chen, you don't need to sacrifice your life for my innocence." Fang Chen was about to lose it. He yelled, "Don't be so sentimental. I can resurrect. Kill me already. What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Qiner interrupted Fang Chen, urgently saying, "Even my grandfather couldn't be brought back to life. You're just a useless qi refining level 3 cultivator, how could you possibly do it?" "Fang Chen, I'm trying my best to save our lives, why are you suddenly cursing me?" At that moment, Chu Qiner suddenly raised her hand, placed it on her outer garment, and gently untied it. This scene, which was so shocking it was almost unacceptable, left Fang Chen completely dumbfounded. What was Chu Qiner doing? Did she think that he was willing to sacrifice his life for her innocence, and was therefore moved by him and wanted to throw himself into her arms? Damn it! Empress, please stop messing around. What era are we living in? Stop with these old tricks. You go your own way, I'll go mine. Stop! Fang Chen roared, "Are you stupid? Don't you suspect I'm using this self-inflicted injury to deceive you?" "I don't think so." Chu Qiner shook her head. For 18 years, she had been in the lowest point of her life. She was perceptive and could see that Fang Chen truly hadn't intended to deceive her, he was simply seeking death. This was something Fang Chen couldn't fake, he couldn't fool her. Seeing this, Fang Chen felt like vomiting blood, filled with deep regret. Damn it! He should have used the same tactic he used to drive Jiang Ning'ai away. If he had just acted like a lecherous scoundrel, wouldn't she have crippled him with a talisman long ago? But because the aphrodisiac had entered his brain, he couldn't think straight, and his hasty words became his final death knell. Chu Qiner took a deep breath, her body trembling slightly, but she resolutely walked up to Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I always thought you were a bad person, but now it seems you're not quite the person the rumors say you are." Chu Qiner stood before Fang Chen, her pretty face now filled with fear. Making this decision, it would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. But, she truly couldn't let Fang Chen die for her innocence. "Don't do anything foolish, calm down." Fang Chen forced himself back, but Chu Qiner drew ever closer. His body felt increasingly numb. "Fang Chen, thank you." Chu Qiner's voice trembled. "So, let's just treat everything from today as a dream." The moment Chu Qiner finished speaking, she immediately leaned in. Just then, boom! A cloud of black mist suddenly exploded from Chu Qiner's body. The mist, carrying immense force, instantly blasted Fang Chen away. Thump! Fang Chen slammed violently against the wall. The impact of the black mist was so powerful that he coughed up blood. As he lay there, despair filled Fang Chen's heart. Damn it! It's all over. At this moment, he realized where this cloud of black mist had come from. Having summoned this ruthless person, wasn't he finished? Meanwhile, Chu Qiner raised her hand and gestured to the ground, instantly covering her body with a robe. Then, she looked at Fang Chen, her gaze initially icy cold, but the next second, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes, followed by a slight frown. How could there be such a person? As Fang Chen had expected, the most troublesome thing had indeed happened. Fallen Star has awakened. Within the restrictions of the Fallen Star, she wouldn't awaken only when her primordial yin was destroyed. Awakening at the time would render all her preparations for a pure yin body futile. No normal person would choose to trigger the restrictions at such a moment, let alone someone as powerful as her. To do so without any contingency plan would be utterly foolish. Therefore, her awakening time couldn't be when everything was too late. Now, the Fallen Star Empress, or rather, Chu Qiner, having accepted her memories and regained her complete self, was lost in confusion. In her long life, she had witnessed countless despicable betrayals, but she had never encountered someone like Fang Chen. How could a stranger willingly sacrifice his life for the innocence of someone he had only met twice? This was utterly outrageous. For her, as the Demon Empress, someone of Fang Chen's high moral character was someone she had only heard of in storytellers. Then, Chu Qiner smiled. She was quite satisfied with her awakening in this life. It was early enough that she no longer needed to wait. Moreover, this Chu Qiner was very similar to her first life. Both possessed excellent aptitude and talent, both were unable to cultivate, and both had a grandfather who tirelessly sought help for them. In that life, Chu Qiner's grandfather had also spent his entire life searching for a way to help her, but to no avail. Furthermore, because her grandfather had taken her everywhere in that life, Chu Qiner's exceptional beauty attracted the attention of thieves. To protect Chu Qiner, her grandfather fought desperately, ultimately sacrificing his life. At that moment, Chu Qiner awakened her power. The reason she couldn't cultivate was because, due to her exceptional talent from a young age, a female cultivator at the golden core stage of the demonic path had planted a demonic seed within her. When Chu Qiner turned 20, the demon seed would emerge, completely draining her life essence. However, the power of hatred allowed Chu Qiner to break free from the demon seed's limitations. She absorbed its power, not only wiping out the villains but also using the demon seed to become a rising star in the demonic path. She even killed a female cultivator to avenge her grudge. Ultimately, she ascended to the throne of the demonic empress, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed. However, during her tribulation, she discovered that her fate was flawed, unable to even withstand a single lightning tribulation. That's why she attempted to exchange 99 lifetimes for a Purian body. As long as she could ascend, she would find her grandfather's soul within the cycle of reincarnation and resurrect him. However, Chu Qiner thought of Chu He's face, so identical to her grandfather's from back then, and suddenly felt a little dazed. It seemed she didn't need to search anymore. Since that's the case, Chu Qiner's lips curled slightly. In this life, for Grandpa's sake, becoming a righteous cultivator in the Dan Ran sect and cultivating to immortality, perhaps that's not so bad. 99 lifetimes, thousands of years in the mortal realm, and the Dan Ran sect is still thriving. I wonder if those old women in the Dan Ran sect have ascended yet, and what their reaction would be if they saw me. Just as Chu Qiner was lost in thought, Fang Chen, who had been desperately holding back, finally couldn't help but let out a painful cry. After letting out a cry, Chu Qiner immediately turned her gaze to Fang Chen, her heart pounding with shock. She'd almost forgotten about him. Fang Chen, seeing Chu Qiner's gaze fixed on him, felt utterly hopeless. Damn it! What does this witch want? She can't possibly kill me, can she? No! What if this female demon thinks she's seen his body and wants to kill him? Fang Chen was filled with regret. The impact of the black mist had injured him, and Li Fu's aphrodisiac was far too potent, causing him to finally break down and cry out. But he had only one thought in his mind. In his previous life, he was a virgin for over 20 years, wasn't he quite good at holding back? Why can't he hold back now? Looking at Fang Chen, Chu Qiner fell into deep thought. Although she was the demon empress, ruthless and merciless, killing without hesitation, that didn't mean she couldn't distinguish right from wrong. She never intended to kill Fang Chen. She knew that in her first life, if she had encountered Fang Chen, she would have undoubtedly chosen to save him. Moreover, after regaining her memories, Chu Qiner increasingly felt that Fang Chen was an incomprehensible moral saint. How could a foundation establishment cultivator of the heavenly Dao end his own life for the sake of a mortal woman's purity? Are the lower-level cultivators of the Dan Ran sect really so morally upright? They seem so pedantic yet kind. Chu Qiner sighed, then was about to step forward to check on Fang Chen and find a way to help him with the aphrodisiac. But after taking 2 steps, Chu Qiner suddenly froze. Wait! In his eyes, she was just a mortal. If she acted rashly, wouldn't it arouse suspicion? She had just prepared to stay with her grandfather and didn't want to leave the Dan Ran sect because of this. Thinking of this, Chu Qiner frowned. Since that's the case, I'll just have to lie. With my exceptionally high level of lying skills, I should be able to deceive him. Back then, no one could see through my lies. Chu Qiner took a deep breath, walked up to Fang Chen, casually pressed her fingers against his neck, and said, Fang Chen, I suddenly remembered, I actually learned how to neutralize aphrodisiacs. I can help you, you don't need to die. You believe me? Fang Chen, believe you my ass. Who the hell can't see through your lie? But faced with the sudden kindness shown by the demonic empress, Fang Chen felt a sense of relief, as if he had escaped a disaster. He could tell that Chu Qiner didn't want to reveal her identity as the empress, but she also wanted to help him. Thinking this, Fang Chen quickly played along, feigning surprise and delight. Really? Then, since you have such a wonderful skill, please help me quickly. Seeing this, Chu Qiner hurriedly nodded, okay. She was secretly pleased. It seemed her lying skills were indeed extremely high. Fang Chen had been completely fooled. Then, Chu Qiner secretly absorbed a small amount of spiritual energy. Enough. Chu Qiner nodded to herself, then looked up at Fang Chen and said, I'll help you now. Fang Chen immediately said, thank you. Chu Qiner reached out and grasped Fang Chen's arm, then gently pressed down. The moment Chu Qiner made her move, Fang Chen understood why she was the demon empress. A cool, refreshing spiritual energy flowed from Chu Qiner's slender fingers, seeping into Fang Chen's neck. This energy, seemingly imbued with some kind of magic, slowly permeated the aphrodisiac in Fang Chen until its effects wore off. As the effects disappeared, Fang Chen's mind slowly cleared. Meanwhile, Chu Qiner, standing to the side, looked pale, secretly pitying Fang Chen. This guy is too pitiful. When she had just neutralized the aphrodisiac in Fang Chen, she had thought that with her experience and abilities, even with very little spiritual energy, neutralizing a small aphrodisiac would be a piece of cake. But the moment she touched Fang Chen, she realized something was wrong. The aphrodisiac in Fang Chen's body was no ordinary substance. Its full name is the intoxicating phoenix pill, used to force nascent soul stage demon beasts to mate. Its effects extend beyond the body, affecting even the spiritual energy and soul. The effects won't subside without a full day and night of this. And this pill is only found in the beast prison of the Danran sect. Thinking that Fang Chen had actually taken this aphrodisiac, Chu Qiner fell silent. This guy is so pitiful. However, while feeling sympathy, Chu Qiner couldn't help but admire Fang Chen. Even with her status as the demon empress, she had to admire Fang Chen. The effects of the drug, which even nascent soul stage demon beasts couldn't withstand, Fang Chen had managed to endure through sheer willpower alone, just to avoid defiling the purity of a mortal. After learning that Fang Chen had taken the intoxicating phoenix pill, Chu Qiner had no choice but to use the power of her soul to cleanse him of its toxins. That's why Chu Qiner was so pale from exhaustion. Alright, Fang Chen. Chu Qiner withdrew her fingers and said, "Thank you, Miss Chu." Fang Chen's mind was completely clear, and his heart was at peace. The restless feeling had vanished without a trace, so he clasped his hands in thanks. "No need to thank me, my grandfather taught me all this," Chu Qiner said. "Good." Fang Chen smiled. Then, fearing that continuing the conversation would expose Chu Qiner's lie, Fang Chen stood up. "Then I'll try to find a way out." He wanted to leave the cave. However, as he stood up, the system in his mind suddenly announced, "Chosen One Chu Qiner has successfully awakened, regained her memories, and is about to embark on a new cultivation journey." However, the host did not die, therefore the mission has failed. However, the system does not blame the host. The host need not be discouraged. Please try again. Fang Chen, damn it, what should I do if I really want to kill this system? Is it sick? However, the system's sudden announcement made Fang Chen realize one thing: even if the mission to help the Chosen One failed, the system would not reclaim the cultivation techniques it had previously given him. For example, the cultivation technique it had given him was still there. This relieved Fang Chen, who had been secretly worried. He had been worried that after his life-or-death battle with Xiao Qing, the system would take back his Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment cultivation. However, it seems that this worry has now been resolved. Fang Chen pulled himself together, cursed the system a few more times in his mind, and walked to the large stone spear that Li Fu had blocked the doorway. He tried to blast it, but it wouldn't budge. He had no idea where this large stone spear came from. Then, Fang Chen tried to take out a teleportation talisman, attempting to escape directly. But that didn't work either. This left Fang Chen speechless. His master was going to any lengths to allow him and Chu Qiner to cultivate together. Chu Qiner, seeing the large stone spear, raised an eyebrow. This looked very much like a magical artifact she had seen before. Forget it, let's call for help. This thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. He patted the large stone spear and shouted, "Master, Master." After saying that, Fang Chen worried that Chu Qiner would misunderstand his master-disciple relationship with Li Fu, leading her to believe that he had deliberately tricked her into taking the aphrodisiac. He hurriedly explained in a low voice, "Senior Li likes to hear me call him master." "I understand." Chu Qiner didn't take it to heart at all. Someone who would rather die than defile her wouldn't do this intentionally. Besides, Fang Chen had taken the intoxicating phoenix pill. How could a normal person give themselves such a pill? No one would think this was a deliberate design. At this moment, Chu Qiner was thinking about the large stone sphere. Then, Li Fu's face flashed through her mind. "Wait, isn't that Sunai?" After a moment of thought, Chu Qiner suddenly froze, her expression changing. She remembered that she had met Li Fu in a secret realm once before. Just like Chu Qiner had the alias Fallen Star, Li Fu also had an alias, Sunai. Back then, Sunai was a Mahayana cultivator, a cultivator of unparalleled power. In everyone's minds, besides believing Sunai's cultivation was unparalleled, they also thought he had gone mad. Because Sunai, having reached the Mahayana stage, had actually turned to researching physical cultivation, even saying he would dissipate his cultivation and start anew, achieving immortality through his physical body. This made everyone think Sunai had lost his mind. However, Chu Qiner never expected that after thousands of years, Sunai would actually go mad. This was far too strange. Just then, boom! The large stone sphere was suddenly sucked away by a tremendous force, then shot straight into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Immediately afterward, the cave door suddenly opened. Li Fu's voice came, "Disciple, you're so fast?" Fang Chen, "Master, this question is difficult for me to answer." You haven't started yet?" After entering the cave, Li Fu glanced at the two neatly dressed people, his eyes narrowing. He could tell that Fang Chen didn't possess pure yin power. "Master, I have a method to overcome the tribulation. Please stop using such harmful methods." Fang Chen clasped his hands in a fist salute. "Harm others? When did I harm her?" Li Fu said calmly, "This is the most joyful thing in the world besides cultivation." Fang Chen, Li Fu continued, "Moreover, this allows one of you to cultivate, and the other to overcome the tribulation. This can be called harm? Besides, this girl said she was willing to give up everything for cultivation when she came. I didn't force her." Fang Chen, "What a genius! Seeing this, Shu Qiner, who had been observing for a long time, had confirmed one fact. This Sunai, no, this Li Fu probably didn't have any malicious intent. He's just simply not very bright. Thinking this, Shu Qiner clasped her hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. However, I don't need to resolve the matter of cultivation for now." "Really?" Li Fu looked at Shu Qiner, raising an eyebrow as he asked. "Really?" Shu Qiner nodded. "Then do you want to cultivate my inherited technique?" Li Fu asked again. "Senior, I'm not qualified. I can't regenerate severed limbs," Shu Qiner said neither humbly nor arrogantly. TCH. Hearing this, Li Fu showed deep disdain. "Then leave. And don't come to Heavenly Fortune Cliff again." Shu Qiner was taken aback, a thought flashing through her mind. Isn't it Heavenly Fate Cliff? Fang Chen was also taken aback. Isn't it Enlightenment Cliff and Qianqin Cliff? All right, senior. This junior will take her leave now. Shu Qiner clasped her hands in a fist salute, then looked at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I'll be going now." "Thank you. You're welcome." Fang Chen waved his hand. Then, Shu Qiner quickly left. Seeing her finally disappear from his sight, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although the system no longer had any tasks involving Shu Qiner, Fang Chen felt increasingly hesitant to interact with her. An awakened demonic empress was like an uncontrollable bombshell. She could destroy him in an instant. "So, how do you plan to overcome your tribulation?" At this moment, Li Fu asked. Seeing Li Fu's concern, Fang Chen, thinking it best not to ask, replied, "Master, this disciple is still unsure. Does Master have any suggestions?" "How can I give you suggestions? Overcoming the tribulation is very simple. Does such a thing need advice?" Li Fu said calmly, "It's like asking me how to eat when you're eating. Do you need advice on how to eat?" Fang Chen. He wanted to slap himself, he shouldn't have opened his mouth. Li Fu, his gaze deep and unwavering, said calmly, "All right, I'll be leaving now. Come find me again after you've passed the tribulation. If you fail, it doesn't matter. You can come back to me after you're reincarnated, and I will guide you on the path to physical immortality." Fang Chen was speechless, and could only clasp his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you, Master. No need to be polite." Li Fu waved his hand. "However, Master, I have a request. I wonder if you can grant it for me." Fang Chen thought of something and spoke. "Speak," Li Fu said calmly, "since you became my disciple, is there anything I haven't fulfilled?" Fang Chen was silent for 2 seconds after hearing this. "It's like this, even if I successfully pass the tribulation, I'm afraid I'll be badly injured and weak. I'm afraid I'll be attacked in that weakened state. I hope Master can protect me," Fang Chen said. In truth, Fang Chen had never personally witnessed a lightning tribulation, but Li Fu's cultivation method specifically instructed him to find a protector, as lightning tribulations could attract considerable danger. That's precisely why Fang Chen wanted Li Fu's protection. "No problem. When you want to undergo your tribulation, just use the communication jade slip I gave you, and I'll be by your side in no time, no matter how far away," Li Fu said calmly. Fang Chen, who had endured until now, finally couldn't hold on any longer, his eyes revealing despair and pain. "My dear Master Li Fu, can't you be a little more sensible? What kind of message can that stone you gave me before even transmit?" "Master, I accidentally lost your communication jade slip. Could you please give me another one?" Fang Chen asked cautiously. "You actually lost it? How could you be so careless?" "Never mind, since you're my disciple, I can't treat you poorly. Take it, but make sure you keep it safe this time." With that, Li Fu bent down, picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, and placed it in Fang Chen's palm. "Fang Chen, you're really not pretending anymore, Master. Take it, put it in your storage ring. Hurry up," Li Fu said. Looking at Li Fu's serious face, Fang Chen, on the verge of tears, pounded his chest. He had to endure it, he had to endure it. "Why are you hitting yourself?" Li Fu frowned, then sneered, "You want to mutilate yourself to refine your body? Self-mutilation is the lowest form of body cultivation. Self-destruction is the only true path to the great Dao." Fang Chen suppressed the urge to vomit blood, waved his hand, and forced a smile. "Master, I didn't mean to mutilate myself, I just feel a bit coughy. By the way, disciple has another question." "Speak," Fang Chen asked. "If I don't have spiritual power and can't use the communication jade slip to call you, is there any other way to get you to come and save me? How could you not have spiritual power?" Li Fu frowned. "Master, you don't need to worry about that. I just want to know, since you're so omnipotent, you should have a way for me to contact you even when I don't have spiritual power, right?" Fang Chen said. Li Fu nodded slightly. "Since I'm omnipotent, then naturally I do." "What is it?" Fang Chen asked in surprise. "Say my name, and no matter how far away you are, as long as you haven't left this world, I will find you," Li Fu said calmly. "Really?" Fang Chen was surprised. What kind of ability was this? Just by reciting my true name, he could summon someone? I have glimpsed the secrets of heaven and once touched the throne of immortals. My power is beyond your imagination. Li Fu said calmly. Then thank you, master. Fang Chen immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute. Alright, since there's nothing else, I'll be going. Li Fu bid farewell to Fang Chen and turned to leave. Watching Li Fu step into the void and his figure gradually disappear, Fang Chen remained silent for a long time. He initially intended to leave immediately and return to his residence, but after a moment's hesitation, he stayed where he was. No, he's too unreliable. What if this is fake? Just to be safe, I should. Fang Chen's mind raced, hesitating for a long time. To eliminate any potential danger, he finally opened his mouth and whispered, Li Fu. As soon as he finished speaking, what? The silent enlightenment cliff was suddenly filled with Li Fu's voice behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen turned around in astonishment, only to see that Li Fu had appeared out of nowhere. Master, master. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He had actually called him over? He had hesitated just now because he was afraid that Li Fu would deceive him again. What if he called him by his real name and Li Fu didn't come? However, he was also afraid that calling Li Fu over would displease him. But after much deliberation, Fang Chen decided to risk offending him and call him over. After all, he didn't want to discover this during his tribulation. That would definitely cause him to have a mental breakdown. But seeing Li Fu's timely appearance, Fang Chen finally burst into tears. Master! This time he wasn't lying to him. What did you call me for? You'd better have something important to say. Li Fu looked at him unkindly. I just encountered a bird with exceptional talent and was about to take it as my disciple. If you hadn't suddenly called me, you'd already have a junior sister. Fang Chen was speechless. Good heavens, has taking on a disciple gone too far? Master, I'm truly sorry. I just suddenly realized I haven't yet paid my respects to you, which is truly disrespectful to your wise and mighty image. I feel guilty, so I called you, hoping to gain your forgiveness. Fang Chen then said. Li Fu's expression softened slightly. Alright, I forgive you this time. Alright, go back now. Don't call me again unless it's absolutely necessary. Fang Chen clasped his hands in a fist salute. Yes. The next moment, Li Fu ascended into the sky again, chasing after a flock of swallows. Wait. Would you be willing to learn my inheritance? The swallows instantly flew away in terror. Then, Fang Chen heard Li Fu's cold snort drifting from afar. After leaving the Enlightenment Cliff, Fang Chen returned to Yingguan Lake Mountain. After a night's rest, a thin line of dawn appeared on the horizon, quickly expanding into a dazzling golden cloud. Let's go! Fang Chen patted the winged fiend's head, signaling it to shrink. With Li Fu's protection, the protection of the Dan Ran token and the Suanmia shield, the protection of the Crimson Venerable Ring, and the fact that only the Chosen One could kill him, Fang Chen felt he was now invincible. His training down the mountain was now protected by multiple safeguards. His only enemy now was the lightning tribulation. After descending Yingguan Lake Mountain, Fang Chen crossed the shimmering, clear waters of Yingguan Lake and arrived before a massive rock. The mountain cliff, approximately 3 zhang high, was enormous. The 3 crimson characters of Dan Ran's sect were inscribed upon it. The calligrapher's hand was unknown, but the strokes were elegant and freehand, exuding a sense of ethereal tranquility at first glance. This was the Dan Ran sect's mountain gate. Before the mountain gate stood 16 enormous bronze statues, arranged in a staggered pattern at various points below the cliff. The bronze statues were all uniformly armored soldiers. Fang Chen had heard that these were celestial soldiers. When faced with invading enemies, activating any one of them could unleash a powerful and overwhelming defensive force. After passing the bronze statues and the mountain gate, Fang Chen encountered 2 disciples guarding the gate. The disciples guarding the Dan Ran sect didn't need to be powerful, because anyone who dared to cause trouble within the sect was beyond the disciples' ability to stop. But they had to meet one essential condition. That was, being handsome. The 2 disciples, dressed in matching cyan daist robes, were tall and handsome, their auras suggesting they were at the 4th or 5th rank of the Foundation establishment stage. Looking at them, Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Truly worthy of a prestigious sect. Just picking 2 disciples at random, and they were 3 or 4 times more handsome than him. Really rare. However, after his sigh, Fang Chen felt a pang of regret. If only he had gone down the mountain in the afternoon, he could have met a beautiful senior sister. Good morning, senior brothers. Fang Chen approached the 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate, cupping his fists in greeting. Are you 2, one human and one beast, going down the mountain? One of the handsome disciples gave Fang Chen a bright, sunny smile, radiating youthful energy. Yes. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Then please hand over your sect token, junior brother. The disciple said. Fang Chen handed over his token. After a brief examination, the other party said, Junior brother has a life and death contract with you. Remember to return within the stipulated time. Understood. Fang Chen nodded. He had already learned of this when he escaped the Danran sect 2 days ago. Following this, Fang Chen, accompanied by the winged beast that had shrunk to the size of a cat and nestled on his shoulder, left the Danran sect. Once outside the Danran sect, Fang Chen took out a flying boat from his storage ring. This was a Foundation Establishment stage magic weapon that Fang Chen had brought from the Fang family 10 years ago. It could fly. Back then, the original owner thought he would soon reach Foundation Establishment, so he bought a flying boat at a high price. But unfortunately, he never got to use it before he died. So, now it had benefited Fang Chen. Following this, Fang Chen loaded spirit stones into the flying boat and activated it with a hand seal. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the light on the flying boat faintly shimmered. Boom! The next moment, Fang Chen and Yi Xiong, seated on the flying boat, transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky. Sweeping past countless mountains and streams, Fang Chen stopped before the gates of Yanguang City. Yanguang City is the closest city to the 10,000-year volcano, relying on the fire attribute materials produced by the volcano for survival and development. However, due to the harsh environment of the 10,000-year volcano, it is not a place where mortals can survive. Therefore, within the territory of Yanguang City, there are no mortals. Everyone is at least a chi refining stage cultivator. If a mortal gets lost or unintentionally arrives here for other reasons, the city's garrison will send someone to escort them away. When Fang Chen arrived at the gates of Yanguang City, he took out his sect token. The soldiers who had initially intended to collect money and check Fang Chen immediately stopped. After verifying the token's authenticity and confirming Fang Chen's identity, they immediately said, "Disciple of the Danran sect, no inspection required, enter." So simple? Fang Chen was slightly surprised. Even the city lord is a disciple of the Danran sect. What do you think? The guard smiled upon hearing this. I see. Fang Chen thought to himself, is this the benefit of a powerful sect? Fang Chen, let's go eat, I'm hungry. The winged beast perched on Fang Chen's shoulder said. Wait, don't rush. Fang Chen waved his hand. Eating was no big deal, the most urgent matter now was finding the information he needed. Besides, he wasn't hungry. After entering Yanguang City, Fang Chen found a secluded corner and quickly disguised himself using a magical artifact. Now that this was the territory of the Danran sect, it was highly likely that someone would recognize him. He needed to disguise himself well, not wanting to be recognized. After all, he worried about encountering someone he had previously humiliated or bullied. That would be troublesome. This wasn't a sect, fighting was commonplace, and assassination was even more so. If someone wanted revenge, they could strike immediately. After disguising himself, Fang Chen spent half a day gathering information about the fire element of the 10,000-year volcano. Finally, he got hungry, found an inn, rested, ate, and organized his intelligence. A woo-woo, crunch crunch. While Yi Xiong was devouring his food, Fang Chen picked up some braised beef while pondering the information he had just read in the jade slip. The 10,000-year volcano was divided into 3 areas. The first area, called the outer area, had more violent and hotter spiritual energy than the outer areas, but it was relatively the most temperate. Chi refining stage cultivators can clear away trace amounts of fire poison by taking a water attribute warming heart pill every 2 hours, allowing them to continue staying and collect a considerable amount of fire attribute rare and precious materials. The second area is called the fire fiend zone. The spiritual energy here is extremely violent and scorching. Chi refining stage cultivators must constantly take warming heart pills upon entering this area, otherwise they are likely to be infected by the fire poison, resulting in anything from mild poisoning to death. Foundation establishment stage cultivators can continue staying by taking a warming heart pill every 2 hours. As for golden core stage cultivators and above, they do not need any warming heart pills, their spiritual power can naturally resist the poison. Of course, Fang Chen does not need any warming heart pills. He possessed the Fire Fiend King within him. Going to the Fire Fiend Zone was like returning home, the air was fresh, and the environment was comfortable. This was also Fang Chen's final destination. He wanted to collect Fire Fiend here. The third area was the Fire Heart Zone. However, recently, rumors had been circulating in Flamelight City that the Fire Heart Zone had been sealed off by powerful figures for some unknown reason. Smaller cultivators simply couldn't set foot there. Thinking of this news, Fang Chen couldn't help but stroke his chin. Has the Fire Fiend King already emerged? The Fire Core Zone of the 10,000-year volcano is the most dangerous. Even without the Fire Fiend King, the fire element within is so powerful that ordinary cultivators cannot set foot there. Now, it's sealed off because the Fire Fiend King has been born. Others might still be confused, but Fang Chen is perfectly clear. If he's not mistaken, several nascent soul stage experts should be gathered in the Fire Core Zone by now. Once Xiao Qing arrives, the Fire Fiend King in the Fire Core Zone should be completely weakened and flee. Fang Chen murmured. He knew that the Fire Fiend King was prepared for Xiao Qing, the chosen one. Therefore, until Xiao Qing arrives at the 10,000-year volcano, the Fire Fiend King will continue to hide in the Fire Core Zone no matter what. According to the normal plot, once Xiao Qing appears, the Fire Fiend King will escape from the Fire Core Zone, then accidentally encounter Xiao Qing, and accidentally be devoured and refined by him. I'll have to be careful then. It would be best if I could avoid entering the 10,000-year volcano at the same time as Xiao Qing. Fang Chen stroked his chin, carefully considering the details of his entry into the 10,000-year volcano to gather information about the Fire Fiend King. Ah, I finally got to eat outside food, so satisfying. At this moment, the winged ferocious finally finished eating, its entire tiger mouth covered in grease. It then comfortably rolled over, lying on the white square table, displaying its shiny belly. Because the winged ferocious was still shrunken, it looked no different from a black and white cat. This allowed it to roll around on the table unobtrusively. Looking at the winged ferocious' comfortable expression, Fang Chen felt uncomfortable all over. He said mockingly, "You're not picky about food, are you? Didn't you know there's tiger meat here?" The winged ferocious stopped rolling, glanced at Fang Chen, and immediately saw through his deliberate attempt to disgust him. He curled his lip and said, "Who cares what kind of meat? I'd eat human flesh too. Besides, I've eaten tiger meat before. There's no tiger meat here. Don't try to fool me." Fang Chen was taken aback. Goodness! He's got some nerve. So, Fang Chen changed his approach, continuing to disgust him. "Scum, eating your own kind, you're truly disgusting." But Fang Chen's morally superior pointing fingers was useless. The winged ferocious took a couple of sips of water, rinsed its mouth, and said slowly, "I'm eating my own flesh." Fang Chen. Fang Chen was furious and cursed, "You eating your own flesh is even more trashy. Come on, I was starving to death, I had no choice. You're even more despicable than me, you used your own arm to refine pills." The winged ferocious said disdainfully. Fang Chen, damn it. What to do when you can't win an argument? Fang Chen snorted coldly, "Believe it or not, I'll send you back right now." Yi Xiong stiffened, glaring at Fang Chen with resentment. But then he thought, life is hard enough. Fine. He flashed a docile smile, "It was my fault, it was my fault. Please forgive me." He had only breathed fresh air for an hour and a half and really didn't want to go back to Dan Ransek so soon. Fang Chen was immediately very satisfied. That's more like it. A wise man submits to circumstances. Yi Xiong fawned, "You're right. When can we go out and play for a while?" He had been hungry and only thought about eating, but now that he was full, he naturally wanted to go out and have some fun. Fang Chen glanced at Yi Xiong, about to give it a perfunctory reply. Just then, "Oh, isn't this our good-for-nothing Xiao Qing? What a coincidence to run into you here." A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Fang Chen was stunned upon hearing the voice. Xiao Qing? He turned around abruptly, his eyes immediately lighting up with surprise. There, in a corner, Xiao Qing, dressed in coarse linen clothes and barely noticeable in the crowd, was surrounded by three men with mocking faces and contemptuous expressions. The man at the front of the group was the one who had spoken to mock Xiao Qing. Upon hearing the other party's words, Xiao Qing's face immediately darkened, his fists clenched involuntarily, and he sneered, "Wang Hu." Seeing the three men, Fang Chen immediately remembered. These three were the three lackeys of Zhang Tian, the intersect senior brother who had a crush on Xiao Qing's fiancé. And Wang Hu and his two companions were, besides Fang Chen, the people in the Dan Ran sect who loved to bully Xiao Qing the most. Their cultivation levels weren't strong, they were all hovering around the 6th or 7th level of qi refining. "That's right, it's you, Tiger Lord, me." Wang Hu looked at Xiao Qing mockingly. Hearing this, Yi Xiong curled his lip, "I'm the real Tiger Lord, you're nothing." Fang Chen nodded, "You're right, little Yi." Xiao Qing's eyes flashed, and he sneered, "Heh, you're just Zhang Tian's dog, and you dare call yourself Tiger Lord. What did you say?" Wang Hu was immediately enraged, sneering, "You piece of trash, what right do you have to mock me? Believe me, I can kill you with one punch right now. Come on." Xiao Qing, however, showed no fear. Seeing this, Fang Chen immediately and quietly got up, without attracting anyone's attention, and left with Yi Xiong. He could predict the rest of the story. Xiao Qing, with his qi refining level 4 cultivation, defeated 3 qi refining level 6 villains, causing an uproar and shock. As expected, not long after Fang Chen left the inn, a series of clanging and banging sounds erupted inside, followed by a wave of shocked exclamations. "What? This kid is only at the 4th level of qi refining, how can he challenge a 6th level qi refining cultivator? Such combat power is simply too terrifying." At this moment, Fang Chen was only thinking about one other thing. He needed to enter the 10,000-year volcano as soon as possible. Now, he was overjoyed. He had just noticed that Xiao Qing looked somewhat disheveled. Clearly, Xiao Qing had just arrived in Yanguang City from the Dan Ran sect. Under these circumstances, Xiao Qing would definitely need to rest for a night until his aura returned to its peak before entering the 10,000-year volcano the next day. While Xiao Qing was resting, Fang Chen could quickly enter the Fire Fiend zone to collect Fire Fiend energy, so as not to be affected by the upcoming Battle of the Immortals. However, after leaving the inn, Yi Xiong started to want to play. Fang Chen had no choice but to let Yi Xiong go out and explore on his own for half an hour. They agreed to meet at the city gate afterward, and Fang Chen told Yi Xiong that if he were captured, he would definitely not go to rescue him. However, after watching Yi Xiong walk away, Fang Chen thought for a moment and realized that the opponent's strength was actually greater than his own. If something really happened to him, he wouldn't be able to save him. Afterwards, Fang Chen entered a shop called Medicine King Pavilion. Immortal Master, hello. A servant in plain clothes ran up to him. Looking at the familiar style of the servant's clothes, Fang Chen thought, isn't this the uniform of Dan Ran Pharmacy? Elder Hua is just changing the name of Dan Ran Pharmacy to continue making money in Yanguang City. Then, Fang Chen asked, excuse me, what poisons do you have here? He came to the Medicine King Pavilion to replenish his poison supplies. Yesterday, while entangled with Chu Qiner in the cave, he realized he was out of poison. Poison was a vital life-saving tool, and Fang Chen felt he should keep some on hand. There are many kinds, such as acute and chronic poisons. Some cause symptoms like an attack of an illness, while others cause mental confusion and spiritual collapse leading to death. Which kind does the immortal master need? The servant in plain clothes explained. Which are cheap, and which are expensive? Fang Chen asked. The more concealed the method of poisoning, the more expensive it is. In fact, the most potent poisons are those with an overly obvious odor and color, but because they are so obvious, they are relatively cheap. The servant honestly explained. Those extremely potent poisons were the unsold stock in their shop. Who would buy that kind of stuff for poisoning? Hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. Then give me all the poisons with easily identifiable characteristics. Anything that can deal with cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above will do. All right. The servant in plain clothes was immediately filled with joy and excitement. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to want all these unsold goods. Just as the servant in plain clothes was about to depart, he hesitated, still harboring a slight thought of warning, and said, but, Immortal Master, our Medicine King Pavilion has always disliked doing business that cheats people, so I dare to suggest that these poisons, if intended for poisoning, are of little use. I'm afraid even dogs wouldn't eat them. Fang Chen. Then, he smiled slightly and said, okay, I understand. Seeing Fang Chen suddenly smile, the servant in plain clothes felt a little uneasy for some reason, gave a dry laugh, said, please wait a moment, esteemed guest, and then slunk away to fetch the medicine. A moment later, Fang Chen left with the poison that even dogs wouldn't eat. Yanguang City, City Gate. Fang Chen successfully met up with Yi Xiong. This guy talked a good game, wanting to go out and have some fun, but after all that, he just sat on someone's rooftop sunbathing for half an hour. Fang Chen mocked him a few times, saying he didn't even know to find a couple of female cats. As a result, Yi Xiong calmly said, only with a few inches of sunlight can one truly know freedom. Compared to lust, I cherish the warmth of freedom. You only know how to succumb to your desires, but you don't understand the joy of unrestrained indulgence. You don't understand my realm, Fang Chen. Fang Chen. Fang Chen coldly said, you want to go back to the Danran sect? The black and white demon tiger immediately lowered its head servilely. I was wrong. I did chase two little female cats just now, but they were the spirit pets of a golden core cultivator. I dared not touch them. And then I never encountered any other cats. Fang Chen immediately sneered, trash. Sizzle. On the silent earth, flames occasionally surged, the intense heat distorting the air, the wildly dancing fire snakes turning the heavens and earth crimson. If someone were to look down at the earth from the sky at this moment, they could clearly see that the cracked surface of the earth was covered with huge craters. Inside the crater, everything was scorched yellow, with crimson lava flowing intermittently. At the very center, in the enormous crater, 8 cultivators stood suspended in midair. The 8 cultivators, 5 men and 3 women, were dressed in various styles, and varied in height and build. Among them hung a huge golden lantern. At the lantern center flickered not flames, but a pool of clear, azure water. The spring water shimmered with a gentle light, and streams of cool air flowed downwards. As soon as it landed, the hissing sound of intensely hot flames being extinguished could be heard from within the volcano, accompanied by rising white mist. When will this Fire Fiend King finally show itself? It's been refined for several days already. At this moment, an old man with sinister eyes and a full head of purple hair spoke up. Fellow deist you, there's no need to rush. I think it would be best to let the azure wave lamp refine the Fire Fiend King for a few more days, until its power is completely exhausted. At this moment, a clear, childlike voice rang out. All eyes turned to a female cultivator who appeared to be a child. She wore a blue robe, her black hair styled in a tuft, her eyes clear and bright. Her face and figure were no different from a 7 or 8-year-old child, and her aura was utterly unremarkable, devoid of any ripples. If she were outside, everyone would simply think she was a child who hadn't yet entered the immortal realm. But looking at this girl, everyone's gaze was filled with apprehension. Rao, the strongest nascent soul stage cultivator present. It was precisely because of her presence that this group dared to attack the Fire Fiend King. Fellow Daistin, you are mistaken. The purple-haired elder withdrew his gaze, his eyelids lowered, and said, if we truly refine the Fire Fiend King to the point of powerlessness, then when we try to recruit him, the effect might be greatly diminished. Enough, you Heilong, stop chattering. If you really want to force him to show himself, then go down yourself. At this moment, a very cheerful-looking, obese cultivator curled his lip. Clearly, you're just afraid of his dying counterattack and want to use us, making us your vanguard. We can tell, yet you keep talking. I'm annoyed even if you're not. Zhang Yu, you fatso, what did you say? Yu Heilong's purple hair immediately flew wildly with anger. Enough! And Rao interrupted them, saying, stop arguing. Continue keeping the azure wave lamp running, or if the Fire Fiend King escapes, I'll slap you both to death. Her voice was clear and innocent, but the content of her words instantly made Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong break out in a cold sweat. I'll reward you after I refine the Fire Fiend King. Now shut up, and don't even think about plotting anything, understand? And Rao said calmly. Understood. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu, Yu Heilong, and the others all showed some resentment. While they were arguing, in the magma below, a giant maggot formed purely of white flames coldly looked up at the group, its expression extremely grim. Years ago, it awakened its sentience, cultivated diligently for many years, devoured countless of its kind, and finally, recently, cultivated into the Fire Fiend King. However, as soon as it was born, these people appeared, wanting to refine it. At first, it could suppress these people with its cultivation, but they were all prepared, especially the child, whose magical treasures were practically its nemesis. After several days of fierce fighting, he was finally forced into retreat, retreating into the volcano to desperately resist. However, he was now at his last gasp. If he couldn't find a way out soon, death was only a matter of time. But just then, he suddenly turned his head sharply, locking onto a certain direction, his eyes gleaming with extreme excitement, the aura of one of my own kind. If I devour him, I can surely eat all the nascent soul cultivators here. I'm a little girl picking mushrooms, oh dear, one and another. At this moment, Fang Chen was in the Fire Fiend zone, excitedly muttering something. As he made hand seals and waved his hands, he frantically absorbed one Fire Fiend after another. This was the Fire Fiend King's natural suppressive power. With the Fire Fiend King, these Fire Fiends were simply his buffet. After absorbing a Fire Fiend, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and refined it in a few quick movements. However, these fiery energies offered no benefit to Fang Chen's cultivation, they only amplified his fiery power. This filled Fang Chen with deep resentment. His spiritual root aptitude was truly terrible. Then, Fang Chen thought, once my danshan is full, I can prepare to undergo tribulation. After tribulation, I'll find a way to exploit Xiao Qing's mission, exploit it, and then continue to grow stronger. I'll do both, and be strong in both. While Fang Chen was strengthening his power, Yi Xiong, drenched in sweat, found a shady spot and collapsed. Yi Xiong said with a mournful expression, why did you call me here? I can't help at all. I might as well have gone to find the little female cat. Although his physical body was extremely strong and he didn't need to take the warming heart pill, he was still afraid of the heat. His tiger skin was turning from black and white to charcoal colored. I only sent you because I was worried about enemies. Fang Chen said with a grin, besides, don't you like seeking your carefree life and a few rays of sunshine? There's plenty here, go ahead and look. Yi Xiong, want to cry, want to go back to Dan Ran's sect. Just as Yi Xiong was feeling down and Fang Chen was having a good time, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the fire core area. Boom! Startled by the violent explosion, Fang Chen immediately stumbled, then looked up at the fire core area in shock, muttering, holy crap? What's going on? Just now, when the Fire Fiend King detected Fang Chen's aura in the Fire Fiend zone, it made a decision. In mid-air, 8 nascent soul stage cultivators, after ending their argument, continued to add spiritual energy to the azure wave lamp's formation. But at this moment, an extremely thick crimson hue suddenly appeared in the sky above, like an untimely sunset. As the crimson light illuminated the entire 10,000-year-old volcano, the already unbearably hot spiritual energy in this area became even more agitated. At the moment the abnormal spiritual energy appeared, all the nascent soul stage cultivators immediately and keenly sensed it. Seeing this, Enrao's youthful face showed a moment of surprise, then a smile appeared on her jade-white skin, and she said, prepare to resist the Fire Fiend tide, it's going to fight back desperately. Upon hearing this, everyone was not alarmed but delighted. The Fire Fiend King possessed the cultivation of the Void Return stage at birth. However, because the Fire Fiend King didn't possess the most powerful abilities of a Void Returning stage cultivator, he could only be considered a more powerful nascent soul stage cultivator. This was why 8 nascent soul stage cultivators dared to fight the Fire Fiend King, who possessed void returning stage cultivation. But even without the unique abilities of a void returning stage cultivator, the Fire Fiend King had its own unique divine power. This divine power was the Fire Fiend Tide. After unleashing this attack, the Fire Fiend King would cause all the fire fiends in the entire 10,000-year-old volcano to erupt, surging towards its designated target like a tidal wave, its power terrifying. However, while the Fire Fiend Tide was terrifying, the Fire Fiend King would be extremely weakened after unleashing this attack. Therefore, the Fire Fiend Tide would only be activated when the Fire Fiend King faced certain death. So, once they withstood the Fire Fiend Tide, the Fire Fiend King would already be theirs for the 8 of them. Even if the Fire Fiend King managed to escape at that point, it wouldn't be able to get very far. As for whether they could successfully withstand the terrifying fire energies, that question goes without saying. They dared to come here, so they must have been prepared beforehand. The moment the 8 people assumed their defensive stance, a deafening buzzing sound suddenly filled the heavens and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately afterward, the earth cracked open at an accelerated pace, and magma surged like a raging torrent. Before the 8 could react, an extremely violent force suddenly erupted from the volcano, shooting skyward. Boom! Countless purple, red, and black fire energies transformed into various beast and human shapes, charging towards the 8 with overwhelming power and ferocious roars. Several people were caught off guard and immediately injured. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The Fire Energy King's movements were too fast. The void returning stage cultivator really has some skill. But Enrao remained calm and said, "Don't panic, I'll handle this." With that, she immediately shouted, "Open." As her voice fell, a golden droplet of water slowly fell from the azure wave lantern. Upon its appearance, the droplet, facing the incredibly hot wind, swelled into a towering wave, which then transformed into a golden waterfall hanging in the sky, crashing down to directly confront the endless fire elemental. In the blink of an eye, countless terrifying fire elemental attacks were shattered and destroyed. Seeing this, the 8 people breathed a sigh of relief, and their defenses were fully activated. While everyone was resisting the fiery tide, a white phantom instantly teleported away, escaping the fiery core. "Fellow Deistan, it's gone." A white-robed female cultivator, while struggling against the scorching heat of the fiery energy, looked at Enrao and said. Everyone knew that this white phantom was the Fire Fiend King, who had seized the opportunity to escape. Enrao remained calm, her clear, childlike voice saying, "It's alright, it can't go far. Just a piece of the phantom." Fire Fiend Zone. Hearing the earth-shattering explosion ahead, Fang Chen looked down and was horrified, because he discovered that countless fiery energies from underground were frantically surging towards the fiery core. Seeing this, Fang Chen, who had just been startled by the explosion, immediately realized something, and a very ominous premonition welled up in his heart. The next moment, he immediately turned and ran towards the winged fiend, roaring, "Run!" Seeing the situation was dire, he immediately retreated. Judging from the sound, something was definitely wrong in the fire core district. He had to leave immediately. Hearing Fang Chen's intention to run, the winged fiend knew things were bad. Without asking any questions, it hastily transformed into its true form. With a thunderous roar, a massive black and white tiger charged towards Fang Chen. Its gaze was like a sword, and it growled at Fang Chen, "Get on." Its short-range burst speed was definitely faster than Fang Chen's and the flying boat in his hands. Fang Chen jumped onto the tiger's back. Man and tiger immediately took off running. As they ran, Fang Chen was still wondering what was going on. Fang Chen understood the Fire Fiend King and the Fire Fiend Tide. He saw the fire elements in the Fire Fiend district suddenly converging and rushing towards the Fire Core district. This was clearly the Fire Fiend King having unleashed the Fire Fiend Tide. With this tactic employed, the moment of truth will arrive. But Xiao Qing is still in Yanguang City, so why are these people already engaged in the final battle? The Chosen One isn't even here, yet you're already causing trouble. Who will reap the rewards later? While Fang Chen was pondering this, Yi Xiong quickly escaped the Fire Fiend Zone. Seeing this, Fang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although Yi Xiong is usually unreliable, as the only remaining Emperor-grade bloodline of the Qinkan Sacred Tiger, he's still quite useful in this critical moment. It should be safe now, right? Yi Xiong stopped, panting heavily. He had exhausted himself to escape the Fire Fiend Zone in such a short time. It should be safe now. Fang Chen nodded slightly, dismounted from the winged fiend, and said, "Shrink, I'll take you back." He was confident. Neither the Fire Fiend King nor the nascent soul stage expert were chosen ones. They wouldn't specifically target someone as insignificant as him at this time. Therefore, as long as he escaped the Fire Fiend Zone, he shouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Now he just needed to hurry back to Flamelight City. Okay. The winged fiend nodded, then shrunk, transforming into a tiny black and white kitten. This was also to make it easier for Fang Chen to take him back. But just then, after shrinking, the winged fiend noticed that the surrounding temperature seemed to have suddenly risen considerably. At the same time, he also felt a strange, heavy pressure on his body. The shrunken winged fiend was startled. What's going on? Why does my body suddenly feel so heavy? Could it be that I couldn't handle running? When did I become so weak? He looked up, wanting to ask Fang Chen if he felt the same way. But the moment he looked up, he saw Fang Chen's face slowly turning red. What's wrong with you? Yi Xiong froze again. Why was Fang Chen so red? He looked like he'd been boiled. The next moment, something that terrified Yi Xiong happened. Countless white flames erupted from Fang Chen's 7 orifices, and then, his life force vanished rapidly before his very eyes. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiong immediately screamed in terror, Fang Chen. Fang Chen's sudden disappearance of life force terrified Yi Xiong, especially the incredibly powerful Fire Fiend King emanating from Fang Chen's mouth and nose, which made Yi Xiong tremble and feel utterly hopeless. He knew Fang Chen was dead, and he would die too. In his dying moments, Yi Xiong murmured to himself, how can the Fire Fiend King within Fang Chen be as powerful as the aura of the Void returning stage elder in our clan? Then he understood. No wonder Fang Chen had suddenly run away without a word. Fang Chen had already keenly sensed that he was being targeted by such a powerful Fire Fiend King. As expected of a Foundation Establishment cultivator possessing the Fire Fiend King, he could even sense being targeted by another Fire Fiend King so quickly and keenly. But, Yi Xiong sighed inwardly. Faced with such a powerful enemy seeking his life, running away was useless. He should quickly take out his trump card for defense. Then, a wave of intense dizziness washed over Yi Xiong. He slumped down, resigned to his fate. If Fang Chen died, he wouldn't survive either. But then, the dizziness vanished abruptly, and his weakened aura strangely returned. The next second, he was fully revived, showing no signs of impending death. What's going on? Yi Xiong was stunned. What was this familiar feeling? He looked up and saw that Fang Chen's face was no longer flushed. At the same time, his rapidly declining life force was visibly recovering. Having witnessed Fang Chen's repeated resurrections while cultivating the ancient divine body, Yi Xiong immediately understood what was happening. This was clearly resurrection. However, the winged ferocious beast, utterly dumbfounded, was utterly bewildered. This can actually be resurrected. What kind of special physique is this, so incredibly powerful? I've never heard of such a thing. The winged ferocious beast remembered Fang Chen admitting to him that he possessed some kind of special physique. But even a special physique couldn't be this special, could it? Feeding him poison and being resurrected was one thing, but now, it was a Fire Fiend King at the Void returning stage who attacked, and Fang Chen still survived? This was simply too illogical. Just how difficult would it be to kill someone with this physique? At this moment, the winged ferocious beast's awe of Fang Chen reached a new level. Meanwhile, Fang Chen stood rooted to the spot, his gaze blank. What happened? Just after he and the winged fiend stopped, his body suddenly felt warm, and then everything went black. He didn't even feel any pain during the process. If the system hadn't been warning him in his mind that he was destined to die at the hands of the Chosen One, he wouldn't have even realized he was dead. In reality, this is the normal reaction of a low-level cultivator encountering a high-level powerhouse. Upon meeting, there's no time for any strategic maneuvering, let alone a moment to think. They're instantly killed. What's more, the Fire Fiend King attacked by surprise. His sneak attack caught even 7 nascent soul cultivators off guard. How could Fang Chen, a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator, possibly react? Even though the Fire Fiend King had just used the Fire Fiend Tide, crushing Fang Chen would still be a matter of minutes. This is the difference brought about by absolute strength. And after being resurrected, Fang Chen realized that there was a new guest inside his body. Fang Chen stared in shock at the white fireworm that had appeared in his Danshan. Fire Fiend King? How did this thing get into his body? Shouldn't he still be fighting those nascent soul cultivators? Meanwhile, the Fire Fiend King, who had been planning to feast, was also stunned. Fang Chen's bizarre resurrection had completely overwhelmed its already limited intelligence. With its meager understanding, it couldn't comprehend the situation. Why was this happening? In the past, when facing Foundation Establishment stage fire fiends, it could easily kill a whole swarm with a single breath. How could this kind of its own be able to resurrect after death? Squeak, squeak, squeak. After a moment, the Fire Fiend King dared not make any rash moves and instead let out a series of harsh cries. This was the language of communication between fire fiends. Although Fang Chen hadn't learned it, he understood it because of the Fire Fiend King within his body. The other party asked, "Why were you able to revive?" Fang Chen politely stammered, "Brother Huo, Brother Wang, please leave." The Fire Fiend King's reply was coldly honest, "Impossible. I finally found you. I need to eat you to regain my strength so I can deal with those cultivators." Fang Chen, so that's it. He finally understood why the Fire Fiend King had suddenly come looking for him. It was because the Fire Fiend King within him had summoned it, leading to his instant death. I should have never come. Fang Chen was in tears. Just then, the Fire Fiend King, seemingly unable to get a reply from Fang Chen, pounced again. Before Fang Chen could react, he was instantly killed. Boom! Fang Chen's 7 orifices once again spewed forth endless tongues of white flame, his entire spiritual energy instantly evaporating. This time, Yi Xiong wasn't particularly panicked. After a slightly wary glance, he suddenly sensed something, breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes revealed awe. Truly amazing. Whoosh! The next second, Fang Chen immediately stood up straight again. Boom! But before the newly resurrected Fang Chen could react, his 7 orifices once more spewed forth tongues of flame, and his entire spiritual energy evaporated again. Yi Xiong's eyelids twitched. How could he die so quickly again? Whoosh! Then, the next second, Fang Chen stood up straight again. Boom! Fang Chen's 7 orifices spewed forth tongues of flame again. Whoosh! Fang Chen stood up straight again. Boom! Shooting again. Whoosh! Standing up again. Boom! Shooting again. Whoosh! Straight again. Boom! Asterisk winged fierce asterisk. At this moment, he felt an awkwardness, unsure how to react. With a powerful enemy before him, it seemed impossible not to be terrified and panicked, yet he couldn't bring himself to be afraid. This Fire Fiend King was just too weak. How could he not even kill Fang Chen? Winged Fierce couldn't help but curl his lip. Could this Fire Fiend King be a fake? Meanwhile, Fang Chen, during each resurrection interval, stared wide-eyed at Winged Fierce. This tiger-headed little thing, why isn't he running? Run! What the hell are you watching? If the Fire Fiend King thinks of you later, won't you die 1,000 times over? And there's a group of nascent soul cultivators behind him, and you're not worried at all. Fang Chen wanted to remind Winged Fierce to run far away quickly. However, the Fire Fiend King was acting like it was on drugs, only knowing how to frantically burn him, evaporate his spiritual energy, and then kill him, as if doing so would devour him. As a result, Fang Chen not only couldn't use his spiritual energy, but he also had no way to warn the Winged Fiend to escape. Perhaps the Winged Fiend was ultimately a tiger that had read books, its mind was still somewhat perceptive. It noticed the unusual look in Fang Chen's eyes. It immediately stood up, narrowed its eyes, and said, "What are you trying to say to me, Fang Chen?" Fang Chen straightened up, his eyes widened, and before he could even nod, he spat out. After Fang Chen revived, he wanted to nod and reply to Yi Xiong, confirming that he was right. But before he could even nod, he died again. When he came back to life, Fang Chen told him to escape. The word escape was on the tip of his tongue when he died again. Fang Chen, his heart already filled with tears, could only keep turning his eyes, desperately looking in the direction of Yanguang City, signaling him to run. Yi Xiong, who had been observing for a long time, could only scratch his head in bewilderment, unable to come to any conclusion. Just then, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of whooshing sounds rang out from afar, and then, as the sounds subsided, 8 figures appeared before Fang Chen and Yi Xiong. The one in the lead, clad in a green robe, was innocent and naive, with dark, jewel-like eyes, his delicate features resembling a porcelain doll that one couldn't help but want to hold and cherish. These 8 people were 8 nascent soul stage cultivators who had fought their way out of the fiery tide in the Fireheart district. Except for Enrao, who was completely unharmed, the others were all injured to varying degrees, especially Yu Heilong, whose condition was the worst, his skin charred black. The fiery tide was no pleasant experience. The moment the 8 appeared, Yi Xiong, who was observing Fang Chen's condition, turned deathly pale. If Fang Chen hadn't been constantly dying, his face would have been just as pale. The pressure emanating from the 8 nascent soul cultivators made them feel as if they were in the apocalypse. These 8 people could kill them with a wave of their hands. At this moment, no one was more afraid than Yi Xiong. Fang Chen was alright, he possessed the Crimson Venerable Ring, so these people certainly wouldn't disrespect the Dan ransacked. However, he was merely Fang Chen's beast pet. What if these people coveted his emperor-grade bloodline and forcibly took him away? Thinking this, the Winged Fiend shrank drastically, hiding at Fang Chen's feet, trying not to attract their attention. When the 8 people appeared, they immediately looked at Fang Chen. Enrao, however, was a member of a righteous section. As soon as she appeared, she shouted, "Save him!" No matter how powerful Fang Chen's concealment techniques were, they couldn't be fooled. She could see that this mere foundation establishment cultivator was being devoured by the Fire Fiend King. If he wasn't saved, he would be in danger. But everyone shook their heads upon hearing this. How could Enrao possibly save him in this situation? Sure enough, just as Enrao summoned the azure wave lamp, Fang Chen had already spewed fire. Damn it! Enrao's eyes were dark, her face grim. Strictly speaking, she was the one who killed Fang Chen. If she hadn't triggered the Fire Fiend tide, Fang Chen shouldn't have died. Therefore, she felt guilty. Even though she had cultivated for many years and witnessed countless deaths, it didn't mean she could calmly accept the fact that she had implicated a foundation establishment cultivator. The others noticed Enrao's guilt. Some were indifferent, while others shared in Rao's guilt. However, compared to Fang Chen's death, they now knew they should focus on something else. Zhang Yu said, "Fellow Daistan, capturing the Fire Fiend King is the priority. Apologize to his sect later." "Yes." And Rao immediately suppressed her guilt, nodded, and prepared to activate the Azure Wave Lamp's formation. But at that moment, something completely unexpected happened to the 8 of them. Fang Chen suddenly came back to life. And Rao, Zhang Yu, Yu Heilong, the other 5. What happened? A look of astonishment flashed across Zhang Yu's fat face. They clearly felt Fang Chen's life force gradually fading into nothingness, like a lamp wick burning out. How could he suddenly come back to life? But what happened next left them even more dumbfounded. Fang Chen stared at them with wide eyes, then died again. The other 7, except for Ren Rao. What's going on? Then, Fang Chen came back to life. The expressions on the 7 people's faces became extremely strange. "Retreat!" Just then, and Rao suddenly shouted. Without hesitation, everyone immediately retreated. After retreating a distance, someone immediately asked, "Fellow Daistan, why retreat?" Although they obeyed in Rao's orders, it didn't mean they understood. And Rao murmured with an extremely solemn expression, "Resurrected from the dead, dying again after being reborn. This is a void returning stage expert, or perhaps even more powerful. If I'm not mistaken, he's using the power of life and death to refine the Fire Fiend King." No one present understood the void returning stage better than Rao. She maintained her childlike state because she too was attempting to master life and death. That's why she had hurriedly retreated just now, fearing that they might get too close and anger Fang Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. "What?" And Rao looked at them. "If I'm not mistaken, he didn't truly die just now, but merely compressed his spiritual power into nothingness, thereby weakening the Fire Fiend King's power. This is a void returning stage ability, and for him to switch so skillfully between life and death, he's probably a powerful being who has already reached the void returning stage many years ago." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at Fang Chen, their hearts growing increasingly terrified. Because, in just a few dozen breaths, Fang Chen had died dozens of times. Watching Fang Chen switch between life and death dozens of times without hesitation, his aura extremely stable, everyone trembled. Is this the power of the void returning stage? Aren't you all exaggerating? I feel like he's just a foundation establishment cultivator. Why don't we go up and take down the Fire Fiend King? But at this moment, Yu Heilong couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He stared at Fang Chen for a long time, but couldn't see how this guy had any connection to the void returning stage. "You go." Zhang Yu curled his lip and sneered, "Foundation establishment? I'll teach you a lesson. Don't drag me into this." "You bastard!" Yu Heilong roared, "I just made a suggestion." In reality, Yu Heilong was also afraid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone else. Zhang Yu continued, "Suggestions? My foot. If he really is a foundation establishment cultivator, can you explain why it took the Fire Fiend King so long to kill a foundation establishment cultivator?" Yu Heilong was speechless. Unable to refute, he said, his face red and neck thick, "Then look at his beast pet. Only at foundation establishment. What powerful cultivator has such a weak beast pet? Winged fiend. Ah, so you all saw me all along?" He thought he was hiding well because no one was paying attention to him. Hearing Yu Heilong's words, Zhang Yu scoffed, "Fool. Foundation establishment beast pets are weak, but what if it's a foundation establishment beast pet that has awakened the bloodline of the Qinkan sacred tiger?" Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Xiong, their faces showing surprise. "Although I haven't captured him to examine him, and can't tell how strong his bloodline is, but I've dealt with the Qinkan sacred tiger quite a bit, and in my experience, this guy's bloodline is definitely not weak." After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he looked at Yu Heilong, raising an eyebrow, and said, "Do I need to explain to you?" Yu Heilong remained silent. "All right, that's enough." And Rao's eyes flickered, and she said, "Now that the senior is silent, let's not rush to leave. With his power, he can probably refine the Fire Fiend King in an hour. Let's apologize to him later." And Rao knew that their rush to Fang Chen's face had been somewhat abrupt. Therefore, to defuse the unpleasantness, and Rao decided to apologize. After all, she didn't want to offend such a powerful cultivator. The others nodded in agreement. Since that was the case, they would wait. Of course, they weren't afraid of staying and being killed by Fang Chen later. And Rao came from the Yunlin Cave Haven, one of the 9 great sects, and held a noble status. Her master was on good terms with several powerful figures in the Dan Ran sect. If Fang Chen wanted to attack and Rao and them here, he would be courting death. While everyone waited, and Rao looked at Fang Chen, a sigh in her eyes. The Fire Fiend King, whom she had plotted for so long, had ultimately had to be surrendered. While the 8 Nascent Soul cultivators waited for Fang Chen to finish refining the Fire Fiend King and apologize, Fang Chen himself was dumbfounded. He was completely stunned after hearing their plan. "Wait until I finish refining the Fire Fiend King before apologizing to me? You guys are really patient. Fang Chen was in tears. Although I won't die, seeing this situation, I won't survive either. If these people wait an hour and I'm still dying here, what will happen then? Fang Chen didn't dare to think about it. Perhaps they'll think I'm exceptionally talented or have a special physique, and take me away for research? What to do? I have to find a way to get rid of them. However, perhaps because Rao used the azure wave lamp, Fang Chen could clearly feel that the Fire Fiend King's movements within him were being suppressed. His death wasn't happening as quickly anymore. Now, he could speak. Thinking of this, Fang Chen suddenly paused, then remembered something and immediately said, Li Fu, call Master over. Have Master drive them away. Then let my master help me deal with the Fire Fiend King. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't that right? The moment Fang Chen spoke, the 8 nascent soul cultivators were all stunned. Has this senior awakened? John Yu couldn't help but mutter. And Rao and the others also looked suspicious. Fang Chen, why did he suddenly speak? Just then, in the silent yet sweltering sky, an old man suddenly appeared like a ghost. His expression was solemn, his figure tall, standing in midair, without a trace of spiritual energy around him. At this moment, the 8 nascent soul cultivators were instantly dumbfounded. Countless horrified thoughts flashed through their minds. Who is this person? Why did he suddenly appear? Why can he stand in midair without spiritual energy? When Li Fu appeared, the 8 nascent soul cultivators were all terrified. They had never seen such a strange cultivator before. And Rao immediately stored the azure wave lamp she had forgotten to retrieve into her body. One cannot draw one's sword carelessly in front of a powerful figure. Li Fu was indeed a strangely powerful being. As for the winged fierce, it simply shrunk its body and burrowed into Fang Chen's robes, although it was shameful for a demonic tiger to do this. However, this powerful figure had arrived unexpectedly, and it didn't know that Fang Chen had summoned him. Out of fear, it had no choice but to do so. Upon appearing, Li Fu ignored the 8 people and first looked at Fang Chen, frowning. Why did you summon your master? Fang Chen was about to open his mouth when, without the suppression of the azure wave lamp, the Fire Fiend King launched a frenzied counterattack, burning him to ashes once more. Seeing Fang Chen suddenly die, Li Fu was stunned, then showed surprise. How did he die? Before he could finish his surprise, Fang Chen came back to life. Li Fu was stunned again. He's alive again? Then, his expression returned to calm. Oh, right, you should have an extremely strong physique, so resurrection is perfectly normal. So, you were practicing your martial arts? Then why did you call me to practice? Fang Chen's eyes widened, countless words swirling in his chest, but he couldn't utter a single one. He felt like he was suffocating. Li Fu, still confused, shouted, Why aren't you speaking? Answer me. Fang Chen was still stuck in an endless loop. Wait, you have the Fire Fiend King inside you? Li Fu suddenly noticed the Fire Fiend King wreaking havoc within Fang Chen's body and exclaimed in realization, I understand. You've captured the Fire Fiend King, planning to use it to overcome your tribulation, right? That's right, the Fire Fiend King is barely enough. Fang Chen, Master, look closely. Does your disciple look like someone who can use the Fire Fiend King to overcome their tribulation? Li Fu continued, Alright then, your master will protect you. After saying that, Li Fu finally noticed in Rao and the other 8. What are you doing here? Li Fu immediately frowned and asked. Upon being asked by Li Fu, and Rao was alright, but the others, who had already been terrified by Li Fu's words, instantly showed fear. Nonsense! Who wouldn't be terrified? Li Fu's words were all about special physiques, tribulation transcendence, and barely enough to qualify as a Fire Fiend King. How could they not be afraid? If Li Fu truly had no cultivation, that would be one thing, but Li Fu was surrounded by no spiritual energy, yet he could easily withstand the scorching heat of heaven and earth, standing in the void with his physical body. This clearly indicated a powerful being whose strength was beyond their comprehension. That's why they were so terrified. They drew a conclusion from Li Fu's words. So, this suddenly appearing senior was probably the master of the cultivator on the ground? And that cultivator on the ground was about to undergo tribulation? That meant, the tribulation transcending stage? Then what about this suddenly appearing cultivator? Could he be the Mahayana stage? Thinking of this, all the nascent soul stage cultivators felt their heads buzzing. As everyone was filled with fear, and Rao hurriedly clasped her hands in a fist and bowed to Li Fu, saying, Senior, we didn't mean to be passing by and offended the senior on the ground. We were just about to apologize. Li Fu nodded slightly. You offended my disciple, so you do need to apologize. You are quite polite. Then apologize, and leave after you've done so. Hearing this, everyone was immediately overjoyed. This senior was quite easy to talk to. Fang Chen also felt a sense of relief. Although the development of events was somewhat strange, at least he had finally driven these people away. It seemed that although his master was unreliable, he could still be very useful in times of crisis. After Li Fu finished speaking, the several nascent soul cultivators hurriedly bowed to Fang Chen from afar. Senior, please forgive our rudeness. We had no intention of offending you, please forgive us. After they apologized, Li Fu looked at Fang Chen. Can you forgive them? Fang Chen's eyes widened, and he frantically thought, yes, yes. Fang Chen didn't answer, only stared wide-eyed. Seeing this, Li Fu frowned. Not speaking? Not speaking means you're not satisfied. Hearing this, the 8 men's hearts skipped a beat. Li Fu looked at the 8 men and said calmly, I'm not trying to criticize you, but is an apology just about words? Even someone as good-tempered as me wouldn't agree. Seeing this, everyone immediately nodded hastily. And Rao even said, Senior is right, we weren't thorough enough. For a moment, they forgot to bring gifts as an apology. Then, the 8 men each took out a batch of gifts, placed them all in a storage ring, and threw them at Li Fu. Li Fu picked up the storage ring, glanced at it, and said indifferently, all trash. The men were angry, then their faces turned embarrassed. These were all good items, how could they all be trash? However, when they thought that the other party might be a legendary Mahayana cultivator, they fell silent. After all, their perspectives were different. However, it's enough for my disciple. Li Fu placed the storage ring in front of Fang Chen and said, take a look. If you're satisfied, I'll let them go. Fang Chen, who was practically spitting fire, was speechless. The world was quiet at this moment, save for the occasional crisp crackling of flames. Li Fu frowned, watching Fang Chen's life force come and go. Stop practicing for now. Look at the ring. Do you want this pile of junk? Fang Chen, the surrounding nascent soul cultivators. Fang Chen stared intently at Li Fu, his eyes wide, trying to convey a I'm very satisfied expression. How bad could something a nascent soul cultivator bring out be? But Li Fu looked into Fang Chen's eyes, pondered for a moment, then coldly snorted, saying, Still not speaking? Are you angry? You won't even acknowledge your master when he speaks to you? Just because your master showed you this pile of garbage, you won't speak? This garbage wasn't given to you by me, why are you taking your anger out on me? What kind of attitude is this? As Li Fu coldly snorted, the entire 10,000-year-old volcano suddenly fell silent, as if an invisible hand had pressed down on the entire area, and all the flames instantly solidified. Except for Rao, the other nascent soul cultivators were almost scared to death. Yu Heilong and Zhang Yu's legs went weak, and half of their bodies fell down. As for Rao, if she hadn't secretly activated her protective shield beforehand, she would have collapsed as well. At this moment, Rao's face was slightly pale, her heart filled with shock. What is his cultivation level? Why have I never heard of such a person before? Li Fu's imposing presence was too astonishing. His aura was as still as a calm lake, yet every move he made was like a raging thunderbolt, sending chills down their spines. However, when this group looked at Fang Chen, they were filled with astonishment. Even though Li Fu was so far away, their heads were spinning and their momentum dissipated from his mere cold snort. But Fang Chen was extremely close to Li Fu, and facing the imposing force of Li Fu's cold snort, he not only remained undaunted but also continued to calmly suppress the Fire Fiend King by continuously circulating his life and death power, using this opportunity to practice his skills. And Rao and the others couldn't help but think he was simply too strong. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was practically wetting himself. He was genuinely afraid that Li Fu would lose his temper, go insane, and slap them all to death. If it weren't for the fact that he had been dying repeatedly and hadn't been incapable of fear, he would have already collapsed in terror at Li Fu's power. As Li Fu unleashed his fury, no one dared utter a sound, not even a whisper. They were all waiting for Fang Chen's reply. But in their eyes, Fang Chen remained remarkably calm and silent. It seems the relationship between this master and disciple is quite like a clash of titans, Zhang Yu murmured to himself. This disciple is quite rebellious. Yu Heilong couldn't help but feel admiration for Fang Chen. He himself would cower in the face of a powerful figure's anger, lacking the courage of the senior focused on cultivation on the ground. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and as Fang Chen grew more worried about what outrageous thing Li Fu might do, the furious Li Fu suddenly laughed, ha ha ha. When Li Fu spoke, the suffocating atmosphere vanished, and the flames began to dance again. The 8 nascent soul cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fu continued, not bad, not bad. I always thought you were a submissive person, but now it seems you also have your own principles and convictions. Fang Chen, what principles did I uphold? Li Fu continued, fine, I know you're silent because you're dissatisfied. I'll get you some more valuable things for you. Li Fu turned to the 8 people again and said calmly, I'll give you one more chance. Satisfy my disciple's request. If he's not satisfied, I won't let you off easily. Hiss. The 8 innocent victims gasped instantly. Don't worry, my rebellious disciple has a bad temper, but I'm always kind to others. As long as you can satisfy him, I'll give you something of equal value. Li Fu added. Hearing this, the 8 were overjoyed. If they could get a gift from the senior, they'd be hitting the jackpot. Just then, and Rao boldly said, "Senior, I don't need your gift, but I hope to receive your guidance." "What guidance?" Li Fu asked. This junior has already reached the half-step void return realm, yet the mystery of life and death remains unsolved. "I hope Senior can offer me guidance," En Rao said. Upon hearing this, Li Fu gazed intently at En Rao for a moment, then nodded slightly. "All right, as long as you can satisfy him, I will lend you a hand." En Rao was overjoyed. The others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with delight. This senior is far too kind. He not only made them apologize and return something of equal value, but he also accepted En Rao's arbitrary changes to her demands. His temper is simply too good. In comparison, that senior who had been cultivating all along had a terrible temper. "Senior, these are the new things we've prepared. Please take a look." A moment later, the 8 excitedly prepared new and valuable items, placed them in their storage rings, and shot them towards Li Fu. Li Fu took the rings, glanced at them, and nodded slightly. "Not bad, still trash, but better than the last one." This time, the crowd didn't feel embarrassed or blush. Instead, they felt a sense of pride at being affirmed by Li Fu. Then, Li Fu shot the rings towards Fang Chen, saying calmly, "Look, these are all yours." Fang Chen stared at the 2 rings hanging before him, his eyes blazing with fury. The world fell silent once more. This senior seemed still not satisfied. He didn't even look. How can this disciple have a temper even bigger than his master? The 8 people secretly communicated using their divine sense. Li Fu stared at Fang Chen, his brows gradually furrowing. He took a few impatient deep breaths, waited patiently for a moment, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. He erupted in fury. "You think this pile of trash isn't good enough?" Boom! The world fell deathly silent once more. All the flames trembled. Birds and beasts fell silent, trembling with fear. 8 nascent soul cultivators, half of them, perished instantly. The remaining 4 were pale-faced. Li Fu's rage was terrifying. But Fang Chen was still dying and coming back to life. "You can't be so greedy, do you understand? Truly insatiable. You dare look at me with wide eyes. You're punished by being forbidden from going to the cliff of heaven and earth to comprehend the Dao." Li Fu roared, his face filled with remorse. Fang Chen's greed had deeply wounded him. Seeing this, Yu Heilong revealed a hint of schadenfreude. "Look, one shouldn't be too greedy, or one will lose more than one gains. Losing the cliff of longevity for a little more compensation, I feel sorry for him." The other nascent soul cultivators nodded slightly in agreement. The Cliff of Longevity, just hearing the name, one could tell it was a vast and mysterious top-tier blessed land. Not being able to enter such a place would be an absolute loss. Fang Chen, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. The Cliff of Longevity, although the name was unfamiliar, anyone could guess what kind of place it was. Not being able to go wasn't a big loss. After reprimanding Fang Chen, Li Fu, seeing Fang Chen still silent and engrossed in his practice, snorted coldly, "Considering your diligent practice, I'll hold off on you for now, but I'll settle the score later." After saying this, he looked at the 8 nascent soul cultivators and said, "All right, my disciple was rude, but as his master, I can't just give up without a good outcome. You don't need to compensate me anymore." The 8 nascent soul cultivators clasped their fists in unison. "Thank you, senior." Then, none of them left, but instead looked expectantly at Li Fu. Li Fu said calmly, "As for the equivalent gift I'll give you, let me think." Upon hearing this, the 8 nascent soul cultivators immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid Li Fu would renege on his promise. If Li Fu didn't give it, they would have no choice. Now that Li Fu himself brought it up, they not only felt relieved but also felt a surge of respect. This senior is good-tempered, patient, and keeps his promises. He's truly amazing. If only I could become this senior's disciple. After thinking for a moment, Li Fu looked at En Rao. "Let me resolve your matter first." "Yes, thank you, senior." En Rao's fair face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Li Fu carefully examined her for a moment, then said calmly, "The mystery of life and death is quite simple. But I can no longer guide you. My cultivation level is too high, revealing it would only harm you. Therefore, I've decided that he will guide you after he has transcended his tribulation." As he spoke, Li Fu pointed at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, still resurrected from the dead. "Master, what are you doing?" Li Fu continued, "As you have seen, his mastery of the Dao of life and death is extremely proficient. If he were to guide you into the Dao of life and death, you would surely be able to unravel its mysteries. Are you willing?" Hearing this, En Rao hurriedly replied, "Senior, I am very willing, but I wonder if it would be too much trouble for the senior." En Rao felt that Fang Chen must be an extremely powerful tribulation transcending stage cultivator. However, Fang Chen's temper, as he had displayed from the beginning until now, was truly terrible. He wasn't as easy to talk to as this senior. Therefore, En Rao was afraid that Fang Chen would refuse. "Fang Chen, little sister, wouldn't you like to reconsider? I really can't guide you." Li Fu, however, coldly smiled. "He dares to think it's troublesome? If he thinks it's troublesome, then I will ensure that he can never set foot on the cliff of longevity. He can never touch the immortal secrets in this lifetime. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the 8 nascent soul cultivators all showed expressions of utter astonishment. A divine opportunity? So this cliff of longevity is such a treasure land. Then, and Rao revealed a deep sense of conviction. Since Li Fu had spoken so plainly, she felt things should be settled. In this world, it was impossible for any tribulation-transcending cultivator to miss out on a divine opportunity just to avoid guiding a nascent soul cultivator. Then thank you very much, Senior. May I ask how I can find you in the future? And Rao asked. Li Fu said calmly, come to the Dan Ran sect and find him. His name is Fang Chen. Fang as in heaven is round and earth is square, and Chen as in transcending the mundane. And Rao carefully memorized the name, then bowed. Thank you, Senior. All right, your turn. Li Fu turned his gaze to the people behind in Rao. The others immediately clasped their hands in a gesture of fervor, saying, Senior. They were extremely excited. Li Fu had gone so far as to impose such a severe punishment on Fang Chen to keep his promise to Rao. This was enough to prove just how much Li Fu kept his word. Therefore, they were now incredibly eager to see what kind of treasure a senior who could glimpse the secrets of immortality would bring out. At this moment, Li Fu took out 7 fist-sized stones from his storage ring and tossed them in front of them. All right, these are yours. As the 7 stones floated before them, the joy on their faces vanished abruptly, leaving only silence. The 7 stared blankly, somewhat unable to believe their senses. This was something of equal value to what they had just taken out? This wasn't just 7 ordinary stones, was it? With the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator, a mere sweep of it was enough to draw a clear conclusion. It's just an ordinary stone. Fang Chen, who was dying and resurrecting repeatedly, glanced at it briefly and muttered to himself, good heavens! Where did his master get so many stones? Could it be that his storage ring is full of stones? Why aren't you taking them? Seeing them frozen in place, Li Fu frowned and coldly demanded. The entire 10,000-year-old volcano suddenly fell silent. The 7 of them frantically put away the stones. After putting away the stones, despair filled their hearts. So this senior was still going to renege on his promise. And Rao, standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. Wasn't this senior a man of his word? Why is he only trying to fool them with 7 stones now? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness she hadn't accepted the gift, otherwise, wouldn't she be stuck staring blankly at a stone now? Having accepted my gift, don't you need to thank me? Seeing the 7 remain silent, Li Fu snorted coldly. Hearing this, the 7 forced smiles that were more like cries. Thank you, Senior. I know you're disgusted. But Li Fu smiled coldly, but let me tell you, if you think these are ordinary stones, then you're sorely mistaken. Upon hearing this, the 7 were all stunned. What did this mean? Li Fu slowly continued, these are stones from the cliff of heaven and earth's longevity. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7's expressions instantly changed. The cliff of heaven and earth's longevity? That's the immortal cliff? So, these 7 stones? Thinking this, the 7 men's breathing suddenly quickened, their earlier disdain vanishing instantly, replaced by intense excitement. And Rao, however, was astonished. So, she had missed out on something so wonderful? At this moment, Li Fu said again, if you don't want it, take it back now, and I can exchange it for something else. No, Senior, this is already very good. We'll take it back right away. Upon hearing this, the 7 men immediately refused. All right. In that case, I'll give you a chance to possess them again. Li Fu said calmly, all right, now you may leave. The 7 men were overjoyed and clasped their hands in a fist salute, saying, yes. Then, as if afraid Li Fu would change his mind, the group hurriedly left the 10,000-year volcano. Watching the 8 figures disappear into the distance, Li Fu nodded slightly. To receive my divine favor is the greatest fortune of your lives. One day in the future, when you recall this day, you will be incredibly grateful. Looking at Li Fu's earnest expression, Fang Chen felt a pang of sympathy for the group from before. Then, Li Fu withdrew his gaze and looked at Fang Chen. Aren't you going to finish your training? Fang Chen remained silent. Very well, since you're working so hard, as your master, I can't interrupt you. You can finish whenever you want. Li Fu said calmly, for now, I'll protect you from the sidelines. Once you're finished practicing, you can begin your tribulation. By the way, your beast pet, I'll protect it for you. There's no need for it to get in your way. After saying that, Li Fu's gaze seemed to penetrate, landing on Yi Xiong. Aren't you coming out? Yi Xiong hurriedly ran out, revealing a fawning smile, and obediently said, greetings, Senior. What bloodline? Li Fu asked. Qinkan Sacred Tiger Clan, Emperor Grade bloodline. Yi Xiong said proudly. Li Fu nodded slightly, not bad. Can it regenerate limbs? Yi Xiong hurriedly shook its head. Li Fu instantly scoffed, trash bloodline. Yi Xiong immediately broke down. Come here, don't disturb your master's practice. Li Fu beckoned. Yi Xiong rushed over, then glanced at Fang Chen worriedly. Looking into Fang Chen's wide eyes, he wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt a sense of panic in Fang Chen's eyes. Fang Chen looked at Yi Xiong in despair. Bro, save me. I can't take it anymore. Finally, relying on the tacit understanding honed from their past battle, Yi Xiong asked the question for Fang Chen. Senior, is Master Fang, is he really practicing? Could he be entangled by the Fire Fiend King? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Yi Xiong, I'll go back and find you a whole bunch of tigresses. After Yi Xiong asked his question, Li Fu said calmly, you're overthinking it. How could my disciple be entangled by the Fire Fiend King? Besides, if he were really in trouble, wouldn't I be able to tell? Or do you think I'm incompetent? Yi Xiong was taken aback, and quickly said, Senior, that's not what I meant. That's good. Come with me. Li Fu walked straight to the side. Seeing this, Yi Xiong also felt that Li Fu's words made sense. How could a top-tier cultivator, as long as they were of sound mind, not be able to tell if their own disciple was in trouble? He had been worrying too much. Thinking this, Yi Xiong chuckled and followed Li Fu to rest nearby, leaving Fang Chen standing there, almost bursting with rage. After Li Fu and Yi Xiong decided to stand by and watch, Fang Chen faced the darkest moment of his life. The Fire Fiend King seemed to have inexhaustible energy, relentlessly killing him without showing any signs of fatigue. What the hell are you doing, bro? The people who were supposed to kill you are all gone. Why are you still clinging to me? Fang Chen cursed. This Fire Fiend King was utterly unreasonable. Those 8 nascent soul cultivators had long since fled. Now that no one wanted to kill him anymore, why wasn't it running away? It was still trying to get him? If it could actually kill him, it would be fine, but it had been wasting its time without any results. But no matter how Fang Chen tried to communicate with the Fire Fiend King, the latter simply ignored him and refused to leave. It was determined to kill Fang Chen. In the following time, Fang Chen was burned until his consciousness was blurred, experiencing only repeated cycles of living and dying. If Fang Chen could use this to cultivate that ancient divine body, it would be a gain, but he couldn't circulate any techniques at all, he was simply taking the beating. However, what gave Fang Chen some comfort was that the winged fiend had proactively stopped many people passing by who intended to investigate the situation. Don't underestimate a Foundation Establishment Stage 5 demonic tiger. While it may seem insignificant to a nascent soul cultivator, it still holds considerable sway over ordinary cultivators. As for cultivators above Foundation Establishment Stage 5 passing by, Yi Xiong simply pulled out Fang Chen's Dan Ran sect token. Few people wanted to interfere in the affairs of the Dan Ran sect, and even fewer could. This group of cultivators were from Yanguang City and had only intended to go to the Fireheart district, having no interest in anything else, so they simply ignored them. And time passed. Finally, Fang Chen's turning point arrived. Boom! At midnight, when the sky was pitch black and the heavens seemed to be immersed in thick ink, a deafening roar suddenly echoed throughout the entire 10,000-year-old volcano. Immediately afterward, an extremely strong sense of repulsion suddenly emerged from the dark clouds, locking onto Fang Chen from afar. At that moment, Fang Chen immediately felt a sharp pain throughout his body, along with a profound sense of loneliness, as if he were fighting against the heavens and earth alone. This feeling even surpassed the sense of death Fang Chen was currently experiencing, making him even more terrified. This was the tribulation of lightning, a tribulation of lightning born to destroy those who attempted to transcend the rules of heaven and earth. Seeing the tribulation of lightning forced to descend due to the expiration of its time limit, Fang Chen took a deep breath, a sense of tension rising in his heart. He had never even considered undergoing tribulation under these circumstances. But even if he hadn't considered it, he had to go. Even if it meant death, he had to go. Besides, in the past 2 days, hadn't he witnessed enough death? Almost more than he'd eaten meals. Then, a hint of confidence flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. With the fire elemental energy he'd absorbed earlier, and the pills Hua Qirong had given him, he could definitely withstand this Foundation Establishment stage tribulation. Wait, pills? He hadn't taken his pills yet. Thinking of this, Fang Chen suddenly remembered the rules of tribulation against external objects, and his soul instantly scattered. He frantically tried to break free from the Fire Elemental King's restraints and retrieve the pills from his storage ring, but it was too late. A mysterious and profound power locked Fang Chen in place. He suddenly felt himself disconnected from all his magical treasures, including his storage ring. At this moment, Fang Chen's gaze went blank. It's over. And at the same time, Yi Xiong looked up in terror, swallowing hard. Lightning, the tribulation is here. Actually, he'd known for days that Fang Chen was going to undergo his tribulation here. However, when the facts were right in front of him, he still found it unbelievable. How could a foundation establishment cultivator trigger a tribulation? Li Fu opened his eyes and said calmly, "What's the rush? A mere tribulation, what's so scary about it?" Yi Xiong swallowed again, glancing at the tribulation. Just one look, and he felt the pressure of the tribulation almost crush his soul into dust. Yi Xiong couldn't help but say, Isn't this scary enough? Of course not. You haven't seen anything far more terrifying." Li Fu stood up, uttered these words, and flew into the sky. Hearing this, Yi Xiong's expression shifted. Something far more terrifying? What exactly had Fang Chen's master experienced? While Yi Xiong was still reeling from the shock, Li Fu had already appeared in midair, immediately addressing Fang Chen. "I promised you I would protect you. Don't worry, absolutely no one will be able to disturb you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fu made a hand seal and waved his hand, an extremely profound power instantly sweeping across the entire 10,000-year-old volcano. When Yi Xiong looked back, he was astonished to find that it was as if an invisible shield had appeared at the boundary of the 10,000-year-old volcano, completely blocking the insects, birds, and beasts on the other side. "With this shield, no one else can even see you undergoing tribulation, let alone get in," Li Fu said calmly. Fang Chen immediately looked at Li Fu gratefully. His master could still be reliable from time to time. This way, no one else would know he was undergoing tribulation here. However, Fang Chen felt bitter inside. Without the help of elixirs, it was uncertain whether he could even survive. "Alright, Yi Xiong and I will go out first. If we stay here, we'll only increase the power of the tribulation lightning. Not only will we not be able to help you, we'll also implicate you." Then, Li Fu said. After speaking, he flashed away with Yi Xiong. After Li Fu left, the entire world fell into complete silence. Fang Chen, however, felt no sadness at Li Fu's departure. He understood what Li Fu meant. The tribulation lightning does not allow others to help the one undergoing tribulation. Therefore, if someone tries to forcibly stay by the side of the one undergoing tribulation, it will only increase the power of the tribulation lightning. It was right for Li Fu to leave. If he had stayed, he would have only killed him. Then, Fang Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait a minute? Does having someone near a tribulation seeker amplify the power of the lightning tribulation? Then, what about the Fire Fiend King? Just then, boom! A deafening roar. The aura of the lightning tribulation suddenly surged. Holy crap! Fang Chen's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with terror and despair. Not being able to take pills was bad enough, but what the hell was with this lightning tribulation being amplified? Truly worthy of being my disciple, the lightning tribulation actually has the strength of a void returning stage cultivator, truly impressive. At the same time, Li Fu, who was observing from the outside, immediately nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Yi Xiong's tiger-like face contorted in terror. The strength of the void returning stage? Won't Fang Chen die in there? He didn't even dare to imagine the power of a void returning stage tribulation. It won't be that bad. I already said, how weak can my chosen disciple be? Li Fu remained perfectly calm. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong's eyes widened. Your chosen disciple is indeed powerful. But even if he's powerful, you can't use a foundation establishment stage cultivator to undergo a void returning stage tribulation, can you? It's already absurd for a foundation establishment stage cultivator to undergo tribulation, let alone with inconsistent power levels. This violates the objective laws of the cultivation world. Yi Xiong wanted to retort, but looking at Li Fu's confident face, he dared not speak and could only fall silent. Finally, a sliver of doubt began to creep into Yi Xiong's heart. Is it possible, just a possibility, not a genuine belief, just a guess? Is Fang Chen's master a bit dim-wit? Just as Yi Xiong was cautiously agonizing over this, in midair, in the darkness that seemed to have been soaked in ink for a long time, suddenly a dozen fleeting auras appeared. After the auras appeared, countless gazes appeared in the sky, seemingly locked onto this place from afar, shadowy and endless. The moment those eyes appeared, Yi Xiong instantly bristled, leaping to Li Fu's feet and burying himself under the other's robes without a second thought. These auras were simply too terrifying. He couldn't withstand them. The strongest person Yi Xiong had ever seen was his own father. Years ago, he and his 107 brothers went to the summit of Holy Tiger Valley to pay homage to their father. At that moment, facing his father's tiger-like body, which was clearly only of average size, he felt as if he were facing a colossal, towering peak, tens of millions of feet high. Boundless, vast, and profound, carrying an endless, chilling aura. This was why Yi Xiong most admired, and most wanted to become, a powerhouse like his father. But now, the auras appearing in the thick black night, each emanating a sense of power, brought him the same terrifying feeling as his father. Whether these auras were righteous energy, sinister demonic flames, or boundless cunning, in short, they all made Yi Xiong feel as if he were facing his father. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xiong was terrified, hiding under Li Fu's clothes. How can there be so many powerful beings? Are they all demon saints? Yi Xiong thought in panic and fear. He had overheard some of his brothers discussing that their father was very likely a demon saint, a cultivator at the tribulation transcending realm. The aura of this group reminded him of his father. This meant that these people were very likely at least tribulation transcending cultivators. Thinking of this, Yi Xiong felt a little dizzy. He was only at the foundation establishment stage, and suddenly encountering so many tribulation transcending cultivators made him panic and fear. Li Fu watched Yi Xiong enter, curled his lip, and said indifferently, "What's there to be afraid of? Do you think they can bypass me and kill you?" Yi Xiong dared not speak. Li Fu then looked up, surveying all the surrounding auras, and calmly said, "Disperse, all of you. This is not a place you can spy on." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fu looked up, and at that moment, in the eyes of all the auras above, Li Fu's face suddenly seemed shrouded in a hazy mist, completely unfathomable. The crowd stared at Li Fu, falling silent. At this moment, a sinister aura suddenly chuckled, "Ha, we in the Eastern Realm haven't seen a tribulation descend for many years. Today, we are fortunate to meet. Since you are the protector of this fellow deist undergoing tribulation, there's no need to be so stingy. Let us observe together, giving our fellow deists more opportunities to comprehend the tribulation. How about that? The cause of today will be the effect of tomorrow. We will surely repay you in the future." The hoarse voice echoed throughout the silent sky. The surrounding people didn't speak, but clearly they all shared the same idea as the speaker. The tribulation was too difficult. This group of people had avoided tribulations for countless years, and now that they were witnessing a lightning tribulation, they naturally wanted to come and observe, trying to glean some information. Although this lightning tribulation was a bit strange, feeling only at the void returning stage, a normal tribulation at the transcending stage shouldn't be so weak. However, after much thought, they felt that perhaps Li Fu had used great power to block the lightning tribulation, which made them think it was weak. Therefore, everyone decided to stay. But Li Fu had promised Fang Chen, so naturally he wouldn't let anyone disturb him. Therefore, Li Fu decided to politely ask everyone to leave, saying calmly, "Get out." The atmosphere immediately froze. The eerie, hoarse voice suddenly turned into a forced smile. "Sir, you are far too heartless." At this moment, Li Fu suddenly locked onto a pair of black eyes among countless others, and said calmly, "I am always a reasonable person, so I saw at a glance that you are not human, and naturally I am heartless. How could you?" The black eyes instantly showed a look of terror. The next second, he no longer cared about negotiating with Li Fu and hurriedly fled the scene. Li Fu's ability to lock onto him was enough to show that Li Fu's cultivation was countless times stronger than his. If he didn't leave, Li Fu could directly kill his true form in the next second. Seeing this scene, everyone else was shocked. After taking a long, lingering look at the ancient volcano whose interior was completely unseen, they quickly dissipated. A moment later, the dark sky returned to calm. Beneath Li Fu's robes, the trembling Yi Xiong was astonished, his admiration for Li Fu reaching an unparalleled level. Fang Chen's master is too amazing. So many tribulation transcending cultivators, and he not only remained calm but also let them all leave? So awesome. Immediately afterward, Yi Xiong hurriedly apologized in his heart. "I'm sorry. Senior Li, I shouldn't have said you weren't smart. With your abilities, how could you possibly have a problem? The one with a problem, no, the one with a problem is me." At this moment, Yi Xiong no longer worried about Fang Chen's tribulation. Senior Li said he was fine, so he must be fine. Then, Yi Xiong calmly emerged from under Li Fu's robes, his tiger eyes filled with disdain as he looked at the sky. "Where are those tribulation transcending cultivators? Go ahead and chat with your tiger lord again if you dare." Just then, another aura suddenly appeared. Yi Xiong was instantly startled and hurriedly burrowed back into Li Fu's robes. But this time he failed. Li Fu stopped him. As the aura solidified, the terrified Yi Xiong realized that this aura, unlike the previous ones which were filled with immense power, was actually quite calm. Sometimes it resembled the foundation establishment stage, sometimes the golden core stage, chaotic and ever-changing. But most importantly, this aura was extremely peaceful and calming. Faced with this aura, Li Fu no longer concealed his face, simply saying calmly, "What are you doing here? Weren't you in seclusion?" Hee, tired from seclusion, I came out for a stroll, and also to see who's undergoing tribulation. I didn't expect to run into you. A refined and approachable middle-aged scholar in white robes emerged from mid-air. He had been disturbed by the lightning tribulation and naturally came out to investigate. Yanguang City was too close to the Danren sect. He couldn't allow any unstable elements to affect the Danren sect. Upon the middle-aged scholar's appearance, Yi Xiong was surprised to find a ring engraved with a crimson mountain peak on his finger. The crimson venerable ring? Yi Xiong immediately recognized it, and then a thought struck him. So, this middle-aged man is a powerful figure from the Danren sect? Thinking this, Yi Xiong couldn't help but shrink back, and instead slipped back into Li Fu's robes. He had just been about to attack Zhang Ning'ai last time, so how could he not be afraid now, facing the true powerhouse of Crimson Venerable Mountain? The middle-aged scholar appeared, landing beside Li Fu. He glanced at him, then at the ancient volcano whose interior was completely obscured. After carefully sensing it, he showed astonishment and said, "The aura of this tribulation lightning is only at the void returning stage. So, you really found a disciple?" "I found him. A person from your sect, named Fang Chen. He is qualified to enter my crimson venerable cliff," Li Fu said slowly. The middle-aged scholar silently looked at Li Fu. Is this guy still suffering from the same old brain problem? Hasn't he changed at all? Over the years, this must be the tens of thousands of new names he's used to. Fang Chen. Then, the middle-aged scholar pondered for a moment, checked the list of members of the Dan Ran sect, then shook his head and chuckled, "I don't recognize him. I checked the list of elders and seal holders, and it seems no one is named Fang Chen." The middle-aged scholar was puzzled. To be able to withstand the tribulation of the void returning stage, that means Fang Chen must at least hold a position of authority within the Dan Ran sect, but why can't he be found in the register? Could it be that the Dan Ran sect stewards are slacking off and haven't properly maintained the register? Or is it that Fang Chen has been diligently cultivating in seclusion, ignoring worldly affairs? How would I know? With my disciple's bad temper, he probably won't be able to become any elder. You should go back and investigate further. Li Fu snorted coldly when Fang Chen's temper was mentioned, then added, "But I advise you not to investigate. This guy doesn't like to talk to people, you might drive him crazy." "Ha ha ha, really? Then I'll go see. It's normal for top geniuses to have strange tempers." The middle-aged scholar laughed heartily, but in his heart he was thinking, "Nonsense." Given Li Fu's demeanor, if Fang Chen had a bad temper, then it certainly wasn't Fang Chen's problem. He guessed that Li Fu had done something outrageous again and was now blaming his disciple. Then, the middle-aged scholar made up his mind. Since his seclusion had been interrupted by the lightning tribulation, he would have Fang Chen searched high and low upon returning to his sect. Anyone who could meet Li Fu's extremely demanding cultivation standards must be an unparalleled genius, one in a million. Even if he was only at the returning void stage now, his actual combat strength was probably enough to rival that of a Deo integration stage cultivator. He had to protect such a talent. First, invite Fang Chen to the Elder Council of the Dan Ran sect, then use spirit stones and magic treasures to knock him unconscious, binding him firmly to the Dan Ran sect. By the way, where did this little tiger come from? The bloodline of the Kinkan Sacred Tiger clan, and an Emperor Grade 1 at that. Really impressive. The middle-aged scholar, having collected his thoughts, then noticed the winged ferocious and exclaimed in surprise, "An Emperor Grade bloodline? This is a top-tier bloodline in the demon realm, its potential unimaginable. With just a little careful nurturing, its future is limitless. Moreover, its meat will definitely taste delicious." He had once eaten the meat of a demon saint with an Emperor Grade bloodline, and the taste was excellent, greatly aiding his cultivation. Reporting to Senior, I am Fang Chen's pet beast, named Yi Xiong. You can just call me Little Tiger. Yi Xiong stood up on its hind legs, bowed to the middle-aged scholar, and adopted a nickname based on the scholar's earlier address, then flashed a worldly smile. It must be said that Yi Xiong had learned a lot about interpersonal relationships and high emotional intelligence during its years at the Dan Ran sect, which reduced the chances of being attacked. Hearing this, the middle-aged scholar showed a hint of regret. So it's Fang Chen's pet beast? Never mind then. I won't eat it. If only Li Fu had caught it by chance, they could have shared it on the spot. Then, the middle-aged scholar nodded with a smile, "Good, very good. Fang Chen is fortunate to have a pet beast like you with unlimited potential." Hearing this, Yi Xiong was overjoyed. Senior's attitude towards me is so good, and he's praising me so much. If the people of the Dan Ran sect found out, wouldn't I be able to walk around like a madman? Then, Yi Xiong continued, "Senior, you flatter me. I was truly impressed by Fang Chen's strength after our fierce battle. It's my blessing to have a master with such limitless potential." After Yi Xiong finished speaking, the smiling middle-aged scholar suddenly paused. "Wait, what did you say?" "Ha! What?" Yi Xiong was immediately startled. Why did this big shot suddenly change his expression? "Did I say something wrong? You said you fought Fang Chen? Where did you get the ability to fight Fang Chen?" The middle-aged scholar's brows suddenly furrowed, puzzled. Why can't I?" Yi Xiong was dumbfounded. He had at least fought Fang Chen for half a day, how could he not have the ability? The middle-aged scholar, feeling that Yi Xiong was talking back, was somewhat amused and annoyed. "Fang Chen has the cultivation of the returning to void stage, while you are only at the foundation establishment stage. How can you possibly fight Fang Chen?" "Senior, I'm innocent." Embarrassed by the middle-aged scholar's glare, Yi Xiong wet himself. He couldn't afford to lose the powerful figure he had just latched onto. He hurriedly explained, "I'm not lying. Although Fang Chen is very talented and is also at the Heavenly Deo Foundation Establishment stage, he is ultimately only at the first level of Foundation Establishment. I am at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. It's normal for me to be able to fight him. Ah, I see. I see. Hearing Yi Xiong's explanation, the middle-aged scholar suddenly understood. So Fang Chen was at the foundation establishment stage. That explains it. However, this Fang Chen was actually at the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment stage. Rare indeed. Too talented. He must nurture such a genius. No, that's not right. Wait a minute. The middle-aged scholar suddenly froze, his eyes unusually blank. What did you say? You said foundation establishment stage? Yes. Yi Xiong nodded hastily. At that moment, the middle-aged scholar felt a profound sense of foreboding. Then what's the situation with this tribulation lightning? It seems that the Fire Fiend King is entangled with Fang Chen, causing the tribulation lightning to reach the void returning stage, but seniorly said it won't affect anything. Yi Xiong answered honestly. The middle-aged scholar, what is the Fire Fiend King? What does it mean for the tribulation lightning to reach the void returning stage? At that moment, the middle-aged scholar suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his heart bleeding. I, the peerless genius of the Dan Ran sect. The next second, the refined and amiable middle-aged scholar burst into a tirade. Li Fu, are you fucking insane? Is this your disciple or your enemy? He's being entangled by the Fire Fiend King, and you're still making him undergo tribulation? Are you planning to kill him? Li Fu immediately frowned impatiently. Are you done yet? He's practicing his skills. What do you mean by killing him? I just didn't want to fight. Before he could finish speaking, a blood-curdling scream erupted from within the ancient volcano. Boom! Following it was a blindingly bright bolt of lightning that pierced the heavens and the earth. In that instant, the lightning illuminated the ancient volcano, illuminated the dark night sky, and illuminated the middle-aged scholar's stunned face. As the scream rang out, the middle-aged scholar's body slumped, his eyes glazed over as if drained of all his energy, muttering blankly, "It's over, it's all over." With the tribulation lightning striking, how could Fang Chen possibly survive? He was likely already a charred, dried-up corpse. The thought of a peerless genius with the potential to reach the great ascension stage dying before his eyes shattered the middle-aged scholar's heart. The next second, the middle-aged scholar grabbed Li Fu by the collar and roared, "You killed my sect's disciple. I'm not finished with you. Remove the formation right now. I need to save people." At the same time, Fang Chen, who should have been a charred, dried-up corpse, stood there, limbs intact, silently watching the Fire Fiend King fall from the sky like a kite with a broken string, his gaze blank. In fact, the scream the middle-aged scholar heard wasn't Fang Chen's, but the Fire Fiend King's. Just now, as Fang Chen was shocked by the increasing power of the tribulation clouds, the Fire Fiend King, who had been tormenting him, suddenly stopped and began screaming anxiously. The aura of the tribulation clouds terrified him. Seeing this, Fang Chen immediately sneered, "Scared now? I told you to leave, but you insisted on staying." The Fire Fiend King squeaked and hissed, its meaning clear, "You're so nourishing. Wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't eat you before leaving?" Fang Chen. This guy is quite shameless and self-righteous. Then, Fang Chen laughed gleefully, "Nourishing? Then eat some tribulation lightning now, that's even more nourishing." The Fire Fiend King ignored Fang Chen's mockery. After squawking and squeaking, it gathered all its power, left Fang Chen's body, and tried to escape the area shrouded by the tribulation clouds. But after breaking free from Fang Chen's body, it found it couldn't leave. No matter where they went, they were locked onto by the tribulation clouds. In the end, they could only return to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen scoffed, "You can't leave now, don't even think about running away. You and I are now considered one by the lightning tribulation. We'll die together later." Hearing this, the Fire Fiend King squeaked even more anxiously. Fang Chen continued to mock the Fire Fiend King in a language it could understand, gloating, "You've cultivated to this point with great difficulty, how pitiful." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Fire Fiend King roared angrily at Fang Chen, its expression ferocious and savage, and unleashed an unavoidable beam of fire that burned Fang Chen to death. After reviving, Fang Chen continued to mock, "Tisk tisk tisk, how pathetic." Seeing that Fang Chen was still as troublesome as before, the Fire Fiend King decided not to argue with him. Instead, it looked up at the sky, gazing at the inky black clouds for a long time. Suddenly, a fierce and ferocious look appeared on the face of the white fireworm. "What do you want to do?" Seeing this, Fang Chen was suddenly stunned. The next second, the Fire Fiend King's actions made Fang Chen's eyes widen, completely dumbfounded. After gazing at the sky for a moment, the Fire Fiend King's entire insect body suddenly transformed into a raging inferno, charging towards the sky. Fang Chen was instantly stunned by this. This guy, is he really that reckless? As the Fire Demon King fearlessly charged into the sky, the tribulation clouds mercilessly unleashed a bolt of azure lightning that illuminated the entire millennial-old volcano. Boom! The thunder roared deafeningly. Immediately afterward, the Fire Fiend King let out an extremely shrill scream and plummeted from the sky. When the Fire Fiend King hit the ground, the stunned Fang Chen finally snapped out of his daze, muttering in confusion, "Why did you provoke him? Going head-on into the lightning tribulation? You're really something. Is he someone you can handle? If you do, you'll really get struck by lightning, don't you know that?" The Fire Fiend King didn't answer Fang Chen, only continuing to emit extremely human-like, shrill screams. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I understand you're desperate and want to fight the tribulation clouds to the death, but this isn't how you fight a lightning tribulation." The Fire Fiend King howled ferociously, squeak squeak squeak. Fang Chen understood what he meant, he was being told to shut up. Fang Chen shrugged, deciding not to rub salt into the other's wounds. Meanwhile, on the dark, oppressive sky, the tribulation clouds didn't press their advantage but continued to brew, preparing to unleash a second bolt of tribulation lightning. There were a total of 9 bolts of tribulation lightning. Successfully surviving all 9 bolts meant successfully passing a complete tribulation. After being struck by one bolt, the Fire Fiend King laboriously gathered all the remaining power within its body, transforming back into its previous ferocious and monstrous form, and then soared straight into the sky once more. How can this guy be so stubborn? Fang Chen muttered to himself upon seeing this. Isn't it said that all spirits and monsters in the world are intelligent beings? Look at the winged fiend, a tiger, more cunning than a monkey, more dog-like than a dog. Flattering, opportunistic, arrogant at first and obsequious later, it's incredibly smooth. Why does this Fire Fiend King seem to have such low intelligence? The same thing happened inside Fang Chen's body. Since the opponent was so troublesome, it was clearly up to no good. Why not just leave, observe the situation secretly a few times, and then find an opportunity to devour Fang Chen, insisting on stubbornly refusing to leave? Now, facing such a terrifying tribulation, instead of quickly gathering all their strength for defense, they're charging in head-on. What a stupid move. There are many methods for transcending tribulation, but all require the one undergoing the tribulation to defend. Previously, some had tried to attack the tribulation, but attackers cannot defend themselves. When an attack fails, they are injured by the tribulation. At best, they are injured and unconscious. At worst, their soul is scattered. The fate of this Fire Fiend King's attempt to attack the tribulation is already sealed. That's why Fang Chen wondered if someone had lowered this guy's intelligence. Faced with something strange and dangerous, instead of avoiding harm, he's launching a powerful attack? Just then, boom! A deafening bolt of lightning exploded. The Fire Fiend King plummeted to the ground with another scream, its white, fiery body becoming a blur, its mouth blazing with endless resentment and malice. Watching this, Fang Chen suddenly felt a flash of inspiration, his eyes widening in shock. He understood. He got it. He knew why the Fire Fiend King was acting this way. If the Fire Fiend King weren't so intellectually challenged and had such a headstrong personality, with his void-returning stage cultivation, he could easily kill a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator 1,000,000 times over. How could he possibly have been refined by Xiao Qing, a Qi refining stage cultivator? It was precisely because the Fire Fiend King lacked intelligence that, according to the system's explanation, he was caught off guard and taken advantage of by Xiao Qing in the originally planned trajectory. Boom! While Fang Chen was pondering, the Fire Fiend King's squeaking sound rang out beside him. Snap! Before Fang Chen could even look over, everything went black, and a huge insect's maw swallowed him whole. He was killed by the Fire Fiend King again. The Fire Fiend King tried to regain its power by devouring Fang Chen, but it was useless. When Fang Chen woke up, he was speechless. Just how powerful was this Fire Fiend King? Struck by tribulation lightning twice, how could it still instantly kill him? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that it still couldn't devour Fang Chen, the Fire Fiend King cursed in anger, then roared and turned to rush back towards the sky. Under the pitch-black sky, Fang Chen watched as this fool disappeared once again in the third dazzling azure light. Boom! The azure lightning bolts were thick and pure, like a massive pillar of water crashing down from the void, breathtakingly blue, even possessing a delicate, crystalline quality. 3 bolts of lightning passed. The Fire Fiend King returned to Fang Chen's side. However, this time it was completely unconscious, its white insect body slightly charred on the outside and tender on the inside, its shell covered in black marks. Fang Chen was startled. Holy crap! In all his life, he had only ever seen flames scorch others, never flames scorched. Then, tribulation clouds began to gather in the night sky, the rumbling sounds incessant. Fang Chen took a deep breath, began to form hand seals, mobilizing all the power within his body. The power of the ancient divine body and peerless will erupted, making his body shine brightly, radiating golden light everywhere. Clusters of colorful fiery energy floated around Fang Chen, forming a flimsy protective line against the void-returning stage tribulation, following the operational path of the Myriad Fiend's Heart technique. Finally, a final burst of white fiery energy erupted from Fang Chen's body. This was all the power he could muster at this moment. Having prepared everything, Fang Chen gazed at the buzzing tribulation clouds, their oppressive force like a mountain, stinging every inch of his skin. Even though he was prepared to give everything and accept death, he couldn't help but sigh. According to his original plan, he had a 90% chance of surviving the tribulation. But due to various interferences, his 90% chance had become zero. In reality, Fang Chen's despair wasn't because he couldn't take the pills Hua Qirong had prepared for him. More importantly, he couldn't take the poison he bought at the Medicine King Pavilion. For the past 2 days, Fang Chen had been pondering whether, besides fiery energy and pills, he could prepare anything else to face the tribulation. He quickly realized something. While he couldn't be killed by the lightning tribulation, if he were severely injured by it, wouldn't it be easy to kill himself? Then he could be fully resurrected. Therefore, Fang Chen was overjoyed, finding it extremely feasible. As long as he used pills and fire elemental energy to create a powerful defensive force, preventing a single lightning strike from killing him, and ideally severely injuring him, he could immediately commit suicide in a short time, thereby recovering and facing the next lightning tribulation. However, Fang Chen quickly examined this plan and discovered a very serious problem. How could he commit suicide quickly while facing a lightning tribulation? Frankly, with the current strength of his ancient divine body, Fang Chen could kill himself. But killing himself quickly, with his current cultivation level, was very difficult for him. Even if he used his full power of the on himself, and struck him on the head twice, he could still survive for a while. Of course, Fang Chen had also considered the possibility of being severely injured and then brutally beaten with this technique. Would he die quickly? But he was wrong. When severely injured, his combat strength also decreased. Being beaten would be even more strenuous. As for the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra, that was out of the question. The Fire Fiend King's corruption was useless against him. Therefore, Fang Chen had no choice but to rely on magical treasures and poisons. And magical treasures that couldn't be used during the lightning tribulation were immediately ruled out by Fang Chen. Only poison remained. Although the poison was what killed him, it was still an external substance. He didn't know if he could take poison during the tribulation of lightning, but he knew that once the tribulation began, any pills would be ineffective. Therefore, Fang Chen believed the poison would be useless. However, Fang Chen felt this was his best method. So, after much deliberation, he devised a plan. He would use his spiritual power to envelop the poison, releasing it when he was about to die. To this end, Fang Chen tested a highly concentrated poison capable of instantly killing him. He discovered that he could indeed envelop the poison with his spiritual power. However, the poison consumed his spiritual power extremely quickly. He could only stop the instantly killing poison for a maximum of 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, he would immediately die. Therefore, Fang Chen decided he couldn't take it too soon. He felt he had to ingest the poison before the tribulation began. However, he soon faced an even more troublesome problem. He discovered that the poison in his body would be cleared by the system after he revived. He had originally planned to use 9 poison pills to withstand 9 tribulation lightning strikes, but after each revival, the remaining poison would disappear. And once he was under the tribulation lightning and revived, it was clear he could no longer use any self-rescue methods involving poison. Therefore, Fang Chen could only consider using this poison as a last-ditch effort for a single revival. Although he could only revive once with the poison, Fang Chen was still full of confidence. After all, he was only undergoing a foundation establishment stage tribulation. The power wouldn't be too outrageous. Moreover, if you really want to calculate it, he's already gained an extra life out of thin air. Surviving the tribulation lightning should be enough. But he truly didn't expect that the Fire Fiend King, that 6th brother, would completely ruin his painstakingly devised plan. Not only did he prevent him from even taking poison, but he's also now facing a tribulation lightning attack at the void returning stage. Under these circumstances, how can he revive? If he continues to smash his chest with his chi fist, he'll probably be struck dead by the tribulation lightning before he even finishes. If you have any conscience at all, then stand up and continue to block the tribulation lightning for me, Fang Chen said through gritted teeth, kicking the charred body of the Fire Fiend King. But Fang Chen knew in his heart that the Fire Fiend King had only withstood 3 tribulation lightning bolts and was already on the verge of death. Even if he were willing to stand up and block the tribulation for Fang Chen, he wouldn't be able to block much more. However, Fang Chen suddenly froze. Staring blankly at the Fire Fiend King on the ground for a few moments, a resolute look returned. He walked over, crouched down, and approached the Fire Fiend King. Then, he reached out and touched the Fire Fiend King's body. A surging power coursed through Fang Chen's entire body. Intense, scalding. It carried a terrifying aura that Fang Chen found terrifying. Fang Chen murmured, "Even if you really can't withstand 7 tribulation lightning bolts, I'll make the most of this trash. If you can block one more for me, then block one more." Although unrealistic, he still didn't want to surrender. He foolishly clung to a last shred of hope. What if? What if he survived the fourth tribulation lightning bolt, and someone with some kind of cheat code came to his rescue? Or perhaps, the tribulation cloud would find it incredibly impressive that he, a Foundation establishment cultivator, could withstand the fourth tribulation lightning strike and might voluntarily let him go? Thinking this, he reached out and grabbed the Fire Fiend King. At this moment, still clinging to a sliver of hope, he decided to activate the Myriad Fiend's Heart technique to refine the Fire Fiend King, using its power for his own purposes. If he were to get incredibly lucky and successfully refine the Fire Fiend King, wouldn't he immediately turn the tables? But the next second, Fang Chen realized how terribly wrong he had been. Even Xiao Qing, the Chosen One, had to use all his nascent soul stage trump cards to leave the Fire Fiend King barely alive, only managing to refine it successfully with the help of the powerful Venerable Xiao Ao. And now, even though the Fire Fiend King was severely injured by the tribulation lightning, a weakened camel is still bigger than a horse. How could Fang Chen possibly lay a finger on this void-returning stage power? Forget refining it, Fang Chen couldn't even withstand it. Buzz! The moment the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra activated, the overwhelming power of the void-returning stage surged into Fang Chen's body, like a runaway dump truck raging wildly. Fang Chen was instantly severely injured, coughing up blood, and blasted several kilometers away. As he flew, blood gushed from his mouth, every pore on his body squeezed out endless blood by the sudden increase in pressure, while fragments of his internal organs kept spilling out. Being blasted this far, isn't that a bit much? Fang Chen cursed, then, feeling the raging power of the Fire Fiend King within him, he helplessly closed his eyes. Damn it! He couldn't even withstand this little bit of power, dying instantly. Let alone the Fire Fiend King still having so much power left. His attempt to use the opponent to withstand the tribulation was completely impossible. This last straw was gone. Wait? Dying instantly? Death? What? Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, releasing endless light, and exclaimed with wild joy, "I'm saved! I can!" Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain struck, and Fang Chen, who had been flying into the sky, instantly exploded, torn to pieces, his flesh and blood shattered, his soul and spirit annihilated. The next second, after Fang Chen's body was crushed by the Fire Fiend King's power and he completely disappeared. Rumble! The fourth tribulation lightning, which had been brewing for a long time, fell. The tribulation lightning was as blue as a vast expanse of clear water, transparent and breathtakingly beautiful, mesmerizing. After it fell, it devoured the place where Fang Chen had just disappeared. After the fourth lightning bolt dissipated, Fang Chen's body slowly solidified. Host is about to die. The target of your death is not the Chosen One. We will restore you. We hope you cherish your life, choose the right target to kill you, and dedicate your life for the sake of all living beings. When the system's voice rang in his ears, Fang Chen found this voice, which he had heard for 2 days, suddenly exceptionally pleasant. This reborn Fang Chen was completely naked. His robes had been blasted away. As for the storage ring on his hand, it had been left behind when he disintegrated and was struck by the lightning bolt, exploding perfectly. However, the storage ring did not disappear. The lightning bolt only targeted the one undergoing tribulation, not others. Otherwise, the entire 10,000-year-old volcano would have been blasted to pieces just now. It's a bit chilly. Fang Chen felt a draft all around him, then glanced down before painfully looking away. Megalophobia is really annoying. Just looking at it makes me dizzy. Unable to retrieve his robes from his storage ring, Fang Chen rushed back to the Fire Fiend King's side. The Fire Fiend King's body was exactly the same as before. The power Fang Chen took away was negligible to it. Rumble! High in the distant sky, the tribulation clouds were brewing the fifth tribulation lightning. Fang Chen looked up at the buzzing tribulation clouds, took a deep breath, and his eyes showed tension and anticipation. Now, he had found a new way to overcome the tribulation. His chances of survival had greatly increased. But he still couldn't let his guard down. He had to time his actions perfectly to absorb the Fire Fiend King's power. After a moment of preparation, Fang Chen looked up at the sky and saw the tribulation lightning gradually gathering towards the center, forming a dark, gaping hole in the clouds. This was what the tribulation lightning was about to descend. Fang Chen, touching the Fire Fiend King, looked at the dark hole and felt a surge of tension. The next second, a strong sense of danger surged into Fang Chen's heart. Fang Chen immediately activated the Myriad Fiend's Heart technique, absorbing the Fire Fiend King's power. This time, he inhaled rapidly, attempting to make the Fire Fiend King burst him apart as quickly as possible. Boom! Fang Chen was blasted away again, flying several kilometers away. The next moment, a sparse rain of blood began to fall from the sky. Before the blood rain settled, the fifth tribulation lightning arrived. Boom! At the same time, outside the area shrouded by the lightning tribulation, the middle-aged scholar stood frozen in shock. Staring at the still rumbling lightning, he began to doubt whether his long years of cultivation had gone awry. Just now, upon learning that Fang Chen's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, and that he had been struck by lightning with an extremely piercing scream, the middle-aged scholar's heart shattered. With his sharp mind and his understanding of Li Fu, he quickly realized Fang Chen's current predicament. It was certain that after Fang Chen was entangled by the Fire Fiend King, Li Fu had gone mad, disregarding his disciple's life and allowing the lightning tribulation to descend. Under the double attack of the Fire Fiend King and the lightning tribulation, even if Fang Chen was exceptionally talented, he was doomed. Therefore, Ling Xiaoyuan originally intended to have Li Fu quickly open the formation to see if there was still a chance to save Fang Chen. However, Li Fu refused, calmly explaining to Ling Xiaoyuan that Fang Chen would be fine. Ling Xiaoyuan wouldn't listen and even berated Li Fu. After hearing this, Li Fu calmly punched Ling Xiaoyuan, sending him flying. Ling Xiaoyuan was careless and didn't dodge, successfully catching him off guard. After flying back, Ling Xiaoyuan was furious, countless magical treasures radiating light behind him, intending to suppress this unscrupulous old madman. However, upon reaching the formation, Ling Xiaoyuan suddenly realized that Fang Chen was still undergoing tribulation. At that moment, Ling Xiaoyuan was completely stunned. At this moment, Li Fu's voice came from behind the middle-aged scholar. Ling Xiaoyuan, stop being so dazed. Come sit down. I told you my disciple will be all right. Ling Xiaoyuan ignored the madman, only frowning and muttering, impossible. Why is Fang Chen still alive? How could he still be alive? A foundation establishment cultivator, tell me, how could he survive a void returning stage tribulation? Li Fu said calmly, of course, it's love. Ling Xiaoyuan, Li Fu said, my disciple, although he has a terrible temper, I must say, he is extremely passionate about cultivation. This passion for cultivation moves even me. How could a mere tribulation of lightning possibly stop his passion? The refined and easygoing Ling Xiaoyuan raised his palm and unleashed a fiery spell, get the hell out of here. Boom! After the flames subsided, Li Fu remained unharmed and continued calmly, if you don't believe me, fine. The path to immortality doesn't extend to the ignorant. Ling Xiaoyuan ignored him, turning to look at Yi Xiong, who had remained silent from the start, not daring to intervene in the fight. He frowned, thought for a moment, and then asked, I remember your name is De Xiong, right? Yi Xiong chuckled dryly and explained, as senior, my name is Yi Xiong. That's not important. I have a question for you. Yi Xiong nodded sensibly, please ask. Were you lying to me just now? Could this Fang Chen not be a foundation establishment cultivator? Ling Xiaoyuan asked. The winged beast immediately shuddered, straightening up in fright, revealing its gleaming belly. It raised a tiger paw and solemnly declared, Senior, if you don't believe me, I guarantee it with the life of my dearest ninth brother. Every word I've spoken is true. If Fang Chen weren't at the foundation establishment stage, my ninth brother would surely be struck by lightning, suffer a terrible death, be eternally damned, subjected to the cruel torture of being sliced into 1,000 pieces and burned alive, never to rise again. Ling Xiaoyuan stopped the winged beast, shouting, enough. I believe you. The winged beast reluctantly fell silent. Then, Ling Xiaoyuan remembered something he had just overlooked and asked, by the way, did you just tell me that the Fire Fiend King was inside Fang Chen's body? Yes. Ling Xiaoyuan hesitated, this Fire Fiend King you're talking about, is it at the void returning stage? Senior, I've never seen someone at the void returning stage, and I don't know if it is or not. However, I've heard that newly born Fire Fiend Kings all have this cultivation level. Wing Fierce answered honestly. Ling Xiaoyuan muttered, that's impossible. A void returning stage cultivator entering his body, how could he have survived until the tribulation? Shouldn't he have been killed long ago? In truth, even without Yi Xiong's explanation, he knew that the Fire Fiend King was at least at the void returning stage. That's why he found it hard to believe. If that's the case, shouldn't Fang Chen, who was possessed by the Fire Fiend King, have died long ago? How could he possibly be alive to face the tribulation lightning? Yi Xiong hurriedly said, Senior, Fang Chen is dead. Ah! Ling Xiaoyuan's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he immediately pointed to the tribulation lightning behind him, asking, then tell me who is undergoing tribulation now. Yi Xiong chuckled dryly, but he doesn't seem completely dead. What do you mean? Ling Xiaoyuan frowned. It's not a matter of whether he's dead or not, he's the kind of person who's very rare. Yi Xiong was at a loss for words, saying with distress, it's just that my beast slave mark is telling me that Fang Chen is dead, but he immediately comes back to life. Senior, do you understand? You mean, in your perception, he's constantly resurrecting? Ling Xiaoyuan asked doubtfully. That's right. Yi Xiong nodded quickly. How many times has he resurrected? Ling Xiaoyuan asked. Yi Xiong thought seriously for a moment, very quickly, maybe every 3 to 5 breaths, he resurrects once. Ling Xiaoyuan, could this Yi Xiong be a madman like Li Fu? Then, Ling Xiaoyuan laughed, absurd. That's impossible. No matter how strong the physique, it's impossible to achieve this. If he could really do this, wouldn't he be able to keep resurrecting while undergoing tribulation inside? Yi Xiong was stunned for a moment, then remembered and muttered, possibly. I felt a little dizzy from the beginning, especially when we heard the tribulation lightning strike. I felt like I was going to die, but I quickly felt better. This is very likely because Fang Chen is going through another near-death experience. Ling Xiaoyuan couldn't stand it anymore and angrily turned and left. As Ling Xiaoyuan turned to leave, suddenly, the dark tribulation clouds that had shrouded the 10,000-year-old volcano froze, then slowly began to dissipate. The tribulation was over. Under the tribulation clouds, Fang Chen watched the slowly dissipating tribulation lightning. Even though his body was still intact, unharmed, and his aura was complete, his face was filled with lingering fear. Just now, facing the fifth lightning bolt, Fang Chen used the same method to dodge it. But the sixth lightning bolt suddenly accelerated in its formation. Before Fang Chen could be repelled while absorbing power, the lightning struck. Fortunately, due to his low cultivation level, he died quickly and escaped the tribulation. Unfortunately, because he wasn't repelled, the Fire Fiend King, who remained in place, was struck by the lightning, instantly losing a large portion of his power. When Fang Chen revived, the Fire Fiend King, struck by lightning, was already dead, only his body remaining. Seeing this, Fang Chen almost wet himself in fear. If the Fire Fiend King was gone, he wouldn't be able to survive this tribulation. Therefore, for the next few lightning bolts, Fang Chen almost immediately flew with all his might to the Fire Fiend King's remains after reviving, absorbing power. After repeating the process, and having absorbed almost all the power from the Fire Fiend King's corpse, he finally survived this tribulation. Although the process was a bit absurd, I finally got through it. Fang Chen looked at the slowly dissipating tribulation lightning in the sky and let out a long breath. Then, Fang Chen remembered something and hurriedly sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate that ancient divine body technique to absorb the tribulation power between heaven and earth. According to that ancient divine body technique, to cultivate a true, ancient divine body, one not only needs to consume spiritual pills refined through tempering one's own physical body, but also needs to absorb tribulation power. Cultivators who want to become immortals need to absorb tribulation power. And body cultivators who want to achieve physical immortality do the same. After sitting cross-legged, Fang Chen activated that ancient divine body technique, frantically absorbing the tribulation power. The tribulation power entering his body wasn't as gentle as spiritual energy, nor as hot as primordial energy. Instead, it carried a bone-chilling cold. Tribulation power was the power of punishment, the power to erase everything, born solely for destruction. It was violent, restless, and carried a will to annihilate everything. As the tribulation power entered his body, sweat instantly beaded on Fang Chen's forehead, his face contorted in agony. Absorbing tribulation power was also an extremely difficult process. After all, tribulation power didn't appear for cultivators to absorb. It was there to destroy cultivators. How could it possibly be something Fang Chen could absorb comfortably? Furthermore, without the ancient divine body technique, Fang Chen would have had no chance of absorbing tribulation power and making it his own. Although letting the tribulation power enter his body was extremely painful and uncomfortable, Fang Chen's previous training cutting off his own hand made this pain a minor matter. The tribulation power, through the ancient divine body technique, rapidly circulated through his body, eventually disappearing into Fang Chen's flesh and bones. A moment later, Fang Chen opened his eyes, let out a deep sigh, and inwardly wanted to hurl 1,000 curses. In his perception, the tribulation power in the world was still abundant and incredibly dense. However, he could no longer absorb it. His body was already completely saturated with tribulation power. He tried to absorb a few times, but felt a tearing sensation as if he were about to burst. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. Fang Chen knew why so much tribulation power remained from this lightning tribulation. According to the ancient divine body's cultivation method, under normal circumstances, after the foundation establishment stage's tribulation lightning strikes through 9 strikes, very little tribulation power remains. A foundation establishment cultivator is lucky to absorb even a small amount, let alone be filled with it. However, Fang Chen's situation was abnormal. This was because he was facing a void returning stage tribulation lightning. Therefore, the tribulation power was so concentrated that he couldn't absorb it all, forcing him to waste a huge amount. Watching so much tribulation power disappear into the air without being absorbed, Fang Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! He had endured such a miserable and painful tribulation, only to watch the tribulation power dissipate in the end. It was truly infuriating. Finally, after the tribulation power helplessly dissipated, Fang Chen tried to calm himself down. Forget it, don't worry too much. If I didn't absorb the remaining tribulation power, so be it. As long as I'm alive, that's enough. After all, some people die directly from tribulation lightning. Fang Chen said this while looking at the Fire Fiend King. The Fire Fiend King, having endured the bombardment of several tribulation lightning bolts, was now gone. Moreover, due to his reckless absorption of power earlier, only a sliver of the Fire Fiend King's fiendish energy remained on its corpse. That meager amount of power was roughly equivalent to only one of his own. Wait, equivalent to me? Fang Chen suddenly paused, then his gaze changed, muttering to himself, oh dear, if it's roughly equivalent to me, won't it dissipate very quickly? Wouldn't it be a waste to let this power dissipate? Then, perhaps I should grit my teeth and accept it. As he spoke, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, placing his palms on the Fire Fiend King's illusory body. The Fire Fiend King's power is now roughly the same as his own, which means it's very suitable for him to absorb. Although this thing was originally intended for Xiao Qing, how could he, as the senior brother, give his junior brother a stale Fire Fiend King? He'll get a few fresh ones for Xiao Qing later. As for this one, Fang Chen felt he didn't mind a corpse. He might as well grit his teeth and use it himself. Thinking this, Fang Chen activated his Myriad Fiend's Heart technique, and a terrifying suction force immediately surged through his meridians. All the remaining fiendish power of the Fire Fiend King rushed into Fang Chen's body. Impacted by this force, Fang Chen's meridians and dantians swelled almost instantly, causing a sharp pain. But Fang Chen, having been transformed by the tribulation power, felt no pain at all. Once the Fire Fiend King successfully entered his body, Fang Chen's aura immediately began to rise steadily. However, it wasn't Fang Chen's cultivation level that was increasing his strength. Even with the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra running, Fang Chen could barely obtain a single drop of spiritual energy from the Fire Fiend King. What was increasing his strength was the cultivation level of the Fire Fiend King within Fang Chen's body. It was advancing to a higher rank. The Fire Fiend King, at the void returning stage, had been reduced to a mere sliver of power by the lightning tribulation. This made Fang Chen's absorption much easier. The Fire Fiend King that the system had previously given Fang Chen was not powerful because it originated from the Fire Fiend King absorbed by Xiao Qing. Now, with the blessing of the true Fire Fiend King, his power instantly increased at a rocket-like speed, successfully reaching the power of a second-grade foundation establishment stage cultivator. Fang Chen now possessed a terrifying level of power solely from the Fire Fiend King. As expected of the Fire Fiend King, an ordinary Fire Fiend wouldn't have been able to continue increasing its power. After completely absorbing the Fire Fiend King, Fang Chen opened his eyes with a smile. The Fire Fiend King is more precious than other Fire Fiends not only because of its superior attack power, but more importantly, because it has the potential to grow. Other Fire Fiends, once absorbed, retain only the amount of power they possess for their entire lives. But the Fire Fiend King is different. It can continuously grow. Once Fang Chen cultivates the Fire Fiend King within him to the void returning stage, he can master the divine ability Fire Fiend Tide, commanding countless Fire Fiends. Subsequently, Fang Chen directed the Fire Fiend King within him to devour the remaining Fire Fiends. Originally, he intended to use these ordinary Fire Fiends as disposable items to withstand the lightning tribulation. However, since he survived the tribulation by exploiting a system bug, these Fire Fiends were naturally useless. To avoid waste, he naturally devoured them all to strengthen the Fire Fiend King. However, the cost-effectiveness is a bit low. Seeing that the Fire Fiend King within him had only slightly increased its cultivation after consuming a pile of ordinary Fire Fiends possessing the power of Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, Fang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This was also why Fang Chen hadn't let the Fire Fiend King consume ordinary Fire Fiends before resisting the tribulation, instead opting to use ordinary Fire Fiends directly to withstand it. Letting the Fire Fiend King consume ordinary Fire Fiends would result in a significant waste of power. Using ordinary Fire Fiends directly to resist the tribulation was the most cost-effective approach. In reality, in the early stages, consuming the Fire Fiend King is extremely inefficient. Take Xiao Qing, for example. According to the normal script, he would be the one to consume this Fire Fiend King now. To consume the Fire Fiend King, he would need to pay an extremely heavy price, such as talismans, pills, etc., and would even lose half his life to complete it. And after succeeding, the trace of the Fire Fiend King's power he would possess would only be around the Qi refining stage. However, if Xiao Qing used all these resources to devour ordinary fire demons in the Qi refining stage, he could devour far more. And at the same level, a dozen or so ordinary fire demons would definitely be stronger than a single Fire Demon King. However, these dozen or so ordinary fire demons were completely inferior to a Fire Demon King in terms of quality and potential. They could only be strong for a short time, unlike a Fire Demon King, which could grow stronger over time. Otherwise, so many cultivators wouldn't be so eager to possess a Fire Demon King. After absorbing the Fire Fiend King's power, Fang Chen clenched his fist. A pale white flame ignited on his fist, interspersed with flashes of azure lightning. The azure lightning carried a terrifying power. This is tribulation power. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This punch, containing tribulation lightning and Fire Fiend power, was now his strongest attack. Fang Chen withdrew all his power and began to examine his body internally. Within his danchan, besides the golden heavenly Deo foundation, Azure Deo foundation was slowly taking shape. A muffled rumble of lightning faintly emanated from this Deo foundation, containing an aura of destruction, savagery, and ferocity. However, aside from the savagery, in Fang Chen's eyes, this Deo foundation was extremely beautiful. Words failed him, he could only exclaim, "This Deo foundation is simply too beautiful." This foundation, crystal clear and flawless, shimmered with a deep blue light like a transparent, clear ocean encircled within, profound and pure, like the most perfect and exquisite work of art. Fang Chen knew that this was the foundation of the ancient divine body he had successfully forged after undergoing the tribulation of lightning. Normal body cultivators do not possess a foundation. However, the ancient divine body is different. He stole the secrets of heaven, using the power of tribulation to condense his foundation. With this foundation, Fang Chen could finally officially embark on the path of cultivating the ancient divine body. After this, barring any unforeseen events like today, I can definitely level up and overcome the tribulation quickly by utilizing the system's recovery speed and bugs. Fang Chen clenched his fist, his heart filled with excitement. Then, 2 days to Golden Core, 5 days to Nascent Soul, 10 days to Deity Transformation, next month I'll ascend, treat the entire sect to a feast, and reach the pinnacle of life. Excellent! The future is bright. After giving himself a hearty pep talk, Fang Chen began to ponder another matter. His current cultivation level can be concisely summarized as Heavenly Deo Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Fire Fiend King Foundation Establishment Stage 2, Ancient Divine Body Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Under these circumstances, Fang Chen began to worry about one thing. His cultivation level far surpassed Xiao Qing's. Moreover, Xiao Qing, due to the tribulation, unfortunately lost his Fire Fiend King cultivation, falling far behind him. If a fight broke out, he could take Xiao Qing down with a single punch. If that's the case, is it possible that the system might reclaim his cultivation to help Xiao Qing defeat him? Actually, Fang Chen had this worry since the very beginning of cultivating the ancient divine body. Back then, he worried that cultivating the ancient divine body would cause the system to restrict him. However, the system didn't react, so Fang Chen ignored it for the time being. Now, seeing his cultivation reach this level, he couldn't help but worry. System, my cultivation has surpassed Xiao Qing's now. If he can't beat me in a life or death battle, you won't reclaim my cultivation, will you? Fang Chen asked. Ding! The system replied, Host, you're great. Your concern about not being able to sacrifice your life to help the Chosen One is something the system greatly appreciates. Please keep up the good work. Fang Chen. The system explained, but please rest assured, Host, even if the Chosen One Xiao Qing cannot defeat you, the system will not take back your cultivation. Because the system is merely a perfect tool to assist you in completing your mission and fulfilling its duties, it is not your master. I have no right to strip you of your cultivation. Fang Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. It won't take back my cultivation? Great. It's settled. The system added, but there's one principle I hope you understand. What principle? Fang Chen asked. The system began chanting, failure to sacrifice your life for the Chosen One signifies mission failure, and the utter loss of your life's value. This is something both you and the system need to reflect upon. The meaning of life lies in realizing one's ultimate value. If the host is only fixated on temporary victory or defeat, one cannot see a broader world. From the moment of birth, one should aspire to become a brilliant and dazzling sunrise, brief yet magnificent. Living a life of mere survival, seemingly long, is merely a path to the destruction of one's life's value. At this moment, Fang Chen had already begun doing other things. He hadn't listened to the system's first sentence. Who in their right mind listens to this nonsense? After negotiating with the system, Fang Chen had concluded that surpassing Xiao Qing's cultivation was not a problem, and there would be no situation where his cultivation was revoked or restricted. However, surpassing Xiao Qing in apparent strength did not mean that Fang Chen could actually kill Xiao Qing. His trump cards for survival probably outnumber the number of times I've died these past 2 days. To live a long and peaceful life, I still need to remain good brothers with Xiao Qing. As Fang Chen formulated his strategy, the tribulation clouds completely dissipated. The sky returned to its former clarity, it was sunrise. The stars and moon had disappeared, and the distant clouds gradually shone like warm yellow silk. The golden sun rose in the east, its radiance spreading across the entire ancient volcano. Bathed in the morning glow, Fang Chen searched his surroundings, gathering all his storage rings and those of the 8 nascent soul stage cultivators together. Then, he looked up, admiring the sunrise, and leisurely took out his robes and put them on. Since it was sunrise, it was time for his chickens to go back to their coop. After Fang Chen was dressed, Fang Chen, a voice came from afar. Fang Chen turned around and saw Yi Xiong running towards him. Behind Yi Xiong were 2 people. One of them, with a satisfied expression, was Li Fu. The other man, dressed in white robes, looked like a scholar. With a refined air, Fang Chen didn't recognize him. However, Fang Chen recognized the crimson venerable ring on the scholar's hand. Upon seeing the man, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a thought flashed through his mind, a big shot from the Danran sect. Fang Chen pulled back the running winged fiend, ruffled its tiger head, and bowed, saying, "Master." "Senior. No need for formalities." Li Fu nodded slightly. "Not bad. You haven't disappointed your master's expectations, you survived the tribulation on your own." Fang Chen offered a flattering remark, "It's all thanks to master's excellent teaching." This scene made Ling Xiaoyuan heartbroken. Faced with this crazy master who was always causing trouble, Fang Chen was actually so sensible. Damn it! Why isn't this disciple mine? Transcending the tribulation is so simple. I didn't teach you, and I don't need to. Li Fu didn't take credit for Fang Chen's efforts, saying calmly, "I merely imprinted a mark on your soul. As long as you fail the tribulation, I will find you and continue to guide your cultivation, helping you awaken your current memories." Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. His master had secretly done such a thing. Even if he failed the tribulation, Li Fu still intended to continue teaching him cultivation? Fang Chen's heart warmed, filled with gratitude. Then, Li Fu added, "However, if you cannot regenerate your limbs, I will not teach you cultivation, I will send you into reincarnation prematurely." Fang Chen, "Master, if there's a next life, please don't look for me." "Enough, shut up." At this moment, Ling Xiaoyuan couldn't stand it anymore. He interrupted Li Fu, then stepped forward and smiled slightly at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I am your master's close friend. My name is Ling Xiaoyuan, and I am one of the current founders of the Danran sect. It's a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils immediately dilated. The founder of the Danran sect. This Ling Xiaoyuan is actually such a powerful figure? According to rumors, the founders of the Danran sect are all peerless geniuses who are renowned throughout the land and have astonished an entire era. Fang Chen bowed and said, "Greetings, Founder Ling. This disciple, Fang Chen, is honored to meet you. No need for such formalities. Your master and I have been close friends for many years. You don't need to be so reserved. Just consider me your senior uncle." Ling Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. Fang Chen said, "Yes." At the same time, a realization dawned on him. Previously, Fang Chen had wondered if the Danran sect's vigilance was too poor. They actually allowed a powerful madman like Li Fu to stay in Ruyu Valley for so long. Now, he realized that the ancestor had been backing them up all along. Alright, the tribulation has just ended. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go back first. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. "Let's go." Li Fu said indifferently, "Since you've taken care of it, I won't bother." Ling Xiaoyuan glanced at him, waved his hand speechlessly, and Fang Chen's vision blurred. The next second, he found himself back in a deserted pavilion by Yingguang Lake. Hiss! Fang Chen couldn't help but gasp. The ancestors' methods are truly amazing. "I'll take you back first. Where do you live?" After returning, Ling Xiaoyuan first looked at Yi Xiong. He wanted to talk to Fang Chen alone. Yi Xiong understood and immediately said, "Grandmaster, no need to trouble yourself. I live on the mountain, I can run up myself." "Alright, go ahead." Ling Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. Yi Xiong turned and dashed up the mountain. "Alright, let's talk." Ling Xiaoyuan pointed to a chair in the pavilion, gesturing for Fang Chen to sit down, and said with a smile. Fang Chen then sat down. After sitting down, Fang Chen felt something was off, and then realized that Li Fu was not there. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help asking, Grandmaster Ling, where is my master?" "Oh, I left him there. I was too lazy to bother with him." Ling Xiaoyuan calmly took out a tea set, a hint of satisfaction on his lips. "Also, I locked that space. If he wants to come back, he either needs an hour to get out of the 10,000-year-old volcano, or an hour to break my formation." Fang Chen was stunned. Is this the true value of a close friend? Haha, don't look at me like that. I don't like to torment him, it's just that he almost killed you in the tribulation, and nearly caused my Danran sect to lose a prodigy. I'm just getting a little revenge. Ling Xiaoyuan laughed, then added, "You know how unreliable your master is, right?" Fang Chen managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Yeah, he's definitely not like a normal cultivator." "Ha ha ha." Ling Xiaoyuan smiled, "You certainly know how to give your master face." Fang Chen didn't respond to this, giving a dry laugh and remaining silent. He wasn't sure about Ling Xiaoyuan's temperament. What if the other seemed easygoing but was actually irritable? What if he said something inappropriate and angered him? Perhaps he should just be a quiet, handsome guy for now. Then, Ling Xiaoyuan said, "Your beast pet mentioned to me that you were being attacked by the fire fiend king within your body, and that your cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage, yet you survived the tribulation of the void returning stage. That's something I'm very curious about." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned, then his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the other party captured him just to force him to reveal his secrets? If so, wouldn't he be taken away to be dissected and studied later? But Ling Xiaoyuan smiled. Don't be so nervous, you are a disciple of my sect. I won't do anything to you. I'm just simply curious, but if you don't want to tell me, I naturally won't force you. Every peerless genius has their own unspeakable secrets. You can keep them. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, yes. Then, Ling Xiaoyuan added, the reason I've left you here alone is mainly because I want to win you over. Win me over. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was taken aback. This was the first time he'd heard someone start so bluntly. Generally speaking, when superiors try to win over subordinates, aren't they usually doing so through subtle hints? Being so blunt isn't quite in line with the venerable master's refined style. Yes, you're a disciple of my sect. I want you to feel a stronger sense of belonging to the Dan Ran sect, so naturally I need to win you over. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled sincerely. After all, verbal words of concern are definitely not as effective as real money in winning hearts. Fang Chen almost burst into tears. Grandmaster Ling, your insight is truly profound. Tell me what you want. Ling Xiaoyuan said, also, it was I who caused Li Fu to stay in Ruyu Valley and go mad every day. In a sense, you becoming his disciple and suffering his torment is also my responsibility. For this, I also want to apologize to you. Fang Chen was deeply moved, then said seriously, Grandmaster, this has nothing to do with you. I don't accept your apology, but I accept your compensation. Ling Xiaoyuan was both amused and exasperated. Fine. This kid. Just from the first half of his sentence, I thought he didn't want anything. I almost threw out my back. This is the apology and gift I prepared for you. Ling Xiaoyuan took out a stone and placed it in front of Fang Chen. What is this? Staring at the pale white, square stone, Fang Chen was taken aback. On it emanated an aura that Fang Chen found extremely familiar, one that stirred his heart. Ling Xiaoyuan pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, this is a stone from the Enlightenment Cliff. You can call it the Enlightenment Immortal Stone. What? Upon hearing the familiar name, Fang Chen's eyes widened immediately. Enlightenment Cliff? Does it really exist? Of course it does. Otherwise, do you think your master was just spouting nonsense? Ling Xiaoyuan said, half laughing, half crying. Fang Chen replied without hesitation, yes, that's what I think too. Ha ha. Ling Xiaoyuan laughed, then said, Enlightenment Cliff does indeed exist. That's where your master comprehended the ancient divine body, and the stones of Enlightenment Cliff are indeed treasures of heaven and earth. However, this has nothing to do with that so-called Heaven and Earth Longevity Cliff or Crimson Venerable Cliff in Yingguang Lake Mountain. At this point, Ling Xiaoyuan became somewhat melancholy. Back then, when he first gave me a stone from that little broken cliff, saying it was from Enlightenment Cliff, I was excited for a while. Later, after intermittently meditating on it for over a year, I realized I'd been deceived. Hearing this, Fang Chen controlled his facial expression. Although Ling Xiaoyuan had a good temper and laughing out loud might be fine, he ultimately didn't dare to try it. Alright, let's continue. Ling Xiaoyuan said, shaking off his melancholy. Fang Chen quickly changed the subject, asking, what's the use of this stone? It's crucial for your cultivation of your ancient divine body, but not now. Keep it safe for now. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled. Yes. Fang Chen hurriedly put the enlightenment stone into his storage ring, thinking to himself, damn it. Master didn't tell him about this. What if he needs the enlightenment stone and goes to Li Fu for it, only to have Li Fu pull out a handful of ordinary stones? He might actually faint from anger on the spot. Also, if you ever encounter a life or death crisis that requires your master's help, don't call him. He'll only cause you trouble. Ling Xiaoyuan said, just call me. He was still shaken by what had happened today. From now on, he would protect Fang Chen's life. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was first taken aback, then his expression brightened with joy, and he readily agreed, yes, thank you, Ancestor Ling. He was deeply moved, almost to the point of tears. His ancestor was truly considerate. If it had been Ling Xiaoyuan who had come to help him through his tribulation a couple of days ago, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. He could have experienced the feeling of undergoing a lightning tribulation himself, accumulating experience for the next one. Why did he have to risk everything naked and exploit a bug? Then, Ancestor, how should I address you? Can I just use your real name, like I call my master? Fang Chen asked. No. Ling Xiaoyuan shook his head. You should call me by my immortal title. Immortal title? Fang Chen was stunned upon hearing this. What is this? Is this another alias of the powerful figure? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoyuan pondered for a moment before slowly saying, a celestial title is a preparation for Mahayana cultivators to ascend to immortality. This matter is too far removed from you, a little understanding is enough. You only need to understand that from now on, when you call me by my celestial title, I will sense you. My celestial title is Forget Life. Mahayana cultivators call me the Forget Life Immortal Venerable, but immortal venerable is merely a title used by mortals indulging in fanaticism. Just call me Forget Life. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a steel imprint had been driven into Fang Chen's mind. Instantly, the memory of the two words Forget Life became exceptionally clear. From this moment on, the Forget Life in his mind seemed to have an eternally added layer of meaning. Ling Xiaoyuan. After realizing this, Fang Chen's face showed surprise. What a powerful method. Indeed, Mahayana cultivators with sound minds are not to be underestimated. As for that person with the abnormal mind, he was even more troublesome. Yes, ancestor, I understand. Fang Chen spoke with respect and gratitude. Then he asked, Ancestor, I have another question. Why doesn't my master have an immortal title, but instead tells me to call him by his given name? His immortal title was originally Void Nirvana, but due to some unspeakable events, he lost it. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. You might not be able to understand this explanation. Wait until your cultivation level is higher, and I will explain the whole story to you. Fang Chen immediately nodded. Thank you, ancestor. It must be said that although he had only known Ling Xiaoyuan for less than an incense stick's time, he already had a very good impression of him. He knew that preparing treasures for upgrading juniors wouldn't cause a lot of problems, and he wouldn't criticize juniors for having bad tempers. Then, Fang Chen couldn't help but ask, Ancestor, may I ask a question? Go ahead. Ling Xiaoyuan nodded. Fang Chen tentatively asked, Are you always this generous to people you meet for the first time? Ling Xiaoyuan chuckled, exasperated. You're beating around the bush, aren't you just trying to say I'm easily trusting? Fang Chen silently admitted it. He thought Ling Xiaoyuan was too straightforward. He handed over all his treasures on their first meeting. Even now, he still suspected Ling Xiaoyuan might be plotting something against him. People like that usually don't end up being good people. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled and said, It's actually very simple. Because Li Fu is my close friend, and you are his disciple, it's only right that I treat you well. Fang Chen was taken aback. Just that simple? On another note, if I discover later that you have questionable character, well, I've cultivated for thousands of years, and I've never seen anyone I couldn't suppress. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled gently, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable confidence. This confidence stemmed from his strength. Fang Chen was instantly awestruck by his composure, filled with admiration, and couldn't help but ask, Then, Master, did you suppress him? Ling Xiaoyuan's calm face froze instantly. After a long silence in the pavilion by Yingguang Lake, Ling Xiaoyuan raised his teacup and said calmly, I'll send someone to help you leave the section. Fang Chen immediately cried out, Master, please don't. A moment later. When do you plan to enter the inner sect? I'll have someone take you to visit Crimson Venerable Mountain. Ling Xiaoyuan asked. It should be soon. I have a life or death battle with a junior brother named Xiao Qing. After that, I'll enter the inner sect. Fang Chen said. Ling Xiaoyuan exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Qing? Ha! Isn't that my Wanner's childhood sweetheart? Why are you fighting to the death? Fang Chen was taken aback, but his focus was on something else. He asked, My Wanner? Are you related to Junior's sister Ling? Ling Xiaoyuan immediately chuckled, Of course we're related. My surname is Ling, and hers is Ling too. Don't you think we're related? Fang Chen was surprised. So, you're Wanners. At this point, Fang Chen froze, then began to seriously ponder, calculating with his fingers. Ling Xiaoyuan must be at least several thousand years old, right? Wouldn't that make him Ling Wanner's great-great-great-great-great-grandfather? Ling Xiaoyuan replied with a smile, I'm her father. Fang Chen, why aren't you saying anything? Is there a problem? Ling Xiaoyuan immediately became displeased. Why was this kid silent? No, well, Wanner is only 12 or 13 years old this year, you. Fang Chen hesitated, too embarrassed to say the phrase an old clam giving birth to a pearl. Ling Xiaoyuan was a shrewd man. He immediately saw through Fang Chen's subtext and became even more displeased. Are you still thinking of leaving the sect? Fang Chen immediately said seriously, late marriage and late childbirth are indeed things that cultivators like us should emulate. Our sect should strongly encourage all cultivators to have children after reaching the Mahayana stage. Get out! Ling Xiaoyuan cursed, your words are so sarcastic, you're even more infuriating than master. Fang Chen hurriedly said, every word I spoke came from the bottom of my heart. Stop! Enough! Ling Xiaoyuan glared at Fang Chen, then continued, great ascension cultivators rarely have children. Before, I was busy cultivating and couldn't produce offspring. After reaching the great ascension stage, it became even more difficult. A dozen years ago, on a whim, my wife and I went on a mortal journey, and only by chance did we have Wanner. So that's how it is. Fang Chen suddenly understood. When my wife and I were on our mortal journey, the Xiao family was our neighbor. Wanner and Xiao Qing were childhood sweethearts. I practically watched Xiao Qing grow up. I don't know what grudge you have against Xiao Qing, but it would be best if you could resolve it, otherwise, I'll be caught in the middle and it will be very difficult. Ling Xiaoyuan said. Hearing this, Fang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. The original owner really knew how to court death. Damn it. Xiao Qing not only has the carefree venerable one, but he also has a powerful figure hidden behind him. This chosen one's trump card is indeed incredibly strong. Following this, Fang Chen hurriedly said, Ancestor Ling, rest assured, my matter with Xiao Qing has already been resolved. If you don't believe me, ask Wanner. Ling Xiaoyuan nodded slightly upon hearing this. He would know whether Fang Chen's words were true or false with a simple question. Fang Chen tentatively looked at Ling Xiaoyuan and asked, Ancestor, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled gently and said, You've already said it, so just finish what you were saying. He. Fang Chen grinned mischievously, since you've watched Xiao Qing grow up since he was a child, didn't you notice anything wrong with his talent? With the carefree venerable one possessing him, he didn't believe Ling Xiaoyuan wouldn't see any problems. Ling Xiaoyuan was taken aback, immediately looking at Fang Chen. How did you figure that out? Fang Chen readily shifted the blame to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing and I have an excellent relationship, she told me herself. Xiao Qing knows? Then it seems that person has already woken up. Ling Xiaoyuan gently stroked the stone table, then suddenly realized something, and said incredulously, Wait, Xiao Qing told you such a secret? Your relationship is so good that you'd even fight to the death? You too, did you go to the arena to win Wanner's heart? I didn't expect my Wanner to be so popular. Truly, a daughter is like a father. Fang Chen, I didn't expect you, Ling Xiaoyuan, to be such a trusting man. So shameless. Ha ha ha, alright, don't look at me like that. Ling Xiaoyuan laughed heartily, then said, Alright, I'm leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiaoyuan disappeared. Fang Chen didn't even have time to say goodbye. Clearly, having learned of Fang Chen's timing in entering the inner sect, the other party no longer wanted to chat with a disciple as lacking in emotional intelligence as Fang Chen and chose to leave quickly. He left so fast. Fang Chen watched Ling Xiaoyuan disappear into thin air, feeling a pang of regret. He wanted to ask Ling Xiaoyuan if Ling Wanner knew his cultivation was so formidable. Unfortunately, should I call him back and ask? Fang Chen muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. Just then, a distant voice echoed in Fang Chen's ears, Elder Lin is free at Yingguan Lake Mountain. Should I have him come and help you withdraw from the sect? I was wrong. Fang Chen instantly deflated. Afterwards, Fang Chen was about to leave Yingguan Lake and return to his own stronghold. But just then, he suddenly felt his communication jade slip move. Who's calling me? Fang Chen curiously opened the communication jade slip. It turned out to be the Fang family. Fang Chen froze instantly, then hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy. He heard a furious roar echo from within, Where are you? Get back here right now. If you don't return in 3 days, I'll kill you, you arrogant beast pet. Following this, the winged beast's scream rang out, Ah! Hearing this, Fang Chen was immediately dumbfounded, a profound and involuntary fear welling up within him. This fear didn't stem from the anger expressed in those words, but from the depths of Fang Chen's memory. That voice belonged to Fang Chen's father, the head of the Fang family, Fang Juding. This visceral fear was the original owner's fear of Fang Juding. This is my father? Why did he come so suddenly? Fang Chen was caught off guard, unprepared. Father and son were complete strangers. This sudden encounter was very abrupt. Normally, Fang Chen might have carefully reviewed his memories of Fang Juding to avoid giving himself away. But considering Fang Juding's words, it was clear that Yi Xiong had done something to him and was now under his control. Thinking of this, Fang Chen immediately became apprehensive. He could practically picture Fang Juding's strength. He could easily beat Yi Xiong to a pulp. Perhaps Yi Xiong had even forfeited what he ate in Yanguang City a few days ago. Thinking of Yi Xiong's pitiful state, Fang Chen hurriedly returned to his lair. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's residence. A tall, imposing middle-aged man, dressed in brocade robes and bearing a striking resemblance to Fang Chen, sat in the hall alongside a beautiful, gentle woman in elegant attire, her belly slightly protruding. They were Fang Chen's parents, Fang Juding and Wen Xiu. At this moment, Wen Xiu's face was filled with worry and a hint of guilt. The middle-aged man, however, had a livid face. Staring at the winged beast bound like a dumpling before him, he coldly demanded, Speak. What exactly did you do for Fang Chen? The winged beast, its white flesh ripped and wrinkled from the bindings, cried out, Uncle, I was wrong. I truly didn't know you were the master's esteemed father, which is why I spoke to you so loudly. I know I was wrong now. Please let me down, okay? No way. Fang Juding glared coldly at Yi Xiong. Wait until he gets back. Yi Xiong immediately looked miserable and dared not speak. Just a moment ago, while Fang Chen was talking with Ling Xiaoyuan, Yi Xiong skipped happily back to the mansion halfway up the mountain. He hadn't been lying down for long when he heard a loud crash coming from the gate. Then, a furious roar followed. Fang Chen, come out. Nobody here? Come out now. A moment later. The roar lost all patience. You beast, get out here. Hearing this, Yi Xiong instantly exploded. Who dared to insult Fang Chen like that? Do they even know Fang Chen's current status? Senior Ling Xiaoyuan and Senior Li Fu both protect him. He could easily become the sect master of the Dan Ran sect tomorrow. And yet, someone dared to insult him like that? You're asking for death. In the past, as a prisoner, Yi Xiong would have muttered a few words to himself and outwardly submitted to provocation if someone came to provoke him. But now, having just witnessed Li Fu single-handedly deterring the crowd from their tribulations, his heart was surging with emotion. Now, how could he possibly swallow his anger? Besides, he wasn't acting impulsively. After a moment's thought, he determined that he was in the right. If someone comes to attack you, you retaliate. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? Even if things go wrong, Ling Xiaoyuan will definitely support them. After understanding the cause and effect, Yi Xiong immediately revealed a hint of contempt. Always cautious, even hesitant to approach Fang Chen when he took poison, he finally acted impulsively this time. He immediately ran to the door and shouted through the gate, "Get out! One more word, and I'll kill you all within 3 days, believe it or not." These words instantly silenced the area outside. Seeing this, Yi Xiong smugly revealed a hint of arrogance. In Yingguan Lake Mountain, seniority is paramount. Everyone has to acknowledge the Tiger Lord before heaven. You bunch of lowly bastards dare to shout at my door? Pa! In reality, Yi Xiong, having long been subservient, was always low-key and wouldn't be so arrogant. But he couldn't tolerate the other party insulting Fang Chen as a beast right away. You can't just obediently tolerate someone insulting you to your face, can you? Just as Yi Xiong was gloating, the voice outside the door suddenly rang out again, filled with suppressed anger. Who are you? Yi Xiong sneered. Me? I'm your Tiger Lord. Fang Ye's beast pet. Let me tell you, in the outer sect of the Dan Ran sect, Fang Ye ranks first, and I rank second. The person outside seemed greatly provoked. Tiger Lord? Ha ha ha, Tiger Lord, good, could you Fang Chen? You beast. Hearing this, Yi Xiong was stunned. Could the person outside be a madman? At the same time, a woman's voice rang out, don't be angry. How can I not be angry? The person roared furiously, then questioned Yi Xiong, shouting, tell me, how many people did you kill in the outer sect? How many disciples did you harm? Yi Xiong was stunned. Killed people? What kind of people could a demon tiger like me, just released from prison, have killed? But Yi Xiong remembered his boastful words just now. How could he possibly say he hadn't killed anyone? Wouldn't this be embarrassing? Thinking of this, Yi Xiong said impatiently, I can't remember, and besides, do I need to tell you? Even the Dan Ran sect doesn't dare mess with us, so who do you think you are? I advise you to get lost. If you don't, I'll kill your whole family. I won't even spare your dog, you believe me? I'm warning you again, I'm very perverted. When I get angry, I'll even eat tiger meat. Master Fang is even more perverted, he dares to eat human flesh. After Yi Xiong finished speaking, the person outside fell silent. Excellent performance. Yi Xiong thought smugly. You called my master a beast, so I'll curse your whole family and threaten you a few times. Isn't that a bit much? Just then, the person outside was silent for a long time, finally gritting his teeth and saying, good, good, good. This beast, not only does he not reflect on his actions and repent, but he has also committed such a heinous crime. Shior, I originally thought that his duel to the death and using people to refine pills was just a rumor. There might be some misunderstanding we don't know about, so I never took any drastic action. But now, did you hear that? Just how arrogant and domineering is this beast? He really eats human flesh, he's completely possessed. Giving birth to him was my mistake. I'll take him back to the Fang family right now, to prevent him from continuing to harm other disciples in the Dan Ran sect. Hearing this, Yi Xiong's smug expression suddenly froze, his entire tiger body instantly petrified. His heart skipped a beat, a chill ran from his tailbone throughout his body. Only a few words echoed repeatedly in his tiger mind. Give birth to him. Give birth to him. Give birth to him. Yi Xiong's lips began to tremble. What does this mean? This is Fang Chen, his father? The next second, a figure descended from the sky. Winged Fierce looked up in astonishment. He vaguely saw a face that bore an 8 or 9/10 resemblance to Fang Chen. Winged Fierce's vision went black. It's over. Looks like he really insulted the wrong person. The next second, a rope-shaped magical artifact, carrying irresistible power, bound him tightly. Bound and uncomfortable, Yi Xiong finally couldn't help but speak, but instead of begging for mercy, he tried to shift the blame, saying, Uncle, please let me down. Actually, it was also your fault. You banged on the door and shouted that Fang Chen was a beast. How could I tolerate that? But just now, if you had simply pushed the door open, even if I didn't know you, seeing your handsome face, just like my master's, how could I not recognize you? Fang Juding coldly said, I didn't push the door open because I respect him. I came to have a heart-to-heart talk with my son, not to interrogate a prisoner. Unfortunately, he disappointed me greatly. After saying this, a flash of melancholy crossed Fang Juting's eyes. Hearing this, Yi Xiong hesitated, then dared not speak. He could only mutter to himself, "Oh well, I'll just have to bear it." Just then, "Why are you here?" Fang Chen finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon entering, Fang Chen immediately looked anxiously at Yi Xiong, and upon seeing that Yi Xiong was only bound and unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the scream from the other end of the jade slip was merely Yi Xiong's terror, not an injury. Then, Fang Chen looked at Fang Juting and Wen Xiu, who sat in the main seats. These two were his parents in this life. Seeing the two of them, Fang Chen felt an involuntary surge of unfamiliarity, resistance, and fear. The unfamiliarity stemmed from Fang Chen himself. The resistance and fear, however, originated from the original owner's memories. On his way there, Fang Chen had glimpsed glimpses of the original owner's interactions with his parents. He realized that the original owner had never lived with his parents since he was 1 year old. For over 20 years, he had never even called them father or mother. The original owner had always been raised by Fang Juting's younger brother and sister-in-law. This was why the original owner felt such strong resistance and fear towards his biological parents. All of this stemmed from the fact that the original owner had rarely seen his biological parents since childhood. Only when he occasionally did see them would he be scolded by Fang Juting for his unruly and spoiled behavior. Wen Xiu, on the other hand, was very loving towards him. However, this fleeting maternal love vanished before he could even accept it. The two always made a brief return to the Fang residence before leaving again. As time went on, he never received any love from his parents, and he no longer wanted to see them. After reading all the memories, Fang Chen fell silent, a sense of melancholy filling his heart. Finally, he could only sigh. "How wonderful! You're not familiar with your parents either. I can openly stop calling them dad." Fang Chen, a man in his 20s, was truly unable to accept suddenly having an extra father without any warning, but now that he had a reason not to call him that anymore, he was naturally happy. When Wen Xiu saw Fang Chen appear, she was stunned by his unfamiliar yet subtly distant question. At that moment, her gaze was slightly fixed, and she looked as blank as an ordinary person. Fang Juting also fell silent. Seeing that the two were not speaking, Fang Chen took the opportunity to run to Yi Xiong's side and untie him. He wasn't afraid of angering Fang Juting, although he didn't know why the other party had suddenly come here. However, if the other party really wanted to punish him according to family rules, he would simply call for reinforcements. However, as soon as Fang Chen touched it, he remembered that it was a magical artifact, and his heart tightened. He probably couldn't open it. But then, Fang Juting waved his hand. The ropes immediately loosened. Fang Chen was overjoyed and immediately took action. After being untied, Yi Xiong trembled as he transmitted his voice to Fang Chen. "I just cursed your father. I said I would kill your whole family, that's why I was tied up." "Fang Chen, you son of a bitch." No wonder he was tied up. He thought Fang Juting had come to teach the original owner of this wicked playboy a lesson, which was why he had tied Yi Xiong up without even asking what happened. Turns out, Yi Xiong provoked him. "But your father just called you a beast." "I didn't know he was your father, that's why I said that." Yi Xiong transmitted again, "I don't know your father well. He doesn't seem very easy to talk to. Please plead for me." Fang Chen curled his lip. He didn't know him either. But Fang Chen still turned to look at Fang Juting and Wen Xiu, a slight smile on his face, about to speak. "Kneel down." Suddenly, Fang Juting said expressionlessly. "Why?" Fang Chen was immediately taken aback. Fang Juting glared, infuriated by Fang Chen's words. He took a deep breath and said, "You challenged Xiao Qing, a disciple of the Dan Ran sect, to a life-or-death duel to refine a demonic pill, thus falling into the demonic path, is that right?" Fang Juting wasn't stupid. After entering, he had already discerned from Yi Xiong's words and actions that the other party had never killed anyone. Therefore, he had already judged that Yi Xiong's words were utter nonsense. This was the reason he secretly untied him. However, the fact that Fang Chen had fought a life-or-death duel with a child was irrefutable evidence. This was also the main reason he had specifically left the Heavenly Demon battlefield to question Fang Chen at the Dan Ran sect. "What?" Fang Chen was stunned, then a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. What was going on? Fang Juting knew about the life-or-death duel, that wasn't surprising, but how did he know about refining the demonic pill? At this moment, he suddenly sensed a conspiracy. "Stop playing dumb. Someone already informed me of your situation." Fang Juting roared angrily. He had already made his point. If there was a misunderstanding, Fang Chen should have argued his way out. If it was true, then Fang Chen should have admitted his mistake. But now he was feigning ignorance. How could he not be furious? "Juting, don't be hasty. Chenner is right here. Let's talk to him properly." But then, Wen Xiu offered a word of advice. She never liked Fang Juting treating Fang Chen this way. Then he'll speak. I'll make him speak. He needs to explain everything clearly. Fang Chen shouted sternly, if I've misunderstood you, then I, as your father, apologize. But if not, I'll take you back to the Fang family immediately, and you'll be punished according to family rules. When Xiu sighed softly, looking at Fang Chen with loving eyes, and said gently, Chener, speak. Hearing this, Fang Chen looked at Wen Xiu, about to speak, when suddenly he noticed her slightly protruding belly. A cultivator with a belly? That shouldn't be. Is she pregnant? Fang Chen murmured to himself. This is probably because her main cultivation method failed, and she's planning to cultivate a secondary one? Then, Fang Chen withdrew his attention, about to explain the life or death duel. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the existence of the Child of Destiny. Detection complete. Child of Destiny, unnamed. The Child of Destiny, unnamed, is the host's younger sister, born in the heavenly demon battlefield, endowed with the destiny of heaven and earth, awaiting the opportune moment to be born. However, because unnamed appeared in the heavenly demon battlefield, she has been possessed by the demonic energy of the eternal hatred demon. After birth, her meridians will be covered by demonic energy, and her talents will vanish. To help unnamed regain her talents and grow in accordance with destiny, please help unnamed break free from her shackles with hatred. Now, after unnamed is born and understands, please kill her father and mother, and slaughter her entire clan in front of her. Use hatred to help unnamed break free from the eternal hatred demon's shackles, and refine all of the eternal hatred demon's hatred for your own use. Fang Chen was stunned. What the hell is this? Fang Chen nearly gasped for breath after hearing the system's words. His unborn sister was already a chosen one, but what did it mean to expect him to slaughter his entire clan as soon as his sister was old enough to understand? The system continued to help unnamed regain their innate talent and learn cultivation techniques. Now, the system bestows upon the host the Fang family's supreme innate talent, the Divine General's Bone. The system will now automatically begin the host's training in the Fang family's supreme martial art, the Divine General's Armor, which will be completed in 5 years. Upon successful training, the Divine General's Armor will be fully mastered, granting the host the power to slaughter the entire Fang family. After the slaughter, the host will then give their Divine General's Bone to unnamed and teach them the Divine General's Armor. This act is the host's dedication to the world, a sacrifice of the Fang family. Though it violates human ethics, if the Fang family's ancestors were in the netherworld, they would surely praise the host's act as the greatest act of filial piety. The host must endure and sacrifice, bearing the pain as they go. Help unnamed reach the ends of the world and protect this world. After hearing all this, Fang Chen's eyes widened. Good heavens! At that time, not only will I have to slaughter my entire clan, but I'll also have to dig out my own Divine General's bones for my sister. System, you're ruthless. Also, what's the meaning of this strength? The strength to defeat Xiao Qing was given all at once, but why is this strength to slaughter my entire clan being given in installments? The system explained, please don't worry, host. When the time comes, the full strength will naturally be given to you. Giving this to the host now will only result in a negative experience. Fang Chen almost laughed out of anger. Negative experience, my foot. Immediately afterward, Fang Chen suddenly felt a strange heat rising within his body. Then, a mysterious power began to surge wildly from his tailbone down to his neck. Meanwhile, within his danshan, the Divine General Armor began to operate silently. Clearly, the system had begun to help him cultivate offline, providing cultivation points in installments. This phenomenon, because there was no obvious increase in power, was not surprising. Just then, say something. Fang Juding finally couldn't take it anymore. Fang Juding was already furious because Fang Chen was suspected of falling into demonic ways, his patience on the verge of breaking. Giving Fang Chen a chance to explain and argue was already a result of Wen Xiu's constant persuasion and his efforts to control his emotions. If it were one of his generals or soldiers, he would have locked them up without a word before discussing anything else. Now, Fang Chen was still silent? He was even more enraged. Fang Chen knew why Fang Juding was so angry. The Fang family was a renowned righteous family in the eastern region. Fang Chen's father, Fang Juding, as well as his grandfather, great-grandfather, and great-great-grandfather, were all renowned generals on the battlefield against the heavenly demons. It could be said that the Fang family deserved a great deal of credit for the defenses against the heavenly demons. And now, Fang Chen has willingly fallen into the demonic path. It's like the son of a narcotics police officer who doesn't study, doesn't learn anything good, spends his days hanging out with hooligans, dancing the social dance, and now he's even started using drugs. How could Fang Juding not be furious? But while Fang Juding was furious, Fang Chen didn't care. It's Fang Chen who's fallen into the demonic path. What does it have to do with me, Fang Chen? Fang Chen looked at Fang Juding, pulling his attention away from his resentful younger sister, and said calmly, don't get angry. Do I look like I've fallen into the demonic path? The life or death battle hasn't even begun yet, so naturally you haven't fallen into the demonic path. Fang Chen snorted. If Fang Chen had truly fallen into the demonic path, how could he possibly remain calm? Since I haven't fallen into the demonic path yet, you can't interrogate me like this. Innocent until proven guilty is the principle. It's problematic that you treat me like a criminal. If I suspect you stole my money, do I automatically consider you a thief? Therefore, you need to speak to me gently and sincerely. Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, is this his son? How can he be so eloquent? Fang Chen suddenly realized that he didn't seem to recognize this son, but after thinking for a moment, he realized that the last time he spoke to his son was 2.5 years ago, when they accidentally brushed past each other. Not knowing him seemed normal. Yi Xiong, bring a chair over. Fang Chen then said to himself, not wanting to tolerate Fang Zhuding's temper, he wasn't his father. Yes. Yi Xiong glanced at Fang Zhuding's expression, and seeing that he didn't respond, carefully used its tail to hook a grand chair over. After Fang Chen sat down comfortably, he said, would you like some tea? Fang Zhuding finally exploded, his anger boiling over, get to the point. When Xiu, however, couldn't help but smile slightly. She seemed to have never seen Fang Chen speak to Fang Zhuding so without fear or trepidation. Fine. Fang Chen then abandoned his lazy demeanor and said seriously, in the end, this whole thing boils down to you being deceived. Deceived? What do you mean? Don't try to fool me. Lin Yunhe already told me that you and Xiao Qing have agreed to a life or death duel. Fang Zhuding said coldly. Lin Yunhe was Elder Lin of Yingguan Lake Mountain, and also Fang Zhuding's close friend. I did agree to a life or death duel with Xiao Qing, but that doesn't mean I intend to kill him, nor does it mean I will fall into demonic ways. Fang Chen said, I just want to ask you one question, who told you I would fall into demonic ways? Your second aunt said. Fang Zhuding said. Second aunt was the one who raised Fang Chen from childhood. Hearing this, a mocking smile appeared on Fang Chen's lips. Then who told her? When Xiu suddenly realized something was amiss, and, slightly startled, said, Fang Ran. Fang Ran was second aunt's son, and Fang Chen's younger brother. 8 years ago, he established his foundation and entered the inner sect, Tianqian Peak. However, the Dan Ran sect was extremely large, and Fang Ran disliked Fang Chen, so the two had never had any contact. Even if I truly fell into the demonic path, I would handle things discreetly. Besides, Tianqian Peak is extremely far from Yingguan Lake Mountain, how could he possibly know? Fang Chen sneered. Fang Zhuding was also stunned. Initially, upon learning of this matter, because it involved his own flesh and blood, he was panicked and lost his composure. He didn't have time to carefully consider the various illogical details and rushed to the Dan Ran sect, which was perfectly normal. Now, after being pointed out by Fang Chen, he regained his composure and immediately realized that something was amiss. This was likely a conspiracy by his sister-in-law against Fang Chen. Following this, Fang Chen took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to the two men. As for whether I will fall into the demonic path, take a look at this formula for falling into the demonic path. If anyone actually believes that the pills on this can cause someone to fall into the demonic path, I think they should have their brains checked. After taking the jade slip and reading its contents, Fang Zhuding and Wen Xiu both fell into deep thought. Fang Chen, however, had already sensed something was wrong. Previously, because the life or death battle was imminent, Fang Chen hadn't had the mind to think about the demonic pill. But now, Fang Zhuding's sudden arrival made him start to ponder the matter of the demonic pill. Upon careful reflection, he noticed many things that were amiss. First, the original owner obtained this jade slip from a man in black robes at the Dan Ran sect market. Someone dared to sell demonic sect jade slips in the market of the top-tier sect, Dan Ran sect. This in itself is absurd. It's questionable whether even members of the demonic path could infiltrate. Secondly, even if a member of the demonic path successfully infiltrated the Dan Ran sect market and sold demonic sect jade slips, Fang Chen felt that a pill made from the spinal cord of a third-grade qi refining demon beast combined with the life essence of fellow disciples or close relatives probably couldn't possibly enhance one's physical constitution. Close relatives were understandable, because there's a special connection between bloodlines, and the demonic path does indeed have techniques that involve killing one's parents and even one's own flesh and blood. But, how could fellow disciples have special effects? What's the difference between this and killing a random stranger on the street to refine a pill and enhance one's physical constitution? This argument is utterly ridiculous. Seedling pill, ancient tree spirit fruit pill, spiritual elixir, aren't they all precious items? Which of these wasn't a valuable item that Fang Zhuding and Wen Xiu had earned through their valiant efforts on the heavenly demon battlefield for their son? Even with these three, he couldn't guarantee they would 100% enhance his physical constitution. This mere demonic pill, could it enhance his physical constitution? Only someone with a brain malfunction would believe that. Fang Chen suddenly paused, realizing he was insulting himself. After reviewing the pill formula, Fang Zhuding asked, "Where did you obtain this jade slip?" "The market." Fang Chen smiled. I understand. Fang Juting sighed. At this moment, when Xiu, her previous gentle and beautiful demeanor vanished, and she coldly said, "They spread this news not to ruin Chen's reputation and expel him from the Dan Ran sect, but to target us. Go back. I want them to give Chen and the two of us an explanation." A general on the heavenly demon battlefield, the head of a renowned righteous family in the eastern region, whose son has fallen into the demonic path. This is enough to subject them to intense scrutiny. If things escalate, they could lose a great deal. At the very least, Fang Juting can forget about rightfully continuing as the head of the Fang family. Anyone with eyes can see that the second aunt in Fang Ran's plan is definitely not to deal with a Wan Ku, a spoiled brat, like Fang Chen, but to disqualify Fang Juting from his position as family head. Fang Juting's face was ashen, and he slowly nodded. Fang Chen suddenly asked curiously, "What if they don't give it to us? We don't have any evidence, do we? If they just stubbornly deny it, it seems when Xiu can't do anything about it, right?" When Xiu looked at Fang Chen, her coldness fading, and revealed a gentle smile. "Chener, your mother teaches you, if someone harms you, and you are weaker than them, then swallow your anger and gather evidence. But if you are stronger than them, then beat them up first, and while you're beating them, make them talk slowly and deliberately." After saying this, when Xiu smiled slightly, her smile still filled with affection. Fang Juting, standing to the side, put down the jade slip, breathed a sigh of relief, and a genuine joy appeared in his eyes. A smile crept onto his lips, his previous seriousness and anger completely gone. His son had not only avoided falling into demonic ways, but had also cleverly avoided a crisis. Excellent. Very satisfied. As expected of my son. However, after smiling, Fang Juting felt it didn't fit his image as a strict father. He quickly regained his composure, coughed lightly, and secretly glanced at Fang Chen and Wen Xiu. The mother and daughter were chatting. They hadn't noticed his face. Relieved, Fang Juting suddenly noticed a large, fat tiger sitting quietly and obediently to the side. When Fang Juting saw him, his expression froze. Meanwhile, Yi Xiong instantly broke into a smile. Fang Juting immediately gave him a warning look, forbidding him from speaking out of turn. Yi Xiong revealed a wise look in his eyes, slowly nodded, patted his chest with his tiger paw, and pointed at Fang Juting, indicating that he understood. Seeing that Yi Xiong was cooperative, Fang Juting nodded with satisfaction. Then, he thought of something else, his expression tightened, and he became unfriendly. "Chen Fang Juting asked in a drawn-out voice. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "Since you knew this pill formula was fake, why did you still challenge him to a life-or-death duel, bullying a helpless and destitute child?" Fang Juting frowned. He already knew Xiao Qing's family background from Lin Yunhe. He knew that Xiao Qing was a helpless and destitute child with extremely poor talent. This immediately made Fang Juting and Wen Xiu, as parents, feel deeply sympathetic and filled with sorrow. Therefore, when he learned that Fang Chen had challenged Xiao Qing to a life-or-death duel, he was equally furious. "First of all, I didn't bully him," Fang Chen declared righteously. "If I really had bullied him, someone should have intervened. Bullying a junior brother is a serious crime in the Dan Ran sect." With the original owner's memories of years of studying the sect rules, Fang Chen instinctively spoke up in rebuttal. But Fang Juting scoffed. "Come on, you think you can just say you didn't, right? Do you think I wouldn't know you were exploiting loopholes in the sect rules? Do you think Lin Yunhe, who oversees the entire Yingguan Lake Mountain, wouldn't know? But do you really think Lin Yunhe is only refraining from intervening because he can't catch you making a mistake? I'm telling you, he's deliberately not punishing you." Fang Chen was stunned. "What does that mean?" Fang Juting said, "You're not young anymore, I have to tell you a fact. Lin Yunhe thinks you're despised by everyone and lack cultivation, unable to cause any real trouble. He thinks you're just a whetstone for the outer disciples, so he deliberately ignores you." Fang Chen, "Good heavens! The system using me as a stepping stone for the chosen one is one thing, but who would have thought that the handsome, seemingly righteous Lin Yunhe is also a nobody?" However, Fang Chen thought about it and decided, "Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's Fang Chen who's being used as a stepping stone, not him." Fang Juting said, getting back to the point, "Quickly dissolve this life-or-death duel." Fang Chen sighed inwardly when Fang Juting told him to dissolve the life-or-death duel. This life-or-death duel can't be dissolved. He's still thinking about getting things to feed Xiao Qing to gain cultivation points. If he dissolves it, the system mission will automatically fail. This life-or-death duel cannot be stopped for now. Fang Chen said. Fang Juting frowned. "You really want to kill him? Give me a reason." Hearing this, Fang Chen sighed. "Fine, let's make one more move." Thinking of this, Fang Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming incredibly deep, seemingly filled with endless sorrow and melancholy, and he slowly said, "It's simple, I want to help him." Hearing this, Fang Juting's eyes widened, revealing an incredulous expression, and he said incredulously, "Help him?" "That's right, it's to help him." Fang Chen slowly stood up, tilting his head slightly at a 45-degree angle, revealing endless complex thoughts. When Xiu, seeing this, was also shocked. Her son's acting was just as awkward as his father's? When Xiu was incredibly intelligent. Fang Chen's skills were only so rudimentary, he could fool a child like Xiao Qing, but a seasoned veteran like her. That's a dream. When Xiu heard Fang Chen say, "I want to help him," she immediately realized she didn't need to hear a word more. Fang Chen must have some unspoken reason for this life-or-death struggle. But it's alright. If her son doesn't say, she, as his mother, can find out herself. If Xiao Qing is innocent, she'll take Fang Chen away for punishment and education. If Xiao Qing has made a mistake, then he should honestly bear the responsibility and pay the price. How can you help him with a life-or-death struggle? Fang Juding coldly retorted, "Don't try to fool me." But seeing his wavering expression, it was clear he was starting to believe him. When Xiu, seeing this, was stunned, her eyes widening slightly. Then, she fell into a long silence. Never mind. Her father, usually so shrewd, was acting so foolishly now. It must be because he dotes on his son. Then, when Xiu pursed her lips, trying hard not to laugh, her eyes filled with doting affection, and began to watch Fang Chen's performance intently. Fang Chen, still oblivious to his mother's apparent understanding, remained emotional and calmly said to Fang Juding. After his family's destruction, Xiao Qing became utterly despondent, refusing to cultivate. If no one provokes him, wouldn't he only sink deeper? So, to help him, I deliberately approached him, humiliated him, and attacked him, reigniting his fighting spirit. Now, to defeat me, he has begun to cultivate diligently, and I heard he's already at the 4th level of qi refining. Upon hearing this, Fang Juding's body trembled. Really? You can ask him, ask Xiao Qing himself. Fang Chen spoke slowly, his face as still as a lake. At the same time, he was overjoyed. He had already seen Fang Juding's shocked expression, and when Xiu's serious look, clearly, he had gained her trust. Fang Chen felt a surge of pride. This way, Fang Juding wouldn't force him to find someone to dissolve the life and death contract. Fang Juding was incredulous, his voice hoarse, but why did you help him? Do you know everyone says you're bullying Xiao Qing? You've been thoroughly vilified, do you know that? His son's actions shocked him greatly. He was actually willing to bear the infamy to help Xiao Qing. Wow, that's too kind. This is the Fang family's son. At this moment, when Xiu withdrew her gaze, unable to resist turning to fiddle with the tea tray and tea set on the table. Finding there were no tea sets, she then had to fiddle with the vase. No! How could this be even more agonizing than the heavenly demon battlefield? Faced with Fang Juding's questioning, Fang Chen slowly said, "So what if I'm scolded? Only those who have been rained on know that when you're soaked, you most want someone to hold an umbrella for you." Upon hearing this, Fang Juding was struck dumb, frozen in place. When Xiu, meanwhile, paused, turning to look at Fang Chen. Seeing the expressions on the two elders' faces, Fang Chen laughed inwardly. Ha ha, a killer line. This sentence subtly expressed his sorrow at his poor aptitude in his youth and the lack of parental affection. This would surely trigger a mountain of guilt in Fang Juding and when Xiu's hearts. Perhaps it would even make them very sad. Perfect. Just as expected. At this moment, when Xiu's eyes reddened. But in her eyes, it wasn't sadness, but happiness. Her glistening tears held joy. Fang Chen's words were awkward, his acting exaggerated and affected. But she didn't care. She was happy. Happy that her son could speak to her like this. She could tell that Fang Chen was complaining about her and Fang Juding, but that's precisely why she cried tears of joy. Because, for over 20 years, Fang Chen had never opened his heart to her. Let alone complaining, he couldn't even manage a greeting. Seeing them, he would only remain silent like a gourd with its mouth sawed off. But now, he was telling them about his forbearance, his hardships, even his complaints. How could Wen Xiu not be happy? After all, the biggest fear in a mother-son conflict is the lack of an opportunity to resolve it. Now, that opportunity has quietly arrived. At this moment, Wen Xiu suddenly felt very grateful to her sister-in-law, Yan Hanyun. If it weren't for Yan Hanyun's scheming against her and Fang Juding, when would she have gotten this opportunity? Thinking of this, Wen Xiu silently made a promise in her heart. Yan Hanyun, when I get back, I'll only beat you for 29 days, not a whole month. Wen Xiu inwardly thanked Yan Hanyun for creating an opportunity for Fang Chen to blame and complain about them, allowing her to make amends to him. Meanwhile, Fang Juding was visibly shaken, speechless for a long time. After a moment, Fang Juding took a deep breath and slowly said, "Good, truly worthy of being a son of the Fang family. I knew it, how could a tiger father have a dog son? The Fang family members are always chivalrous and righteous." His eyes shone with deep admiration. When Xiu, who was mentally rehearsing how to thank Yan Hanyun, heard this, looked up, and glanced at Fang Juding with disdain. It was unclear who had been shouting about hanging Fang Chen up and beating him all along the way. After praising him, Fang Juding suddenly remembered something and frowned, saying, "However, I have another question." Fang Chen said, "Ask away." He's already at the 4th level of chi refining, while you're only at the 3rd. How can you help him? What if he really kills you? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Fang Chen was displeased. Can't he speak properly? Why is his mouth so sweet? Besides, can't you tell whether I'm at the 3rd level of chi refining or not? Your eyesight as an expert isn't very good. Even if I used a method to conceal my aura, with your cultivation level, you should be able to see through the strength beneath my weak exterior at a glance. Sigh. Thinking this, Fang Chen could only sigh. Since Fang Chen couldn't see his cultivation level, he would have to do it himself. Fang Chen said calmly, "Don't worry, he can't kill me, because I've already reached the foundation establishment stage." Hearing this, Wen Xiu and Fang Chen were both stunned, and at that moment, Fang Chen's body erupted with the power of a heavenly Dao foundation establishment. The next moment, their eyes instantly widened in shock. Only then did they realize that Fang Chen's body was radiating a magnificent, vast, and intensely powerful aura. This was Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. How is this possible? Fang Chen and Wen Xiu were truly astonished. How long had it been since they last met? Their son had actually reached the Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment? But what shocked them even more was yet to come. They saw that within Fang Chen's intense aura of light, there was a power they were extremely familiar with. This power was extremely sharp, its killing intent boiling, seemingly capable of stinging the eyes of anyone who looked directly at it, yet carrying a boundless and unstoppable will, a will that could destroy and annihilate. This is the ultimate technique of the Fang family of the Demon Abyss, the Divine General Armor, feared by countless demons. When did you master the Divine General Armor? Fang Chen exclaimed in shock. The Divine General Armor technique was the first one Fang Chen taught Fang Chen. After Fang Chen's initial training, even their most optimistic estimate was that he had no chance of mastering it in his lifetime. But now, Fang Chen had actually mastered it? I've successfully entered the basics. Fang Chen nodded slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, countless red, illusory mists burst forth from his body, transforming into a suit of armor that covered him. In the armor's hand, he held a crimson, blade giant axe. This is the initial form of the Divine General Armor. With Fang Chen's talent, if he were to master the Divine General Armor, the entire set of Divine General Armor would be enormous, allowing him to wield several weapons and unleash tens of thousands of spells. This is the true value of the Divine General's bone. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen was utterly dumbfounded, his face paling with shock. Crimson Divine General Armor? When did you acquire the Divine General's bone? As the current head of the Fang family, aside from his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, no one understood the Divine General Armor better than him. He naturally knew that the Divine General Armor came in 7 appearances: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with Crimson Armor being the most prestigious. However, Crimson Armor required the Divine General's bone, something the Fang family hadn't seen in thousands of years. He never imagined that Fang Chen actually possessed the Divine General's bone. I didn't know, I just slept and got it. Isn't that something everyone has? Don't you have one? Fang Chen asked earnestly. Fang Chen, I'm so strong, I don't really need it. How can this kid be so good with words? His mouth is as sweet as honey. Wen Xiu smiled and shook her head, not exposing Fang Chen's stubbornness. Fang Chen innocently pressed on, really not necessary. Of course. Fang Chen coughed twice guiltily, suppressing his envy, and quickly changed the subject. Well, I understand, you did a great job. At this point, Fang Chen said seriously, your father wants to apologize to you. I was too hasty. Fang Chen was about to apologize to Fang Chen. After the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and the Divine General Armor incident, they realized that they knew far too little about their son. But just then, Fang Chen's expression suddenly changed, and his body involuntarily leaned back. Fang Chen was startled. What's wrong? Nothing. At this moment, Wen Xiu, quick as a flash, steadied Fang Chen, scolding, your father hasn't rested for 10 days, and he just went through a great battle, he's quite exhausted. I'll take him away now. We originally planned to come to the Dan Ran sect to find you and ask for a calming and soothing medicine so your father could rest properly. Then, without another word, Wen Xiu pulled Fang Chen away. Fang Chen was caught off guard and could only see the 2 elders off, saying, take care. After they hurriedly left, Fang Chen muttered in confusion, the Fang family is so wealthy, don't they even have a calming and soothing elixir? What are you 2 up to? Wing Xiong, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, if you have doubts, why don't you just ask? Fang Chen mumbled in reply, well, it's because we've only just met, we're not familiar yet. Wing Xiong immediately glared at Fang Chen hatefully, you're just playing with me. I was the one who was tied up, and now you're playing me. I feel betrayed. You don't treat me like one of your own. Release the beast slave seal immediately, I want to go home. A batch of cat-fox hybrid demon beasts just arrived at Yingguan Lake Mountain. I have contribution points to exchange for them, do you want them? "Brother Chen, your father just smashed the pond in the courtyard, I'll fix it right now." At the same time, after leaving Fang Chen's courtyard, Wen Xiu and Fang Juding boarded a carriage pulled by a grayish-white steed and headed straight for the mountaintop. This carriage was Wen Xiu and Fang Juding's magical artifact, capable of navigating water and flying. Inside the carriage, "Juding, are you all right?" Wen Xiu asked with a worried expression. "I'm fine." At this moment, Fang Juding's face was deathly pale. He shook his head, then gave a bitter smile. "We were both injured, but I didn't expect you to be unharmed until now. I've already been exposed. It seems I'm still not as good as you." When Xiu scolded, "What kind of time is this to be talking nonsense? Take the demon-suppressing pill first." Then, she took out a pill that was completely black, with a pitted surface, from which tens of thousands of eerie skull faces vaguely appeared, accompanied by occasional venomous shrieks, and made Fang Juding swallow it. After swallowing the medicine, Fang Juding's complexion improved considerably. He then smiled and said, "All right, I'm fine. I can still fight for another 500 years. When Xiu glared at him speechlessly, then said, "Later, I'll have Lin Yunhe ask Elder Hua to come and take a look. It would be best if he could also check on the baby in my womb. I'm afraid he might be affected by the demonic energy released when the Changhen heavenly demon self-destruct." "He shouldn't." Fang Juding smiled and leaned closer to Wen Xiu's belly, saying, "He was born to protect Chen'er, he should be extremely powerful." "Don't say that. He'll be heartbroken if he hears that. No child should be born for anyone else." When Xiu glared at Fang Juding and pushed him away. "What's there to be afraid of? A son of the Fang family, protecting his elder brother, why should he be heartbroken? Born for the family, for his brothers, what's wrong with that?" Fang Juding didn't care. "What if it's a girl?" When Xiu was speechless. "Wouldn't that be even better? She can learn the Overlord's divine will spear from you, her strength surpassing my Fang family's divine general armor, and she can protect Chen'er." Fang Juding smiled. "Enough." When Xiu was even more speechless. "Chen'er is different now, he no longer needs anyone's protection." Hearing this, Fang Juding finally realized, that's true. After the couple's accidental pregnancy on the heavenly demon battlefield, a thought had formed in their minds. What if Fang Chen's talent ultimately couldn't be saved? Then they would pour all their resources into Fang Chen's younger brother or sister, hoping they would protect him and ensure he inherited the Fang family's position. However, what they never expected was that Fang Chen's talent far exceeded their expectations. Divine General's bones, foundation establishment of the heavenly Dao. These two qualities alone are enough to make Fang Chen's future achievements surpass all previous Fang family heads. "Ah, truly worthy of being my son, Fang Juding. Exceptionally talented, quick-witted, cautious, and kind-hearted." All his previous antics seemed to have been a facade of spoiled bratry he put on to deceive Yan Hanyun. Fang Juding remarked with admiration. After witnessing Fang Chen see through Yan Hanyun's scheme, Fang Juding now had a reasonable explanation for all of Fang Chen's past spoiled behavior and seemingly worthless talent. Clearly, his son, like himself, was intelligent from a young age. He saw from the beginning that Yan Hanyun was not a good person. To grow up smoothly under Yan Hanyun's care, Fang Chen deliberately concealed his talents, playing the role of a spoiled brat to lull Yan Hanyun into a false sense of security. For this, he even went so far as to let others mistakenly believe he was a useless wastrel. This is true forbearance. Stop talking nonsense. When Xiu shook her head speechlessly, "Your son clearly had a fortuitous encounter, or perhaps divine guidance, or the intervention of a master. In any case, his talent suddenly appeared, but it was definitely not hidden. Otherwise, how could we not see it at all? But, I agree with one point you made. Chen'er probably pretended to be a wastrel to prevent Yan Hanyun from becoming jealous and plotting against him." Hearing this, Fang Juding immediately flew into a rage. "That poisonous woman. I trusted her so much before. She deserves to die." Trusting her was understandable, she was too ruthless. When Xiu's face turned ashen. Back then, after Fang Chen was born, the couple originally intended to stay in the heavenly demon battlefield for the time being, to accompany him as he grew up. The demonic energy of the heavenly demon battlefield was far too terrifying. Those who weren't Foundation Establishment cultivators weren't even qualified to enter. Even Foundation Establishment cultivators faced immense difficulties in the heavenly demon battlefield without the protection of a powerful figure. Only those at the Golden Core stage were qualified to move around normally. Therefore, when Xiu originally planned to return to the heavenly demon battlefield with Fang Chen and Fang Juding after he reached Foundation Establishment. But who could have foreseen that a drastic change would occur in the Eastern heavenly demon battlefield that year? Countless sealed demons suddenly went berserk, desperately breaking free of their seals and attempting to storm the Eastern realm, as if it had acquired some coveted treasure. At that moment, the Fang family needed immediate reinforcements. Under dubious circumstances, the renowned demon-suppressing Wen Xiu and Fang Juding could only painfully abandon Fang Chen and return to the demon battlefield. Before leaving, Yan Hanyun, who had also recently given birth, vowed to Wen Xiu that she would raise Fang Chen well. Wen Xiu was initially worried, so even though the battle on the demon battlefield was intense, she insisted on leaving her 2 personal maids behind, just to care for Fang Chen. For the first 7 years, Yan Hanyun's care for Fang Chen was indistinguishable from that of a biological mother. Not only did she treat him as her own child, showering him with meticulous care, but she even abandoned her own child for Fang Chen's sake. Yan Hanyun had a wet nurse with lower cultivation levels feed Fang Ran, while she herself, with higher cultivation, completely neglected Fang Chen. Any good food was always given to Fang Chen first. One year, Fang Chen suffered from a persistent high fever, and no amount of elixirs could help. Yan Hanyun even depleted her own essence and blood, falling ill for 6 months, all to cure Fang Chen. It was only after those 7 years of behavior that Wen Xiu finally believed in Yan Hanyun. Even now, Yan Hanyun still takes great care of Fang Chen. She personally manages everything for Fang Chen: his courtyard in the outer sect of the Dan Ran sect, all his cultivation resources, including his contribution points big and small. As for her son, Fang Ran, she barely even glances at him, let alone handle important matters like entering the heavenly profound peak. And when Fang Chen caused a huge mess, Yan Hanyun went door to door apologizing and begging for forgiveness. While cleaning up Fang Chen's messes, Yan Hanyun was also diligently trying to raise him. She repeatedly told Wen Xiu that since she wasn't his biological mother, she had no right to discipline Fang Chen. It would be better for her and Juding to personally teach him. She emphasized the importance of keeping a close eye on him and preventing him from becoming a spoiled brat. Because of this, Wen Xiu believed that Fang Chen's current state was entirely his own fault, and had nothing to do with Yan Hanyun. But now, Wen Xiu realized, she had already fallen into a trap. They had successfully ruined her son using a seemingly blatant scheme. Perhaps Chener's high fever that year was something he brought upon himself. Wen Xiu thought to herself, closing her eyes, her expression growing increasingly calm. 20-odd years of life, exchanged for the position of head of the Fang family, it's still quite worthwhile. Wen Xiu opened her eyes and said slowly, "But why is she in such a hurry now after scheming for so long? This conspiracy seems a bit too simple." Fang Juding said, "Simple? Not simple at all." Wen Xiu said calmly, "If we hadn't seen through it, or if Chener wasn't pretending but was truly a spoiled brat, truly possessed by demons, then given your personality, you would have already voluntarily resigned from your position as head of the family. But even though we've seen through it now, do we have any evidence to say she did anything wrong?" No. Fang Juding was taken aback. "Then, given my personality, I would definitely beat her up without any evidence. Guess what the others would say?" Wen Xiu said. Fang Juding's pupils contracted, clearly realizing something. She said the Fang family matriarch is willful, arrogant, and disrespectful, that her own son has become a spoiled brat, yet he clings to the burden of her second aunt who raised him with such hardship. Wen Xiu spoke before Fang Juding could answer. Fang Juding nodded slowly, then smiled bitterly. "So, Xiu, what do you plan to do? Should I just swallow this insult?" "Of course not." Wen Xiu said calmly, "Do I look like someone with such a good temper? I heard she's planning to go to the ancestral hall to pray for Chener. I'll go with her. But what if I suddenly encounter a beast-tide riot, a demonic invasion, and the rebels assassinating a Fang family general on the way back? That wouldn't be unreasonable, would it?" Fang Juding was stunned, then his eyes widened. "Originally, I was thinking of keeping the demonic spy I caught in the army to use as bait, but now I can't bear it," Wen Xiu said calmly. "All right, whatever makes you happy, madam." Fang Juding nodded blankly. Wen Xiu looked out the window and smiled. "All right, we've arrived at Lin Yunhe's courtyard. Let's get off." Fang Juding immediately helped Wen Xiu down from the carriage. As soon as they got off, a quiet little courtyard appeared before them. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard was a middle-aged man in black robes, his posture ramrod straight. His face was dignified and very serious. It was none other than Lin Yunhe, the master of Yingguan Lake Mountain. "Come in, I've been waiting for you for quite a while," Lin Yunhe said immediately upon seeing Fang Juding alight from the carriage. Upon hearing this, Fang Juding was stunned, then exclaimed in shock, "How did you know my son had achieved foundation establishment in the heavenly Dao, awakened the divine general Dao bone, and already cultivated the divine general armor?" Lin Yunhe. Wen Xiu shook her head speechlessly. Based on past experience, Lin Yunhe was about to undergo extremely cruel and inhumane torture. Lin Yunhe glared at Fang Juding, gritting his teeth as he said, "When did I ask you that question?" His already solemn face became even more gloomy with anger. "Ha, you didn't ask? But your expression clearly showed that you really wanted to know why my son had achieved the heavenly Dao foundation establishment." Fang Juding asked in surprise. Lin Yunhe smiled and took out a large cleaver, saying, "I didn't. Let's go inside." Fang Juding immediately led Wen Xiu past Lin Yunhe and into the courtyard. Watching Fang Juding's back, Lin Yunhe felt a headache coming on. The time ahead was going to be tough. That bastard Fang Juding, he's always been this despicable. The two had grown up together since childhood. As a child, Fang Chen awakened his divine general armor and boasted about it to him for half a year. Fang Chen married Wen Xiu and boasted about it to him for a year, even asking him every day why he hadn't found a deist partner yet. Was it because he didn't want one? After becoming the head of the family, he boasted about it to him for 3 years, even asking him every day why he didn't become the sect leader of the Dan Ran sect. Was it because he didn't want one? After Fang Chen and Wen Xiu entered the courtyard, they immediately saw 3 bloody demon beast corpses hanging in the yard. The corpses exuded an extremely powerful aura, causing the two to feel a chill. Fang Chen involuntarily approached. Were these recently killed? Wen Xiu turned around and asked. Yes, these were demon beasts from the beast prison. After they escaped, I killed them. Lin Yunhe sheathed his machete, walked to the two of them, and said slowly, the beast prison is heavily guarded. How is this possible? Wen Xiu was stunned. Lin Yunhe was about to answer. But Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise, wait, Yunhe, come look. What is it? Lin Yunhe's expression changed, and he hurriedly approached Fang Chen. Look at this blood. Fang Chen's face was ashen. What is it? Lin Yunhe repeated the question, his eyes extremely grave. Fang Chen slowly said, it's red. And then? Lin Yunhe mobilized all his spiritual power at this moment. Fang Chen took a deep breath and said, this color is very similar to the color of my son's divine general armor, crimson divine general armor. Only those who have awakened the divine general Dao bone can possess it. Lin Yunhe immediately drew his sword and, without hesitation, slashed towards Fang Chen's head. In Lin Yunhe's backyard, there was a small hill, and on the top of the hill was a pavilion. The pavilion nestled beside a sea of clouds, their ever-changing hues offering a breathtaking panoramic view. But Lin Yunhe's mood was far from pleasant. He said with a dark expression, what brings you two to the Dan Ran sect? Surely it's not just to show off. Of course not. Wen Xiu smiled wryly. Fang Chen said, how could I be showing off? I simply wanted to share with you the feelings of being a parent, of being proud of my son. Don't you have a son? Oh, right, you don't even have a deist partner. Bang! Lin Yunhe finally lost his temper. He slammed his fist on the stone table and roared angrily, Fang Chen, you're coming to fight me to the death on the arena right now. Calm down, calm down. Wen Xiu quickly tried to smooth things over, glancing at the cracked stone table with a sigh of exasperation. Every time Fang Chen came, a stone table was gone. Then, Wen Xiu glared at Fang Chen, shut up. Fang Chen chuckled and shut his mouth. We came here today so that Elder Hua could take a look at our injuries. Wen Xiu said. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunhe frowned and asked, what injury? The demonic energy brought by the self-destruction of the eternal regret demon entered his body. Wen Xiu said, the eternal regret demon? Lin Yunhe realized something, his expression instantly changing drastically. He shouted, are you all crazy? I already said the immortal spirit demon heartfruit would be useless to your sons. What are you doing there? Are you courting death? The eternal regret demon is a renowned demon with immense power, residing in the demon silence valley deep within the demon battlefield. There's absolutely only one reason this couple went to Demon Valley. Within the valley grows the immortal spirit demon heartfruit. Rumor has it that this fruit can quickly grant spiritual roots to those unable to cultivate, but the side effects are terrifying, either falling into demonic ways or self-destructing. We just wanted to try it out. Whether it works for Chen or not, we just wanted to bring it back and see, Fang Chen said. It's still hope. Nonsense. Are you crazy? You went there just to try it out? Is the depths of the heavenly demon battlefield so easy to access? Lin Yunhe was furious, his heart filled with lingering fear. How could such a dangerous place be entered and exited so casually? A moment's carelessness, and both of them would die inside. His face flushed with anger, and what angered him most was that Fang Chen hadn't even told him beforehand. Oh, you're back now, don't be angry. Fang Chen chuckled and waved his hand, besides, we went at the right time, we weren't reckless. Get lost. Then how did you get possessed by demonic energy? That Changhen Tianmo wasn't someone to be trifled with either. He even self-destruct, how could we not be injured? Fang Chen said nonchalantly. Ha! Lin Yunhe sneered twice, then took out a jade slip and quickly sent a message to Hua Qirong, asking her to come and show it to the two of them. Fang Chen said, however, there's no need to take any more risks in the future. After all, Chen'er already possesses the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and the Crimson Divine General Armor. Like father, like son. Lin Yunhe, when are you going to have a son? Bang! The stone table shattered completely. Lin Yunhe stared at him sinisterly. Fang Chen, have you been possessed by demonic energy? Fang Chen looked at the broken stone table, coughed twice, and said, I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. Ha! Lin Yunhe snorted coldly. Fang Chen, seeing the other's exasperated expression, contentedly took out another stone table from his storage ring and set it down. Looking at the brand new stone table and Fang Juting's skillful movements, Wen Xiu fell silent. Don't say too much now, just wait quietly for Elder Hua to come over. Lin Yunhe said calmly. Fang Juting nodded. Sigh. Then, Lin Yunhe sighed, it's also my fault. I should have told you earlier that Fang Chen's talent had improved, and you wouldn't have had to take this risk. So you already knew? Fang Juting was taken aback. Of course, I already knew. Lin Yunhe nodded. I knew he had reached the foundation establishment stage of the Heavenly Dao a few days ago. Then why didn't you tell me? Fang Juting was displeased. Lin Yunhe smiled slightly. Guess why I didn't tell you? Fang Juting was taken aback, then belatedly chuckled. The reason we rushed to Dan Ran's sect wasn't just because of the demonic energy entering our bodies, but also because we heard that Chenner was going to have a life or death battle with Xiao Qing from the outer sect, using him to refine pills. That's why we came. That's why Fang Juting was so furious, Wen Xiu said. That's also why Fang Juting was so enraged. While he was risking his life for Fang Chen was plotting to kill someone to refine pills. How could he not be angry? Use Xiao Qing to refine pills? Nonsense, who told you that? Hearing this, Lin Yunhe was taken aback. Family matters, you don't need to concern yourself with them. Fang Juting didn't intend to discuss this matter further. Wen Xiu then asked, then why did Chenner challenge Xiao Qing to a duel? She still wanted to find out the real reason Fang Chen challenged her to a life or death duel. Of course, it's because I want to help him, Lin Yunhe said. Hearing this, Wen Xiu exclaimed in surprise, Chenner really wants to help him. She never expected Lin Yunhe to say that. That's right. Lin Yunhe nodded. I initially thought he wanted to bully Xiao Qing, which is why I sent you this message. Now I know it's not like that. Really? Wen Xiu still felt somewhat skeptical. Fang Chen's behavior was clearly a lie. Not ending the life or death duel definitely had another purpose. Originally, she thought Fang Chen wanted to compete with Xiao Qing for a woman or cultivation resources, but who knew Lin Yunhe would give such an explanation? Fang Juting, however, was dissatisfied and said, what's wrong? Don't you believe what Chenner said? He was so sincere. Wen Xiu glanced at him and said indifferently, shut up. Fang Juting immediately fell silent. Lin Yunhe glanced at Fang Juting with a mocking look and said, of course it's true. The reason I know this is because of the incident at the Beast Prison that day. Wen Xiu's gaze sharpened. The Beast Prison incident also involved Chenner. Yes, Lin Yunhe said, when you came, did you see Fang Chen's beast pet? Fang Juting nodded, yes, black and white fur, a golden ring on its tail, a Qinkan sacred tiger. We didn't even use spiritual power to examine it, just from its appearance, we could tell its bloodline was terrifyingly good. Fang Juting and his companion were consumed by demonic energy, so they avoided using spiritual power unless absolutely necessary. For example, when Fang Juting captured the winged fierce, he directly let his magic weapon capture it, instead of doing it himself. This is why the two of them couldn't detect Fang Chen's true aura at all. The two of them didn't even use their spiritual power to look. Furthermore, Fang Chen's cultivation at the third level of qi refining was deeply ingrained in people's minds, making it difficult to perceive any potential improvement in his cultivation level. There was no need to pay close attention. Lin Yunhe nodded and said, yes, he is that demonic tiger with emperor-grade bloodline. Wen Xiu was first taken aback, then showed astonishment. Emperor-grade bloodline, a uniquely gifted talent, even rarer than Foundation establishment cultivators, worthy of being called the darling of heaven and earth. Her son actually possessed such a beast pet, she didn't know whether to be proud or envious. Fang Juting's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Lin Yunhe, you don't have an emperor-grade bloodline beast pet, do you? Let me tell you, I just saw that demonic tiger. Bang! Lin Yunhe smashed another stone table. As Fang Juting cheerfully changed tables, Lin Yunhe, his face ashen, said, this demonic tiger infiltrated Yingguan Lake Mountain on the day of the incident in the Beast Prison, intending to ambush Zhang Zhenshuan. Then, Lin Yunhe briefly recounted the events of that day. Next, Lin Yunhe said, at that time, Ling Wanner came to me, saying that Fang Chen was in trouble and that I should rush to his rescue. Their expressions instantly tightened. Lin Yunhe, I was startled and wanted to go out to rescue him, but I was blocked by 3 demonic beasts. Wen Xiu said, these 3 demonic beasts, are they the ones hanging at the entrance? Lin Yunhe nodded. And then? Fang Juting asked hurriedly. Lin Yunhe said, these demonic beasts seem to have come prepared. Using a formation, they trapped me for an entire hour. Even after burning 100 years of my lifespan, I couldn't escape. At that moment, my heart sank lower with each fight, because I felt that with Fang Chen's cultivation level, he was doomed under the ambush of the demonic tiger. But after I dealt with the 3 demonic beasts and was about to go rescue Fang Chen, Elder Hua came from the mountainside. That's when I learned that Fang Chen had not only survived but had also captured the demonic tiger. To be honest, I was terrified. I couldn't believe it. Lin Yunhee, still showing his shock, said to the tense Fang Juting and his wife, "I'm not afraid to offend you, but my thought at the time was, this good for nothing, only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, defeating a 5th level foundation establishment cultivator? That's absolutely impossible." But then Elder Hua explained Fang Chen's situation to me. "This kid, haha, he's been hiding it too well. He fooled us all. He's not a spoiled brat at all, he's a kind-hearted kid I almost think is foolish." Ling Wanner misunderstood him, tricking him into joining the Sound Forest. If he hadn't known how to play the gun, he would have almost brought shame to the Fang family. Yet he said nothing, and even when the yin-yang furnace activated, he repaid evil with kindness, saving Ling Wanner and Zhang Zhenquan's lives. "Last month, you cut off his spirit stone supply and even called away all his servants. He clearly didn't have many spirit stones left. Even in such dire straits, he still gave Xiao Qing the image recording jade slip and a whole bottle of broken jade pills. I was so moved at the time. Suddenly, I felt guilty for having cursed him for so many years." At this point, Lin Yunhee stopped and sighed deeply. He had cursed Fang Chen for over a decade, always expressing his disappointment in harsh words whenever he saw him, but now he realized that Fang Chen had secretly endured so much. Fang Juting and when Xiu fell silent. Especially, when Xiu's eyes reddened slightly. She suddenly realized how wrong she had been to doubt Fang Chen so much. She was used to the scheming and backstabbing of the world, yet she had used such a filthy gaze to doubt an overly kind child. He wasn't acting at all. His heart was simply too pure. Fang Juting slammed his hand on the table, sighed deeply, and beat his chest, groaning, "It's all my fault, all my fault. If I had kept him by my side, how could I have let him suffer so much alone?" Lin Yunhee comforted him, "It's all right, it's not your fault. It's our fault. It was the heavenly demon battlefield that caused you to be separated from your loved ones." Fang Juting pondered for a moment, sighed again, and then beat his chest, groaning, "Yes, it's all your fault, Lin Yunhee." His feelings of guilt were abruptly interrupted. Lin Yunhee continued, "After this incident, I realized that Fang Chen's previous actions in the outer sect were all justified. With him around, all the outer sect disciples cultivated with all their might. I once heard someone say that in the outer sect, you can do nothing, but you absolutely cannot let your cultivation level drop below the 3rd rank of Qi refining. Because everyone is afraid, if your cultivation level is below the 3rd rank of Qi refining, you risk being bullied by Fang Chen." When I heard this, I was quite happy, always thinking that I had kept Fang Chen around and was using him to motivate them. Now I understand, it was Fang Chen himself who sacrificed his own talent, his own time. He should have already entered the inner sect and made greater progress to help the outer disciples of the Dan Ran sect. When Xiu's eyes grew even redder, a little sore, she remembered what Fang Chen had said. "Those who have been caught in the rain know that when you're soaked, you most want someone to hold an umbrella for you." All these years, he had been holding an umbrella for all the children in the outer sect. "It's all my fault. If I were a little smarter, or a little more attentive, I would have seen all the things he had done in secret, and he wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Fang Juting said self-reproachfully. "It's not that you're not smart or attentive, it's that your son is too smart, his talent far surpasses ours," Lin Yunhee said. Fang Juting exclaimed in surprise, "Why do you say that? Isn't he intelligent?" Lin Yunhee slammed his hand on the table, standing up excitedly. Over the years, not only have he excelled in formations, cultivation, and talent, but he's also managed to thoroughly understand the sect rules while cultivating so powerfully. I always thought he spent a lot of time studying the sect rules to discover so many loopholes. Now I realize, if he wanted to cultivate, where would he find that kind of energy? He could probably spot the mistakes just by glancing at the sect rules. Let me ask you this, isn't such a mind incredibly intelligent, exceptionally so? Fang Juting gasped, indeed. That's right, without such wisdom and cunning, how could he have fooled Yin Hanyun, with whom he spends every day? When Xiu murmured. The two were completely convinced by Lin Yunhee. Meanwhile, Ling Yun peeked. "Father, when are you going back to mind the spirit mind this time?" Ling Wanner was in the pavilion under the Sound Forest, speaking to Ling Xiaoyuan sitting opposite her. "Wanner, in 3 days. The spirit mind is currently resting, so I can rest for 3 days." Ling Xiaoyuan said calmly with a gentle smile. Hua Qirong, standing to the side, glanced at Ling Xiaoyuan, hesitated, and ultimately didn't dare to utter a sound. "This grandmaster has a thick skin. Father, you've worked so hard." Ling Wanner sighed. "I'm almost at foundation establishment. The spirit stones I get from Master each month will be more than enough for our whole family to live at the foot of Yingguang Lake. Don't think so much. Mining spirit mines isn't as hard as mining in the mortal world. Father, it's all right. You just focus on your cultivation." Ling Xiaoyuan smiled gently. "Besides, the spiritual energy in the mines is nourishing. I feel like I'll be breaking through to foundation establishment soon, and so will your mother. She'll be at foundation establishment soon in the deep sea herb field. But still, they can't compare to my daughter. You're the best. Ling Wanner sighed, a hint of self-reproach in her eyes. But, in her eyes, her father, who made a living selling calligraphy and paintings, and her mother, who supported the family by embroidering clothes, had only come to the Dan Ran sect because she wanted to cultivate there. Her scholarly father went to mine spirit mines. Her skillful mother had gone to the deep-sea medicinal fields to tend to the aquatic spiritual herbs. Ling Wanner watched, her heart aching. Although her parents had also embarked on their cultivation journey because of this, how could she, as their daughter, bear to see them so exhausted? Meanwhile, Hua Qirong, who had been expressionless, was about to break down. Two patriarchs, one at the tribulation transcending stage, the other at the great ascension stage. Is it really appropriate for you two to conspire to deceive your own daughter like this? Ling Xiaoyuan laughed. There are no buts. Alright, didn't you say you were going to study under Elder Hua? Go quickly. Ling Wanner then glanced guiltily at Hua Qirong and said, then I'll go to the alchemy room to learn alchemy now. Father, why don't you go back first and not disturb Elder Hua? Ling Xiaoyuan transmitted his voice to Hua Qirong. I have something to discuss with you. Hua Qirong smiled slightly. No problem. Ling Wanner had no choice but to say, well, alright then. After saying that, she turned and left, giving Hua Qirong a pleading look as she went. Once Ling Wanner was out of sight, Hua Qirong immediately stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, Disciple Hua Qirong greets Ancestor Ling. No problem, sit down. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled slightly, and at the same time, with a slight wave of his left hand, a soundproof array was erected outside the pavilion. Then, he asked with a smile, what's wrong with Wanner? Why is she so guilty? Hua Qirong, who had just sat down, said, this disciple punished her by making her copy the alchemy scripture. Ling Xiaoyuan immediately chuckled, I really thought she was so diligent, coming all the way from Chaizun Mountain to study here. After leaving Yingguan Lake Mountain, Ling Xiaoyuan went directly to find Ling Wanner. He lied to her, saying that the spirit mine was on holiday and they were recuperating. After that, he insisted on staying with Ling Wanner. Ling Wanner couldn't refuse Ling Xiaoyuan, so she could only drag him up to Lingyun Peak, saying that she was voluntarily learning alchemy knowledge. Actually, Wanner is usually very diligent. Hua Qirong smiled, it's just that she made a little mistake this time. Then, Hua Qirong recounted in detail the whole story of how Ling Wanner misled Fang Chen into the Sound Forest. She explained that she had Ling Wanner copy the alchemy scriptures because Fang Chen hadn't made her work to atone for his sins, so she wanted Ling Wanner to work diligently for her and clear her head. I see. Ling Xiaoyuan was surprised, then smiled, that kid Fang Chen, he actually has such a history of pretending to be a playboy, I didn't realize. Hua Qirong asked in surprise, Ancestor, do you know him? Fang Chen's reputation had even reached Ling Xiaoyuan? I just met him. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled. Hua Qirong frowned immediately upon hearing this, his words were vague. She hated people who were deliberately mysterious. But even if Hua Qirong had 100 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to press Ling Xiaoyuan for answers. She could only guess at his meaning and said, he's a good boy. That's right. Since he's from the Fang family of the Demon Abyss, he can't be too bad. Wait, that's strange, why hasn't this kid learned the Divine General Armor? Ling Xiaoyuan suddenly paused. He just remembered that Fang Chen's body didn't have the aura of the Divine General Armor at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only learned about Fang Chen's Fang family background from Hua Qirong. Perhaps he doesn't like it? Hua Qirong hesitated. This disciple observes that Fang Chen is skilled in poison and fire techniques. He seems to be quite agile in combat and doesn't like large-scale attacks, so he probably doesn't practice the Divine General Armor. Ling Xiaoyuan was immediately stunned. Someone who cultivates an ancient divine body doesn't like large-scale attacks? What a joke! Then, Ling Xiaoyuan understood. Fang Chen must be too good at hiding it, pretending to be skilled in poison techniques to deceive everyone. Even Hua Qirong was completely fooled. This way, he could secretly cultivate the ancient divine body. After all, the ancient divine body was an extremely precious cultivation technique. It was perfectly normal for Fang Chen to want to avoid attracting attention and prevent others from stealing it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiaoyuan couldn't help but chuckle. He's quite a clever person. Ha ha. Hua Qirong. I said he didn't like practicing the Divine General Armor, so why do you call him clever? He likes to talk riddles all day, huh? Talking to you old monsters who have lived for thousands of years is exhausting. However, although Hua Qirong was furious inside, she remained outwardly calm, only smiling slightly. Alright, let's get down to business. Ling Xiaoyuan withdrew his thoughts and asked, how's the beast prison situation? His main purpose in coming to Lingyun Peak was to accompany his daughter, and secondly, to ask Hua Qirong about the beast prison. She was, in a sense, the first witness, so asking her was perfectly normal. It's almost resolved. The culprit who burned his lifespan and tore apart the seal of the beast prison, Elder Yu Chang, is already dead. Hua Qirong sighed. It's just a pity that the powerful demons above the nascent soul stage within the beast prison were controlled by Yu Chang. All the demon beasts lost their minds and died while creating the Great Formation. This loss is immense. This disciple is incompetent. Please forgive me, ancestor. It doesn't matter. It's not your fault. Yu Chang is an old man. I even gave him some guidance when he joined the sect. Now, his betrayal of the Dan Ran sect is indeed unexpected. As for the beast prison, the highest cultivation level of the demonic beasts inside is only at the initial stage of the Dao integration realm. They haven't even reached the tribulation transcendent stage, they're ultimately just ants. We can afford this loss. Ling Xiaoyuan said calmly, I'll go back to the immortal demon battlefield and capture some more for your bloodline breeding. Yes. Hua Qirong nodded immediately, relieved. Her apology was a pretense, her real intention was to ask Ling Xiaoyuan for help. But she couldn't possibly ask someone as powerful as Ling Xiaoyuan, whose only ambition was ascension, to intervene. She had to take a roundabout approach. Thankfully, although her patriarch loved to deceive his daughter and speak in riddles, which was quite exasperating, he was still willing to help his disciples. Tell me again in detail, what exactly happened back then? Ling Xiaoyuan asked. Hua Qirong said, it's like this. At that time, Yu Chang controlled the demons in the beast prison, making them lose their minds. He then used a flesh and blood millstone array, constructed from burning their bodies, lifespans, and essence, to envelop the entire turtle platform, forcing all the inner sect elders to be unable to pass. Wanner went to seek Elder Lin Yunhe's help. Because your divine sense actively transformed into a sharp sword to protect her when encountering demonic beasts with excessively strong auras, the 3 demonic beasts blocking Lin Yunhe dared not attack her. But, Ling Xiaoyuan interrupted, Wanner didn't discover that it was my divine sense, did she? Hua Qirong said, no, she thought it was her master, Elder Zhang Hefen's, divine sense. That's good, you can continue. Ling Xiaoyuan nodded. But Ning'ai suffered heavy losses. When she arrived at the turtle platform, she found it impassable and had to resort to the only method of passage, the great teleportation talisman. Hua Qirong said, not only did she lose her magic weapon, but she also consumed a great deal of her essence blood. As she spoke, Hua Qirong secretly observed Ling Xiaoyuan's reaction. Clearly, she wanted to hint to Ling Xiaoyuan to request another great teleportation talisman for Zhang Ning'ai, but Ling Xiaoyuan's reaction surprised Hua Qirong. His face darkened. What is this true disciple Zhang doing? Ling Xiaoyuan said with displeasure, her great teleportation talisman, I remember it was given to her by Sword Old Ghost when she crawled out of the Sword Tomb when she joined the sect. That alone was enough to allow her to return even when she was in deep danger in the demon realm. How could she use it like that? As a true disciple, doesn't she have any other treasures to save her life? Using such a treasure so casually, isn't that too ungrateful? Ling Xiaoyuan was a little angry. What isn't a treasure that allows a low-level cultivator to use supernatural abilities? The great teleportation talisman is the most precious of treasures. Zhang Ning'ai used such a treasure for a completely controllable disturbance in the beast prison within the sect. How could he not be angry? At this moment, Hua Qirong's expression changed drastically. She inwardly cursed herself for being too clever for her own good. Although Ling Xiaoyuan couldn't really blame Zhang Ning'ai, she didn't want Zhang Ning'ai's image in his eyes to plummet. Hua Qirong hurriedly said, please forgive me, master. It's not Ning'ai's fault, it's my problem. Your problem? Ling Xiaoyuan's gaze sharpened. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Hua Qirong's back. Her heart pounded with fear. She quickly said, Ning'ai was too protective of the treasure master bestowed upon her, tending to it daily, afraid to do anything to harm it. As you know, life and death are separated by a mere instant. I was afraid that when she used this great teleportation talisman, she would think it was a treasure master bestowed upon her and shouldn't waste it, thus missing her chance to escape. Therefore, I kept persuading her that the great teleportation talisman wasn't anything rare, and that she should use it when she felt she should, and not be stingy. That's why we've reached this situation today. It's truly my fault. Please punish me, master. Ling Xiaoyuan stared at Hua Qirong for a moment, until she was drenched in cold sweat, and finally shook his head. Fine. You're not wrong either. But, talk to her properly later. Treasures are priceless, use them with caution. Yes. Hua Qirong breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Ling Xiaoyuan asked, by the way, why did she insist on using the great teleportation talisman to cross the turtle platform? If she was afraid of being attacked by demonic beasts, couldn't she have just found somewhere to hide? Ning'ai wasn't afraid of being attacked by demonic beasts. She just wanted to use the turtle platform to ask me to rescue Fang Chen, who was trapped in the yin-yang furnace modified by Yu Chang. Hua Qirong said with a wry smile. Ling Xiaoyuan was immediately stunned. What? Ning'ai didn't know Fang Chen had already reached the foundation establishment stage. She thought he was a qi refining stage cultivator and was afraid he would die at the hands of the demonic tiger, so she used the great teleportation talisman, Hua Qirong said. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Xiaoyuan suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, that makes sense. Master Zhang used it perfectly." Hua Qirong, Grandmaster, is there something wrong? Protecting Fang Chen is absolutely necessary. Although he's strong enough to handle the demon tiger alone, Zhang Zhenquan's attitude is commendable. Ling Xiaoyuan said, "Once Fang Chen enters Crimson Venerable Mountain, you, and the others, will all have to learn from Zhang Zhenshuan, understand?" Hua Qirong's beautiful eyes widened slightly. She almost doubted her ears. Is this Fang Chen Ling ancestor's long-lost biological son? Isn't this going too far? Ling Xiaoyuan said displeasedly, "Why are you looking at me? Focus on understanding the message, do you hear me?" "I heard you," Hua Qirong hurriedly replied. "And then? After Zhang Zhen passed through the turtle platform, did you go to rescue Fang Chen?" Ling Xiaoyuan asked. "No, the flesh and blood millstone formation is extremely powerful. I couldn't break it alone, so I had to ask the sect elders and vice sect master Qingying for help." Hua Qirong said, "Even so, unless a patriarch of tribulation transcending level or higher intervenes, it would take us at least an hour to break the formation with our full strength. Yu Chang found a time when there were the fewest powerful figures in the sect and released these crazed demonic beasts." Ling Xiaoyuan frowned and said, "Then why didn't you use the sect's protective formation to break the formation and then go rescue him?" Ling Xiaoyuan knew that unless faced with a life or death situation, one wouldn't be able to call upon the patriarch. In that case, why not just have Vice Sect Master Qin use the sect's protective formation? But Hua Qirong smiled bitterly, "Ning-ai and I thought the same thing." But when Vice Sect Master Qin arrived, he had already summoned the Sea of Life lamps and found that all the outer sect disciples were unharmed. Clearly, no one had been injured in the turmoil, so he felt it wasn't necessary to waste so many resources activating the sect's protective formation. Ling Xiaoyuan's face turned cold. The outer sect disciples are unharmed, but what about Fang Chen? He's still in the yin-yang furnace. Even though he knew that with Fang Chen's true abilities, he would definitely be alright, that didn't mean Qin Ying could ignore Fang Chen. At this point, Hua Qirong smiled bitterly. "Ning-ai begged the vice sect master, saying that Fang Chen only had the qi refining stage cultivation and wouldn't last long, requesting him to use the sect's protective formation to cleave through the flesh and blood millstone and save him. But the vice sect master took out Fang Chen's life lamp, which showed that Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage. Although we didn't know Fang Chen was at the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment stage at the time, the vice sect master believed that Fang Chen had already reached the foundation establishment stage, and since Fang Chen was a member of the Fang family, he must have a life-saving magic weapon, so he thought Fang Chen could still hold on and there was no need to use massive resources to save him. In reality, in the eyes of the other elders and the vice sect master at the time, Fang Chen, a notorious and arrogant playboy, was better off dead. Fang Chen's life was not worth the resources consumed to activate the sect's protective formation. Although this statement is cruel, that's the reality. Even if Zhang Ning-ai cried her eyes out, it wouldn't help. As long as Fang Chen held off the winged fiend and prevented it from causing casualties among others, there was no need for them to waste more resources breaking the formation. Moreover, besides the fact that Fang Chen's life was worthless to Qin Ying, another important reason was that Qin Ying's disciple had failed in the competition with Zhang Ning-ai for a spot as a true disciple. Qin Ying harbored resentment over this and was at odds with Zhang Ning-ai, her master Fairy Qinyun, and the faction led by Hua Qirong. Now, he naturally had even less intention of saving the person Zhang Ning-ai wanted to save. Anyway, he felt that even if Fang Chen ultimately died, a spoiled brat like him wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Who would care about the life of a spoiled brat? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoyuan immediately flew into a rage and shouted. Hua Qirong instantly lowered her head, trembling with fear, and dared not speak. But beneath her fearful exterior, a slight smile played on her lips. Finally, a replacement for the vice sect leader. All those excuses are just about vying for resources. If it hadn't been Fang Chen who encountered danger that day, anyone else would have been dead long ago. Ling Xiaoyuan's face was ashen. A vice sect leader shouldn't have gone to such lengths. The immortal demon battlefield needs someone, let him go. As for the other elders present, don't punish them yet. Don't let Fang Chen offend most of the elders before even entering the inner sect. Find an opportunity to give them a warning and make them apologize to Fang Chen. If I hear something that satisfies Fang Chen, I'll let them go. Hua Qirong was shocked upon hearing this. Ling Xiaoyuan was being far too considerate of Fang Chen. Hua Qirong hurriedly replied, "Yes." Then, with an icy expression, Ling Xiaoyuan reached into the void, and a piece of golden paper appeared in his hand. After writing a line of words, the paper spontaneously combusted, turning to ashes that dissipated into the void. From this moment on, Qin Ying has lost his position as vice sect leader. Seeing this, Hua Qirong remained calm and composed, but inwardly she smiled. She had to thank Fang Chen. If this little fellow hadn't been favored by the ancestral master, how could she have dealt with Qingying so easily? However, Hua Qirong's expression turned strange as she recalled the flickering of Fang Chen's life lamp that day. Back then, after Qingying took out Fang Chen's life lamp, he found that it immediately went out. Zhang Ningyi turned deathly pale. The other elders were also terrified and hurriedly tried to activate the sect's protective formation. They were afraid that after Yi Xiong dealt with Fang Chen, he would attack the other outer disciples. But then, the next second, Fang Chen's life lamp lit up again. Everyone was stunned. It didn't stay lit for long before it went dark again. Then it lit up again. It went dark again. It lit up again. It went dark again. At that moment, on the turtle platform where the flesh and blood millstone array was activated, demonic energy surged and blood flames roared. Everyone stared in stunned silence at Fang Chen's life lamp. Everyone present swore they had never seen a life lamp that could flicker so brightly. Finally, this group concluded that the malfunction of the life lamp might be due to the influence of the flesh and blood millstone array. The flesh and blood millstone array is a top-tier trapping and killing array that disrupts spiritual energy. It not only severely reduces the combat power of those within it but also interferes with their methods of seeking help or escaping. Unless one possesses an extraordinary magical artifact or method for seeking help or escaping, everything will be rendered ineffective. Moreover, if a Mahayana stage expert were to use this array, the intensity of the interference would be even greater. In that case, Zhang Ningyi's great teleportation talisman would be useless. Of course. Normally, a Mahayana stage expert wouldn't sacrifice their lifespan to operate this array. That's why they believed Fang Chen's life lamp was affected by the array. The flesh and blood millstone array was activated at the turtle platform. Did it harm any other disciples? After the golden paper burned out, Ling Xiaoyuan remembered something and asked. No. Hua Qirong shook her head. Yu Chang, for some reason, still harbors some goodwill. He dismissed the other disciples, so it had almost no impact on the others. Ling Xiaoyuan frowned, beginning to sense something was amiss. Why is that? Didn't he already betray the Danran sect and join the demon race? How could he still care about the lives of the sect's disciples? He had always thought that Yu Chang, having betrayed the Danran sect and led the demon beasts, had become a complete traitor. But now he still retains some goodwill? That's what we find strange. Hua Qirong said, actually, there's something I want to say, but I don't know if I should. I dislike people who speak evasively and mysteriously. Since you've already asked, just say it. Ling Xiaoyuan said calmly. Hua Qirong, who was just playing cryptic games here? Hua Qirong said, from what Fang Chen said, Yi Xiong claimed that this commotion was orchestrated by the seniors in the beast prison to help him escape, and even guided him to devour Ningyi. But, if they only wanted Yi Xiong to escape, they wouldn't have needed to create such a commotion. Therefore, we think Yi Xiong was completely fooled by the great demon controlled by Yu Chang. The purpose of this commotion, seemingly to help Yi Xiong escape, was actually just to use him as a tool to kill Ningyi. But something feels off. Ling Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, suddenly remembering something. Hua Qirong said, we know that Yi Xiong, with the help of the yin-yang furnace, does indeed possess the ability to kill Ningyi. Otherwise, Ningyi wouldn't have used the great teleportation talisman for seeking help, but instead used it directly to save Fang Chen. But, the commotion Yu Chang caused was indeed too great. At that time, Zhang Ningyi had no choice but to leave after seeing that Yi Xiong refused to put her into the yin-yang furnace. She didn't use the great teleportation talisman because she feared that using it would dissipate her vital essence, making it even more difficult to fight the winged fiend, and potentially causing her and Fang Chen to die together in the yin-yang furnace. That's why she used the great teleportation talisman to call for help. In her view, it wouldn't take the sex experts long to arrive. But she hadn't expected it to be delayed for an hour. That's why she felt extremely guilty towards Fang Chen, believing she had almost caused his death. Ling Xiaoyuan praised, yes, Master Zhang made the right choice. One must have a clear understanding of one's own strength. Yes. Hua Qirong nodded. In the end, Yu Chang would have been better off leading a Dao integration stage demon beast to ambush Ningyi himself. The risk would have been lower, and the success rate higher. Therefore, we believe Yu Chang has another scheme, but we haven't figured it out yet. Ling Xiaoyuan's lips curled slightly. He understood. He asked, is Yu Chang's body still there? No. Hua Qirong looked at Ling Xiaoyuan's expression. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the ancestor already knew Yu Chang's true purpose? It's all right if he's not there. Are the other demon beast corpses still there? Ling Xiaoyuan asked. Most of them have been turned into materials for a blood and flesh grinding mill. Only 3, which Lin Yunhe personally killed, remain. Hua Qirong said, Elder Lin said he wanted to preserve them for the sect leader to investigate upon his return. Then let me investigate. Also, let's go check on the winged fiend. If I'm not mistaken, the truth should be that reason. And Yu Chang's decision to spare those ordinary disciples is probably also related to that reason. Ling Xiaoyuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Hua Qirong, what exactly is that reason? Can you stop with the riddles? But in the end, she suppressed her anger and smiled. Then this disciple will go with you to find Elder Lin Yunhe to investigate the demon beast corpses. Then let's go. I'll also check on Wanner's copying of the alchemy scripture. Ling Xiaoyuan removed the soundproofing array and was about to leave. Just then, Elder Hua. It's urgent. Xiao Peng's voice came from outside the sound forest. Hua Qirong immediately glanced at Ling Xiaoyuan, seeking her master's permission. Ling Xiaoyuan nodded, quite leisurely, and said, "It's all right, let her speak. I'm not in a hurry, take your time." Hua Qirong then called out, "You don't need to come in, just speak. Elder Lin sent a message to you, saying that Patriarch Fang Juting and Madame Fang have suffered injuries from demonic energy entering their bodies, and hope you can come quickly to help treat them." Xiao Peng announced loudly. "All right." Hua Qirong nodded, then murmured, "Fang Juting? Isn't that Fang Chen's father? How could he have demonic energy entering his bodies?" Ling Xiaoyuan's expression changed instantly, and he immediately stood up, "Go and see." With that, he waved his hand. Hua Qirong, who had instantly arrived at Yingguan Lake Mountain, was stunned. Was it really necessary to be in such a hurry? Knock on the door. Ling Xiaoyuan stood before Hua Qirong and said calmly, "Yes." Hua Qirong snapped out of her daze and hurriedly stepped forward. After knocking, Lin Yunhe opened the door. When he saw Hua Qirong, he was about to invite her in when he suddenly noticed Ling Xiaoyuan. His expression instantly changed drastically, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Disciple greets ancestor Ling." Lin Yunhe rarely saw his ancestors, but Ling Xiaoyuan was an exception. Because, when Ling Wanner first joined the sect, Ling Xiaoyuan had specifically come to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. No need for formalities. "Where is Fang Juting?" Ling Xiaoyuan asked. "He's in the back." "What's wrong?" Lin Yunhe was taken aback. "Ancestor Master came to check on Patriarch Fang's demonic energy intrusion." Hua Qirong explained in time. "What?" Lin Yunhe was instantly shocked. A patriarch like Ling Xiaoyuan could only be summoned when the Dan Ran sect was facing a life-or-death crisis. How could Fang Juting's demonic energy have brought out this powerful figure? Don't be so alarmed. Fang Chen is a pillar of our sect, and practically my half-disciple. His father is in trouble, so naturally I have to go see him. Take me there. Ling Xiaoyuan said calmly. Lin Yunhe was completely stunned. Half a disciple? Fang Chen, so powerful? When the dazed Lin Yunhe led Ling Xiaoyuan to Fang Juting and revealed Ling Xiaoyuan's identity, Fang Juting and Wen Xiu both paled, exclaiming in utter shock, "What?" This news came too suddenly. No one expected that the person behind Fang Chen was someone who had already reached the pinnacle of the world. "Gentlemen, there's no need to be surprised. Right now, the most urgent matter is for me to examine your demonic energy." Ling Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. Hua Qirong said at the opportune moment, "Grandmaster Ling's medical skills and alchemy are the best in the Dan Ran sect. With Grandmaster Ling examining you, Fang Chen can surely rest assured." Looking at Ling Xiaoyuan, Fang Juting was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. When Xiu was more composed and forced a smile, saying, "Grandmaster Ling, then I'll trouble you to examine this junior." "No problem." Ling Xiaoyuan spoke softly, then, before anyone could react, he waved his hand. A large amount of dense purple demonic energy was extracted from Fang Juting and Wen Xiu's bodies. Immediately afterward, hearing a venomous shriek emanating from it, Ling Xiaoyuan gently squeezed. Crack! The demonic energy shattered. Puffed. Fang Juting and Wen Xiu both coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiaoyuan took out a bottle of pills from his storage ring. "Take these and you'll be fine." "Thank you, Ancestor Ling." Wen Xiu and Fang Juting murmured blankly, blood trickling from their mouths. Ling Xiaoyuan had resolved their excruciating demonic energy problem in just a few breaths. The contrast was simply too great. Lin Yunhe, standing to the side, hadn't even had time to process what was happening. He was still reeling from the shock and disbelief that Fang Chen's backer was Ling Xiaoyuan. As a result, in the blink of an eye, they had already finished extracting demonic energy, vomiting blood, and taking medicine. At this moment, Lin Yunhe was once again filled with shock and stunned silence. "Any other problems? I can take another look." Ling Xiaoyuan asked again. "Yes." When Xiu hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Ling, we are worried that the demonic energy of the eternal regret demon will affect the fetus in my womb. Could you please take a look?" Hearing this, Ling Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up immediately. "You still have a child." Seeing the intense excitement shining in Ling Xiaoyuan's eyes, the four people present were all startled. "Master Ling, what are you doing?" When Xiu could only nervously reply, "Yes." "Good, very good. Then, when the child is about to be born, have Fang Chen summon me. I'll go to the Fang family to offer my congratulations." Ling Xiaoyuan chuckled, appearing very amiable, while secretly calculating. Fang Chen, already such a powerful older brother, surely, even if the child in her womb has poor talent, it certainly won't be too bad. Hearing this, everyone's expressions of surprise returned. Hua Qirong was the most shocked. These words revealed that Fang Chen had the means to contact Ling Xiaoyuan anytime, anywhere. This was simply outrageous. If Ling Xiaoyuan were in seclusion, the Dan Ran sect would only be able to summon him when it was on the verge of destruction. But Fang Chen could actually contact Ling Xiaoyuan using the birth of a child as a pretext? Absurd. Finally, Fang Juding could only bow respectfully. Thank you for your concern, Ancestor Ling. This junior is overwhelmed with gratitude. It's alright, let me examine the child in your womb. Ling Xiaoyuan said. When Shiyu nodded, Ling Xiaoyuan glanced at the child, a faint purple light flashing in his eyes. He froze the moment he looked. Seeing the sudden look of shock on Ling Xiaoyuan's face, a face that would remain unmoved even in the face of a collapsing mountain, when Shiyu was terrified. What's wrong? Ling Xiaoyuan's expression tightened slightly. He took a deep breath and said, something's happened to the child. Upon hearing this, when Shiyu's body went limp and panic filled her eyes. How could a mother hear bad news about her unborn child? She's been invaded by demonic energy, and the demonic energy is deeply hidden, Ling Xiaoyuan said. When Shiyu's pretty face turned deathly pale, and her body stiffened. Fang Juding's face was ashen, his eyes fixed blankly. Lin Yunhe hurriedly supported Fang Juding's back, his expression grave. Hua Qirong was startled, then sighed inwardly, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Don't worry, don't panic. Ling Xiaoyuan waved his hand, I can handle this demonic energy, but it will take time. Grandmaster Ling, is this true? When Shiyu's face instantly lit up with a mixture of surprise and joy. Of course. I'm not bragging, but as a Mahayana cultivator, I'm the only one who can save her. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled proudly, then continued, however, if she were already born, I could act directly, but she's a fetus. To ensure her safe birth, I've decided to take some time to prepare. Therefore, I will place a seal to delay her birth. Once I'm ready, I'll let her be born. When Shiyu almost cried, overjoyed, she said, yes, thank you, Ancestor Ling. Thank you, Ancestor Ling. Just now, her world had collapsed. Her heart was filled with self-reproach. Fortunately, Chenner was exceptionally talented and appreciated by Ancestor Ling, so she had the ancestors' protection today. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to find a Mahayana cultivator to help. No need. Ling Xiaoyuan was about to speak. At this moment, Fang Juding suddenly stood up without a word and knelt down. Fang Juding kowtowed deeply to Ling Xiaoyuan. I have no way to repay you. If Ancestor Ling ever needs my help in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lin Yunhe knelt down and kowtowed without hesitation as well. Me too. Ling Xiaoyuan readily accepted their kowtows, then said, no need for such formalities. As I said, Fang Chen is half my disciple, we're practically family. Yes. Fang Juding nodded heavily, thank you, Ancestor Ling. Ling Xiaoyuan stood up, alright, I'll place the seal on you. From now on, while you're fine in battle, try not to get seriously injured. Furthermore, this child might be weak and sickly after birth, and only I can care for her. Therefore, I suggest you two send her to Crimson Venerable Mountain, understand? When Shiyu and Fang Juding nodded, yes. Lin Yunhe showed gratitude, the ancestor was truly a kind person. He even thought of what would happen after the child's birth. Perhaps it's because he also has a child? Fatherly love brings tenderness. Meanwhile, Hua Qirong, the only one present who remained rational, felt something was amiss. Ling Xiaoyuan's actions seemed rather strange. So what if he's been sent to Crimson Venerable Mountain? Why is he so happy? Then, Ling Xiaoyuan began the sealing process. He gently raised his hand, and the spiritual energy of the entire reflecting light lake mountain was instantly drained. Freeze! The next moment, countless fragmented, 7-colored light spots appeared in Ling Xiaoyuan's hand, then settled into Wen Shiyu's lower abdomen. All done. Ling Xiaoyuan withdrew his spiritual energy. Hiss! Looking at the commotion caused by Ling Xiaoyuan's action, everyone was utterly stunned. Although there was no roaring of spiritual energy, nor a deafening roar, it was precisely this effortless ease that was enough to awe everyone. Afterwards, Ling Xiaoyuan and Hua Qirong walked to the front courtyard. As they walked, he revealed an extremely smug expression. Ha 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 ha. The demonic energy of the eternal regret demon entered her body, and she's still not dead? This talent is truly terrifying. Ling Xiaoyuan was extremely satisfied. Taking on a disciple ahead of schedule was fantastic. He laughed inwardly, I don't know what kind of luck Fang Juding and Wen Shiyu had. They're clearly not very capable, yet these two kids are so powerful. Strange. Master, the demon beast's corpse is right here. At this moment, Lin Yunhe said. Seeing this, Ling Xiaoyuan withdrew his thoughts, looked up, and after a couple of breaths, a mocking smile appeared on his face. It really is that one. Alright, no need to look anymore. Come with me to find Fang Chen and confirm it again. Meanwhile, in Fang Chen's courtyard. Very good, let's do it this way. After when Xiu and her husband left, Fang Chen had planned it out. Once his sister was born, he would have his family act out a scene, all dying. This would force his sister to hate him, break through the demonic energy of the eternal regret demon, and then everything would be settled. By then, his younger sister's cultivation will be heaven-defying, while he can relax at home. If any problems arise, he'll just mention his sister's name. Everything will be fine. As for the divine general's bone and armor, he'll definitely experience them himself for tens of thousands of years first. You have to experience them before you can tell your sister if they're good or not. If they're not good, as her older brother, I can't let her down. Having come up with a plan, he was in a good mood. While supervising Yi Xiong to finish preparing the pond, he took out 2 storage rings. These were apologies from the 8 nascent soul cultivators who had wronged him. Because he was undergoing his tribulation and chatting with Ling Xiaoyuan, he hadn't had time to check them yet. Before Fang Chen could even open it, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. System, ding. Detected the chosen one of destiny, unnamed, is facing obstacles. Please help, host. Fang Chen was instantly stunned. Obstacles? I need to help? Why don't the others need help? He was puzzled when he heard the system's words. Zhang Ning'ai, Chu Qiner, and Xiao Qing, they must have encountered trouble too, but the system had never asked him for help. Why is it that now that his own sister is in trouble, he needs to help? Does having a younger sister give me special treatment? Do I have to take special care of her? The system said. The system greatly appreciates the host's willingness to proactively help other chosen ones, but the other chosen ones are already adults and capable of solving problems independently. Unnamed is still in the womb and unable to care for herself, she still needs the host's help. It has been detected that Unnamed has been sealed by the evil powerful being Ling Xiaoyuan, who covets her. The host needs to help remove the seal. Fang Chen's eyes widened upon hearing this. After the system finished speaking, Fang Chen was immediately shocked. How could Grandmaster Ling suddenly seal my sister? And become an evil power? The system explained. To resolve the demonic energy within Unnamed's body, Ling Xiaoyuan forcibly delayed Unnamed's birth, thus causing Unnamed to miss her opportune moment. Furthermore, he even attempted to form a master-disciple bond with Unnamed, preventing her from following the path to enlightenment that the system and the host had painstakingly planned and arranged. This would waste our efforts. Doesn't the host consider him an evil cultivator? Fang Chen, your mother's banana has a big pineapple, and I have your dead ghost's elaborate planning and arrangements. This kind of effort is better wasted. Fang Chen understood. Although he didn't know how his parents met Ling Xiaoyuan, he could guess that Ling Xiaoyuan was treating his sister and even considered taking her as a disciple. A Mahayana cultivator, personally treating her and wanting to take her as a disciple. This is an extremely fortunate thing for any cultivator in the world. Even hundreds of years of burning incense and praying to Buddha, accumulating merit and doing good deeds, wouldn't bring such good fortune. But in the system's mouth, Ling Xiaoyuan became an evil cultivator? Fang Chen felt he needed to thoroughly investigate the system's mental state. I don't think Ling Xiaoyuan is a good person. Fang Chen pursed his lips and replied. The system said, not at all. Please correct your attitude, recognize the enemy's position, clarify your own ideals, and actively kill your entire family to help Unnamed achieve enlightenment. Otherwise, if the evil Ling Xiaoyuan succeeds, Unnamed will likely only become an ordinary Mahayana cultivator, ascending to the immortal realm as a mediocre person. Seeing Unnamed fall into such a tragic and miserable end, don't you feel regret and sorrow? Fang Chen, I'm #@%@%. Tens of thousands of words of national essence flashed through Fang Chen's mind almost instantly. A mediocre great ascension stage? Ascending to the immortal realm as a commoner? System, are you brain dead? Fang Chen muttered the character for miserable on his leg, cursing, damn it. This kind of ending is called tragic and desolate? Heh, what if I die at the hands of the chosen one? What would that be called? The system said, my evaluation is a glorious legacy for all time, a lasting fragrance for 10,000 years. Such a glorious and earth-shattering achievement deserves to be recorded in history, and a saintly stele should be engraved in your honor, to be passed down through generations, to express gratitude for your contributions to the world. Ah, right. Should I erect a stele for you too? Fang Chen sneered repeatedly after hearing the system's nonsense. You bastard. All you do is brainwash me. The system said. The host agrees with the system's statement, and the system is very pleased. However, the host does not need to erect a monument for me. I am merely the host's tool, and do not possess the host's perfect, noble, and unparalleled character. I am unworthy to stand on a monument alongside the host. Fang Chen, are you really that out of breath? Then, taking advantage of Fang Chen's silence, the system began to speak. To help unnamed continue on the path of revenge for killing his brother, the system will automatically teach the host immortal technique, great unsealing technique. This immortal technique can perfectly resolve the sealing techniques of the Mahayana stage for the host. Please go and unseal, unnamed. The words had barely left the system when Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up with wild joy. He, a foundation establishment cultivator, could actually learn an immortal technique? This was simply too heaven-defying. Thinking this, Fang Chen was extremely satisfied. Well, he'd better erect a monument for the system later. Then, Fang Chen thought of something and asked, "System, how can I learn an immortal technique? And can I use it?" Immortal techniques, these immortal arts, did he even have the ability to use them? Ling Xiaoyuan sealing technique can only be reliably broken by immortal techniques. The system explained. Therefore, host, please learn the great unsealing technique. As for using immortal techniques, host, there's no need to worry, the system has already taken care of that. Next, please learn the great unsealing technique. Hearing this, Fang Chen was immediately satisfied. Sure enough, even if the system was usually a bit of a jerk, it was still reliable when it needed to provide techniques and even offered helpful after-sales service. If only this system only gave techniques and not those bizarre tasks. Just as Fang Chen was praising the system in his heart, suddenly, he received an extremely profound piece of information. This was information about the immortal technique, great unsealing technique. At the same time, his body seemed to have memorized something. Whenever he wanted, he could use this immortal technique with great skill. With this unsealing technique, he can see through all kinds of seals in the mortal realm and then remove them. Fang Chen recalled the contents of the immortal technique and muttered to himself. From this moment on, all seals in this world are as meaningless to him as running naked. Even if he doesn't understand them, and hasn't even learned sealing techniques, he can still break them. But then, Fang Chen stood up with great joy and looked at Yi Xiong. "How did it go?" Yi Xiong replied, "All done. Let me see." Fang Chen approached, about to examine the pond, when he suddenly sensed something was wrong with Yi Xiong. He frowned, feeling a faint black aura flowing beneath Yi Xiong's black and white fur. This aura didn't belong to Yi Xiong. It was extremely strange and secretive, like calm flowing water, seemingly harmless and non-toxic. What is this? Fang Chen stared at Yi Xiong in astonishment. Clearly, there was something wrong with Yi Xiong's body. Someone had sealed this terrifying-looking black aura within him. Yi Xiong immediately frowned, displeased. "What kind of question is that? I'm just an ordinary Kinkan sacred tiger with emperor-grade bloodline. That's not what I asked you." Fang Chen interrupted him, then pressed down on Yi Xiong's back, saying, "There's a black aura here, do you see it?" Yi Xiong was immediately stunned. "What black aura?" "It's here, inside your body," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Yi Xiong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked back, tilting his head back desperately. "Where? Where? Don't look, you probably didn't even notice it." Fang Chen frowned. "This must have been sealed inside you. I'll remove it for you now." Fang Chen could tell through the great unsealing technique that the black energy wasn't powerful, and it didn't affect Yi Xiong's movements. However, considering that neither he nor Yi Xiong had noticed its presence before, Fang Chen felt it was best to remove it quickly. "Okay." Yi Xiong nodded hastily, somewhat flustered. Fang Chen's sudden seriousness made him a little nervous. Then, Fang Chen performed the great unsealing technique, hand seals. Once the seals were complete, a profound power appeared, which Fang Chen immediately slapped onto Yi Xiong. Snap! Streams of black energy immediately flew out from Yi Xiong's 7 orifices. Yi Xiong watched in horror. When did these things get inside his body? After the black mist appeared, it first condensed in midair, then suddenly emitted a terrified scream. The next moment, the black mist slowly dissipated. Winged by this, Yi Xiong was stunned, then showed deep admiration for Fang Chen. "Brother Chen is truly amazing. I didn't expect that not only is his cultivation strong, but he also knows how to seal. That's really incredible. It should be all better now." Fang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. He wasn't sure himself either. Who told him he didn't understand sealing techniques? But he could clearly feel that the power had completely vanished. At this moment, Yi Xiong looked up and said obsequiously, "Brother Chen, you're amazing." Fang Chen put his finger to his nose and shushed him. "Don't praise me, I'll get arrogant." "So what if I'm arrogant?" "You're so powerful, it's only natural to be." Winged fiend, like a sycophant, then fawned, "Since you're so powerful, could you help me figure out how to remove the seal on the beast's slave mark?" Upon hearing this, Fang Chen raised his hand to stroke the tiger's head, smiling without saying a word. Winged fiend immediately dropped his smile and turned to fiddle with the pond. Just as Fang Chen was about to go back to examine his spoils, Hua Qirong's voice rang out from outside the door. "Fang Chen, Elder Hua, what brings you here?" Fang Chen raised an eyebrow and walked outside. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Hua Qirong in a long red dress, a faint medicinal fragrance still wafting from her, soothing his mind. Besides Hua Qirong, Fang Chen noticed Ling Xiaoyuan was also there. His clothes were, never mind. What he wore didn't bother Fang Chen much. Ancestor Ling, you're here too, Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Elder Hua and I came to see you to confirm something. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled. Then come in and sit down, Fang Chen said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Hua Qirong's pretty face changed. This kid, why didn't he bow to the ancestral master first? Isn't he afraid of the ancestral master's punishment? But seeing Ling Xiaoyuan walk in without a care, Hua Qirong slapped her forehead. Oh, I forgot again. This person's status is different. Ancestral master, what do you wish to confirm? After entering the courtyard, Fang Chen followed behind Ling Xiaoyuan and asked. Ling Xiaoyuan walked straight to Yi Xiong's side, watching Yi Xiong digging a pit, and said without turning his head, Elder Hua, tell him the whole story. Yes. Hua Qirong recounted the events, but omitted Zhang Ningai's use of the great teleportation talisman and Fang Chen's flickering life lamp. Zhang Ningai had requested that the former be kept secret. As for the life lamp, Hua Qirong felt that having concealed it from Ling Xiaoyuan before, revealing it now would likely displease him. Upon hearing the truth behind Yi Xiong's escape, a massive upheaval, even concealing a conspiracy, Fang Chen was stunned. Only one thought occupied his mind. Yi Xiong, truly worthy of being the mini-boss Zhang Ningai, the chosen one. This commotion was huge. Yi Xiong was also dumbfounded. He lifted his head from the pit, his gaze blank, muttering, was I tricked? When he heard Hua Qirong say he was deceived by a powerful demon controlled by Yu Chang, he felt his world collapse. In the beast prison, the kind senior demon beast had given him a yin-yang furnace array plate he had researched for 2.5 years. It was all fake? Then what was real? Ling Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. You were indeed tricked. In fact, you had no hope of escape from the beginning. Wah! Breaking down, Yi Xiong burst into uncontrollable grief, wailing. Ling Xiaoyuan cast a silencing spell on him, rendering him unable to cry out, and then said to Fang Chen, now, I've come to check on Yi Xiong's situation, mainly because I've discovered Yu Chang's conspiracy. I suspect that he's caused all this trouble because he wants to activate a forbidden spell called Blood Sacrifice Demon Body. Fang Chen was taken aback. Blood Sacrifice Demon Body? What's that? Hua Qirong was secretly shocked. She wasn't shocked by the spell itself, but by Ling Xiaoyuan. This enigmatic man, was he really so agreeable to Fang Chen? Blood sacrifice to the demonic body is a method of resurrecting a heavenly demon. Ling Xiaoyuan said calmly, this technique involves sacrificing a sufficient number of blood demon slaves to form a blood demon array. The power of the blood demon array awakens the object to be resurrected, and finally, a sufficiently powerful body is prepared for the resurrected object. And the object to be resurrected is a shadow heavenly demon at the Mahayana stage that I and Sword Old Ghost jointly killed back then. I have already sensed the blood demon array and the shadow heavenly demon's aura from those 3 demonic beast corpses. Yu Chang's method is simple. The flesh and blood millstone array is just a decoy. He actually sacrificed all these demonic beasts to secretly form the blood demon array, awakening the shadow demon. Then, he had Yi Xiong perfectly devour Zhang Zhenshuan through the yin-yang furnace. Once Yi Xiong succeeds, the shadow demon lurking within him will devour him, obtaining a perfect body. Of course, if Yi Xiong fails and is killed by Zhang Zhenshuan, Yu Chang also has a way to revive the shadow demon. That is, the shadow demon, already sealed within Yi Xiong, will absorb the purest blood essence of the emperor-grade bloodline and silently invade Zhang Zhenquan's body. With Zhang Zhenquan's strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to detect the shadow demon's existence. When the time is right, Zhang Zhenshuan will be completely devoured by the shadow demon, and the shadow demon will also descend once more. After Ling Xiaoyuan finished speaking, Fang Chen, Hua Qirong, and Yi Xiong were all stunned. No one had expected that Yu Chang's goal was to resurrect a Mahayana stage demon. So, Elder Hua, when you said Yu Chang had good intentions and drove away the other disciples, it wasn't because he was so kind, but because those disciples had mixed bloodlines. Their deaths would pollute the blood demon array and affect the shadow demon's resurrection. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled slightly. He had heard his deceased master describe the tricks of the blood demon array years ago. He never expected to see it again. Hua Qirong said, this disciple has learned much. However, why would Yu Chang collude with the heavenly demon clan and commit such a heinous act? Ling Xiaoyuan smiled. He's already dead, so I have no way of knowing. However, perhaps he was controlled by the demon clan at some point. You all should thoroughly investigate this matter later, and prevent such restless elements from continuing to lurk within the sect. Hua Qirong nodded. Yes. To the side, Yi Xiong, silenced by a spell, stood there with his mouth agape, stunned. So, he had not only been used, but had also been used as a tool for resurrection because of his noble bloodline? Yi Xiong's body slumped down, his eyes dull and lifeless. When he first entered the beast prison and awakened his emperor-grade bloodline, he was surrounded by praise. Even Elder Yu Chang, who was in charge of the beast prison, treated him exceptionally well, personally massaging him from time to time. He always thought it was because his domineering aura was too strong. Now, he realizes that everyone was plotting against him. This world is too treacherous. Ling Xiaoyuan continued, and now, Fang Chen, I'm here to take away the last wisp of the shadow demon's soul hidden within Yi Xiong's body. The shadow demon is extremely adept at concealment. Even I, without careful observation, wouldn't be able to spot it. Otherwise, I would have seen through it immediately back at the 10,000-year volcano. As for you, even if you exert all your strength, you won't be able to catch such an extremely skilled concealer. Now, concentrate and focus, and watch me capture him. Watch carefully, learn well. If you can grasp even a little, it will greatly benefit your fight against the demon. Hua Qirong immediately replied, yes. Fang Chen, standing to the side, suddenly realized something and revealed a very strange expression. Alright, I'm here to save you. Ling Xiaoyuan dispelled the silencing spell and walked to Yi Xiong's side. Thank you, Ancestor Ling. Yi Xiong said. Ling Xiaoyuan placed one hand on Yi Xiong's head, his gaze deep, a faint purple light emanating from his eyes. However, after only 2 glances, he froze, then disbelief appeared on his face. He shook his head, took a deep breath, then looked down again, his eyes blazing with purple light, staring intently at Yi Xiong. After a while, his pupils contracted, and he closed his eyes again. 2 breaths later, he looked again, and after a moment, he became somewhat dazed, his eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of loss. Meanwhile, Hua Qirong began to realize something was wrong. It doesn't make sense. Why is it taking so long? But when she saw Ling Xiaoyuan's extremely ugly expression, she wisely lowered her head again, pretending not to know anything. Hua Qirong was wise. One tiger was very unwise. Seeing that Ling Xiaoyuan had been searching for a long time without success, Yi Xiong cautiously asked, Ancestor Ling, have you found it? Shut up. What's the rush? The shadow demon is powerful, it's not so easy to find. If you rush me, believe me, it'll devour you in a minute. Ling Xiaoyuan immediately shouted, then cast a silencing spell on Yi Xiong. Afterward, Ling Xiaoyuan took a deep breath and abruptly closed his eyes. The next moment, he opened his eyes, which had completely turned purple, and then his hands began frantically forming hand seals, creating countless afterimages. Open! After finishing the hand seals, Ling Xiaoyuan shouted, and his purple eyes actually turned golden. Then, he stared intently at Yi Xiong's body. Fang Chen, who witnessed all of this, was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xiong noticed that Ling Xiaoyuan's golden eyes were filled with utter blankness. The air was completely silent. Ling Xiaoyuan remained silent for a long time, his ears unusually turning slightly red. Beside him, Hua Qirong realized that Ling Xiaoyuan couldn't find the shadow demon at all. Therefore, she stared intently at the sky, her lips pressed tightly together. She dared not look at Ling Xiaoyuan, afraid that she might burst out laughing. At this moment, Ling Xiaoyuan closed his eyes, the golden light receding, and said, laugh if you want to, don't hold it in. Puffed. Hua Qirong instantly broke down, her pretty face showing an uncontrollable urge to laugh, but she managed to suppress it, her cheeks flushing slightly, and quickly said, no, Ancestor, I wasn't laughing at you, I just thought of something happy. But after saying that, she obediently shut her mouth. Too much talk leads to mistakes. Ling Xiaoyuan fell silent. After a moment, he said listlessly, don't tell anyone about this, or I'll tear down Lingyun Peak. Yes. Hua Qirong nodded obediently. You can leave now. Ling Xiaoyuan added. Hua Qirong turned and left without a word. Afterward, Ling Xiaoyuan set up a soundproof barrier and looked at Fang Chen. Tell me, what happened? He guessed that this matter was definitely related to Fang Chen, so he asked Hua Qirong to leave and planned to interrogate Fang Chen alone. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen smoothly revealed his natural confusion. Ha! What? Don't pretend. The shadow demon is gone, and it's definitely related to you, Ling Xiaoyuan said. He had indeed had a few moments of doubt that he had made a mistake in his judgment, perhaps the shadow demon wasn't here. But when he glanced at Fang Chen's guilty face and shifty eyes, he knew the other had definitely done something. Fang Chen had no choice but to abandon his act, forcing a dry laugh. Master, indeed, your words are truly insightful, I admire you. Disciple, it was indeed an accident that I released the shadow demon, but it seems to have died on the spot as soon as it appeared. A hint of shock flashed in Ling Xiaoyuan's eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and said, it deserved to die. Why? Fang Chen was taken aback. Ling Xiaoyuan didn't answer, but instead lifted the silent spell and asked Yi Xiong, did you use your bloodline power? Yes, master, because my bloodline power can heal injuries, so when Fang Chen almost killed me, I used Yi Xiong answered honestly. Fang Chen was stunned, only then realizing why this guy could be fully resurrected after experiencing the fire fiend killing technique. So it turned out he'd used up his emperor-grade bloodline power. Ling Xiaoyuan asked again, after you used up your bloodline power, did you feel anything unusual? Yes. Yi Xiong pondered for a moment, then hesitated, I don't feel tired at all. He had felt a pang of heartache after using up his bloodline power. Because bloodline power could only be used once every so often, after which he would become weak and listless. Therefore, at that time, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to use his bloodline power as a trump card to escape the Dan Ran sect. But later he discovered that his bloodline power seemed to still be usable. Moreover, he was still lively and energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. Later, Yi Xiong even planned to feign death to deceive Fang Chen, then use his bloodline power to recover and escape. Unfortunately, when Hua Qirong arrived, she immediately bound him tightly, preventing his escape. You absorbed all the blood energy that the blood demon array fed to the shadow demon, of course you're not tired. Ling Xiaoyuan said calmly. Ah, really? Yi Xiong was stunned. Yes. Ling Xiaoyuan nodded slightly. The blood energy provided to the shadow demon by the blood demon array entered your body and was used unintentionally. Otherwise, the shadow demon could have completely devoured you with that blood energy. Because you absorbed his blood energy, he had very little power left. When Fang Chen released him, he detached from your body and naturally perished quickly. Even Ling Xiaoyuan had to marvel at Yi Xiong's good fortune. He'd stumbled upon a life-or-death crisis by sheer luck. No wonder he was a demon beast with emperor-grade bloodline, his fortune was ridiculously good. Winged Fiend, so he'd just narrowly escaped death. Then, Winged Fiend's eyes lit up, and he said, so, does that mean I can use the blood demon formation to restore my bloodline power in the future? Of course you can. The blood demon formation's blood energy can even revive a great ascension stage heavenly demon. Restoring your bloodline power is nothing. Ling Xiaoyuan said. Then, ancestor, where can I learn this formation? Winged Fiend asked ingratiatingly. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled slightly, guess where you'll learn it, and also, after you learn it, how many punches will it take me to kill you? Winged Fiend, I'm not learning it. Fang Chen, standing to the side, suddenly stroked his chin, a thought forming in his mind. The blood demon array can not only heal injuries with blood energy, but also revive people? If I learned this array, squeezed myself inside, and started exploiting loops, what are you thinking about? Ling Xiaoyuan suddenly stared at Fang Chen and asked quietly. Fang Chen declared righteously, I didn't. I'm not like him. Don't try anything funny. Absorbing a little blood energy from the blood demon array is fine, but if you personally operate this array, you'll gradually become a heavenly demon. At that point, you'll be worse off than those demonic cultivators, you'll become a mindless, irrational monster. Besides, the blood demon array isn't 100% effective, sometimes it backfires. Ling Xiaoyuan reprimanded Fang Chen, then pointed at Yi Xiong, saying, look at him again. He seems to have lost his mind after absorbing the blood energy of the blood demon array. Do you want to end up like him? Fang Chen immediately shook his head, I don't want to. Yi Xiong, _ At this moment, Yi Xiong felt utterly humiliated and secretly made a vow. When I become the demon emperor, I'm going to take a dump at Crimson Venerable Mountain and let Ling Xiaoyuan clean it up for me. Then, Ling Xiaoyuan asked, there's one more thing I don't understand. How did you discover the shadow demon and release him? His eyes were still filled with shock as he spoke. The shadow demon was sealed inside the winged fiend by Yu Chang. Yu Chang's sealing skills were extremely high. Fang Chen, how could you have discovered it? Fang Chen coughed twice. I have a special skill that no one knows about. Ling Xiaoyuan looked at Fang Chen deeply and said, alright, I won't press you. However, it seems you have achieved a very high level in the Dao of sealing. Very good. Once you have the strength to protect this secret, remember to come and discuss it with me. Yes. Fang Chen nodded. Then, he remembered the question he hadn't had a chance to ask Ling Xiaoyuan this morning and couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster Ling, I have a question. Ling Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow. What question? Does Wanner know how awesome, so powerful you are? Fang Chen said. In his opinion, Ling Wanner's behavior didn't seem like that of a Grandmaster's daughter. No, she only sees me as a spirit mine worker. Ling Xiaoyuan shook his head. Fang Chen was taken aback, then suddenly understood, and said with deep admiration, as expected of you, your level is truly different. Fearing that his status as the patriarch might spoil Wanner, he chose to conceal his identity and let Wanner undergo more trials. It must be said that Ling Xiaoyuan was indeed a senior he greatly respected. Approachable. Powerful. Moreover, he explained things thoroughly, never resorting to ambiguity. He was also quite willing to let go regarding his daughter's education, preferring to let her grow through hardship rather than spoil her. Truly a father's love as solid as a mountain. But Ling Xiaoyuan waved his hand, I didn't care that much. I was just afraid that if Wana knew my cultivation was extraordinary and I was omnipotent, she would resent me for not helping Xiao Qing. Fang Chen, who was flattering him. 6. Afterwards, seeing that the matter was settled, Ling Xiaoyuan removed the soundproofing array and left. Having just made a fool of himself, he didn't bother saying goodbye to Hua Qirong. After Ling Xiaoyuan disappeared, Fang Chen ran outside to inform Hua Qirong. Although Hua Qirong wanted to know the final whereabouts of the shadow demon, she was still wary of Ling Xiaoyuan being nearby, so she didn't ask. Instead, she told Fang Chen to remember to come to Lingyun Peak next time and talk to her in detail. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. After watching Hua Qirong transform into a stream of light and disappear into the horizon, Fang Chen returned to the courtyard and looked at Yi Xiong, saying, "So your bloodline power can heal people? Why didn't you say so sooner? Make it clear, can you also help heal my injuries?" Fang Chen remembered that when Yi Xiong used his bloodline power last time, he felt a refreshing sensation, like a gentle breeze. Maybe Yi Xiong could even help him recover from his injuries. Thinking of this, he felt quite envious of Yi Xiong. These guys are so talented, born awesome, unlike me, so pathetic. Yi Xiong, already feeling down because of Ling Xiaoyuan's words, muttered upon hearing this, "What's the point of healing? You can resurrect so easily, it's not my place to heal you." Fang Chen. He slapped his forehead, realizing he was right. He could resurrect directly, what need was there for treatment? Since that's the case, he didn't need to envy Yi Xiong. Thinking this, Fang Chen scoffed, trash bloodline. Yi Xiong, I really want to kill someone. Then, Fang Chen planned to check what was inside the storage rings given to him by the 8 nascent soul cultivators. Just then, ding! The system's voice suddenly rang out, detecting the presence of the Chosen One. Fang Chen was immediately stunned. What the hell? No way? How come another Chosen One is suddenly approaching? Are Chosen Ones worthless in this world? Fang Chen hurriedly looked around, trying to find where the Chosen One was. Just then, the system said, "Detection complete. Chosen One, Winged Fiend." Fang Chen. His gaze instantly fell on the winged fiend, whose face was filled with anger and humiliation. He stared blankly, involuntarily opening his mouth. Ha! Fang Chen had only one thought in his mind: how did this simpleton suddenly become the Chosen One of Destiny? The system said, Yi Xiong, due to his excessively powerful bloodline and the long awakening period, was treated as a waste, subjected to endless scorn, and framed by his 9th brother, Yi Mao. He fled into the immortal demon battlefield, was captured and brought back to the Dan Ran sect, and finally, was tricked by Yu Chang in the beast prison. Originally, Yi Xiong was supposed to fight a great battle with the Chosen One of Destiny, Zhang Ning'ai. After both were severely injured, Yi Xiong was killed by Zhang Ning'ai. Subsequently, his bloodline and soul were devoured by the dark shadow demon, transforming into a demonic tiger. Ultimately, the demonic tiger would be slain by Zhang Ning'ai after activating the deadly sword intent, and swallowed by Zhang Ning'ai's flying sword, automatically becoming the demonic tiger sword spirit. After hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened. Damn, so this is how the script goes? If he hadn't appeared, then the one imprisoned in the yin-yang furnace would have been Zhang Ning'ai. After a fierce battle, Zhang Ning'ai defeated the winged fiend. However, in the battle against the Chosen One, the bigger boss always appears after the smaller one is defeated. Simply killing a simpleton wouldn't create any real sense of crisis. Thus, the shadow demon, who had devoured the winged fiend, appeared with a sinister laugh, intending to devour Zhang Ning'ai. At this moment, Zhang Ning'ai, as the Chosen One, activated her ultimate move, instantly killing the newly resurrected and weakened shadow demon. Finally, both transformed into Zhang Ning'ai's sword spirits. Sword spirits are mystical entities that only the most powerful flying swords possess. Powerful flying swords don't necessarily have sword spirits, but a flying sword with a sword spirit is definitely a powerful flying sword. As a result, Zhang Ning'ai's strength increased dramatically. Thinking of this, Fang Chen looked at Yi Xiong with pity. It seems I'm still the one who's good to you, otherwise you would have died long ago. Yi Xiong, who was sulking, suddenly paused upon hearing this. Why? It's nothing, you just need to say thank you. Fang Chen gently stroked the tiger's head. Yi Xiong stammered, "Thank you, good boy." Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction, then pushed Yi Xiong's head away. As Yi Xiong erupted in fury once more, he stepped aside and asked in his mind, "System, why did Yi Xiong suddenly become the Chosen One?" The system replied, "Because the host helped Yi Xiong expel the heavenly demon, Yi Xiong reclaimed his destiny and was thus designated the Chosen One. Now, to help Yi Xiong escape the Dan Ran sect, return to the Qinkan Sacred Tiger clan, complete his revenge plan, become the Demon Emperor, and protect the world. Please, host, take Yi Xiong away from the Dan Ran sect, break the contract with Yi Xiong, and feed yourself to Yi Xiong to increase his strength. It has been detected that the host's flesh is not fresh and palatable enough, and cannot help Yi Xiong increase his strength further. Therefore, the host's physique has been upgraded, transforming into the most nourishing, supreme treasure human body among the demon race. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. Supreme treasure human body? He had heard of this. This thing is the worst physique among humans, bar none. Even the derogatory term, supreme treasure's human body, was coined by the demon race, because this physique offers absolutely no benefit to its possessor. Its sole and greatest function is to transform oneself into the demon race's Tang Santang flesh, helping them increase their lifespan, strength, and bloodline power. Then, changes occurred in Fang Chen's blood, bones, and skin. Beside him, Yi Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Fang Chen, a primal urge driving him. The next moment, Yi Xiong involuntarily swallowed, saying, "Brother Chen, you're so horny." Fang Chen. He glared at Yi Xiong. "What did you say?" Yi Xiong immediately shrank back, forcing a dry laugh. No, I mean, your body, it smells like the gamey smell of lamb I've eaten, you know?" Fang Chen cursed. "That's a muttony smell, damn it." Oh, then you're so muttony," Yi Xiong said. Fang Chen flew into a rage. "Damn it, I'm not muttony. Say that again and I'll slap you to death." "I was wrong." Yi Xiong immediately shut up and squatted down, but his nose still twitched involuntarily, a deep sense of unease creeping in. It doesn't make sense. Was Brother Chen really this fragrant and tempting before? What's going on? Could it be that I've really gotten arrogant lately, even daring to devour my master? No, I need to restrain myself. Brother Chen has been good enough to me. What normal cultivator would treat their beast pet this well? Should I deep fry it or stir fry it? While Yi Xiong was puzzled, Fang Chen's face was grim, and he really wanted to drag the system out and beat it up. Luckily, the supreme treasure human body is very rare, almost no one knows about it, otherwise, Yi Xiong would definitely know what kind of physique I have now. As for why Fang Chen knew about this extremely rare and useless obscure physique, that's all thanks to the original owner. The original owner had consulted many books about useless people in order to understand his own body's condition, and that's how he came across this. Just then, the system suddenly chimed in. Ding. Friendly reminder: it is recommended that the host feed unwanted limbs and flesh to the winged fiend before the beast's slave seal is removed. Although this will cause inconvenience to the host, it will better fulfill the host's desire to help the winged fiend. Fang Chen. Damn it. What should I do if I increasingly want to beat up this system? However, after his initial outburst of anger, Fang Chen took a deep breath, calmed down, and began to seriously consider whether the winged fiend, as the chosen one, could provide him with any loopholes for exploiting. Currently, he relied on Xiao Qing to obtain cultivation and techniques. With his sister, he was idly cultivating the divine general armor, and his cultivation was continuously increasing. If there were any loopholes for exploiting the winged fiend's request, he could certainly implement them. But after a moment's thought, Fang Chen angrily exclaimed, "Damn it." He had initially thought that the supreme treasure's human body was obviously of no benefit to him, but it would still be beneficial to the winged fiend. Since that's the case, why not take advantage of the system's bug that allows him to revive and recover, and feed the flesh to the winged ferocious? Although it sounds a bit gory, raising the winged ferocious to become stronger isn't out of the question. But after carefully considering the system's helpful hint, he realized that the system had blocked this path. The system said that if he had any unwanted limbs or flesh, he could give them to the winged ferocious, but added that it would cause him inconvenience. This clearly meant that once he fed these things to the winged fiend, they were essentially unwanted and wouldn't regenerate. Fang Chen then stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. Wait a minute, if I don't give them to the winged fiend, I can give them to someone else. I'll catch another powerful beast pet, cut off its flesh to feed it, revive it with poison, and repeat the cycle endlessly. Wouldn't demon saints be less than dogs, and demon emperors roaming the streets? Perfect. Feasible, absolutely feasible. Fang Chen finalized his bug-exploiting plan almost instantly. However, this plan required him to quickly increase his cultivation level. After all, he was only able to maintain his beast slave seal with the winged fiend with Hua Qirong's help. If he wanted to acquire another beast pet, his cultivation level would have to surpass the winged fiend's. Fang Chen immediately said, "Cultivate. Cultivate." The winged fiend was stunned. He'd only just survived his tribulation, and he was already thinking about frantically cultivating? Brother Chen, you're so sassy. No, you're so hardworking. Winged fiend was so moved he drooled. Fang Chen shouted again, "Xiao Qing, you have to cultivate." Winged fiend. After his triumphant shout, Fang Chen felt a pang of melancholy. However, he'd better be careful to avoid those powerful demonic beasts in the future. Although as long as he wasn't caught by the chosen one, and as long as he wasn't unable to even shout Li Fu or Wang Sheng, he wouldn't be in any serious trouble. But nobody wants to be captured by demonic beasts and devoured like meat. And, most importantly, he, as their prey, could regenerate infinitely. If he became powerful enough in the future, he might be able to use his flesh to negotiate with the demonic beasts. But he's weak now. If he's captured and taken back to the demon realm, he'll just become the first walking buffet in the demon realm's history. Even Tang Santang isn't as miserable as me. Fang Chen lamented, I wonder if I'll ever meet my monkey in my lifetime. Fang Chen, what monkey can be as powerful as me? Don't worry, although I wanted to kill you before, I'll definitely protect you now. Winged Fiend said righteously. Really? Fang Chen glanced at him. Winged Fiend nodded emphatically, a sincerity beyond the human-demon boundary appearing on his tiger face. Fang Chen looked at him, deeply moved, and then extended his arm to him. Winged Fiend immediately opened his mouth involuntarily. Boom! Winged Fiend was immediately hit by a large blow. Fang Chen said, practice your willpower more. You need to be able to resist temptation in the future, otherwise you'll be a complete idiot, understand? He knew that the allure of the Supreme Treasure's human body was too great for demonic beasts. Therefore, to prevent the Winged Fiend from accidentally biting him, he decided to periodically use bait to train the Winged Fiend's willpower. Of course, this was definitely not a pretext for attacking the tiger. The Winged Fiend covered its face, extremely indignant. Then, Fang Chen turned and walked back, intending to check the storage rings of the 8 nascent soul cultivators. Just then, the system suddenly dinged again, currently detected the Child of Destiny, Xiao Qing. The system announced, the Chosen One of Destiny, Xiao Qing, has been detected. He will compete with others for the Fire Fiends at the 10,000-year volcano and, after successfully refining 4 Fire Fiends, will complete his Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, breaking through to the first rank of Foundation establishment. Due to the abundance of Fire Fiends, he possesses the ability to fight beyond his level. Under normal circumstances, he can defeat a second-rank Foundation establishment cultivator, and with his full power, he can defeat a third-rank Foundation establishment cultivator. In life or death situations, he can even unleash the combat power of a 4th-rank Foundation establishment cultivator. Fang Chen was stunned. How did Xiao Qing suddenly achieve Foundation establishment? Previously, he gave Xiao Qing a cultivation technique and a bottle full of broken jade pills, thinking that would be enough for Xiao Qing to cultivate day and night for the next half-month. Even with such effort, and with the addition of a Fire Fiend King, Xiao Qing was only at the 9th rank of Qi refining. But now, having taken Xiao Qing's Fire Fiend King, why has Xiao Qing's cultivation level and combat power increased instead of decreased? Fang Chen asked, System, I want to know, why did his cultivation and combat power suddenly skyrocket? The system replied, this is Xiao Qing's fortuitous opportunity. What kind of fortuitous opportunity is this monstrous? Fang Chen was stunned. The system explained, after the Fire Fiend Tide was unleashed, all the Fire Fiends were injured or crippled by numerous nascent soul cultivators. Next, Xiao Qing will acquire 4 high-quality Fire Fiends. With the help of the Fire Fiends, Xiao Qing will not only break through his rank but will also possess an even more powerful Fire Fiend killing technique. The dramatic increase in his overall combat power is perfectly normal. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. It can be done like this? He originally thought that taking the Fire Fiend King would greatly reduce Xiao Qing's cultivation. But now, although Xiao Qing has lost the promising Fire Fiend King, he has gained a large number of high-quality Fire Fiends. His cultivation has actually increased instead of decreased. Wait, if you're saying that, then he should have had this fortuitous opportunity before. Fang Chen remembered something else and asked. According to the original script, Rao and the others would have forced the Fire Fiend King to unleash a Fire Fiend Tide, resulting in many injured Fire Fiends, just like today. Given this, why didn't Xiao Qing absorb any before? The system explained, because the Fire Fiend King is extremely troublesome, absorbing it would put Xiao Qing into a deep sleep, preventing him from absorbing other injured Fire Fiends. The Fire Fiends he's absorbing now aren't as powerful as the Fire Fiend King, so he doesn't need to sleep and naturally has time to absorb more. Fang Chen. 6. He had always thought that Xiao Qing's 9th grade Qi refining cultivation was due to him giving him a bottle of shattered jade pills, which allowed Xiao Qing to cultivate day and night and absorb the Fire Fiend King. Now he realized that Xiao Qing had also slept for a period of time in between. This talent is truly monstrous. Fang Chen murmured. Is this the true value of a top genius? It refreshes his understanding of this world every time. The system continued, based on the assessment, the host already has a 100% chance of defeating the Chosen One, and there's no need to increase cultivation. However, to complete your mission, please refrain from using cultivation levels exceeding Xiao Qing's, help Xiao Qing improve, and die at Xiao Qing's hands. Fang Chen ignored the system's subsequent words, then stroked his chin. He planned to go to the 10,000-year volcano to check on the situation. The system said Xiao Qing obtained 4 Fire Fiends by competing with others, achieving the first rank of Foundation establishment. So, if he helped him compete for Fire Fiends, wouldn't Xiao Qing be able to refine even more? Working around the clock, without rest, refining his skills, Xiao Qing might even surpass his current combat power before the life or death duel ends. Then, wouldn't he be able to improve his cultivation? Fang Chen immediately planned to go out and help Xiao Qing cultivate. Thank you, junior brother Xiao, for your help. Wait. But Fang Chen suddenly paused, realizing something. He felt he had overlooked a crucial point. Thinking of this, Fang Chen immediately abandoned his plan to go to the 10,000-year volcano and headed towards the summit. Meanwhile, in Lin Yunhe's pavilion, Fang Juting and Wen Xiu had already left. The couple actually wanted to have another heart-to-heart talk with Fang Chen, but their current condition was far from good. Although Ling Xiaoyuan had helped them expel the demonic energy, they still needed to go home and rest properly. To avoid worrying Fang Chen, they didn't even dare to say goodbye to him in person. Ah, they're all pitiful people. Lin Yunhe shook his head, watching the couple's departing figures. When he returned to the pavilion, he noticed a crimson leaf floating silently on the stone table. A rich life force emanated from the leaf, invigorating and refreshing. Lin Yunhe's eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed involuntarily, "A leaf of immortal longevity." He knew very well that this was a rare and precious herb for restoring lifespan. It was extremely valuable. Lin Yunhe immediately realized that the couple had left the leaf because he had burned 100 years of his lifespan. They were afraid he wouldn't accept it, so Fang Juting deliberately didn't give it to him in person, then secretly left it in the pavilion. He gazed at the immortal longevity leaf for a long time before letting out a long sigh. That blockhead. I burned 100 years of my lifespan, and I still don't need such a precious natural treasure. What a waste. As he spoke, a touch of emotion and bittersweetness welled up in Lin Yunhe's eyes. Throughout his cultivation journey, countless years had passed. People had come and gone, but only Fang Juting remained by his side, just as he had in the beginning. He could still vaguely recall Fang Juting's simple and honest appearance as a child, not much different from how he looked now. Beside the immortal longevity leaf lay a jade slip. Lin Yunhe wiped his eyes, his heart filled with endless emotions and memories. He picked up the jade slip and channeled his spiritual power into it. Initially, there was silence. Just as Lin Yunhe thought something had gone wrong, Fang Juting's voice suddenly came from the jade slip. This immortal longevity leaf is red, the same color as my son's divine general armor. Crimson divine general armor. Only those who have awakened the divine general Dao bone can possess it. Lin Yunhe's emotion abruptly ceased. Ah! Fang Juting, I'll kill you. Congratulations, Chu He. I heard your granddaughter can cultivate now, isn't that right? Thank you so much. All thanks to everyone. Haha, this is what you deserve. I knew you, Chu He, had accumulated a lifetime of good deeds. Your granddaughter couldn't possibly be in danger. At this moment, in the Duyuan battle courtyard of Yingguan Lake Mountain, 4 old men were chatting together. The Duyuan wasn't an important place in the Danran sect, so the daily routine there consisted of the 4 old men slacking off. One of the elderly men in brocade robes was Chu He. However, at this moment, he was no longer the melancholy he had been before, but rather beaming with joy. The reason was simple. Chu Qiner could cultivate again. This news moved Chu He to tears. Years of waiting and sacrifice had finally paid off. Greetings, seniors. Just then, Fang Chen's voice came from the doorway. The 4 elders immediately turned to look outside. Upon seeing Fang Chen, their expressions changed slightly. This was no one to be trifled with. Then, Chu He sighed inwardly, knowing he had to receive him even if he was not someone to be trifled with. He stepped forward and asked with a smile, Fang Chen, what can I do for you? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with expectation. Ahem, it's like this, Senior Chu, I would like to know if the life or death duel can be postponed. Upon hearing this, the 4 were all startled. Postponed? Why the postponement? Their first thought was, what's this guy up to now? Has he found some loophole in the sect rules again? Fang Chen waved his hand. The reasons are rather complicated. I just want to know if it can be postponed. The group exchanged bewildered glances. A life or death duel requires a postponement? Wasn't Fang Chen so eager to kill Xiao Qing when they signed the contract last time? They clearly remembered that Fang Chen wanted to kill Xiao Qing the day after signing the life or death contract. Is it possible? Seeing the 4 remain silent, Fang Chen pressed on. Finally, Chu He reluctantly said, although the Do Academy doesn't have specific regulations on postponements, if you and Xiao Qing agree, it should be possible. How long do you plan to postpone? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed and replied without hesitation, billions of years. The 4 widened their eyes instantly. The 4 old men in the fighting academy were completely bewildered. Only one thought occupied their minds. Was this some kind of curse from heaven, seeing how lazy they'd been for decades, wishing them an unlucky old age? Fang Chen was clearly deliberately causing trouble. Chu He was even more breathless, glancing at Fang Chen's cultivation level. With his foundation establishment stage strength, he could only discern that Fang Chen was still at the 3rd rank of Qi refining. 3rd rank of Qi refining. Chu He thought to himself, does this guy already know that Xiao Qing is at the 4th rank of Qi refining, and is worried about losing his life or death duel, so he's already trying to pull some tricks to force an end to this duel? Chu had seen Xiao Qing practicing his fist techniques at the foot of the mountain a few days ago and realized the boy was already at the 4th rank of qi refining. That's why he had this thought. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was secretly scheming. Since Xiao Qing was the chosen one, he was destined to reach the level of an immortal, right? If the extension is successful and the system agrees, he will extract all of Xiao Qing's cultivation. He'll ascend to immortality on the spot. However, Fang Chen is regretful, because if the system agrees to the extension, his cultivation will likely increase to the point where he can wipe out Xiao Qing's entire family. Then, the divine general armor probably won't continue its automatic cultivation. It's truly a pity. But, no divine general armor is fine. He still has the ancient divine body. In this way, Xiao Qing's strength combined with the ancient divine body, working in tandem, that strength is practically unstoppable. But, while Fang Chen is secretly pleased, reality remains harsh and unpredictable. After all, putting aside whether the system will allow him to successfully exploit this bug, just look at the Battle Academy. The 4 old men's expressions are so grim, they probably won't agree to his life or death duel billions of years later. Then, Chu coughed twice, carefully choosing his words, and chuckled dryly. Fang Chen, this. A billion years. That's far too long. Are you kidding us? Ha ha. The Chu family's background wasn't strong, and Chu Qiner was just about to enter the outer sect. He really didn't want to offend Fang Chen, but he simply couldn't agree to this request. The Danran sect had already emphasized that a life or death duel was no child's play, and yet Fang Chen dared to postpone it for a billion years? Was he crazy? Fang Chen, however, was unwilling to give up easily, so he earnestly pleaded, really not possible? A billion years is just a blink of an eye. This concerned becoming an immortal, he couldn't give up so easily. This was his path to ascension. The 4 resentful old men, some of them already had their fists hardened. This, Wan Ku, a spoiled brat, his usual arrogance was one thing, but why was he speaking so sarcastically today? This is infuriating. Chu Heqian laughed, ha, ha, Fang Chen, you're really joking. If you really want to extend your stay by billions of years, how about we cancel it for you, and you can arrange another match with Xiao Qing privately? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise, this old man, what a brilliant idea. He decided that once the sect's life or death battle was over, he would arrange another match with Xiao Qing privately and see if the system would react. Fang Chen said, Senior Chu, I accept your suggestion, but this life or death battle is of utmost importance. It cannot be taken lightly and must not be easily cancelled. Chu He's blood was boiling. Who exactly is playing games here? And if you're not going to cancel it, what's the point of accepting it? He had completely realized that this bastard was just here to toy with the 4 old men at the fighting academy. But Chu still didn't dare to turn hostile, and could only force a smile, saying, how about this? The life or death battle is of utmost importance, and besides, you and Xiao Qing need to be present at the same time to discuss and agree. Why don't you go and bring Xiao Qing back first? Hearing this, Fang Chen stroked his chin and could only nod helplessly. Alright, then you all should seriously consider this suggestion from Yi Wan Nian, understand? Everyone nodded. Afterwards, Fang Chen left. He was going to take Yi Xiong to find Xiao Qing, and once Fang Chen was out of sight, the 4 old men instantly flew into a rage. Damn it. This is outrageous. This little brat, I've never been this angry before. Go ask Elder Lin. We must have him deal with this spoiled brat. The 10,000-year volcano. Crackling and popping. The flames scorched the air, crackling intermittently. The entire 10,000-year volcano remained unchanged, its perpetual dryness and heat still the dominant theme. However, now, the mood of all the cultivators on the 10,000-year volcano was completely different from before. At this moment, the core area of the 10,000-year volcano had become a treasure trove. Everywhere were crippled fire elementals, extremely easy to collect. Even if they didn't cultivate the 10,000 Fiends Heart method, like Xiao Qing, obtaining fire elementals was still very helpful to them. Not to mention cultivation techniques, just consider weapon crafting. Fire elementals were perfectly suited for crafting magical treasures. Therefore, the 10,000-year volcano is currently teeming with cultivators. However, none of these cultivators have entered the fire core zone. Instead, they are waiting in the fire fiend zone, because a fight is currently taking place in the fire core zone. Master, so, should we wait until the nascent soul cultivators inside have divided up all the fire fiends before we go in? Xiao Qing, hiding in the crowd, was communicating with Venerable Xiao Ao. Within Xiao Qing's body, an aged voice rang out, chuckling, hee hee. That won't do. By then, the best fire fiends in the fire core zone will have already been picked over. If you want to go in, you should go in now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing was taken aback, and couldn't help but feel troubled. But, with so many nascent soul cultivators gathered inside and they've set up an array, how can I go in and collect them? Without the Fire Fiend King, void returning stage cultivators and above aren't very interested in this place. But for nascent soul stage cultivators and below, Fire Fiends are still extremely useful. Therefore, when the Fire Fiend tide erupted, powerful figures began arriving in Flamelight City. They all intended to vie for the Fire Fiend. However, at that time, the fiendish energy in the Fire Core area had not completely subsided and remained extremely violent, so even the nascent soul stage experts remained inactive. Only a few dared to scout the situation in the outer areas. And when Fang Chen began his tribulation, the overwhelming divine might terrified many more. Only after the tribulation dissipated did these powerful figures dare to enter the Fire Core area. Upon entering, they expelled all cultivators below the nascent soul stage from the Fire Heart Zone. The nascent soul cultivators, naturally, chose their desired fire elemental first, and then it was the cultivators' turn to choose. Xiao Qing was one of those expelled from the Fire Heart Zone. He was anxiously waiting for a chance to enter. Hearing Xiao Qing's question, the carefree venerable chuckled, "Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. Wait, just follow my orders." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing instantly became excited. "Master, are you going to make a move?" The venerable Xiao Ao smiled and said, "Of course I won't make a move. I want to hone your skills while I'm at it. Besides, what's there to fear about a few nascent soul cultivators?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. Nascent soul cultivators? Nothing to fear? Just then, a hand suddenly patted Xiao Qing's shoulder. Startled, Xiao Qing instinctively turned around. He saw the face of an old man. Seeing Xiao Qing turn his head, he slowly asked, "Are you willing to learn my inheritance?" The old man, dressed in white robes, had a solemn expression and deep, unfathomable eyes. Upon seeing the old man, Xiao Qing's face showed a hint of surprise, then he hesitated and said, "Senior, I'm sorry, I already have a master." But just then, the venerable Xiao Ao slowly said, "Agree to him. Let's see what he's up to." "Master, how can this be?" Xiao Qing was stunned. In his understanding, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Since the venerable Xiao Ao was already his master, he couldn't switch to another master. "Why are you so rigid? It's not like you can't have two masters. I had 123 masters back then, and I could go wherever I wanted to study. No one's restricting you," the venerable Xiao Ao said calmly. "Xiao Qing, and..." The venerable Xiao Ao's tone turned grave. "This person, I feel he's very extraordinary, there's something about him I can't quite understand. Perhaps if you become his disciple, the inheritance you learn will benefit even me." Xiao Qing was stunned. "Master, are you stealing knowledge?" The venerable Xiao Ao said calmly, "What do you mean by stealing knowledge? If his inheritance is truly excellent, I wouldn't mind having a 124th master. Of course, if he refuses to accept me as a disciple, then it's not too late for me to steal knowledge." Xiao Qing choked. "Master, no wonder you're just a soul now. Is it because of your personality?" Then, Xiao Qing hesitated before speaking to the white-robed elder. "Senior, hello, I'd like to ask you something, if only I could." The white-robed elder slowly nodded. "Then let me ask you, can you regenerate severed limbs?" Xiao Qing was taken aback. "Huh, can you?" The white-robed elder frowned. With my cultivation level, of course I can't." Xiao Qing stammered. "Then you have no chance to cultivate my technique." With that, the white-robed elder revealed a hint of disdain, snorted coldly, and turned away to pat the next person's shoulder. Xiao Qing was greatly shocked. He remembered the rumors circulating in the outer sect. There was a madman in Ruyu Valley who liked to ask people if severed limbs could regenerate. This person seemed to be that madman. Even the venerable Xiao Ao felt suffocated. So what I couldn't see through wasn't his cultivation level, but his mind. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. One more master won't make a difference, one less master won't either. What you need to do now is infiltrate the Fire Heart Zone, understand? Xiao Qing asked. "Then, Master, what do I need to do?" As he spoke, he took out a warming heart pill and swallowed it directly. Qi refining stage cultivators must constantly take warming heart pills to stay in the Fire Fiend Zone, otherwise the fire poison will invade their bodies. After taking the warming heart pill, Xiao Qing looked around. He was currently near a small cliff close to the edge of the Fire Heart Zone. Many other cultivators were also observing the Fire Heart Zone. At the edge of the Fire Heart Zone, an array blocked everyone's path. Within the array, beams of magical light illuminated the heavens and earth, and booming sounds and screams could be heard from time to time. Clearly, the nascent soul stage cultivators inside were fighting with great enthusiasm. The carefree venerable said, "First, find a loophole in this formation, and quietly enter the Fire Core Zone through that loophole. Once inside, while these lesser nascent soul cultivators are still fighting, quickly refine a Fire Fiend. That way, you won't need to deliberately take the warm heart pill." Originally, Venerable Xiao Ao planned for Xiao Qing to find a Fire Fiend in the Fire Fiend Zone and refine it, thus avoiding the need for constant warm heart pills. However, due to the strange lightning tribulation with power only at the void returning stage in the early morning, the fire fiends were all frightened into the fire heart zone. Therefore, Venerable Xiao Ao could only let Xiao Qing enter the fire heart zone first. Venerable Xiao Ao said, "As for the loophole, I've already found it for you. Go down the cliff, and when you pass through the formation, use the technique I'm teaching you now." Yes. Xiao Qing was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly went down. After entering the cliff, Xiao Qing quickly found an underground stone path leading to the fire heart zone. Meanwhile, inside the fire heart zone, on the volcano, 5 nascent soul cultivators stood silently. 2 of these 5 were Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong, who had already left. They had returned because of the fire fiend in the fire core district. And Rao, having lost the fire fiend king, wasn't interested in the remaining fire fiends. The other 5 nascent soul cultivators had only come to help because of Rao's favor and reward, and hadn't returned with them. A few days ago, the 2 of them had wanted to return to deal with the fire fiend in the fire core district, but after returning once and finding the fire fiend energy too strong, coupled with Fang Chen still practicing in the same spot and Li Fu waiting nearby, they left in disgrace. Only after the tribulation had passed did they learn that Fang Chen had finished his tribulation, so they rushed over. Upon arriving, they saw the other 3 nascent soul cultivators who had also come from Flamelight City. Then, the 5 of them engaged in an earth-shattering battle. However, despite the commotion, everyone was holding back. No one intended to actually fight, except for one of them. Now, it was time for the 5 to rest. As soon as they stopped fighting, a middle-aged cultivator with effeminate features, dressed in purple robes, slowly spoke, "I've already said, this batch of fire evil will be split equally. We'll each take a batch and leave. Why fight to the death? Impossible." Yu Heilong coldly replied, "This batch of fire evil was crippled by me and this fatso. Why should we split it with you?" An old woman in red robes coldly mocked, "Crippled? Yu Heilong, don't be ridiculous. The aura of this azure wave lantern is stronger than your stinky feet. Everyone can see that fellow Daistin was here. Stop trying to glorify yourself. You're the one with stinky feet." Yu Heilong roared in fury. Enough with the nonsense." Zhang Yu interrupted the 2, turning to the last bald, middle-aged cultivator. "Fellow Deus Li, what are your thoughts?" When Zhang Yu spoke to him, everyone looked over in silence, their gazes somewhat strange. All this was because the middle-aged cultivator was holding a horse. They couldn't quite understand it. Although they knew that horses were a means of combat for cultivators, but it was still incomprehensible. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator, Li Hein, chuckled and said, "Haha, I don't care. I'm just here to watch the show anyway." "Watch the show? Aren't you going to steal the fire fiend?" Hearing this, the 4 were stunned. Just now, during the fight, Li Hein had been the most aggressive fighter. "Of course not, I don't need to." Li Hein shook his head and said, "I just came to stretch my limbs." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, feeling a headache coming on. Then, a thought flashed through everyone's minds, as expected of people from the Yinjian peak of the Dan Ran sect, not one of them is normal. Then, Yu Heilong said, "Since fellow Deus Li doesn't need to, how about we 4 split it equally?" "I think that's fine." Zhang Yu nodded. Seeing this, Li Hein laughed heartily and asked, "Then are you still fighting? My horse says it hasn't had enough." After saying this, Li Hein's horse, held high, let out a silvery neigh, de li li li. "Everyone!" Yu Heilong waved his hand, saying, "Let's stop fighting, collecting the fire elemental energy is more important." "Yes," the other 3 chimed in. "All right then," Li Hein said with a hint of regret. Just now, among all the nascent soul cultivators, Li Hein had fought the most enthusiastically. He attacked whoever was the strongest. And Li Hein's fighting style was also quite unique. His horse could spew out various magical spells, with incredibly powerful effects. Immediately, the 4 landed on the ground and began collecting the fire elemental energy, tacitly occupying 4 positions to begin collecting. Li Hein, after his feet touched the ground, lifted his horse and prepared to leave. Just then, "You want to learn my inheritance?" A solemn voice sounded from behind the middle-aged man in purple robes. When this voice rang out, the 5 of them were instantly stunned and turned to look. They saw that Li Fu was standing there quietly, unnoticed. The middle-aged man in purple robes frowned immediately, took several steps back, and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" He was startled and somewhat frightened. When did this guy appear? How come he didn't even notice? "I asked you a question first," Li Fu said calmly, facing the middle-aged man's question. The middle-aged man in purple robes cautiously clasped his hands and said, I already have a master." He didn't consider himself a particularly fortunate person. This unexpected opportunity might be a dangerous thing, so it was best to politely decline. "No opportunity." Li Fu snorted coldly, then looked at the old woman in red robes. "And you?" Every wrinkle on the old woman's face was filled with caution. "I'm sorry, I also have a master." "No opportunity." Li Fu snorted coldly again, then looked at Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong. Zhang Yu was immediately overjoyed, exclaiming, "Senior, do you remember me?" "Oh, I remember. Aren't you one of those rude people who offended my disciple?" Li Fu said calmly upon hearing this. Zhang Yu revealed a fawning smile. "It's me. Senior, I'm very interested in your inheritance. May I ask for a chance?" He was incredibly excited. He had witnessed Li Fu's power firsthand. His words were earth-shattering. Such a peerless master was actually taking on disciples? He absolutely had to become his disciple. The middle-aged man in purple robes and the old woman in red robes exchanged a glance, their faces showing regret, before both shaking their heads. Zhang Yu's fawning made them realize that this unknown person must be a powerful cultivator. But they also knew that since they had missed their chance, there was no need for regret. The cultivation world is full of opportunities, and countless chances are missed every day. Wallowing in regret is useless. Therefore, after a moment of regret, the two began to collect fire essence as quickly as possible. "You want to learn my inheritance? Fine. Then let me ask you, what have you gleaned from the microcosmic stone I gave you?" Li Fu said calmly. "Microcosmic stone?" This name stunned Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong. What kind of amazing thing is this? Then, Yu Heilong immediately reacted, taking out the stone Li Fu had given him. "Senior, are you referring to this immortal stone from the cliff of heaven and earth?" Li Fu snorted coldly. "What immortal stone from the cliff of heaven and earth? This is an immortal stone from the cliff of microcosmic stone." Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong were immediately stunned, exchanging a glance. "Senior, didn't you clearly state it was the cliff of eternal life with heaven and earth?" "Fine. The one with the bigger fist, whatever they say goes." After a moment's hesitation, they chose not to argue. Zhang Yu immediately flattered, "Yes, Senior. After obtaining this immortal stone, I pondered its mysteries for a few breaths and deeply felt its profound secrets. My cultivation has improved considerably, and my primordial spirit has made significant progress compared to a few days ago. To avoid disrupting the profound immortal intent within, I have now placed this immortal stone in my cave to suppress its fortune." Yu Heilong hurriedly added, "I did the same, but I'm stronger than him. I even gleaned the possibility of reaching the void realm." In reality, neither of them had comprehended anything after obtaining Li Fu's stone. But they didn't think there was anything wrong with Li Fu's stone, rather, they felt their own cultivation levels were too low. Perhaps after another 10 days or so of contemplation, he would gain some insight. However, when the two met a few days ago, they discussed their gains after obtaining the immortal stones. To avoid embarrassment, Zhang Yu claimed his cultivation had improved significantly, while Yu Heilong, wanting to outdo Zhang Yu, said he had even comprehended a technique. Upon hearing their claims, Li Fu frowned. "What nonsense! That's not how you use the micro-primordial divine stone. You're lying, aren't you?" The two were simultaneously stunned. Then, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "Senior, you even noticed that? Truly a divine being. These micro-primordial divine stones are meant for your cultivation techniques. Since you lied, it means you have nothing to do with this opportunity." Li Fu snorted coldly, then added, "Furthermore, I tell you, cultivators cannot speak carelessly and spout nonsense. Without a sincere heart, one cannot attain the path to the great Dao." Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong, seeing this, could only lower their heads dejectedly. "Yes, Senior." The red-robed old woman who had already collected 3 fire fiends smiled mockingly. "A futile effort. Heaven still favors those who are down to earth." After seeing that none of the 4 were qualified, Li Fu looked at Li Hein. When he saw Li Hein, especially the 7-colored horse in Li Hein's hands, his brows immediately furrowed. "Horse-bearing brat? What, it's you again, you madman?" Li Hein's expression also darkened upon seeing Li Fu. "You're the madman. Why aren't you staying in Ruyu Valley? What are you doing at the 10,000-year volcano?" Li Fu scoffed, naturally, to benefit the billions of mortals under heaven. "Heh." Li Hein sneered, "Benefit the billions of mortals? Your cultivation technique is so bad even a dog wouldn't practice it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong were instantly terrified. This madman, Li Hein, actually dared to speak to a senior like that. He's got a death wish. Upon hearing this, Li Fu's eyes narrowed instantly, revealing a dangerous glint. "I'm sparing your life only because you're his disciple. If you say again that my cultivation technique is flawed, I will surely kill you here." Li Jianyi, however, roared in fury. Even if Master were here, I would say the same thing. Your cultivation technique is a lie. You madman, you've terrified countless poor, ignorant outer disciples of Ruyu Valley. And now you dare to deceive my fellow deists. I will absolutely not allow it. Fellow deists, let's attack together and drive him away." With that, Li Hein immediately looked at the 4 people. The red-robed old woman and the purple-robed middle-aged man immediately made hand seals, teleporting a great distance away, so that when Li Hein dies, his blood won't splatter on their faces. Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong were completely stunned. This guy, usually a strange madman, is one thing. How dare he act so wildly in front of a powerful figure now? My cultivation technique is a lie? I've already taken in a disciple, whose cultivation has improved significantly and whose strength is formidable. If you don't believe me, I'll call him here. Li Fu sneered. Upon hearing this, Li Xin was stunned, then turned pale with shock. You've taken on a disciple? Who? Li Zhene's face was ashen. Standing under the blazing sun, his hand holding the horse trembled with rage. How could someone be so tragic, falling victim to such a treacherous villain? Fang Chen. Li Fu arrogantly raised his head, then suddenly sensed something. His gaze swept behind Li Zhene, and he said, he seems to be here too. Perfect, I'll bring him to you, and let him fight you. After you're instantly killed by him, you'll realize just how powerful my techniques truly are. Li Zhene shouted sharply, stop talking nonsense. The disciples you can deceive are all naive and ignorant children. How could any of them possibly defeat me? But Li Fu ignored him and vanished from the spot. Watching Li Fu disappear, the effeminate middle-aged man and the red-robed old woman exchanged bewildered glances. Didn't the senior realize that Li Zhene was a madman? Why waste time arguing with someone like this? Unable to understand Li Fu, the two could only conclude that he was perhaps too idle. Afterwards, they continued their arduous work, collecting fire elemental. Upon hearing the name Fang Chen, Zhang Yu's expression changed drastically. He transmitted his voice to Yu Heilong. We're doomed, that grumpy senior is coming. That guy just finished his tribulation, and now he's being brought here by a senior to see a madman. He's definitely going to be in a bad mood. Yu Heilong analyzed frantically, if he's in a bad mood, we're definitely going to be in trouble. We might even get beaten up. Should we leave? Zhang Yu glared at him and transmitted his voice. Leave? What are you talking about? Hurry up and collect the fire elemental. Right. Yu Heilong then remembered that they came here for the fire elemental. Thinking of this, the two immediately wanted to act. But just then, Li Fu reappeared and said, you two, don't leave yet. I find you agreeable, so stay and witness my disciples' battle. Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong. Fine, let's just witness it. This senior has a very good temper. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly and transmitted his voice to Yu Heilong. It's not too late to collect the fire fiend after Fang Chen instantly kills Li Xin. Alright. Yu Heilong nodded. They looked behind Li Fu. Behind Li Fu, there was now a flying boat. And sitting on it were Fang Chen and Yi Xiong. The man and the tiger, in the same posture, gripped the edge of the flying boat with both hands and claws, their faces blank. Just now. After leaving the Dan ransacked, Fang Chen and Yi Xiong boarded the flying boat again. After boarding the flying boat, Fang Chen first practiced all his techniques and spells. Coming to the 10,000-year volcano, one must be prepared for battle. However, one must also be prepared to encounter powerful monsters beyond their capabilities. Therefore, he practiced several times how to quickly retrieve the Black Tortoise Shield, Tranquil Token, and Crimson Venerable Ring, and silently summon Forget Life. These are weapons for dealing with powerful opponents of varying strengths. Finally, after checking his poison inventory, Fang Chen felt relieved. Although this whole process was time-consuming, a skilled craftsman must first have the right tools. Since he wanted to venture out for training, he had to think comprehensively and without blind spots. The chosen one can act recklessly because he has people, luck, to back him up. He can't be reckless. Recklessness would be fatal. Afterwards, having completed all this, Fang Chen's flying boat had already arrived at Yanguang City, only a short distance from the 10,000-year volcano. However, the time it took to traverse this distance was enough for him to examine the 2 rings given to him by the 8 nascent soul cultivators. So, Fang Chen took out the rings, happily examining his spoils. Just as he was about to open them, suddenly, a figure emerged from the void. The figure wore a white robe, his expression solemn and serious, exuding a fighting spirit that defied heaven and earth. The newcomer was none other than Li Fu. Senior. Yi Xiong hurriedly called out. Master, master. What brings you here? Fang Chen, who had just taken out the 2 rings, was stunned when he saw Li Fu. Then, he suddenly remembered. Ah, right. Master, you've been trapped here by Ancestor Ling. Wait a minute. An hour has long passed. Why is Li Fu still here? What's he doing here? Li Fu said calmly, come with me. Someone insulted our martial arts, but I don't want to bully the weak. I've decided to send you to prove my innocence. Fang Chen. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Send him to? Prove his innocence? What is he being asked to do? Could it be a martial arts competition? The next moment, before Fang Chen could ask any further questions, Li Fu raised his hand and waved. Fang Chen and Yi Xiong's vision blurred, and they instinctively gripped the edge of the flying boat. When they regained consciousness, they were already in the fire core zone. Fang Chen gripped the flying boat, his gaze quickly scanning the area. He needed to find his opponent. His gaze swept over the two people collecting fire energy in the distance. Then it swept over the two nascent soul cultivators he recognized before, who were now showing him fear and awe. Finally, Fang Chen's gaze settled on Li Hein, who was holding a 7-colored horse and sporting a bald head. Under the sunlight, both Li Hein's horse and his head shone brightly. "This guy looks familiar," Fang Chen murmured. He remembered, back in Ruyu Valley, it was this very man who held up the horse and reminded him that Li Fu was a madman. Li Hein didn't recognize Fang Chen, and had forgotten that he had met Fang Chen once before. Mainly because they were running fast that day, neither of them had gotten a good look at the other. Fang Chen remembered Li Hein mainly because of the horse, not his face. While Fang Chen was observing the crowd, the others were also observing him. Everyone ignored the winged fiend. Li Fu couldn't possibly take a demon beast as a disciple. When the old woman in red robes saw Fang Chen, she was stunned, thinking, "Foundation Establishment Level 1, is this normal?" The effeminate middle-aged man felt the same way. But when they saw Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong's expressions of fear and awe upon seeing Fang Chen, the two exchanged a glance and then whispered, "This person must be extraordinary. Foundation Establishment Level 1, nothing but a fraud." They didn't believe that Foundation Establishment Level 1 could frighten these two cowardly bullies like this. Then, Li Fu coldly said to Li Jianyi, "He is my disciple, Fang Chen." Foundation Establishment Level 1? Li Jianyi saw through Fang Chen's cultivation at a glance, then frowned and said sharply, "You madman, how many people do you want to kill?" "Ha!" Li Fu smiled coldly, not refuting Li Hein's words, but looking at Fang Chen. "Go, he is your opponent. I'm giving you a task now, defeat him with one punch. He's only at the nascent soul stage, don't be afraid." Fang Chen, who was still observing everyone, trying to find his opponent, suddenly stared blankly after hearing this, his face completely dumbfounded. "Only, at the nascent soul stage? Don't be afraid?" At this moment, the wind carrying the heat of the volcano made Fang Chen's face look disheveled. Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong secretly whispered to each other, "The senior's temper is as bad as ever. He's ignoring his master again. He's already at the tribulation transcending stage, fighting a nascent soul cultivator would be a piece of cake for him. Why is he silent?" "Exactly." Winged Fiend beside Fang Chen was also somewhat stunned. "What is Senior Li doing? Brother Chen can fight a nascent soul cultivator? Isn't this just handing him a freebie?" Li Fu looked at Fang Chen impatiently and said, "Hurry up, what are you standing there for?" Cough 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 cough. Hearing Li Fu's urging, Fang Chen suddenly coughed twice. Once his mind was clear, he forced a smile and said, "Master, it's not that I don't want to fight, it's just that your disciple doesn't want to bully him. Besides, your disciple has urgent business." Fang Chen knew that if he told Li Fu that his cultivation was inferior under these circumstances, Li Fu would definitely say it was impossible. He'd better try a different approach. Meanwhile, the red-robed old woman and the effeminate middle-aged man exchanged a telepathic message. "Did you hear that? He said he was bullying. He's probably a really powerful cultivator. If he's so powerful, why is he using such a low-level flying boat? You don't understand. The higher a person's cultivation level, the higher the proportion of those with mental instability. It's normal for them to have some quirks." Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Li Fu asked, "What's the urgent matter?" "Disciple needs to collect the fire elemental energy here to practice," Fang Chen said. Li Fu immediately raised an eyebrow, then showed admiration. "Not bad. You just finished your tribulation, and now you're still going to continue practicing diligently. Truly worthy of being my disciple." Upon hearing this, the red-robed old woman and the effeminate middle-aged man's pupils contracted, both startled. Tribulation. So, today's lightning tribulation was brought about by this senior Fang? That's incredible. Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong couldn't help but admire him. Although Senior Fang has a bad temper, he truly deserves to be called a model cultivator. He even continues cultivating after overcoming his tribulation. Fang Chen coughed lightly and said, "Thank you for your praise, Master. I was just imitating your usual behavior. So, Master, please let me go down and collect the fire elemental energy. As for the competition, forget about it. I can't bully a junior." Li Fu shook his head and said, "No need. You've worked so hard, how could I let you collect it yourself?" After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful suction force. Boom! All the fire elemental energy of the entire 10,000-year-old volcano was instantly sucked into Li Fu's hand, coalescing into a chaotic, dense, and powerful mass of fire elemental energy. The red-robed old woman and the effeminate middle-aged man, who were marveling at Fang Chen's cultivation level, were speechless. Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong, who hadn't obtained any fire elemental energy but admired Fang Chen's hard work, were also speechless. "Why are you using our fire elemental energy in your duel?" Meanwhile, Xiao Qing, who had just emerged from the tunnel and was preparing to refine a fire elemental energy, was also stunned. Beside the volcano, At this moment, in Li Fu's hand, countless fire elemental energies of various colors were mixed together, emanating a powerful and astonishingly vast energy, twisted and violent, its power terrifying. But after Li Fu slightly squeezed it, the violent energy vanished instantly. Then, Li Fu glanced at Li Hein and sneered, "Trash." This disdainful taunt left Fang Chen utterly bewildered. Was his master mocking this bald man for being trash? Was he implying someone's aptitude or bloodline was inferior? Just as Fang Chen was scratching his head, the myriad fiery demons in Li Fu's hands suddenly transformed, before everyone's eyes, into a 7-colored horse, burning eerily and ceaselessly. And this 7-colored fiery demon horse was a whole size larger than the one in Li Jianyi's hands. Witnessing the transformation of the fiery demon into a horse up close, he was stunned. The winged fiend and the other 4 nascent soul cultivators who were observing were also completely stunned. Li Jianyi instantly flew into a rage. "Are you provoking me?" Li Fu said calmly, "You are not worthy of my provocation." He looked at Fang Chen and handed him the fiery demon horse. "Here, this is for you." Staring at the fiery demon horse's pupils, which were 3 parts purple, 3 parts black, 3 parts crimson, and 91 parts other colors, Fang Chen was filled with shock. He never expected things to develop this way. He had to admit, he felt he should be happy. Just moments ago, he had been racking his brains, figuring out the best way to compete with others for the Fire Fiend. But now, the Fire Fiend was all in his hands. Moreover, this ball of Fire Fiend, this Fire Fiend itself had been suppressed by Li Fu, making it extremely easy to refine, truly a very fortunate thing. But for some reason, Fang Chen couldn't bring himself to be happy. "Take it," Li Fu urged. Fang Chen could only manage a smile that was more like a grimace. "Yes." He reached out and hugged the Fire Fiend horse. Because Li Fu had deliberately enlarged the Fire Fiend horse, Fang Chen was completely hidden from view after hugging it. Seeing this bizarre and comical scene before them, everyone's minds went blank for a moment. Then, Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong couldn't help but chuckle, transmitting their thoughts. "Look, so what if this senior is usually arrogant and rude? Even as a powerful cultivator in the tribulation transcending stage, when facing a master of even greater strength, doesn't he still have to obediently carry a horse? Ha ha, yeah, look at this Fire Fiend horse, it's gathered all the Fire Fiends of the entire volcano, bigger than this senior's body. It's hilarious to see him carrying it. If I had to carry it, I wouldn't dare lose face like that. Ha ha ha, wait, what? All the Fire Fiends of the entire volcano?" Upon saying this, the two suddenly stopped laughing, their faces blank, their minds empty. After their minds went blank, their only feeling at this moment was heartache. A deep, intense heartache. Fire Fiends. That was their Fire Fiends. Just now, in order to obtain Li Fu's inheritance, they hadn't bothered to collect the Fire Fiends. When they tried to collect the fire elemental, Li Fu stopped them again, and they failed to obtain it once more. Now, even if they wanted to find the fire elemental, they couldn't. Looking at the comical fire elemental horse, these two unfortunate souls felt their hearts bleed. This time, they'd truly suffered a huge loss. While the red-robed old woman and the effeminate middle-aged man were also upset, they knew in their hearts that if a transcending tribulation old monster wanted the fire elemental here, they wouldn't get a single hair. Thinking of this, they exchanged a glance, revealing a sense of relief. Thank goodness. They had been very cautious from the beginning, coming here to collect the fire elemental. It's not too bad now. After Fang Chen had secured the Fire Fiend horse, Li Fu said, "Alright, now refine this pile of Fire Fiends, then go and duel him." Fang Chen, "Master, do you really have to send your disciple to be beaten up by a nascent soul cultivator? Do you believe I could kill you 60 times over in the next minute?" At this moment, Fang Chen was speechless, seeing Li Fu so easily resolve his excuse for avoiding the fight. But, he wasn't without options. Just as Fang Chen was about to unleash his trump card, he suddenly paused. "Wait, Master, I can fight, but I'm not used to having spectators. How about you clear out the entire 10,000-year-old volcano first?" Fang Chen said. "No spectators? Fine." Li Fu frowned, then looked at the other 4 nascent soul cultivators. "Get out. Also, ask everyone else to leave, understand?" "Yes, Senior." Seeing this, the 4 could only force a smile and nod. As Zhang Yu and Yu Heilong left, their tearful eyes lingered on the gleaming Fire Fiend horse, reluctant to part. They wanted the horse too. A moment later, under Li Fu's supervision, the 4 drove everyone away from the entire 10,000-year-old volcano. "Alright, can we fight now?" Li Fu withdrew his divine sense, which had been radiating throughout the entire 10,000-year-old volcano, and looked at Fang Chen. "Yes." Fang Chen smiled. Li Hein was about to speak. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared behind Li Fu and patted him. Bang! Li Fu vanished instantly. Then, Ling Xiaoyuan slowly walked out of the space, looked at Fang Chen, and shook his head speechlessly. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left him here." Fang Chen smiled gratefully, almost kneeling before the other party. "Thank you, ancestor." Just now, when Li Fu had 4 nascent soul cultivators drive people away, Fang Chen secretly summoned others and called upon Wang Sheng. His master's mental state was too unstable. Fang Chen felt that only Ling Xiaoyuan could handle this situation. He couldn't really let himself challenge Li Xin, who was of a higher level, over there, could he? After observing the situation, Ling Xiaoyuan didn't head directly to the 10,000-year volcano, but instead arrived near Yanguang City before launching a sneak attack on Li Fu. No need to thank me. Ling Xiaoyuan shook his head and said, "It's all my fault. I should have known that after the fire fiend tide, a bunch of cultivators would gather here. I actually let this guy stay here." Sigh. Fang Chen thought about it, and it was indeed true. Li Fu's usual activities were searching for disciples in Ruyu Valley. No wonder Li Fu didn't return to the sect after Ling Xiaoyuan's confinement period ended, but instead continued to stay here. With so many people suddenly arriving at the ancient volcano, he had to ask them all, "Grandmaster, where did you send my master?" Fang Chen couldn't help but ask again. He sent him back to the Dan Ran sect. He's probably off chasing after someone else right now. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled, then said, "Now that everything's settled, I'll head back. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in front of Wanner, I'll go into seclusion again." "Yes." Fang Chen nodded, feeling reluctant. He hadn't even had a few chances to curry favor with this powerful figure, and now he was going back into seclusion? But Ling Xiaoyuan still smiled considerately. "Don't worry, you can still call me if there's an emergency." Fang Chen nodded, "Yes." Then, Ling Xiaoyuan looked at Li Xin beside him and said, "Xin, what are you still doing here? Aren't you going back?" "Master, I want to take this young brother back." Li Xin, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly laughed heartily. He was forcibly taken in as a disciple by that madman, and just now he was forced to fight me. He must be frightened. I hope I can help him. Fang Chen was stunned upon hearing this, then his eyes widened. "Li Xin, so he's Ling Xiaoyuan's disciple? I don't need your help, go back." But Ling Xiaoyuan waved his hand, "You should go back now." Hearing this, Li Xin had no choice but to release the horse, letting it float in midair, and clasped his hands in a fist salute, saying, "Then this disciple will take his leave." Then, he smiled at Fang Chen, "If you need anything in the future, you can come find me at Yinjian Peak. My name is Li Xin." "Thank you, senior." Fang Chen immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute. "You're welcome." Li Xin laughed heartily, then lifted the horse again, and with a neighing sound, disappeared from Fang Chen and Ling Xiaoyuan's sight. After Li Xin left, Fang Chen was about to speak. Just then, Ling Xiaoyuan suddenly pointed at Fang Chen and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Fang Chen fell silent instantly. He could hear a hint of mockery in the laughter, and he couldn't help but ask, "Master, why are you laughing? Did something amusing happen?" "No, I'm laughing at you. Fang Chen, you're too honest." Ling Xiaoyuan patted Fang Chen and said, "I think the way you were holding the fire fiend horse was hilarious, but my disciple was here just now, so I couldn't laugh. He was holding the horse too, and I was afraid of hurting him. Now that he's gone, I can laugh at you." "Fang Chen, aren't you afraid of hurting me?" Then, to avoid further ridicule, Fang Chen changed the subject. "Ancestor, what's the situation with this senior Li?" He was naturally referring to Li Jianyi's strange behavior of lifting the horse. "Don't be so formal, just call him senior brother." Ling Xiaoyuan corrected him, then added, "I can only tell you that Jianyi's soul is also somewhat chaotic." Fang Chen instantly understood. "All right, got it. Also a mad cultivator. All right, give me your horse." Ling Xiaoyuan beckoned. "What for?" Fang Chen was startled, instinctively asking protectively. But Ling Xiaoyuan glared at him. "This 10,000-year-old volcano was deliberately nurtured by the Dan Ran sect. Do you really expect me to take all the fire elemental energy with me? Without the fire elemental energy, this volcano won't produce any materials in at most 20 years. What will Yanguang City rely on then?" "I'm sorry, ancestor, please do as you see fit." Fang Chen reluctantly handed the fire elemental horse to Ling Xiaoyuan, but Ling Xiaoyuan didn't even try to hold it. Instead, he waved his hand, and the horse disintegrated, turning into a sky full of fire elemental energy. The fire elemental horse was gone. This scene pained Fang Chen deeply. He had originally planned to feed it all to Xiao Qing. "A sky ablaze with fiery energy," Ling Xiaoyuan said. "Originally, after this wave of fiery energy, our sect's elders would have come to oversee things today, preventing the fiery energy from being completely eradicated. However, because of your tribulation, I told them this morning I would personally come to the 10,000-year volcano, which is why they didn't come. Who knew I'd forgotten about that? But it's not my fault. This cluster of fiery energy is too low level. The powerful fiery energy was all devoured by the previous Fire Fiend King. The strongest remaining one is only at the nascent soul stage, and it's been severely injured. It's really hard for me to take it seriously." As he spoke, Ling Xiaoyuan shot the remaining fiery energy back into the 10,000-year volcano. These fiery energy, after being crushed into a horse by Li Fu, were basically all dead. What Ling Xiaoyuan could do now was to release the few remaining, lucky fiery energy on the verge of death back into the 10,000-year volcano to replenish its energy, hoping to quickly generate new fiery energy. After Ling Xiaoyuan finished, he returned the fire elemental to Fang Chen. Here you go. Ling Xiaoyuan extracted some high-quality fire elemental and gave it to Fang Chen, condensing it into a multicolored bead. If you need more fire elemental, just extract it from within. It's convenient for you to carry and absorb, Ling Xiaoyuan said. Thank you, ancestor. Fang Chen was overjoyed. No need. Ling Xiaoyuan smiled, then looked around and waved his hand. Fang Chen and Yi Xiong were immediately teleported out of the fire core zone. Immediately afterward, Ling Xiaoyuan drew a golden character, and moments later, the entire fire core zone visibly trembled. Clearly, he had set up an array to prevent others from disturbing the growth of the fire elemental. Finally, Ling Xiaoyuan said, "Alright, I'll take my leave now. I still need to prepare the materials for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage." Fang Chen was silent. A breakthrough from the Great Ascension stage to the foundation establishment stage, truly a miracle in the cultivation world. Then, Fang Chen chuckled dryly, "Okay, Wanner, you've been utterly fooled by your father." After Ling Xiaoyuan disappeared, Fang Chen held the Fire Fiend Pearl, a hint of excitement in his eyes. His purpose for this trip was to obtain more Fire Fiend for Xiao Qing. Now, he had completely achieved that. However, the process of obtaining the Fire Fiend was completely different from what he had expected. Afterwards, Fang Chen took out a jade slip and contacted Xiao Qing. At this moment, Xiao Qing was in the outer area. After Li Fu had taken all the Fire Fiend, the carefree venerable realized there might be danger, so he quickly had Xiao Qing escape from the 10,000-year volcano. As a result, Xiao Qing was actually the first among all the cultivators to leave. But precisely because of this, he was currently experiencing ridicule. "Xiao Qing, I've never seen anyone as overconfident and stupid as you." A blue-robed cultivator, blocking Xiao Qing's path, sneered, "I already told you, the fiery aura of the 10,000-year volcano is not something a chi-refining cultivator like you is qualified to touch. But you insisted on buying a bunch of warming heart pills and running in. And now, you're the first one to escape? That's ridiculous." At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the blue-robed cultivator and Xiao Qing. This group of people had just been driven out of the 10,000-year-old volcano by 4 nascent soul cultivators. Apart from the busy golden core and nascent soul cultivators who had already left, those remaining were mostly cultivators with mediocre cultivation but a penchant for joining in the fun. And this group, upon emerging, saw the blue-robed cultivator mocking Xiao Qing. Naturally, they all stayed to watch the spectacle. Behind the blue-robed cultivator stood 3 people. These 3, bruised and battered, looked down at Xiao Qing with disdain. These 3 were Zhang Tian's henchmen, whom Xiao Qing had defeated a few days ago at the inn. And this blue-robed cultivator was Zhang Tian, the one who had stolen Xiao Qing's fiancé. Looking at Zhang Tian, Xiao Qing coldly said, "Zhang Tian, what I do in this volcano is none of your business." Last time, when Xiao Qing went to buy the warming heart pill, Zhang Tian stopped him and mocked him. Unexpectedly, now, having just emerged from the 10,000-year volcano, he was being ridiculed in public again. At this moment, the anger in Xiao Qing's chest had reached its limit. "It's not my business, but it concerns the Dan Ran sect." Zhang Tian looked at Xiao Qing and sneered, "You escaped the 10,000-year volcano in front of so many people, disgracing our Dan Ran sect, do you know that? As an inner disciple, I have a duty to clean up those useless cowards for the sect. Also, Xiao Qing, you're a jinx. You brought death to your parents at home, and you brought misfortune to Xiao Wei and the sect. No wonder she wanted to break off her engagement with you. She even told me that her luck improved a lot after breaking off the engagement." Ha 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 ha. The words fell. "What did you say?" Xiao Qing's face turned completely ashen, his rage erupting. His hand crackled with inner energy, and he threw a punch directly at Zhang Tian's face. His most painful wounds were the deaths of his parents and a monster attack in his fiancée, Chang Wei. Although he and Chang Wei were childhood sweethearts, his feelings for her were different from his feelings for Ling Wanner. He didn't love Chang Wei, his affection was more like that of a brother and sister. Therefore, he had always wanted to find an opportunity to gracefully annul the engagement with Chang Wei. However, during his most sorrowful and difficult time, Chang Wei publicly humiliated him, calling him a jinx, and broke off the engagement, causing him to lose face and break down mentally. Because of this, these 2 points remained his most painful scars. Now, Zhang Tian had brazenly exposed them. How could he not instantly enrage? Seeing Xiao Qing make his move, a glint of excitement flashed in Zhang Tian's eyes. He had deliberately mocked Xiao Qing, intending to force him to take the initiative. This way, he would have a legitimate reason to cripple Xiao Qing. Just as Xiao Qing's fist was about to reach Zhang Tian's face, Zhang Tian moved. He first dodged Xiao Qing's attack, unleashing his full power as a third-grade foundation establishment cultivator, bringing an extremely sharp and powerful aura. Immediately afterward, a longsword that had been prepared beforehand appeared in Zhang Tian's hand, thrusting straight at Xiao Qing's dantian. "Now, you're not dead yet?" Zhang Tian revealed a sinister smile, his heart filled with wild joy. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared from the side like a ghost, and then, raising a hand, directly slapped Zhang Tian away with a powerful blow. Bang! Zhang Tian's face was instantly slapped so hard it was torn open, blood gushing out. Unable to withstand the ferocious force, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the three people watching the spectacle behind him. Ah! Several shrill screams rang out in succession. What made them even more desperate was that, before they could even understand what was happening, a massive tiger descended from the sky, slamming down on them. Bang! The four were immediately crushed beneath the tiger's body, the cracking sounds of bones breaking filling the air. Done! The tiger, having pinned the four down, spoke in a muffled voice. Watching this scene, Xiao Qing was stunned. And just then, a figure suddenly appeared in Xiao Qing's sight. Clad in flowing robes, with a face as still as a lake, a body ramrod straight, like a javelin pointing skyward. It was Fang Chen. "Senior brother Fang, what are you doing here?" Xiao Qing's eyes widened. He was utterly shocked. He realized that the one who had just attacked was Fang Chen. In just a few days, senior brother Fang's cultivation had increased dramatically. He had dealt with Zhang Tian without even revealing his spiritual power. It was clear at a glance that his cultivation had reached an extremely high level, a level of complete control. "We'll talk later." Fang Chen smiled slightly, then looked around at the now chaotic scene. While Xiao Qing and Zhang Tian were exchanging barbs, this group of cultivators had simply been watching the show, thinking, since we're already here, let's see who gets beaten up. But who knew that the sudden appearance of the enormous tiger would catch them off guard and fill them with terror? This demonic tiger, with its black and white fur and astonishing aura, truly inspired fear. They instinctively worried that this demonic tiger was there to attack cultivators. But seeing the tiger specifically target and subdue Zhang Tian and his companions after its appearance, they immediately became excited. It seems this demonic tiger is Xiao Qing's helper. Not bad, not bad. This is a case of the weak defeating the strong, we love to see it. Hopefully, Zhang Tian can call for even more powerful helpers to beat this demonic tiger, then their time spent watching the spectacle won't have been wasted. But Fang Chen, seeing the expectant gazes of this group, was utterly speechless. "Don't they need to cultivate?" he said calmly. "Disperse, all of you. Don't you need to cultivate? Have you mastered weapon crafting and pill refining? Isn't wasting time a disgrace to your parents? Don't you feel ashamed? Do you think those who have cultivated to the golden core or nascent soul stages all enjoy watching spectacle like you?" Hearing this, the crowd erupted in anger. "Just watching the show, and you're mocking me? Dare to go against everyone? Are you courting death?" At that moment, a grey-robed man immediately flew into a rage. Fang Chen pulled out the crimson venerable ring. "Well said." The man immediately flashed a fawning smile. Then, everyone exchanged bewildered glances and slunk away. Crimson Venerable Mountain was the sacred ground of the Dan Ran sect. The person holding this ring was at least a core disciple, perhaps even a true successor. They dared not oppose Fang Chen. Once everyone had left, Fang Chen looked at Yi Xiong again. "Release them." Yi Xiong immediately jumped up. There was a large crater below. Zhang Tian and his three henchmen had completely fainted. The strength and weight of the winged fiend were far beyond their capabilities. "Strip them of their clothes and storage rings, then throw them out," Fang Chen said calmly. "Yes." The winged fiend nodded and immediately began to act. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing looked at Fang Chen excitedly. "Senior brother, what are you doing here?" Fang Chen also looked pleasantly surprised and said cheerfully, "I came to collect fire fiend energy, but I didn't expect to run into you. By the way, I just contacted you, didn't you see it?" He had contacted Xiao Qing, but after receiving no response, he could only squeeze through the crowd. Unexpectedly, he saw Zhang Tian beating Xiao Qing as soon as he arrived. He was immediately displeased. "Hitting my cultivation artifact? If Xiao Qing is injured, then why should I let Zhang Tian help me cultivate?" So, Fang Chen took action. As a result, he didn't even need to use his magic. He defeated Zhang Tian instantly with just a punch of physical strength. It can only be said that the ancient divine body is indeed powerful. "Sorry, senior brother, I was stopped by Zhang Tian and didn't have time to check," Xiao Qing said apologetically, only then realizing that Fang Chen had just contacted him. "It's all right. By the way, what are you doing here? Are you also here to collect fire elemental?" Fang Chen asked with a smile. "Yes, this fire elemental is related to my cultivation technique," Xiao Qing said, then a hint of regret appeared on his face. "However, I don't know which powerful figure took it all, collecting all the fire elemental from the entire 10,000-year-old volcano. I got nothing." But, senior brother, I know another place with fire elemental. If you need it, I can call you next time I set off, how about that? Xiao Qing had heard from the venerable Xiao Ao that the person who took it must be an extremely powerful individual. With such a person involved, no one else could possibly obtain the fire elemental. Therefore, he assumed that Fang Chen, like himself, must have returned empty-handed. He had heard from venerable Xiao Ao that there were other places in the eastern realm with fire fiends, and since Fang Chen needed them, he planned to invite Fang Chen to go together next time. But Fang Chen, upon hearing this, immediately smiled. It's alright. You don't need to go through all that trouble. The fire fiends of the 10,000-year-old volcano are all in my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen took out the fire fiend pearl. Seeing the fire fiend pearl, Xiao Qing was stunned. This volcano's fire fiends, did you take it, senior brother? Fang Chen corrected him. No, it wasn't me who took it, it was my master who took it. Oh, right. Xiao Qing then realized his slip of the tongue. The carefree venerable was also astonished. Holy crap. Disciple, your senior brother Fang's master is quite powerful. You must know, even in my prime, I could collect all the fire energy of the entire volcano, but I could never do it so effortlessly. If I have the chance, I'd really like to meet him. I'd like to see just how powerful his master is. If we could discuss the Dao, that would be wonderful. At this moment, Fang Chen smiled again. If you need it, I can let you cultivate with it first. Anyway, I have more than enough. With that, Fang Chen directly handed the fire energy pearl to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing stared at the colorful and beautiful fire energy pearl so close to him, completely stunned. This, how can this be? Brother, what's there to say? You can repay me later. Fang Chen smiled slightly and said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing froze on the spot, then a warm feeling rose in his heart. He had initially intended to refuse, but resolutely changed his mind and said, yes, senior brother, I'll accept it for now. He had already secretly resolved to repay Fang Chen one day. You can't refine all that fire fiend by yourself. Give him the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra, and ask him if he's interested in cultivating it. At this moment, venerable Xiao Ao suddenly said, Master, really? Xiao Qing was stunned by these words. Of course it's true. Also, you should casually emphasize that this was my instruction, but don't be too obvious or deliberate, understand? I'm very interested in forming a good relationship with your senior brother. Venerable Xiao Ao said. Xiao Qing was his disciple, and it was normal for a master to help repay a debt of gratitude owed to him. He had incurred debts of gratitude outside, and this was how he went through over 100 masters in turn to help him repay them. Furthermore, he was willing to offer the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra for 2 reasons. First, there was currently fire fiend energy available, which Fang Chen could cultivate together. Second, he felt that offering a cultivation technique of this caliber was the only way to establish goodwill with Fang Chen and the powerful figures behind him. Other gifts seemed insufficiently sincere or somewhat inferior. This was his method of cultivating through connections, the way of the carefree venerable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing immediately said, yes. Thank you, master. Then, he immediately said to Fang Chen, senior brother, I have a cultivation technique called the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra, which can absorb the world's fiend energy. I wonder if you would be interested in cultivating it. After speaking, Xiao Qing took out a jade slip, wrote the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra into it, and handed it to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was immediately astonished upon hearing this. Why did he suddenly offer a cultivation technique? Isn't this a bit sudden? Is it appropriate for me to learn from your master for no reason? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. Xiao Qing stammered, my master came to see me a few days ago and said you've been very kind to me, so he could show you the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra as a way of repaying your kindness. So, it's alright. Fang Chen. Xiao Qing's lying skills definitely needed improvement. It was obvious that Venerable Xiao Ao had instructed him on the spot. As for the reason, it was probably that Venerable Xiao Ao wanted to repay Xiao Qing's kindness. Thinking of this, Fang Chen didn't hesitate and accepted the jade slip without reservation. Since senior agrees, I won't stand on ceremony. Fang Chen thought to himself, with this jade slip, he could now use the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra openly in front of Xiao Qing. Afterwards, the two of them and the tiger returned to Yanguang City together. Xiao Qing went to check out of the inn. Fang Chen planned to drag Xiao Qing to prolong their life or death duel as soon as Xiao Qing checked out. On the way, the system notified them that Xiao Qing would absorb a large wave of fire fiends. However, due to time constraints, and the fact that Xiao Qing would only absorb a few fire fiends before returning the fire fiend pearl to Fang Chen, Xiao Qing's cultivation only increased to the 4th rank of foundation establishment. He possessed the combat power to defeat a 6th rank foundation establishment cultivator, could defeat a 7th rank cultivator at full strength, and possessed the combat power of an 8th rank cultivator in a life or death situation. After evaluation, Fang Chen's strength still hadn't improved. This frustrated him greatly. Xiao Qing wasn't greedy enough. When Xiao Qing returned the Fire Fiend Pearl, he would definitely put it back. However, Fang Chen was puzzled. Previously, when Xiao Qing was at the first rank of Foundation Establishment, he could only defeat a second-rank cultivator under normal circumstances. How could he now be able to leap 2 ranks, defeating a 6th-rank cultivator at the 4th rank? He wanted to recall the knowledge about Foundation Establishment in his mind. After careful recollection, he realized his mind was completely blank. Oh right. Fang Chen suddenly understood. The original owner's knowledge of cultivation was limited to qi refining. How could he possibly understand Foundation Establishment? But after consulting the system, Fang Chen understood that this was due to the Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment, Earthly Dao Foundation Establishment, Human Dao Foundation Establishment. The differences between the three, initially, were not obvious except for color, especially in combat power. If the combat power of a Human Foundation Establishment cultivator is 1, then the combat power of an Earth Foundation Establishment cultivator is 2, and the combat power of a Heaven Foundation Establishment cultivator is 3. Therefore, unless one cultivates extremely powerful techniques, a Heaven Foundation Establishment cultivator doesn't initially have a significant advantage in combat power. However, the special feature of a Heaven Foundation Establishment cultivator lies in their potential. As the level increases, the gap in combat power between them will widen significantly. For example, at the 9th rank of Foundation Establishment, ignoring techniques, magic treasures, talismans, formations, and other factors, a Heaven Foundation Establishment cultivator can fight 3 opponents at once. But combat power isn't the main reason for the scarcity of Heaven Foundation Establishment cultivators. The preciousness of a Heaven Foundation Establishment cultivator lies in their broader future and the greater potential to cultivate to higher realms. It's not that no Human Foundation Establishment cultivator can reach the Tribulation Transcending Great Ascension stage, but that's extremely rare. Most Tribulation Transcending and Great Ascension experts are at least Earth Foundation Establishment cultivators or Heaven Foundation Establishment cultivators. But generally speaking, Heaven Foundation Establishment cultivators possess the ability to fight beyond their level. Because sects typically bestow powerful magical artifacts upon their disciples upon achieving Foundation Establishment, to prevent their premature death. This is also why the Winged Fiend was so cautious towards Fang Chen initially. He believed Fang Chen must possess a powerful magical artifact from the Dan Ran sect. But he hadn't anticipated that this 6th brother was cheating. After Fang Chen finished talking with the system, he had a preliminary assessment of his strength. At the very least, he was at the 8th rank of Foundation Establishment. I'm a bit strong. Fang Chen couldn't help but gasp. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Ancient Divine Body, Divine General Armor, Fire Fiend King, Myriad Fiend Heart Sutra. The combination of these 4, if it wasn't monstrous enough, then it wouldn't be acceptable. Especially the Ancient Divine Body. If anyone else were to cultivate it, let alone undergo tribulation, even achieving Foundation Establishment of the Divine Body overnight would be impossible. Who the hell could stab themselves that many times in one night? They arrived at the inn in Yanguang City. Xiao Qing went to check out, while Fang Chen and Yi Xiong, who was perched on his shoulder, sat at the table and ordered 2 small dishes. Yi Xiong said, "Fang Chen, you're too good to your junior brother. This Fire Fiend Pearl, what a treasure. How could you just give it away like that? Aren't you afraid he won't return it and will refine it all himself?" It has to be said that Yi Xiong hadn't seen Fang Chen give Xiao Qing the Swift Wind Step, Peerless Ambition, or the Shattered Jade Pill, so seeing Fang Chen actually give away his Fire Fiend Pearl, he was greatly shocked. How could Fang Chen be so generous? I actually hope he refines it all. Fang Chen sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong was deeply moved. You're completely different now compared to before. I feel like you're dazzling. Fang Chen picked up a peanut and a slice of beef for Yi Xiong, then popped the rest into his own mouth, chewing as he said, "Of course." Yi Xiong swallowed the peanut and beef, then said obsequiously, "Since you're so generous, how about I take a bite? Even just a lick will do. I'm so tempted by you." Fang Chen said without changing his expression, "There are too many people here. I'll slap you when we get back. I'll owe you one." Yi Xiong. He shouldn't have said that. Just as Yi Xiong was regretting his succumbing to Fang Chen's temptation and willingly courting death, a commotion suddenly erupted from the 2nd floor of the inn. "Get out of my way!" Xiao Qing's angry shout rang out, followed by a contemptuous voice, "Get out of my way? You smashed my precious fire jade bottle, you should compensate me now. Stop talking nonsense." Xiao Qing yelled, "When did I break your things? Did my fire jade bottle just fall to the ground by itself?" Hearing this sudden exchange, Fang Chen's eyes lit up, and he looked upstairs. Based on his understanding of Xiao Qing, the other party didn't seem like the type to break other people's things or be unreasonable. Then, Fang Chen's mind raced, and he came to a slightly preconceived conclusion. In that case, Xiao Qing had encountered a scammer? let's go upstairs and see." Fang Chen got up and led Yi Xiong upstairs. However, as Fang Chen went upstairs, he sighed inwardly. It has to be said, the chosen ones are truly adept at causing trouble. Wherever they go, trouble arises. Last time, when Fang Chen came to Yanguang City alone, apart from the servant from the Medicine King Pavilion saying, "This poison, even dogs won't eat it," which harmed him, he had a completely peaceful time and didn't encounter anything inexplicable. Oh, well, not entirely. Like his master, which was quite inexplicable. And Xiao Qing, after coming to Yanguang City, was provoked by Zhang Tian's henchmen on his very first day. After leaving the 10,000-year volcano, he was personally surrounded by Zhang Tian. Now, even checking out of a room can cause trouble. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, Fang Chen saw 3 strong, burly men, led by a thin, bony man, surrounding Xiao Qing. Among the 5 men were dozens of fragments. Extremely dense spiritual energy was emanating from the fragments. What kind of trashy jade bottle is this? In this day and age, can you even find rare and precious materials that get smashed? And you still say you're not trying to scam me? Looking at the fragments, Fang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This technique is too low level. He couldn't even stand it anymore. This so-called fire jade bottle is clearly garbage. And the dense spiritual energy emanating from the fire jade bottle isn't inherent to the bottle itself, but artificially created. As for the method of creation, it's very simple. In Fang Chen's memory, there are at least a dozen methods that even a qi refining cultivator could learn. No one knows more about the scamming techniques of qi refining cultivators than him. Just as Fang Chen was observing, Xiao Qing shouted angrily at the man, "You deliberately let this broken bottle fall to the ground. I was clearly walking on the left, but you insisted on rushing over and smashing this worthless jade bottle. What does it have to do with me?" The thin man sneered, "Since you have your reason and I have mine, we can't argue. Why don't we go to the city lord's mansion to seek justice? I'd like to see who's right and who's wrong." At this moment, a crowd had begun to gather. Fang Chen, standing at the edge of the crowd, glanced around and recognized several familiar faces, the same people who had just witnessed Zhang Tian bullying Xiao Qing at the 10,000-year volcano. Fang Chen was taken aback. These people really had nothing better to do. "Gentlemen, this is my inn. If there's any conflict, let's settle it outside." At this moment, the innkeeper walked over with a grim expression and glared fiercely at the thin man. Seeing this, the thin man looked at Xiao Qing. "Did you hear me? Let's go." "I'm not going." Xiao Qing's face turned ashen as he shouted. His master had taught him to always take the initiative. The other party's invitation to the city lord's mansion was definitely suspicious. He had to resist. Even if he needed someone to uphold justice, he should ask his own sect. "You won't go? Then I'll invite you. Attack!" the thin man roared. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 burly men behind the thin man, as if they had been waiting for this, suddenly rushed forward, raising their hands and unleashing a fierce gust of wind, their fingers flashing with a sharp, silvery light like knife tips. It was clear at a glance that they had used some kind of magic, and their aura indicated that they were all cultivators at the 8th level of qi refining. If Xiao Qing, who had only just broken through to the 5th level of qi refining in the last 2 days, were captured by them, he would surely be injured. Xiao Qing's expression changed, and he immediately retreated, simultaneously kicking out to try and block their advance. But something completely unexpected happened. Xiao Qing's kick, which he expected to miss, inexplicably struck the first man in the abdomen. Instantly, the man's face turned purple at a visible speed. Following this, blood rapidly flowed from his 7 orifices. Finally, the burly man collapsed limply to the ground. Thump! The burly man lay lifeless on the ground. At this moment, everyone fell silent. The other 2 burly men stood frozen in shock. The skinny man was also filled with horror. The innkeeper, who had come to chase them away, stared blankly, utterly dumbfounded. Clearly, he hadn't expected that someone would die in his inn. Xiao Qing was equally incredulous. When had his strength become so formidable? Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Qing, this powerful? This is impossible. Who knew Xiao Qing's combat strength better than him? He hadn't reached this stage yet. The next moment, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. Something unusual must be going on. This skinny man wasn't here to extort money, he was clearly here to scheme against Xiao Qing. Murder! Murder! Then, the skinny man immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Following this, he pointed at Xiao Qing and roared, "I was planning to go to the city lord's mansion to settle things with you. If you really didn't cause the fall, I would apologize to you. But you actually used your superior strength to kill my man? You deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of Foundation Establishment Stage 1 cultivation erupted from the skinny man. At the same time, a thick, spiked club flashed in his hand, carrying an unparalleled force as it slammed down towards Xiao Qing's head. Xiao Qing was momentarily shocked, his reaction was already a beat slow, and seeing the club coming down, he didn't even dodge immediately. Danger! Fang Chen could no longer sit still. The Fire Fiend King in his hand rapidly materialized, and just as it was about to strike, suddenly, a man appeared from the side, leaping between Xiao Qing and the skinny man, raising his arm to take the blow for Xiao Qing. Bang! The man's arm was struck directly, producing a very clear impact that echoed throughout the entire inn. Xiao Qing stared in disbelief at the man. Who is this person? Why did he come to save him? Fang Chen was also stunned. In this world, there are actually good people like him who like to help those in need? The skinny man looked at the man, his face instantly turning extremely ugly. Zhao Yuanshan? You ruined my plans. Zhao Yuanshan raised his head, smiled slightly, and said, ruined your plans? Little monkey, don't talk nonsense. I clearly saved your life. Hearing this, the skinny man, Xiao Ho, changed his expression. What do you mean? Zhao Yuanshan scoffed. You dare touch anyone from Crimson Venerable Mountain? I'm stopping you, isn't that saving you? Actually, while Zhao Yuanshan claimed to be saving Xiao Ho, his primary purpose was to rescue Xiao Qing. He had been present when Zhang Tian humiliated Xiao Qing and knew Xiao Qing was from the Dan Ran sect. Seeing his junior brother from the Dan Ran sect being beaten by Xiao Ho, he couldn't sit idly by. What? Xiao Ho exclaimed in astonishment, how is that possible? Didn't he say this kid has no background? After saying that, Xiao Ho's face turned even uglier. He knew he had let something slip. Now, everyone knew he was here to scheme against Xiao Qing. Sure enough. Zhao Yuanshan smiled slightly, kicked the burly man lying on the ground, and said, still playing dead? If you don't get up, I'll really kill you, you believe me? Yes. The burly man hurriedly got up. Follow me, all of you. Then, Zhao Yuanshan said calmly, none of you who hit members of my Dan Ran sect will escape. Xiao Ho's face turned ashen, but he dared not say anything more. It wasn't that he listened to Zhao Yuanshan, but mainly because he knew he would be caught even if he ran. Seeing there was no more excitement, the onlookers dispersed. The innkeeper thanked Zhao Yuanshan and told him to come back for drinks next time before turning to leave. At this moment, Xiao Qing patted Zhao Yuanshan on the shoulder. Zhao Yuanshan turned around and smiled. What is it? Thank you for your help. Xiao Qing said gratefully. It's nothing. We are both from the Dan Ran sect, helping each other is only right. I am Zhao Yuanshan from the inner sect's Yinjian Peak. You can just call me Senior Brother Zhao. Zhao Yuanshan waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing immediately clasped his hands in thanks, saying, thank you, Senior Brother Zhao. I am Xiao Qing from the outer sect. Junior Brother Xiao, I remembered your name just now. Zhao Yuanshan smiled. Now I intend to interrogate this Xiao Ho. Are you interested in participating, Junior Brother Xiao? Yes. Xiao Qing nodded without hesitation, his eyes filled with intense anger. Xiao Ho's attack just now was clearly aimed at killing him. Even if he could dodge it, he would inevitably be injured. Now, how could he not want to find out who ordered Xiao Ho before taking revenge? Just as the group was about to depart, Fang Chen stepped forward, smiling. Thank you for your help, Senior Brother Zhao. May I ask how I should address you, Junior Brother? Seeing Fang Chen, Zhao Yuanshan smiled slightly. He recognized Fang Chen. It was him, the one who used the Crimson Venerable Ring to drive everyone away. He's probably a true inner sect prodigy. Fang Chen clasped his hands in a fist and said, I am Fang Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan was taken aback, then his expression turned strange. Your name is Fang Chen? Is there a problem? Fang Chen asked. Oh, nothing. Zhao Yuanshan waved his hand with a smile, while inwardly wondering. It should just be a coincidence of names. That Fang Chen always stayed in the outer sect, he shouldn't be related to this Fang Chen of Crimson Venerable Mountain. Moreover, the outer sect Fang Chen was only at the third level of qi refining. This one in front of so many people had instantly killed Zhang Tian with a single punch. It shouldn't be the same person. Just then, you are Fang Chen? Xiao Ho suddenly looked at Fang Chen excitedly. You know me. Fang Chen was taken aback. Of course I know you are my master. Xiao Ho, his face full of admiration, said, I once had the honor of seeing you from afar when I was transporting goods to the Dan Ran sect with a caravan. Fang Chen instantly looked confused. When did I take you as my disciple? You didn't take me as your disciple, but I've learned about your great deeds in the outer sect of the Dan Ran sect. In my heart, you are my eternal master. Xiao Ho said excitedly. Fang Chen, damn! Being admired by someone like this doesn't make me happy at all. The strength level in Yanguang City is mostly average, and most of the Dan Ran sect disciples who come here are outer sect disciples. Therefore, many people talk about Fang Chen. Xiao Ho, who spends his days roaming the streets, couldn't help but feel admiration upon hearing Fang Chen's deeds. So, this is how a qi refining stage thug behaves. A young talent indeed. Unfortunately, Xiao Ho eventually broke through to the foundation establishment stage and suddenly felt that Fang Chen's experience had become limited. Enough! I don't have a disciple as disgraceful as you. Get out! Fang Chen said coldly. Xiao Ho. At this moment, Zhao Yuanshan, standing to the side, was completely astonished. So, the person before him was indeed the legendary outer sect disciple Fang Chen? Then, how could he have maintained a qi refining stage 3 cultivation level in the outer sect? Zhao Yuanshan was full of questions, but he didn't ask. Afterwards, Zhao Yuanshan led Xiao Ho and the others out of the inn to a small alley. Speak! Explain everything clearly. Zhao Yuanshan kicked Xiao Ho. Fang Chen and Xiao Qing watched from the side. Only then did Xiao Ho recount the whole story. The reason I plotted against Xiao Qing was because Zhang Tian instructed me. Xiao Ho looked at Xiao Qing and said, "A couple of days ago, Zhang Tian's men found me and told me about your cultivation level, and that your entire family was wiped out, leaving you with no background or foundation. Within the Dan Ran sect, your only friend is the daughter of a spirit mine worker named Lingwaner. Zhang Tian demanded that I cripple your cultivation. If I failed, I had to at least severely injure you, but absolutely not let you die. After it's done, I'll receive a sum of spirit stones." Hearing this, Fang Chen asked curiously, "Why didn't Zhang Tian let you kill Xiao Qing?" "Because..." Xiao Ho began to stammer. "Speak." Zhao Yuanshan kicked Xiao Ho. Xiao Ho hesitated, glancing at Fang Chen, before saying, "Master." Fang Chen glared at him. Xiao Ho shrank back, saying to Fang Chen, "Zhang Tian wants Xiao Qing dead at your hands. He said he needed me to at least ensure that Xiao Qing, after participating in the life or death battles for several days, wouldn't possess the strength to defeat a qi refining stage 3 expert. And Zhang Tian, to deal with Xiao Qing, not only hired me, but he also personally intervened, all to severely injure Xiao Qing in Yanguang City." Hearing this, Xiao Qing's face darkened, and he roared angrily, "That bastard, I must kill him." Fang Chen, standing to the side, couldn't help but sigh. It seems Zhang Tian does have some brains. This is definitely Zhang Tian's concern. What if Xiao Qing, after being insulted by him at the 10,000-year volcano, didn't retaliate in anger? Then, Zhang Tian would have no legitimate reason to injure Xiao Qing. Therefore, Zhang Tian arranged for Xiao Ho as a backup, specifically having him stake out the inn where Xiao Qing had stayed. But Fang Chen still didn't quite understand. To Zhang Tian, whether Xiao Qing died at his hands or at Xiao Ho's, it made no difference, right? Why did Zhang Tian insist on Xiao Qing dying at his hands? Could it be that this guy had included him in his scheme as well? Thinking this, Fang Chen couldn't help but have an idea. Go back and investigate. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanshan looked at Xiao Qing, then at Fang Chen. Then, a look of confusion appeared on his face. A life or death duel? Weren't these two junior brothers on good terms? What's going on here? Then, Zhao Yuanshan shook his head and asked Xiao Qing, "What do you plan to do with Xiao Ho?" "According to the laws of Yanguang City," Xiao Qing said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ho's expression changed drastically. "Brother Yuanshan, you must save me. We've known each other for a while. This time I was blinded by greed, I'll never dare to do it again." If he were truly punished according to the laws of Yanguang City, a small-time thug with no powerful backing like him would be finished. Zhao Yuanshan said calmly, "Don't give me that. I only used you as my eyes and ears, but you didn't keep your eyes open, so don't blame me. Master, save me." Then, Xiao Ho looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes twitched slightly upon hearing this. He looked at Zhao Yuanshan and asked, "Does Yanguang City have the punishment of execution?" "Yes," Zhao Yuanshan said without hesitation. Fang Chen said, "Give him 3 different ways to die." Xiao Ho instantly fell silent. "I accept the punishment, but can I pay spirit stones to gain Xiao Qing's forgiveness?" "Sure, let Xiao Qing decide for himself," Zhao Yuanshan said calmly. After paying his debts in spirit stones and gaining Xiao Qing's forgiveness, Xiao Ho was sent away. Zhao Yuanshan, along with Xiao Qing and Fang Chen, found a restaurant and sat down. "Junior brothers, I came to Yanguang City mainly to assist the city lord's mansion in maintaining order in the city, thereby earning sect contribution points," Zhao Yuanshan explained. "Xiao Ho is a local ruffian I met when I first arrived in Yanguang City. I thought he was somewhat clever and knew how to assess situations, and he could provide me with some confidential information, so I became a little closer to him. I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful this time. He went to great lengths to explain, actually to prevent Fang Chen and Xiao Qing from misunderstanding that he had any ulterior motives." Fang Chen smiled upon hearing this and said, "Senior brother Zhao, it's all right. I understand." In reality, he didn't really care whether Zhao Yuanshan was a good person or a bad person. Since Zhao Yuanshan couldn't harm him and Xiao Qing now, he naturally didn't want to waste his energy guessing. "That's good." Zhao Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Fang Chen thought of something and asked, "Senior brother Zhao, you just said you're from Yinjian Peak, right?" Yes, Zhao Yuanshan nodded. Intrigued by this, Fang Chen asked, then senior brother Li Hein, is he also from Yinjian Peak? Yes, junior brother Fang knows senior brother Li. Zhao Yuanshan asked in surprise. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment. I guess you could say we know each other. Senior brother Hein is a good person, although his behavior is a bit strange. Zhao Yuanshan coughed, but he is indeed a good person. Fang Chen agreed with a similarly strange expression. Yes, Xiao Qing didn't know who Li Hein was and could only listen silently. Zhao Yuanshan then smiled helplessly. However, people from Yinjian Peak are generally a bit strange, so I've actually gotten used to it. Hearing this, Fang Chen was instantly stunned, then looked blank. This is really strange, senior brother Zhao. Everyone on the entire peak, just like Li Zhene, is holding up a horse? Fang Chen couldn't even bear to imagine the scene. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Zhao Yuanshan knew he'd misunderstood and quickly said, Junior brother Fang, not everyone on Yinjian Peak is like senior brother Zhene. Don't misunderstand. I see. Fang Chen chuckled dryly. Then, Zhao Yuanshan wanted to say something. Just then, he suddenly produced a jade slip, his brows furrowing immediately. He sighed inwardly and said, Junior brothers, I've already paid for this meal. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. If you have time when I return to the sect, we can enjoy a drink together at Yinjian Peak. Seeing this, Fang Chen thought to himself, someone must be looking for me. So, Fang Chen also clasped his hands in a fist salute. All right. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Take care, senior brother Zhao. After Zhao Yuanshan left, Fang Chen said to Xiao Qing, let's go back. Okay. Xiao Qing nodded, then asked, by the way, senior brother, did senior brother Zhao have something to say? He noticed that Zhao Yuanshan had shown several hesitations, but ultimately remained silent. Probably. Fang Chen hadn't paid much attention to that. After thinking for a moment, he said, it's all right, there's plenty of time. We'll meet again in the inner sect. You can ask him then. Xiao Qing nodded. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanshan stood below the restaurant, sighing, forget it, with the prodigy of Crimson Venerable Mountain leading the way, Xiao Qing should be able to enter a good peak in the future. Let's not ruin the bottom-ranked sword imprint peak for him. Dan Rand Sect. Reflecting Light Lake and Mountain. Just tell me you agree when you get there. Fang Chen said. Yes, senior brother. But I don't understand, why do we need to postpone it again? Xiao Qing asked, puzzled. On the way back, Fang Chen had told him that he wanted to extend the life or death duel at the Duyuan Academy, and Xiao Qing couldn't understand it at all. Why postpone the life or death duel if it's already happening? You don't understand, just listen to me. Fang Chen couldn't come up with a reason, so he decided to stop trying to fool him. Alright. Xiao Qing scratched his head. Then, the two arrived at the Duyuan Battle Academy. Upon entering, Chu He and the other three immediately surrounded him, looking at Fang Chen with wary expressions. For seniors, this junior and Xiao Qing have come to extend the life or death duel. Fang Chen said with a smile, I wonder what you all think of the suggestion to extend it for billions of years. The four of them, the anger they had finally managed to suppress suddenly flared up again. We'll see, we'll see. Chu He chuckled dryly, then looked at Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing, do you agree to the extension? His eyes held expectation. He hoped Xiao Qing would directly refuse Fang Chen, but Xiao Qing said, I agree. Why do you agree? Chu He asked immediately, incredulously. The other three also stared wide-eyed. You idiot, how can you be so clueless? Hearing this, Xiao Qing scratched his head in confusion. I don't know either. The four of them. Has this kid lost his mind? Afterwards, seeing that he couldn't get through to Xiao Qing, Chu He turned to Fang Chen. In that case, please sit down for a moment. Elder Lin will be here shortly. Elder Lin? Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Why would he be coming? The matter of postponement is unprecedented in the Do Academy. This matter could be serious or minor, so we're entrusting it to Elder Lin to handle. Chu He said. If it were an ordinary disciple requesting a postponement, he would simply refuse. A postponement? Take it or leave. However, Fang Chen was too fond of finding fault, so he couldn't refuse directly. He could only lie and say the matter was too big and only Lin Yunhee could decide. In reality, he just wanted to bring Lin Yunhee to put pressure on Fang Chen. That way, even if Fang Chen was dissatisfied with Lin Yunhee's decision, he couldn't cause trouble at the Duyuan Academy. Xiao Qing and I are just two unknown ordinary disciples. Elder Lin doesn't need to decide, does he? Fang Chen immediately said, that would be too much trouble for him. Any normal person knows that no one would agree to a delay of billions of years. He just wanted to pressure the four old bastards into agreeing to help him exploit the system bug. If Lin Yunhee came, he would definitely be rejected. No trouble at all. But at this moment, a faint voice came from outside the door. Fang Chen immediately turned around. A middle-aged man in black robes slowly entered, his eyes filled with anger, especially when he saw Fang Chen's face. His anger flared up instantly. Fang Chen was instantly bewildered. "Big brother, why are you so angry?" Elder Lin. Chu He and the other four, seeing Lin Yunhee appear, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting. "You may leave. I'll handle this," Lin Yunhee said calmly. "Yes." The four immediately bowed and retreated, fleeing from Fang Chen as if their lives depended on it. Lin Yunhee glanced at Fang Chen, pointing to the red cloud pattern on Fang Chen's robes. "Don't wear these clothes anymore." "Why? Elder Lin, is this any of your business?" Fang Chen was even more confused. "You old man, why are you suddenly interfering with my clothes?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yunhee immediately retorted angrily, "I just can't stand it, is that all?" Fang Chen, "Do cultivators go through menopause too?" Then, Fang Chen, his face full of anger, was about to have a serious talk with Lin Yunhee. Why should he interfere with a disciple's clothing? "Stop nagging. Be careful, or I'll ask Ancestor Ling to punish you." At this moment, Lin Yunhee said, "I agree to the postponement." Fang Chen immediately smiled, gave a thumbs up, and praised, "Elder Lin, you're such a good person. I've never met such a kind elder." Fang Chen never expected Lin Yunhee to be so agreeable. He had thought Lin Yunhee would do everything in his power to stop him. Lin Yunhee only smiled expressionlessly in the face of the praise. Just now, when Lin Yunhee learned that Fang Chen planned to extend the life contract for billions of years, he initially reacted with muscle memory and rage. Like the four elders of the Do Academy, he thought Fang Chen was up to some trick again. But after thinking it over, he calmed down, considered it carefully, and finally decided to agree to Fang Chen's request. Firstly, he knew that Fang Chen was no longer a spoiled brat, so although this move was strange, Fang Chen probably didn't have bad intentions. Secondly, even if Fang Chen really had bad intentions and wanted to kill Xiao Qing, Lin Yunhee felt that he could still agree to this billions of years life and death contract. Let alone whether these people could live for billions of years, even the Dan Ran sect might not survive for billions of years. In that case, what's the difference between a life and death contract billions of years from now and one that's already been dissolved? This perfectly aligns with Lin Yunhee's desire for Fang Chen and Xiao Qing to dissolve their life and death contract. Of course, Lin Yunhee dared to agree to Fang Chen's request for another reason. If anyone in the inner sect inquired about this matter and blamed Lin Yunhee, he could still invoke Ling Xiaoyuan's name. With the patriarch's backing, Fang Chen signing a life and death contract billions of years from now on wouldn't be a big problem. Then, he walked to a cabinet to the side, opened a shelf, and took out a thin sheet of blood-red paper. Seeing the blood-red color, Lin Yunhee's face turned cold, and he immediately said to Chu He, "Elder Chu, from now on, life and death contracts should use ordinary colored paper." Chu He hurriedly said, "Didn't you say that blood red would make the disciples understand the cruelty of life and death battles?" "No need. Blood red makes it difficult for me to read." Lin Yunhee gritted his teeth. "Okay." Seeing Lin Yunhee's expression, Chu He didn't dare ask any more questions and hurriedly nodded. Then, he sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected Elder Lin to agree to Fang Chen's absurd request. Oh well. Even if the higher UPS blamed them later, it wouldn't be their responsibility. "You two, take a look. Is this your life and death contract?" Lin Yunhee said. Fang Chen and Xiao Qing immediately leaned forward. They saw that it specified the opponent's time, location, and some requirements for the life and death duel. Most importantly, the last clause. It stated that if Fang Chen won, he would receive Xiao Qing's corpse. If Xiao Qing won, he could tear Fang Chen to pieces and feed him to the pigs. These were conditions that could be specified when signing a life and death contract. Looking at these two conditions, Xiao Qing's expression became slightly embarrassed. Fang Chen, however, was quite calm. It wasn't him who wrote it. "Changed to billions of years in the future, right?" Lin Yunhee then added. "Yes." Fang Chen nodded. Lin Yunhee raised the recording jade slip and began making the changes, instructing Fang Chen and Xiao Qing to agree to the extension one by one. After the changes were successful, Lin Yunhee said, "Just drip your essence blood back in." Fang Chen and Xiao Qing immediately did as instructed. All done. Lin Yunhee placed the life and death contract back in the cabinet. Watching this, Fang Chen felt excited. Would this mean he could extract Xiao Qing's cultivation from billions of years in the future in one go? Just then, ding! Fang Chen heard this sound. Instant ecstasy. Heart pounding. Am I about to become an immortal? Why are you so happy? Seeing Fang Chen's ecstatic expression after putting the life and death contract back in the slot, Lin Yunhee immediately frowned. This guy, why does he look like he's about to ascend to immortality? Fang Chen ignored Lin Yunhee, still excitedly waiting for the system's cultivation level. Seeing this, Lin Yunhee's face darkened. You just praised me as a good elder, and now that you've changed it, you're not saying a word, huh? At this moment, in Fang Chen's mind, the system detected, the chosen one of destiny, Xiao Qing, will cease to exist when facing the host in a life or death battle billions of years later. At that time, the host will no longer be able to help Xiao Qing in the life or death battle. This mission is no longer necessary. Mission cancelled. Fang Chen, what the hell? What are you doing? What is this? Fang Chen, having failed miserably, was instantly furious. He never expected things to turn out this way. Why was the mission suddenly cancelled? What the hell? Had the system been bugged too many times by him? Did it just give up? Fang Chen hurriedly said, "System, why is it unnecessary? Why can't Xiao Qing live for billions of years? He's a chosen one, aren't they all invincible? You need to continue the mission so that I can dedicate my life to the life or death battle billions of years later, contributing to his glory. You said it yourself, that life should be like a brilliant sunrise, short but dazzling. You can't let me not even be a sunrise." The system continued, "The system greatly admires the host's spirit of self-sacrifice. However, please remember, the chosen one is not invincible. Only the chosen one who unites with the host is truly invincible. And Xiao Qing, if he fails to unite with the host before the tribulation descends, will be unable to resist it. Therefore, although the system knows that the host intends to go billions of years into the future to help the future Xiao Qing, this method is not feasible, so the mission is cancelled." However, the system does not blame the host, on the contrary, the system is very moved. "So, please remember, host, devise a way to help the chosen one before the tribulation, so that you can achieve the best effect and assist the chosen one in protecting the world." Fang Chen was stunned after hearing this. So that's how it is. But, just what is it about me that's so awesome? Why is it that only the chosen one can save the world by obtaining me? And I, so incredibly powerful, why can't I even cultivate? Could it be that I really have to die at the hands of the chosen one to be useful and save the world? Why do I suddenly want to be a magnificent sunrise? Thinking this, Fang Chen quickly shook his head, banishing the thought, realizing he'd been successfully brainwashed. No, he couldn't sacrifice himself. He still wanted to exploit the system bug to cultivate the ancient divine body and continue improving himself. Then, Fang Chen continued to ask in his mind, "System, when will the realm tribulation arrive? I want to arrange another life or death battle with Xiao Qing before the realm tribulation arrives, so that I can die at his hands and become a noble and great person. Since it can't be billions of years later, he'll fix the bug before the celestial calamity arrives. He'll also see if he can get Lin Yunhe to change the time of the life and death contract again." After Fang Chen asked, the system immediately replied, "The time of the celestial calamity's arrival concerns the heavenly Dao and cannot be determined. As for the host's desire to help Xiao Qing, the system is very moved. But the host doesn't need to arrange another life and death battle. The system has already chosen a method to help Xiao Qing for the host." Fang Chen asked, "What method?" The system announced, "The system has detected that Xiao Qing, the chosen one of destiny, is progressing too slowly in his cultivation. Please help Xiao Qing devour the venerable Xiao Ao." Fang Chen, "It wants me to help Xiao Qing devour the venerable Xiao Ao. Isn't that tantamount to helping Xiao Qing kill his master? Wow, system. You really can't stand that Xiao Qing has an elder. Xiao Qing's family was destroyed, which is already tragic enough. Now, he finally has a master, and the system is targeting him. However, on the other hand, even if Xiao Qing were willing to kill his master, it's unlikely he would succeed. The venerable Xiao Ao is so strong, Fang Chen believes that even if he and Xiao Qing were combined, they couldn't defeat him. If Xiao Qing really dared to kill his master, he'd be dead." The system continued, "Xiao Qing is upright and righteous, naturally unwilling to devour his master. To help Xiao Qing, please first teach him the devouring spirit Dao technique, then weaken the power of the carefree venerable. For example, find the heavenly demons, guide them, and let them devour the carefree venerable. For example, find the demonic cultivators, guide them, and let them attack the carefree venerable. For example, when the carefree venerable's power is almost completely weakened, and he is about to die, the host should force Xiao Qing to use the devouring spirit Dao technique to devour the carefree venerable's power. After Xiao Qing's cultivation improves, please tell the whole truth, stating that the carefree venerable was killed by the host, giving Xiao Qing a legitimate reason to avenge his master, kill the host, and obtain the host's power." After listening, Fang Chen, this was a path he had never imagined. Truly a newly born system. Fang Chen had to admit defeat. However, he had no idea how many lives he had to be a guide for the heavenly demons and demonic cultivators. Then, the system said again, "It has been detected that the host has not learned the spirit-devouring Dao technique. It will be automatically taught to the host. Please make sure to teach Xiao Qing." The next moment, a massive amount of information flooded into Fang Chen's mind, causing his head to throb with pain. "Ah!" Fang Chen involuntarily covered his head. "Are you all right? Seeing Fang Chen's face change from excitement to ashen, then to stunned silence, and finally to a headache, Lin Yunhee was shocked. What's wrong with this child? It's just changing a life and death contract. It can't be that serious, can it? It's nothing. Fang Chen hurriedly waved his hand. I'm just a little tired from cultivation. Lin Yunhee paused slightly upon hearing this, carefully examining Fang Chen's face. He couldn't immediately tell if Fang Chen was telling the truth or not. After a moment's thought, he said, "Go back and rest." Okay. Fang Chen nodded, turned, and left the Do Academy with Xiao Qing. You go back first. As soon as they stepped outside, Fang Chen told Xiao Qing to leave. Yes. But, senior brother, are you really alright? After agreeing, Xiao Qing asked worriedly. I'm fine, you. Fang Chen hesitated, finally patting his shoulder and saying, keep trying. Yes. Xiao Qing bowed and nodded, then left. After Xiao Qing walked away, Yi Xiong, who had been perched on Fang Chen's shoulder, asked, Brother Chen, what happened to you just now? Fang Chen shook his head and said, nothing, I just almost came back to life. Yi Xiong was immediately confused and began to sort out the logic in Fang Chen's words. Seeing that Yi Xiong remained silent, Fang Chen continued to mentally call upon the system, saying, System, I feel this method of helping Xiao Qing is somewhat flawed and a waste of time. I think a life or death struggle would be better. Host, there's no need to be too anxious for Xiao Qing. The task this system has arranged for Xiao Qing is currently the optimal solution. Besides, Xiao Qing isn't the only chosen one. If you're anxious, you can die at the hands of others first, helping them achieve their goals, which can also save the world. The system's voice had a pleasant quality that made Fang Chen want to curse. Fang Chen, forget it. Fang Chen suppressed his thoughts, then regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself. This time, he truly tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead. Now, his only cultivation tool left was the divine general armor given to him by his sister unnamed, which was automatically cultivating 24/7. As for this devouring spirit Dao technique, Fang Chen glanced at it. Although the name didn't sound like the underworld, it was still a pure demonic technique. This technique is extremely ruthless, feeding on souls, and it especially thrives on live souls. The fresher the soul devoured, the greater the power gained. However, Fang Chen couldn't help but wonder if, with his aptitude, he could obtain spiritual power if he practiced this technique. It should be possible, right? A demonic technique can't possibly be unable to save him, can it? I really want to find a scumbag to test it on. I wouldn't feel guilty killing him. Then, Fang Chen stroked his chin and grabbed Yi Xiong. Brother Chen, is something wrong? Yi Xiong, meeting Fang Chen's gaze, gave him a simple, honest smile. It's nothing. Fang Chen shook his head. I was just checking if you're scum. Yi Xiong. He couldn't help but fawn. I'm obviously not. I'm just an ordinary person with emperor-grade bloodline. Fang Chen interrupted Yi Xiong's combo. Alright, that's enough. Yi Xiong, okay. Afterwards, Fang Chen and Yi Xiong returned to their residence. Without the life or death duel, Fang Chen focused all his attention back on cultivating his ancient divine body. He needed to start collecting cultivation materials for the ancient divine body and researching its future cultivation methods. It has to be said that because of the failed postponement of the life or death duel, Fang Chen's emphasis on the ancient divine body had increased. Although the system couldn't reclaim his cultivation, it could interrupt his exploitation of bugs. Therefore, if he wanted to exploit bugs again in the future, and his actions went too far, the system could easily replicate today's behavior. Cultivating the ancient divine body was the crucial path to independence. Fate must be in your own hands. However, before that, he had one more thing to do. It's your turn now. Fang Chen took out 2 rings. These were given to him by the 8 nascent soul cultivators. This morning, and now almost evening, he had tried to open the rings several times, but was interrupted each time. He was furious. Let me take a good look. Fang Chen put the rings down and opened the first one. This was the first apology gift those 8 nascent soul cultivators had given him. It was also something Li Fu had called a pile of garbage. Wow, impressive. Upon opening the ring, Fang Chen was immediately drawn to a gleaming treasure ship, its hull intricately engraved with patterns. He took it out. The ship was no bigger than the palm of his hand. However, Fang Chen learned from the jade slip beside the ship that its name was the Great Sun Gilded Ship. By inputting spiritual power, it could change size, from the size of a mountain to the size of a grain of sand. This ship could be both sand and mountains, truly a ship of sand and mountains. This was a treasure ship without any cultivation level restrictions. As long as one possessed spirit stones, it could be activated and used. What was even more remarkable was that, with a sufficient supply of spirit stones, it also possessed extremely robust defense and could unleash incredibly powerful attacks. The jade slip indicated that the original owner had noted that the ship had once unleashed an attack from a golden core cultivator without causing any damage to the ship's array patterns. Clearly, the golden core stage was far from his limit. Fang Chen was satisfied, but he also understood why Li Fu had called this thing trash. The gift from someone with a nascent soul cultivation level was a treasure ship with the attack power of a golden core cultivator, not exactly a good item. Besides the Great Sun gilded ship, the remaining items were 2 magic treasures and a pile of spirit stones. The spirit stones were given by all 5 people together, piled up almost as high as a mountain. Besides the spirit stones and the treasure ship, the second magic treasure was called demon armor. As the name suggests, it was for demon beasts. Moreover, the other party was very considerate. Even Foundation Establishment stage demon beasts could use it. Fang Chen glanced at Yi Xiong, his brow slightly raised. Who was this guy who gave him the demon armor? Fang Chen could guess what the other party was thinking. The other party probably felt that no matter what they offered, it was unlikely to satisfy this tribulation transcending stage expert, so they simply used a roundabout method to please Yi Xiong. In this way, they got the magic treasure without having to spend too much money. I really want to know who gave me this demon armor. Fang Chen muttered to himself, then tossed the item to Yi Xiong. Here you go. When Yi Xiong saw Fang Chen toss him a bronze-colored suit of armor, he was first taken aback, then asked warily, "Give it to me? Why are you giving it to me? Just tell me if you want it or not." Fang Chen snorted coldly at Yi Xiong's defensive attitude. Seeing Fang Chen's attitude, Yi Xiong immediately realized that the demonic armor was definitely genuine. He hurriedly used his tiger paws to grab it, exclaiming, "I want it." After getting it, Yi Xiong put it on. He looked somewhat strange, as if he had transformed into a tiger with a black and white head and tail but a bluish body. But soon, a layer of shimmering light, like water, appeared on the surface of the armor. Quickly, the bronze demonic armor disappeared into Yi Xiong's body, and his body returned to normal. After carefully experiencing it, Yi Xiong immediately beamed with joy, a good thing. He could clearly feel the strong connection between the demonic armor and his demonic power. After putting it on, his body's strength became seamlessly integrated with the armor, as if it were an integral part of his own body, instantly elevating his defensive capabilities. Besides its defensive capabilities, the demonic armor also made him much more agile, as if he were riding the wind, increasing his speed. Fang Chen said, "Given our relationship, do you think I would give you something bad?" The winged fierce beast began rubbing its head against Fang Chen. "My fault, Fang Chen, I'm just too calculating and narrow-minded. I'm not as good as you. Please forgive this ungrateful tiger. Get lost." Fang Chen pushed its head away, took out the last magical artifact, and upon discovering it was a Foundation Establishment stage artifact, his eyes immediately lit up. "Finally, I've found something I can use." It was a black double-edged axe, the handle a stone pillar carved with a black dragon. The 2 axe blades were irregularly semicircular, gleaming with a cold light. Beside the axe lay a jade slip containing the following: "Senior, my cultivation is shallow, and I am unable to collect any magic weapons you might use. However, I unintentionally obtained a Foundation Establishment stage magic weapon in my younger days, named the Dragon Dark Axe. This axe is extremely sharp, forged from deep-sea iron or in black abyss stone. This axe is quite valuable. While it appears to be for close combat, its most formidable aspect lies in the killing technique inscribed on the stone pillar. With sufficient spiritual energy, it can unleash the highly poisonous and powerful, heart-piercing fangs when the opponent is off guard. This axe is most suitable for Senior to bestow upon his disciples and descendants for self-defense. Please accept it, Senior." Clearly, this person, like the one who gave the demon armor, didn't want to spend money and fear defending Fang Chen, so he similarly took a roundabout approach, gifting a Foundation Establishment stage magic weapon to Fang Chen's descendants. But this can also be considered opportunism. If Fang Chen were truly a grumpy senior, the person who delivered the axe would probably get a scolding. That's why this guy didn't dare leave his name. However, although Fang Chen had no descendants, he was fortunate enough to be at the Foundation Establishment stage. He weighed the Dragon Dark Axe in his hand and said with great delight, not bad at all, very good, a top-tier magic weapon." The Dragon Dark Axe was full of killing intent, extremely fierce, clearly a magic weapon intended for direct confrontation. Who knew it also secretly contained ranged attacks? Waiting for the opponent to engage in hand-to-hand combat for half a day, then secretly launching a dozen or so attacks. That's really too despicable. I like this kind of magic weapon. Fang Chen weighed the Dragon Dark Axe in his hand, quite satisfied, and added it to his possession, then attempted to fire, heart-piercing fang. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart rang out. Boom! A stone spike, as thick as an adult's finger, shot out from the stone pillar of the Dragon Dark Axe, directly exploding the pond that the winged fiend had just repaired that morning, leaving behind a trail of thick purple venom that scalded the ground with a sizzling sound. Meanwhile, amidst the flying debris, the winged fiend, who had been admiringly stroking its demonic armor, was stunned by this scene. Very good. Fang Chen was very satisfied. With the spiritual power he had obtained from the 2 chosen ones, he could use the Dragon Dark Axe's heart-piercing fang reliably for a long time. He could even use it like a Gatling gun. Afterwards, Fang Chen put away the dragon dark axe and looked at Yi Xiong, fix the pond. Yi Xiong, is this deliberate revenge? After putting away the dragon dark axe and the great sun gilded ship, Fang Chen excitedly opened the second ring. The first ring, which Li Fuya called a pile of junk, had still yielded Fang Chen a considerable gain, especially the pile of spirit stones, which meant he wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones for a while. Wouldn't the second ring have even more to offer? But after opening the second ring, Fang Chen froze. What's this? Fang Chen hesitantly took out 8 items. A pink stone, a withered tree branch shaped like a human hand, a gigantic pill, radiating immense medicinal power, weighing over 1,000 pounds, and larger than the winged fiend's true form. When Fang Chen brought it out, it nearly startled the winged fiend, who feared Fang Chen would smash the pond with the pill. A vast, illusory mountain peak floated in Fang Chen's palm, a section of blood-red finger bone. The remaining 3 items were a moldy blue gourd, 1/8 of a traditional Chinese ink painting, and a box of locks. What the hell is all this? He was dumbfounded. Beside the 8 strange items were jade slips describing them. Fang Chen quickly picked them up, glanced at them, and then froze. Fang Chen murmured, a nascent, unfinished Mahayana stage healing pill? What the hell does this mean? With the power of a senior, it can be refined quickly. Just need to collect another demon emperor's skeleton as an auxiliary medicine, that's all. Where the hell did you, a nascent soul cultivator, find such a treasure? Are you deliberately messing with me? What is this? A clue to the legend of the Mahayana realm's secret realm? It said that the remaining clues appeared in the Heavenly Demon Battlefield and the Immortal Demon Battlefield. All you need to do is find the Golden Kying Demon Saint, the Wind-Pushing Emperor, and 6 other powerful figures to inquire, and you can quickly obtain the method to reach that secret realm. Damn it! What are those pink stones? Let me see. A Hevuan treasure, the color-deriving jade? This treasure is most effective at stimulating desire. Whether you use it yourself or for breeding your pets, it's excellent. The only drawback is that this treasure is incomplete. It only works on nascent soul stage cultivators. If you still want it, I can offer a hefty sum to search for more. My name is Yu Heilong. You can learn more about me. What are these tree branches? Fang Chen, hashtag at UN percent hashtag at percent at hashtag at. After looking around, there wasn't a single thing Fang Chen could use right now. Fang Chen put the items back in the ring, remained silent for a long time, then sighed, amazing. He should have known better than to look. If he hadn't looked, there would have been some anticipation. After looking, he was filled with anger. Of course, this wasn't anger, but rather frustration. If only he had just said he had 100 foundation establishment stage descendants and gotten 8 people to only give him foundation establishment stage items. Oh well, it's free anyway, I'll keep it for now. Maybe I'll need it someday? Fang Chen could only console himself with this thought. After putting everything away, Fang Chen organized all his storage rings, except for the crimson venerable ring given to him by Zhang Ning'ai. He consolidated the rest into one. Then, Fang Chen opened the ancient divine body to review his next cultivation steps. Now that Fang Chen had cultivated the foundation of his divine body, he could naturally unlock the next stage of cultivation techniques. He began to peruse the techniques. The techniques clearly stated that to continue cultivating, he must first shatter the Tribulation Lightning Foundation. The ancient divine body primarily cultivated the physical body, unlike cultivators who primarily cultivated the primordial spirit. Therefore, this foundation must ultimately be integrated into the physical body. Next, Fang Chen needed to use the ancient divine body's techniques to refine the Tribulation Lightning Foundation, allowing its power to slowly merge into his body. Once completely integrated, he could begin cultivating the golden core stage of the ancient divine body. Upon reading this, Fang Chen found it quite reasonable. The ancient divine body cultivated the physical body, and the foundation merging with the physical body allowed the physical body to be 100% compatible with the foundation, enabling him to control its power. Very correct. But upon seeing the following cultivation method, he was stunned. The cultivation method explained. After the Deo foundation shatters and fuses, the focus must then be on refining the physical body. Refining the physical body is extremely simple. First, gather the necessary medicinal herbs, then open the alchemy furnace and place yourself and the herbs inside. Ignite the alchemy furnace with your divine sense and begin circulating the ancient divine body cultivation method. Then, after the ancient divine body cultivation method has circulated 36 times, you can increase the heat to melt yourself and the herbs. This is the refining process. Once you are completely melted, maintain a sliver of spiritual light and begin to revive. If you successfully revive, you can achieve the divine body golden core and prepare to undergo tribulation. If you fail, you can achieve the divine body medicinal pill, ready to be given to others. This kind of medicinal pill is loved by humans, demons, and monsters alike. Therefore, in the cultivation method, Li Fu, who was probably still mad at the time, noted that one should try to have relatives by their side. If resurrection was unsuccessful, the medicinal pills could be given to relatives. Don't waste them. Fang Chen. He turned to look at Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong, who was currently depressed about whether Fang Chen had deliberately destroyed the pond with the dragon dark axe, suddenly stood up. I'll go repair the pond right now, don't rush me. Fang Chen withdrew his gaze, thinking that if he were to cultivate this technique, he absolutely couldn't let this idiot stay by his side. Otherwise, wouldn't the divine body medicinal pills from the Supreme Treasure's body directly knock Yi Xiong unconscious? As long as Yi Xiong isn't around to eat me, I shouldn't die, but what does it mean to maintain a little bit of spiritual light? Does it require me to have comprehension? With my aptitude, I don't even have spiritual roots, let alone comprehension. Fang Chen frowned, stroking his chin in thought. After a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea, muttering, forget it, I'll worry about that for now. First, I need to gather medicinal herbs and prepare the things I need for my tribulation. Fang Chen had learned his lesson last time due to inexperience, leading to reckless cultivation and foundation building, resulting in very few resources prepared for his tribulation. Now, with experience, he could wait patiently, at least until his divine general armor reached the golden core or even nascent soul stage, then he could prepare a large amount of materials for his tribulation before leisurely beginning it. Should I just wait until my cultivation reaches a level where I can wipe out my entire family before starting to cultivate? Fang Chen stroked his chin, thinking, if he could patiently wait, why rush to cultivate his divine body? No. After some thought, Fang Chen ultimately dismissed the idea. The intensity of the tribulation lightning was determined by the cultivation level of those within its range. Suppose he only began cultivating his divine body after reaching the void returning stage, the intensity of the tribulation lightning would inevitably increase accordingly. But at that time, his divine body would only be at the golden core stage. In that situation, it wasn't certain death, but the difficulty would certainly be much higher. It was better to face the tribulation of the golden core stage when his cultivation and divine body were both at the golden core stage. Alright, it's decided then. After collecting the medicinal herbs in a couple of days, I'll brew myself into this. Fang Chen made his decision, stood up, and clapped his hands. Hearing this, Yi Xiong turned around sharply, such a good thing? Fang Chen expressionlessly pulled out the dragon dark axe. Yi Xiong didn't speak, and continued working, huffing and puffing. The next morning, Fang Chen slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. The past few days had been incredibly eventful, leaving him utterly exhausted. While cultivators could survive without sleep, Fang Chen, having only recently transmigrated, still relied on sleep to replenish his energy. Upon waking, he discovered his cultivation had reached the second rank of foundation establishment. This was the result of the Divine General Armor's tireless, overtime working cultivation. Divine General's bone, Divine General Armor, what a treasure. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He had to admit, the system giving him the power to wipe out the entire Fang family over 5 years, while not immediately exhilarating, provided a constant sense of progress in cultivation. It was still quite satisfying. Afterward, Fang Chen headed straight for Lingyun Peak. Before, he'd been so naive as to buy medicine from Dan Ran Pharmacy. Now, knowing that Hua Qirong was the mastermind behind everything, he naturally went directly to find her. As soon as Fang Chen arrived at the foot of Lingyun Peak, he was stopped by two unfamiliar Lingyun Peak disciples. Halt! The two female disciples blocked Fang Chen's path. Good morning, senior sisters. I have something to discuss with Elder Hua. This is a token she gave me. Fang Chen took out a token. Please proceed. The female disciples verified Fang Chen's token and then let him go. Fang Chen thanked them, put away the token, and went straight up the mountain. This was a token given to him by Hua Qirong when he came to seek her help with the pills for her tribulation. With this token, he could move freely on Lingyun Peak. And it was at that moment that Fang Chen realized that normal outer sect disciples couldn't just casually ascend to the inner sect peaks. Even those delivering the gun to Hua Qirong would only return to the foot of the mountain and have it handed over by a disciple on the peak. If it weren't for Ling Wanner's schemes to harm him, he wouldn't have been able to reach Lingyun Peak. Upon arriving at the summit, Fang Chen found Ling Wanner there as well. She was thanking Hua Qirong. Thank you so much, Elder Hua. My father successfully established his foundation last night. I heard that the spiritual veins are planning to promote him, and he might have a chance to come to the outer sect in the future. Hua Qirong smiled and waved her hand. It's all because of you. If you could work a little harder, your father could receive more resources from the section. Yes, I will definitely work even harder, Ling Wanner said with great determination. Fang Chen, you old folks, each one more cunning than the last. At this moment, Ling Wanner and Hua Qirong both noticed Fang Chen. Senior brother Fang. Ling Wanner hurriedly bowed. Hua Qirong, however, looked embarrassed and quickly glared at Fang Chen, then transmitted her voice, don't let it slip. I know. Fang Chen also transmitted his voice. Seeing this, Hua Qirong nodded with satisfaction, then asked, "Why did you suddenly come here?" "I wanted to buy some medicine from Elder Hua," Fang Chen said confidently. Now that he had plenty of spirit stones in his ring, what couldn't he buy? It's quite a coincidence. Ning Ai was just about to buy medicine from me too. You two really bumped into each other. Hua Qirong laughed. Hearing Zhang Ning Ai's name, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, then he asked, "What does she need medicine for?" "To prepare for core formation. A few days ago, she felt her cultivation was too weak and planned to go into seclusion for half a year, but suddenly she said she sensed signs of core formation," Hua Qirong said. Fang Chen, reaching core formation at 15? Isn't that a bit too much? Zhang Ningai's speed was simply outrageously fast. Now, Fang Chen realized that when the system said Zhang Ningai was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it meant she was at the 9th rank of Foundation Establishment. No wonder she had the strength to defeat the winged fiend inside the yin-yang furnace. She's just too monstrous. Why do you look like that? Seeing Fang Chen's dazed expression, Hua Qirong asked. Fang Chen said, "I was just marveling. A genius is a genius, it's too outrageous. You know how to talk about others? What about yourself? A first-rank Foundation Establishment cultivator defeating a 5th-rank Foundation Establishment cultivator with Emperor-grade bloodline, isn't that outrageous?" Hua Qirong shook her head speechlessly. "Actually, I'm alright. Back in my hometown, I'm considered relatively weak," Fang Chen said seriously. The transmigrators in his hometown are all incredibly monstrous. Especially those with systems, they're even more outrageous. He's not good enough, he has to rely on exploiting bugs to survive. He's far inferior. But Hua Qirong frowned. This kid's talking nonsense again. The Fang family is in Wei City, she clearly doesn't have this many geniuses there. "Alright, tell me what medicinal herbs you need, and I'll have someone get them for you," Hua Qirong said. "Elder Hua, please take a look." Fang Chen respectfully handed over a jade slip. After glancing at it, Hua Qirong said, "Tisk, quite a lot." "Yes. Please trouble Elder Hua to search for them for me. I've already prepared the spirit stones." Fang Chen thought to himself, "They'll definitely have a lot for the iron pot stew. Fortunately, those nascent soul experts gave me enough spirit stones, it's more than enough. Okay, no problem, I'll have someone go get them right away. However, a few items might have to be retrieved from the deep sea herb field. I'll have someone deliver them there in a few days." Hua Qirong smiled. "Okay. Thank you, Elder Hua." Fang Chen then left the spirit stones. "Oh, right, there are 2 more things," Hua Qirong said. "First, the matter of the beast prison has been investigated, and I've already explained the situation to the new vice sect master. It shouldn't be long before news of your capture of the winged fiend, preventing outer sect disciples from suffering at the hands of the demonic tiger, spreads throughout the Danran sect." Previously, Hua Qirong had told the former vice sect master, Qinying, that Fang Chen had hidden in the yin-yang furnace for a long time using the Fang family's treasure, only subduing it after Zhang Ningai arrived. At that time, Hua Qirong was worried that the culprit would harm Fang Chen, so she deliberately lied. But after things became clear, she learned that the culprit, Yu Chang, was already dead. Her lie had been in vain. Now, naturally, she needed to quickly ensure that Fang Chen received a reputation commensurate with his actions. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen immediately said, "It's alright, Elder Hua. I don't care much about empty fame. I just want to know if there will be any new rewards?" Hua Qirong asked in surprise, "Didn't you already receive the Suanyu shield and the Tranquil token?" "This, alright then." Fang Chen sighed upon hearing this. "I suddenly remembered that when facing the winged fiend activating the yin-yang furnace, its hideous face filled with rage, I felt no sorrow, only peace. Because I knew I was dedicating myself to a great cause. Although the price of this cause is my life. But I am fearless. Hua Qirong laughed in exasperation, interrupting, "Enough, enough. Stop with the nonsense. Let me tell you, the sect was already planning to reward you again." She had only meant to tease Fang Chen, but who knew he'd turn the tables on her? No need, I think the Suanyu shield and the Tranquil token are enough." Fang Chen waved his hand. Hua Qirong, too lazy to listen anymore, forcefully interrupted, saying, "Alright, let me say the second thing." "Please go ahead." Fang Chen chuckled. "This matter concerns your entry into the inner sect. With your potential to establish your foundation in the heavenly Dao, you should be able to enter all the peaks of the inner sect, including Crimson Venerable Mountain." Hua Qirong said, "But I don't recommend you blindly enter Crimson Venerable Mountain. It's not that I don't want you to go, but as an elder, I must warn you that sometimes, the influence of the environment is greater than you can imagine. You'd better do your research beforehand and find a place that best suits you, understand?" Fang Chen was moved, knowing that Hua Qirong's words were heartfelt advice, so he clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Elder Hua. Alright, then you can go back now." Hua Qirong had said what she needed to say, and then dismissed Fang Chen. Just 2 steps after Fang Chen took his first 2 steps, he heard Ling Wanner, who had been silent until now, speak up. Elder Hua, can I come with you to the deep-sea herb field to get medicine for senior brother Fang? I'd like to see my mother while I'm at it. Hua Qirong, be good, listen to me, cultivate first, don't disturb your mother. She's almost at foundation establishment now, if you go, she'll definitely be distracted. Besides, you need to reflect on yourself. Although you started cultivating later than them, your talent should be better than your parents, so why haven't you reached foundation establishment yet? You know, they also started as mortals. Ling Wanner, yes. Fang Chen was speechless and strode away. Grandmaster Ling, I really want to see what your expressions will be when your true identities are revealed. After returning from the intersect to Yingguan Lake Mountain, Fang Chen went back to his family residence. Upon arriving, he found Xiao Qing standing at the entrance, clearly waiting for him. Junior brother Xiao, what brings you here? Fang Chen strode forward and asked. Senior brother, this is the Fire Fiend Pearl. Thank you for the gift, senior brother. I might very well reach foundation establishment soon. Xiao Qing returned the Fire Fiend Pearl, which had absorbed several fire fiends, to Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked at the aura of a 6th-grade chi refining cultivator emanating from Xiao Qing and couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens! To cultivate so quickly in just one night, truly terrifying. Then, looking at the Fire Fiend Pearl again, his expression froze for a moment. After a moment's thought, he put the Fire Fiend Pearl away. Now, without the bug, and with the Tribulation Lightning waiting for him, it was necessary to retrieve the Fire Fiend Pearl. If the system suddenly updates junior brother Xiao's quests with a completely new version in the future, he'll give him something better. By the way, senior brother Fang, have you started cultivating the Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra yet? Xiao Qing asked. Fang Chen was taken aback, then replied without blinking, I've already started cultivating it. Really? Xiao Qing was also surprised, then said hesitantly, could you demonstrate it? Actually, this was a request from Venerable Xiao Ao. He wanted to see how Fang Chen was progressing. The Myriad Fiend's Heart Sutra is a typical cultivation technique that is difficult to learn, difficult to master, and even more difficult to reach its peak. If it weren't for Xiao Qing's exceptional comprehension and talent, coupled with his own guidance, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to grasp the basics so quickly, let alone absorb the fiery fiends. Therefore, Venerable Xiao Ao planned to observe Fang Chen's progress. In case he went astray, he could immediately use Xiao Qing's identity to offer guidance.